Thank you. Alright, let's start.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Ash.
What's up, everyone?
And, Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and give him a round of
Next
applause.
part should be Fighter. Maybe.
All right. Welcome, everybody. This is Final Fantasy VII, any percent no slots. I'm J2.
I'm Dave Stereo.
And I'm Majneb174.
Yeah, and we're super excited to.
Yeah,
be
Dave
able to
Stereo
showcase
is
this
streaming
one for you.
also.
It's been
He
a
was
long
streaming
time since
yesterday
we've
some
had,
Final Fantasy VII. He will
in
do
its
some
entirety
FFX
at
today.
SGDQ. So strap in.
Wow.
We've got 8 hours of speedrun for you, and we're ready to kick it off.
All right, timer's ready.
Should we get a countdown?
J2 is not really streaming,
3, 2, 1.
unfortunately.
All right. So as
Yeah, I'm
as
sure a
I
lot of
mentioned,
people
this
didn't
is
see
any
it.
percent no
Does it
slots,
sound too
and
loud?
that
I
means
kind of
that we will
want
not
my
be using
voice
the
over it,
Kate
even
Sys
if,
limit
I
break
mean, commentaries
slots
were
to one-shot
great.
any of the enemies. That limit break is
Well.
pretty overpowered and can one-shot any enemy, including the super bosses.
If
in the
people
game.
can
So we will not
animate,
be
that's
using
nice
that,
also.
And every boss will be killed using the standard means of just attacking them until they die. Here we've got a great opening cinematic, and we'll let you guys enjoy that.
Yeah, it was an agreement. It's kind of like, I know they would do a great job, so I was like, okay, I don't need to talk for 8 hours, I just focus on the game mainly. And that worked pretty well, I think.
Okay. Do we have a cutoff for the donation incentives for the names?
Yes, we do. Sorry, my mic moved there. All right, yes, we do.
Kind of wanted to say
cloud
a
name
big
is
thanks
going
at
to
the
be-
end. But well, with not that much
With
time, and I was kind of...
$3,876, Spike
I mean-
Vijay.
All right.
All right.
Shout outs to Spike.
Yeah. I couldn't talk at the end for multiple reasons.
We also need it for Barrett.
Just doing one last refresh to make sure we're good.
All right.
I have the
This
GDQ
one was
chat
tight all the way
going
to
at the
the,
same time, but
to
I
the
think
start
it's
of
a
your
bad
game.
idea. I
Exactly,
can't
it's one
read
taking
anything
one
of
more
it.
check.
Yeah, commentary was perfect.
All right, so
Just perfect. Hey, Mas, what's up?
with $2,076.30, Barrett's name will be Mega Ran. It's a space between Mega and Ran.
All right. So kicking it off, we have our first mission of the game. Pulling
GDQ
up
chat
to
is a lot of
reactor number
spam.
1. Cloud's gonna hop
I-
off the train.
I heard it
initiate
wasn't
a
that
battle,
bad for
with
once.
2 guards here, but first we're gonna have a quick menu. We're gonna pump up the battle speed and all of our field and in-battle messages to the maximum to speed up the text, as well as change our ATB to active.
We're also going to put our cursor on memory, which is going to remember our last action, so we can insta-queue our actions whenever a character gets their turn again.
And in this very first battle here, we have our first bit of RNG. The soldiers are going to attack Cloud either once, twice, 3, or possibly 4 or 5 times if Cloud misses, but let's hope that doesn't happen. So,
Looks like we're going to get 2. All right. And then what you're going to notice here is on this next screen, he's actually going to walk steps as he meets up with the rest of the group. And that's because the encounters in Final Fantasy VII actually are not random. They're based on a step
Yeah, with
counter.
the names.
And,
I mean,
we've actually
it was
routed out the
legit,
encounters throughout the
like
entire
1
game.
a.m. when it started.
This was all routed by
So,
Cart 7.
I think it was
and,
pretty hard for everybody.
Yeah.
outs to
Do you want
Cart
to
7.
explain more about that, J2?
sure. So the way
We
the step
did
counter
lose
works
a
is
little
as
bit of
you
time
walk
for the
around on any
renaming,
what is called a
but
hostile map, which is any screen like this where you
it's
can
not
get
a
an
big
encounter.
deal.
You have something called the danger value, which increases. And as soon as that danger value reaches a certain number, depending on what encounter you will get that encounter. You can increase the rate at which your danger value increases by walking or running.
Yo,
and it allows you
Pinkers,
to
thanks so much.
miss battles by not
Thanks
having
so
your
much
danger
for
value
resetting
high
the
enough to get
welcome
that
back.
battle. So that's why you'll see throughout the run, we'll be walking some numbers of steps and usually running to go faster, but that's going to help us skip some battles and also set up some tricks later in the run.
Dude, that
It also
Using
allows
my
us to make
also
sure we get
broken. No, stop,
certain fights in
please.
certain areas to learn certain enemy skills.
Wow,
And
that's
if
bad.
you derail the step count at any point during the run, you kind of can't get it back. So
Yo, Cloudy,
it's very imperative
thank you
you
so much for the
keep it for the entire
resub.
8 hours.
Thank you so much.
The entire run
How are
is,
you?
as Dave said, on a very fixed step count, which means your movement from every single screen needs to be memorized. So you can
I
see
mean,
between every screen transition, Ben will
we can't
change
really
the
say
input that he's
anything.
going to,
It's really
be
kind of
holding so that
anyone
he's
helping
already
for the
prepared to be running in
hosting.
that direction on the next screen. It basically comes down to memorizing every single step in the game and knowing where you have to walk versus run.
Yeah,
The step
Poe.
count is really the
It's
major
Twitch thing.
barrier for someone who wants to get into speedrunning this game. It's not required by any means, but over the
Thank you,
course of the run,
Cloudy.
it saves about 20 to 30 minutes just by
Yeah.
missing a bunch of encounters, and it guarantees a little more safety because there
Hey,
are some
Bird.
encounters that you can get that will result in
At least it's
killing your
working
party
on the
pretty
chat.
quickly.
If you get
on
a pincer
stream.
attack, like
That's something.
doing the step count, we route out nasty pincer attacks. We make sure we get preempts in other areas so we can get quick escapes. It's really nice.
Yo, Alb, what's up?
So right now, we are a rebel group called Avalanche, and we are about to
Thank you for the resub, Bugs.
go to a Mako reactor.
What's
and,
up?
blow it up.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
That's what we do. So there's the evil
Oh,
Shinra
thank you,
Corporation
Tournesol.
who's
Thank you,
literally
thank you.
sucking the life out of the planet.
I didn't
for
watch it
financial gain.
yet.
And
I
we're
didn't
not
watch
big
it
fans of theirs,
yet.
for
I-
various reasons. And
I'm very interested in
we're
it.
trying to save the planet by
Even though I've
blowing
done
up
it.
their Mako reactors, which are doing all of that planet energy draining. So here you're seeing Ben's
I did
first,
dress.
step
I did.
manipulation. He's going to be walking 24 steps.
It was just
here.
a joke.
And
It's not a
the
big
way that
deal.
we count steps is actually very interesting. So when you come out of a battle, the screen kind of fades in, and you're already able to move while that fade is happening. So you can't really see Cloud for the first couple frames of that. So what you do is you actually watch his right leg, and you know that every time that his right leg
Yeah,
hits
it was
the
a joke.
ground, that's an even step, so you can count 2.
You didn't get to
4,
I
6,
did the diamond
like that, so you know
weapon?
how many steps you've taken.
It's basic strat,
The
I'd
movement
say.
throughout
Just
Midgar, and especially
the
in these
anti-bit track is a bit
reactors,
different.
Very, very difficult.
Oh, did
Yeah,
you see the
lots of
fight and you
corners gotta
didn't
cut, and
understand how
corners
it
that aren't
worked?
necessarily defined the best because we are sprites on paintings.
Yeah.
So
These early 2D, 3D RPGs are notorious
Yeah, I've
for
heard
having
about them,
poor
you know,
directional
edge
control, where
trollers,
up could
so-
be left and left could be down, and you never really know
It was
what
pretty
direction
bad.
you're going to be traveling
Even
on
if-
the screen.
and if
unless
it
you've
was
played it a million
staged,
times before. So that's why it
was even
it is really
worse.
imperative to memorize all of your inputs for this
Because
game.
that was not kind.
and we are approaching our first boss fight coming up right here, which is a Guard Scorpion.
Guard Scorpion's a pretty
Yeah,
straightforward
there is.
fight.
Thanks
We
so much
have
for the
Cloud who will
resub.
be using,
Resub
bolt
hype.
magic, since Guard Scorpion
Oh, yo,
is a
there is.
mechanical boss. He is weak to electric attacks, so Cloud will be using Bolt.
Do you
and,
want me to try to
Barrett will
explain
be
the
using
fight
his
right now, or
standard,
will
Gatling
you
gun
still be
attack.
there in 7 hours for the
There's a couple
fight?
things that we're looking for in this battle. We're looking to see how much damage Cloud is going to do with his Bolt. His damage range can range from like 84 to 94.
Thanks so much for the
and we
resub,
definitely wanna be
guys.
up in that. Oh, that's
94.
been
Barrett,
so
Barrett hit a
long.
36.
Barrett hit a 36. All right, so
36, yeah.
that's some pretty
I've been
good damage
streaming,
rolls.
even though I don't know if you
the way
can
it works
call
is
it
that
streaming right
your
now.
stats are randomized at the beginning
Alright,
of
Tournesol.
every run, so you don't know what your magic or attack stats are going to be. And also they are randomized when you level
Yeah,
up, so you
I
don't
mean,
know how.
That's
at what
something I'm
rate
never
those,
doing on stream,
those stats are
Extra,
going to
because
decrease.
most
So
people
here we get a
knows
little bit
about
of an early
that.
peek as to how,
But
strong
when you
our
get so much
characters are.
people watching you,
Additionally,
that's something you have to
throughout this
do.
fight, we're going to hope to get limit breaks on both Cloud and Barrett, and that's to set up in advance of the next boss battle that we're going to get with Airbuster. So already looking
Yeah,
ahead to our
G2
next
and
boss
Dave
battle, and you're going to
did
see that
such
that's
a
theme
great
throughout the
job
run,
on
is that
explaining
we're preparing ourselves for
everything.
upcoming battles while we're in the battle because we don't want to waste any time.
Yeah.
Here he got some good RNG, and
I mean,
Barrett was
yeah, a lot
actually
of people were
attacked twice, which
like,
means we
wait,
can use his
it's
limit
trolling,
break
you
here.
know, right? And everybody
And
that
here we're
doesn't
gonna
know,
use
we're like,
Guard Scorpion's
oh,
tail
what
laser to actually
happened?
get our limit breaks back on the characters. It's kind of funny because it
It was
says
great.
be sure to attack while its tail's up because it's going to counterattack with its laser.
That was so confusing to me as a 6-year-old trying to play this game. I would just attack it over and over and over and just die to tail
I guess
laser
I could
repeatedly.
have said some word for
It took a
stuff
while
like
for
that,
me
but
to
it
actually be
feels
able to
like
read and play this game.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
Final Fantasy
useful.
VII does have some translation errors.
Definitely.
Only a few.
Only a few.
And that's good.
Hey mate,
we got
just
both of them
started.
breaks here,
I am
so
not
we're all set.
waiting because I
goes
have
back down, so
something
we're gonna
after
go
the
back
stream
into,
that I have to attend to.
Splits mode here and finish off this boss.
A.
That's a pretty good guard Scorpion, I gotta say.
Yeah, I'm not an actor, Evo. I'm just pushing buttons. I have a Katetsu
Now we've
interview
got 10 whole
after
minutes to make it out of this reactor.
I don't think
this
we're gonna make it.
restream.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
So
Might be close.
yeah, I
It
can
will be.
start late.
If we forget
my.
Jesse, of course.
Yes. So here we're going to get an encounter. Pretty much every random encounter we're just going to
Yeah, it's
run
quite
away from.
actually.
It just saves time, and we don't need the EXP. So throughout this run, it may be strange. You know, how could you beat an RPG like this without doing any grinding?
The run was
we don't
crazy
have
insane.
every
I think
boss
most of the
battle
time
is
lost was
routed, and we have,
renames,
you know, strats to beat it without doing any
saves.
grinding. You can see right there after that battle, Ben did 3 steps, which is
Like,
just
I'm
a
forcing
couple
the
more steps
encounter
to
before the
manipulate
Temple of the
count, and we'll
Ancient.
only get
I mean,
One
yeah,
running
I
counter
lost
on the
time
entire
because
way
of
out of this reactor
safety
now.
setup for
Whereas
the
you would
marathon.
probably get like
Without
4,
that, it
3
was
or
a
4.
crazy
Yeah.
time. That's a sub 740
pick
with
up Jesse
normal route
It's definitely something
and play.
people missed.
Yeah.
a-
I
as
mean,
a
with the
kid
same
a lot. Like,
RNG.
they would reach the end and be like, "Why can't I open this door?"
So coming out of the reactor, we probably have a little more time for some
I
donations.
was playing Poké a long time ago.
Absolutely.
Yo, Mace, what's up?
I have an $800 donation from Anonymous.
Thanks for the like. I'm pretty sure my luck will be good.
Very simplistic comment on here. All it says is Omnislash.
There we go.
Omnislash.
Definitely have to meet that donation incentive if we haven't already.
I believe that actually has been met and exceeded. So thank you very much, everyone, for your donations
You're
on
right.
making that happen.
Thank you so much for the resub. One
Also have
year. Hype.
$150 from Clamot. Congrats, Ben, for making it
What's
to
up, Craig?
SGDQ. Here's $50 for Palmer Bio, $50 for Aqualung, and $50 for Double Lapis. Aqualung hype.
Thank you, Kale Mott. Thank you.
So
It didn't
Donation
work.
goes to Ben's choice.
thanks, Kaelmot, for those wishes of bad RNG.
This run's gonna go perfect.
Kill Mott.
Yeah. What could possibly go wrong in FF7?
Yeah, there's no RNG in this game.
No, not at all.
It's only an RPG. So that ends the first mission. We've blown up one reactor. And
Can't
it's
really
kind of like a
imagine
tutorial
that
mission
how.
just to get you used to the battle mechanics and.
My choice for donation was
So,
Chris
continue with the
as
story
Sid.
here. The whole
But the
avalanche
thing
of
is,
escaping.
it was the wrong spelling of Chris that they did. They did Chris CHLIS instead of KLYS. Like, I mean, like all Chris.
So this map here is one of the areas that we call a non-hostile field map. So we'll use these terms throughout the run.
And
Hostile field map,
after
non-hostile
we were
field
done
map,
with
well,
Sid, like
each one of those
for the
has a
3
different
last
location
hour
for
of the
step
game
count.
or 4 hours,
Since this is a non-hostile field map,
it
we don't have
went
to worry
for
about managing our steps or doing any step
a
counting
rename
on
in
these.
Outbound, and it
None
was
of
the same. It
steps
was
that we
Chris
take
with
on
the
these
same
maps have anything to do
kind of
with
typo.
the
But I guess we
danger value or
don't
anything like
didn't
that.
really talk
We
about
also get
it
to meet
before the
Flower
run.
Girl,
We just
but
said
tell her to
Chris.
Go on her way. We don't need to talk to her or anything.
Hey Electro, thank you so much for the sub.
And then approaching
Thank you
here,
so much.
we're gonna be approached by the shitter
Welcome
guards,
to the
and, we're just not gonna fight
bananas.
them.
Thank you so much.
That would be slow.
Yeah, that would waste time.
It's not what we're here for.
And so we've got one of our
As
skips coming
awesome
up next.
for
Do
you,
wanna talk
Electro.
about how like some of these skips are gonna work out throughout the game?
That is
Sure.
really
So there are a
good,
few different
and
kinds
thank
of
you so
skips
much.
in this game. The most common one is triggered due to something called a paralysis dodge. And the way a paralysis dodge works is
Wow, May.
By opening 2 text
Thank you for the
boxes at
resub,
the
May.
same time on any
Resub
given
hype.
screen, the game kind of
17
freaks out and doesn't know what to do,
months.
and it lets
Damn.
Cloud run freely
I like that
throughout the map.
number.
And if we have those 2 text boxes open, we can actually go to different
Cool
screens
Ranch
that we're not
is a
supposed to be able to go
food
to at that
thing
time
in
and
America?
possibly, skip
Am I
different
wrong?
scenes. So there's a little cutscene upcoming with Jesse.
I didn't really know it, but
but hopefully we're
I
going
think
to be able
that's
to
it.
set up a skip here to save about 15 seconds.
Yeah. And this sort of concept will reoccur throughout the run. There's a few skips that are based on
yeah,
this
it
concept.
was a lot of
Right,
food.
and
Yeah,
some of them are a
the
little more
buffer with the
dangerous than
emote
others.
is
Some can
really
result in
annoying.
a soft lock if you don't know exactly where
But
to
well.
go, or if you do it too slowly, or if you happen to
Just need
mash
to
through
use
too
sub
many text
emote so
boxes,
there's
which can
no
be,
buffer.
pretty
Kappa
easy to do in
kappa.
this game, where you're really just doing a lot of circle mashing to skip through text. So you have to be kind of careful when you're doing these skips. But this is thankfully one of the safer ones.
Yeah, the only thing about the skip is you only get one shot at it. So if you miss it, that's it, and kind of got to take the L.
Yeah. But like we said, it is just a 15
Yeah,
second
food is
time
always
in the
good.
marathon. We'll go for it, but if we don't get it, it's not the biggest
I
deal.
lost 2 kilos
So
in
what you're gonna see
America
is,
again. I'm good
Cloud
at
is
it.
actually going to run all the way down.
Every
to
time
the
I'm
end
going
of
to
this,
America, I'm
train
losing
cart
2
here,
kilos.
And if he reaches all the way down to the bottom to the screen transition, there's actually going to be like a train guard that pushes him out and says, "Hey, you can't go in here right now." And then after that, and you try to run back into the screen, he's not going to come out anymore. So that's like the thing we need. We need him to push Cloud back and give him the text box. But at the same time, he needs to try to initiate the conversation with Jesse right here. Let's see if he gets it.
So he's setting up his position. He's going to open the menu to menu buffer the inputs, and he
Hey.
got the skip.
It was pretty
And
slow.
now what you're going to do is you're
That
going to
was
exit your
good.
text box
Got it.
right as you go into that loading zone, and then you come back, and the game already
Did I
registers
get
that
what?
you did the map
GDQ
cutscene.
flew?
You can see
No.
that it brings
I'm feeling
Cloud's
pretty
sprite
good
back over
actually.
here into the front of the screen as if we had
Except
just
I'm
finished the
lacking a lot of
conversation with
sleep.
Jesse. So that's a
I
15
have some
second time
issues
skip right there. We
sleeping.
can move over to the next,
But I don't
box
have
with
the
there.
GDQ flu, which is nice.
We have time for a couple more donations here.
Absolutely, got a bunch here. I have
Hey, Halama.
$27.77 from Dark Energy.
Yeah, I'm
Ben,
sure it will
dude,
be asked a
been
lot,
while.
but it's fine.
Sorry about that. Just know that
It's
I'm
this time I
wanted.
can talk,
Good
right?
luck on carry armor. and good luck on the run, buddy. I hope to see you again at AGDQ
I just didn't
2018.
talk because I had 2 great commentators.
$25 from
and I wanted
Anonymous.
to
Thanks
focus
for
on the
making me
run.
stay up all night to watch FF7. All
I
joking
feel
aside,
like
the
I
GDQ
couldn't
was
add
one of the
much
best
to what
events
they
of
were
the year.
saying because it was great. Hey Dex,
At
18 thank you.
$150 from Reaper Corp. This one goes out
What's
to all
up,
the runners and the
J2?
people behind the scenes that make it an awesome SGDQ
J2.
2017. Thank you for everything.
VD?
And
What
$50
is
from
VD?
Braylon. Love chocobos, and this is one of my husband's favorite games. Glad it was included this year. Pushing for Bubbles to play Dark Souls. $150 from R. Carlson. I need sleep to live, but I gotta try to catch the beginning and end of Final Fantasy VII. Now say Fuzzy Pickles.
Fuzzy pickles.
We're going to have to cut off the Tifa donation incentive.
Thank you, Hammer. Hey, thank you, May. I did that kind of pretty fast.
All right, at $10 from Bear Shark 19. FF7 was one of the most important games of my childhood. Super excited to watch the run and to see all the tricks. Just don't know if I'll be able to stay awake all the way, so if I fall asleep, good luck to Ajneb174.
All right, here just a quick screen transition. This saves a couple text boxes in front of the bar. And we're going to need that name. For
I have no
Tifa.
idea what Fuzzy Pickles is.
All right, refreshing here.
For Ronnie. The highlight of the run.
And Tifa. All right. Why'd you close? There we go. All right, so with $3,535.89,
Fizzy Pickles is from
Tifa's
Outbound?
name is going to be Beef Aroni.
Ah, no.
All right. So yeah, you can see that.
Hey, Nick. Thank
Ben
you.
moved
Thank you
Cloud
so
towards
much.
the exit there. There's a lot of little things. in this
Yo,
game. You
I
have to
earned my
know
ad.
exactly where you're
Thank
supposed to be
you
going,
so
who to
much for
talk to,
sub.
How to trigger the next interaction.
Thank you so
It's not always
much.
very straightforward,
Welcome to the
but this just comes
bananas.
with experience
Thank
of running the
you.
game. It's your typical RPG where you have to know exactly what NPC.
Thank you so much for the donation,
where you
Dex.
need to go at all times.
Thank you so much.
Little optimizations, of course.
Dex donated $5 and
right now
said,
in the
good
story,
job once again on
Avalanche has returned to their
SGDQ.
hideout,
Thank
and,
you so
they're just gonna be
much.
discussing their next mission. Cloud and Bear are going to get an argument over how much Cloud is getting paid and just like about what they're doing, their mission, just like.
Yeah, Cloud is a little apathetic about this whole
Yeah.
situation. He just kind of wants to get his money and be over with it. He's not really into the whole,
Not for a noble cause.
Yeah.
The run was
And Jessie
something.
is
I don't
very
know.
disappointed
It
in
went
his
so
lack of
well.
interest
It
in as you
was
can see, she's
silly.
just really
What's
upset.
up, Cold?
And Cloud's gonna try to storm out of the bar, but Tifa's gonna.
Yeah, I'm
stop
sure a
him.
lot of people didn't see it fully. It was on a pretty late slot, unfortunately.
Tifa's theme is one of my favorite songs in the game. We're going to be calling out all these songs that we really love.
Oh,
in this
yeah.
That's part of what makes
The
playing this
feedback
game so
was
great
pretty good.
and running it not quite so daunting. For an 8-hour speedrun, people can say, how can you sit down and play a game for 8 hours, day in, day out? But it's really just such an amazing soundtrack and really a fun game. But it's
Thank
really
you,
the music
Code.
that motivates.
I try to do my
most-
best.
A lot of the runners to keep with it and stick with the game. It's just,
And just like the universe, I've been playing this game for 10 years now.
yeah.
Oh, damn, Jays. I can read
I'm
them
sorry,
for
20
you
years.
if
Yeah,
you
this is
want.
the
Like,
20th
whisper me your
anniversary of Final
messages and I
Fantasy
will
VII.
read them right
So
now.
It's as good a time as any to showcase it at a GDQ.
Oh yeah.
And you don't have to donate anything, just whisper them.
Probably got a time for some donations.
Absolutely, thank you. I have $150 from Aimless. Spent so
Yeah, I
much time
couldn't
playing
stop
Final
talking,
Fantasy VII
Jace.
when I was,
It was
younger
insane.
that I had the chance to donate to Spike and getting Omni/Slash done as well as watching Bubbles rip through Dark Souls 3. Been watching GDQs for a few
Didn't
years
watch all
now,
of
and
it,
just
May. I
happy
missed the
that I can
start.
donate now.
I know it.
Keep on doing all the amazing things that GDQ and all these amazing people do. $100 from Raptor Bubba. Sorry, Raptor Buddha. Millions of
Yeah, it
poor
is
helpless
weird,
frames are lost
but-
every day to bad RNG. Missed jump, poor
I like the
menuing.
streaming and
Let's not add to their
every emote
suffering
is
during
buffering
the
except
Super
savvy
Metroid run.
modes,
Save the
like
frames. Amazing run by the
Christine.
Mario runners as well. Looking forward to the Metroid runs, and here's to chipping into the Dark Souls run. Well, I hope you enjoyed both the Mario and the Metroid run. Obviously, those were extremely good, so I hope you did enjoy those.
Me too,
Got
May.
$150
I've no night
from
even.
Fox Die. Games Done Quick is such an amazing event. Thank you all for
We
putting on
didn't
such a
sleep
wonderful
at
show
all
for such a
before
great cause.
run.
Let's get some more Dark Souls and break that 1 million mark. Well,
It's
good news on that one.
interesting.
We definitely did that as well. So let's keep it climbing. Let's go for 1.5 and then maybe even 2. Diabetes donates 125. Never stop coming to Minnesota. We love you here. Money goes to the Dark Souls run and to name the Majora's Mask file name Slurp, the best Link name. Valius donates $150. Thank you for supporting
I do
MSF,
fall
a worthy
asleep.
cause.
I didn't
Donating
sleep.
some of this towards Omni/Slash because we have to beat
That
Final Fantasy
day
VII.
before the
beat it
run,
right.
I woke up at
I agree that is
7
the
a.m.
only way to finish the run.
Absolutely.
Unless-
and I
Of course
stayed
you're
up
hungover.
until, well,
Gotta go
9
for
a.m. the
respect.
day after.
Definitely. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start our next mission here.
Yeah, the entire
We're
week.
going on
I
to
didn't sleep.
reactor number 5, and we're gonna do the same thing as last time. Blow it
No,
up.
and after the run, I
Hopefully
didn't
skip the
sleep
material
much.
tutorial, right?
It's
Yeah,
really
this is
wrecked
the
my
most
sleep
important skip in
after.
the game, and
I'm
he
still
got it.
wrecked from
Oh,
it.
there we go. A round of applause, guys.
That's about a 2-minute time save right there.
Wow.
There
Look
are
at
a
that. Look at those
ton of
claps.
dialogue options in this game where selecting the second option is faster, and it's just super annoying. There are a lot of times where if you're just mashing, it'll just keep looping the same text over and over again, and us less experienced runners wind up doing that a little bit
It
too
was
much.
funny
Or
to
you'll choose
have
the
all
wrong
the
option and lose
claps.
your run.
That can happen too.
So, yeah, we don't want that.
No, commentators had no notes.
So again,
I had
hopping on
notes.
the train here, headed to reactor number 5.
No, I
giving a
I
little
take
bit
care of miss
a,
if needed.
An introduction to the way that the Shinra
The
security
thing is,
system works.
what
They
we
have these
did is
fancy ID
the
cards,
day
that
before,
get scanned as they're going
I've done
through
a
the tunnels.
practice run,
And,
and I was like, hey,
we'll see
we
if
should
that works
practice
out for them.
commentaries. That's what we did.
Love how that guy's just chilling in the back, and then Barrett's fighting with this dude up here. And
Yeah, that's his home. He lives in the train.
yeah.
Yeah.
Guess he doesn't care if pandemonium's going on, whatever.
That's par for the course in the Midgar slums.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like everything that the commentator is tough for myself.
So
G2
Barrett has
is the
already claimed
renames
that,
on the tablet,
our
and
approach is that
Dave
we're
is
going
my
to be
notes.
jumping off of this train midway through, probably a little bit sooner than he might be expecting, but it's a plan, maybe a little bit half-baked, but it's certainly a plan. And here come the alarms.
Yeah, so obviously one of their ID cards didn't pass the check, so...
That's it's Jesse's fault. Typical Jesse.
So normally what you do in the game is you run all the way to the end of the train, and then you jump off. What we're going to do here is we're just going to grab the high potion off of this guy,
it's
do a
for
little bit of
commentators. They
menuing.
want YOLO.
We're actually just going to let the time run out, and then jump off the train early. When you're in this menu, you're actually not wasting any time because the that timer ticks in the background.
Yep, and we can see that he did 3 things in the menu there. First, he equipped Barrett with his new weapon that we got as a drop from Guard Scorpion, the first boss. He also moved Barrett to the back row, which saves time for later where he'll need to be in the back row anyway. And
On the
he also
tablet,
removed
there's all the
ice
renames.
materia from Cloud. So
Pawn.
materia,
Sure.
when you equip it, gives your characters different abilities. They can cast magic. They can.
It was just the
use
renames.
commands, they can also use summon materia. But each materia also adds or removes some different stats.
So that's
in this
why
case,
you
he
will see them
removed
typing the name
ice
before
magic materia
the host
because
is saying the
that
name.
decreases your strength. So by removing it,
I'm
he
just
actually
waiting for the
increases,
confirmation
Cloud's
it's the
strength,
right name.
which will be useful because we're going to be doing a physical attack on the next boss.
Hey Evie, what's up?
So one thing you're actually going to see with the next random encounter we get, we're actually going to try to skip it because there's a few encounters in this game where we can do what's called a menu skip, where if you open the menu on the exact same frame that you get an encounter, you can actually skip that encounter. But you can't do it anywhere because if you do it before what's called an event battle, you will actually duplicate the fight. An event battle is pretty much a battle that doesn't happen in the field. That's not a random encounter. That's
Hey
one that's forced on you.
Matty,
Usually boss
thank you
fights.
so much.
So
If you have any
that can result
question
in
about
what's
the
called
run, you can just ask.
repeating
I'd be
boss
happy to
glitch.
help.
So
I'm
if
sure
you
a lot
skip
of
a
people
battle,
would
the
be
game is still
also.
expecting you to have a battle. So the only way to neutralize that glitched state of needing a battle is by having a regular random encounter. If you have a boss battle when it's expecting that random encounter, it'll actually just give you the boss again. So it's very possible to fight
on
the
my
same boss
left,
twice
it's
in a row,
G2.
which is a very strange glitch, but very possible to get. Unfortunately, we didn't get the battle skip this time. It is a very tight window, and hopefully we won't be wasting too much time here.
Just as long as we don't get bubbled. There we go.
Yeah. So when we say we don't want to get bubbled, that is a particular attack animation from one of those enemies. A lot of the RNG in this game has to do with what we call escape RNG. And the escape RNG is,
bubbles.
1, how fast you're able to escape from the battle, and 2, the attacks that the enemies are doing in the battle. So you want to make sure that if the enemies are going to get off any attacks in the battle,
There's nothing rude
they're ones
about
that
it.
have
It
very
makes
short
sense. I
animations that
mean,
occur very quickly, and also ones that aren't.
it's a
going to
fine
hurt.
question. Nothing
But
wrong
luckily,
about
those
it.
attack animations were pretty short. There were 3 attacks, which isn't the best.
No, you
but,
don't have
the
to
bubble
count
animation
stuff
is
that
about
much. I
as long
mean,
as
you
all
have
3
to
of those
count
combined,
some,
so
but
we're
you
happy
don't
to
have to be
avoid that.
that focused for it. But yeah, I mean, I was really stressed for the run. I was really tired.
And we're just going to be making our way to the bottom reactor if you want to give some donations.
So I said to them,
Actually,
I
at this time,
kind
I'd
of
like to point
wanted
out
to
that
not
we've added
talk
a brand
and
new incentive during the
try to
setup,
stay focused on
block
the game
5.
as
We're
much as I
inserting
can.
is Breath of the Wild, so the new Zelda game is out there.
And they
as
did a
well.
great
So
job.
Keep an
I
eye
have
out for that
nothing
on the
to add
donation
to what
tracker.
is
If
said.
you'd like to see that game run during the block for setup 5, that would be $100,000 is the donation target. So get your donations in if you would love to see that run.
All right, we definitely would.
Yeah,
shouts out
Midgar
to
is a
Orca.
good start
Dave would love to see that running.
because
yeah.
there's a lot
Oh,
of
yeah,
step count in
definitely.
Midgar
So
if you
on the
want to
previous
learn the
screen, you
full
saw
thing.
that Ben
Like
did a couple
you
steps,
could learn the game without a
after
step
the-
count, but
after the
I would
encounter, but he was running
very
it first.
recommend it.
So usually when we do steps in the route,
if you don't
we do
want
the
to look
steps
at it,
immediately
you can
following
also
an
skip
encounter,
it.
But in this case,
Just
he
a
wanted
bit
to move
riskier.
Cloud to a position on the screen where he could clearly see his feet and make sure that he was doing the right number of
Oh,
steps.
thank you, Jin.
So he just ran a little bit and then did his
All right,
steps and
Soka,
proceeded,
have a good night.
to run down in the reactor.
Now Cloud's gonna get a
Oh,
headache.
I don't see the whispers.
Happens a few times throughout the run.
He's got really bad headaches.
Yeah,
He should drink more water.
Yeah, I know, right? Take some Advil.
Yeah. And this is the first of many. Well, we've already had a flashback in this game.
Yeah.
It's the second of many flashbacks in this game.
Okay, I'm seeing it now, Jace.
Here you can see Tifa mourning the death of her father, and
Thanks for the
picking up
use,
a large
Dex.
sword.
We'll
Hey,
find
Mr.
out more about
Malaki.
that
It's all
later.
good. Thanks for the follow,
There's a little bit of
Soko.
a
Welcome to the
movement optimization
stream.
Here you can see Cloud kind of bonking and then running around Tifa there.
Alright, so that is Jay's message during SGDQ that was in
This
red.
time, no timer.
Let's see.
Yep. I guess not.
Yeah, they got remote bombs now. It's an upgrade.
Jay's
Yeah.
B90 donated over $9,000 saying, oh wait. Hi Ben, Jay's. Thank you to bring this game into my almost night of the week. It is part of my soul. Good luck in the run, Mega Man.
Thankfully,
And
the
good luck to SGDQ, TQDQ for their goal.
are fairly similar, so it's easy to
Interesting end of the
memorize
message.
what you need to do to move around here. One little tricky thing is that ladder that he just hopped on. So when Cloud gets on ladders, there's a little bit of a walking up animation. So Cloud will take a couple steps and approach
Yo,
the
a
ladder,
bomb.
and those steps actually
I am
don't
back
count towards your
indeed.
step counter. So you
Are
want to make
you?
sure to trigger that climbing of the ladder as soon as possible to save on steps. And you can actually, as you may know, holding X to run throughout this game is something that you have to do. You can hold X through that animation and actually speed up the walking
Slipping
animation.
a
to
diamond
climb the
weapon is
ladder,
fine. It's
for a
kinda
little
very
bit of
close to
time
the
save there
end.
as well.
And thank you so much for giving SGDQ,
some
Jace.
steps right here.
Again, you
Thanks
can
for
see
the
that
good
he
luck, I
moved
guess.
just before
It's a bit
taking
late,
steps
but
so
thank
that you
you.
get a clear view of Cloud.
And we're approaching our first mini game within Final Fantasy VII.
Lots of flashbacks, lots of mini games. Really, this game is just a giant QuickTime event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing about this one though is the you have to press all three of these buttons at the same time. Like you have to match syncing up with the other party members. The only thing though is that the visual
I missed
cue
it.
that is for pressing the buttons, like once you see it, it's already too late. You kind of got to know it.
It's just a little early there. Got
There
it
we
that
go,
time.
second try.
Second try's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
I get it like 17th try, so.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get a run and you'll just continually miss it over
Yeah, I
and over
miss-
and over and over again. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't move, you hold
And
the
here we're
cross and you
going
press
to,
circle.
Meet up with have our first introduction to the president of the Shinra Corporation, and we get another awesome song.
Kariyama was crap. Hey Preston, what's up?
It's that piano.
Everything was
Yeah,
crap.
sure,
My
yeah.
Palma was the worst.
Every time I go to piano, you know you gotta hit it. At least once.
How did the president even get there?
And
Like, he
thank you,
goes out
Mr.
the
Malaki, for going nuts in a lot of Discord about it.
Yeah, I have
Yes.
no clue.
We already decided that we're not going to talk about the continuity errors in this game because they're everywhere.
We might point out a few though.
Yeah, I guess we'll have
in
to.
some
Just for the memes.
particular scenes.
Yeah, yeah. So here we have a battle with Airbuster incoming. This is our second boss battle, and there are a couple
To be
different
honest,
strats
I
we
think
can
I
do
missed
here.
half of the run
One
because
strat
I
that we
was
do,
asleep in my head.
we'll attack
I
with
was
Tifa
just pressing
first, and the
button
objective
without
there is to
thinking
get a
about
counterattack on
anything.
Tifa to fill up or come close to filling up her limit break to set up for the next boss. Optionally, if you're a new,
Hey,
like
it's because
me, you
I'm
just
at
hold circle
home.
To win this fight, it's pretty easy if you have your limit breaks. But Ben's a lot better, so.
We're actually just gonna be doing hold circle strats for marathon safety.
All right.
And I
Because
read
it's
J2
possible
there,
that
I'm
if you,
sorry J2.
If you skip down to Tifa, there can be like a little bit of lag, and Airbuster actually gets his moves in,
I
and
said
he
the
starts
day
turning
before that I
around,
would
and
play
you
safe
need
on
to get
this
these
fight
back
in
attacks
case of
for,
not
double
enough
damage.
damages.
Right. So here you can see Cloud is using
It's
his
not a
limit
big
break,
deal.
and that's why we took off that that ice materia to get the extra damage there. And that's the boss battle.
See, it's possible you can get trolled with your damage
Yo,
rolls, and he just
Kasa.
derails.
Thank you so
and
much for the
You
resub.
waste so much time. So
Resub
that's great that we
hype.
got good damage rolls.
So we're gonna have to close the incentive for the Eris rename at this point. and then we can squeeze in a couple donations as well.
Yo,
Thank you.
Nori.
We'll refresh that here shortly.
Thank
I did
you.
want to interject. I do have a $1,000 donation.
Yeah, our limit was high enough. But then I fucked up
This one
in
comes
the
from
apps
7
fight.
Sins.
I was like,
Hey
oh
everyone,
wow, I
7
have pretty
Sins
good at
here.
TB,
I'd
and
like
I'm
to
not
thank
sure
the
if that would
GDQ
be
staff,
enough.
as always, for an
So I was
amazing
like,
event.
I just
also want to say
hold
good luck
up
to my buddy
circle
Ben,
and I got
former
strike
but also
fight.
future world record
I
holder in this
deserved it.
category. Knock him dead, bro. Also,
Thank
shout out
you,
to the couch.
Preston.
Good commentary, y'all. I wish I could have been there to support in person, but by allocating this donation towards my name to Sid, I hope to be there in support in spirit.
Thank you, BTA.
Thanks again, and good luck, Ben,
Wasn't a
and
race.
couch, and host. 7
Ah,
love.
it's fine, G2.
Hey, thanks, Seven.
Thank you, Seven Sins. Shout outs to the FF7 community in general. It's a really
That
awesome
makes sense,
speedrun.
Album. It was
A
pretty
lot of great
late.
people. Seven's definitely one of them. And here we meet up with Flower Girl again. What are the odds?
Just crashing through the roof, you know?
Out of nowhere. Somehow
Yeah,
he's
like
alive. Maybe
a
he's
lot
dead.
of people
I don't
told
know.
me,
But
oh,
this is an
I will
FF8,
not
so
watch
yeah,
your
yeah,
stream
we're just
live, but
gonna say he's
I
not
watched the
dead.
VOD. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's starting at 1 a.m. or midnight or super late. Yeah, on the
Whenever you're
camera,
ready,
I'm
I
the
need
one in the
JT.
middle. The one playing.
Sorry, apologies. A little bit of technical difficulties here. We'll get that in a second. And this is for
For Eris.
Eris. Come on, get over there.
Yeah, me too,
All right,
Mr.
so with
Maleki.
$2,935.13,
Very recorded. I
Eris's
mean,
name will
it's
be
the
Cool
total
Ranch.
stream from
All caps
SGDQ.
and one word.
Cool Ranch.
All right.
The best Doritos flavor.
I agree.
So mysterious Flower
sorry,
Girl.
Nick.
We don't know much about her. But we're not going to spoil anything for you, so you're just going to have to wait about, how far are we in here? About 4 hours. About 4 hours.
Yeah, you'll figure out what happens.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. At least
Cool
no
Ranch.
spoilers in the name. There were some donation names that would have been a little bit more spoilery.
Specifically, spoiler.
Yeah, the name Spoiler. We have Spoiler, Bucket, Bullseye. I won't read a couple of the others. But yeah, we're meeting characters all over the place.
The
we
names
also
so
have our first
far
introduction
are
to the
Spike
Turks.
VG,
This guy, his name is
or
Rio,
Cloud,
and he's
Mega
pretty strange
Ran
individual.
for Barrett,
Not really sure what the Turks do. It's actually
Tifa
running track in
Runny
FF7 that
for
nobody really
Tifa,
knows
and
what their
Cool
job is,
Ranch
including the
for
Turks.
Iris.
Kidnapping.
Good morning,
baby.
Nabe. How are you?
Some kind of dirty deeds.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So Reno has brought his guards here to seize Eris for some reason.
yeah, they're trying to capture her.
Useless.
The reason for which is
It was a name
unclear
at the
moment,
start,
but we don't want that
I
to happen. even
think.
though we just,
But
just
yeah,
met
it
the
was
girl.
far from being first.
So we're gonna go ahead and run through the back of the church here.
Oh, it wasn't. I don't remember if that
Don't
was
step on
the
the flowers.
useless name.
Dude, come on,
Bad
dude.
things happen.
Yeah, me too, Nabe. Me too. I know the feeling. Doggo. It's lag dog. No spoilers.
So in the back part of this church here, there's a few optimizations that we're going to be doing to save time and to save steps. So as you guys might remember, there is a little bit of a mini game here involving barrels. It's kind of like Donkey Kong. It's a little bit
Yeti.
like Donkey Kong. They're really bad at jumping, though. You know, they should take some lessons from
Yeah.
Mario.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Eris also very, very bad at jumping.
Yeah. Yesterday I was
makes
still
it
awake at 5
somehow
a.m.
Yeah,
Easily?
yeah. She's like, oh, I can't make
That's
the jump. And then,
annoying.
you know,
I'll do it later.
in a minute, she's gonna do that exact same jump.
So what you're
It
gonna
would
see
probably
here is
take a week or something to get back
Ben's gonna tell her
to
to
a
hold on, and then he's gonna go over to the
normal-ish
barrel,
sleep schedule,
and after
sleep
he
schedule
pushes
for
it
me,
down,
which
he's
is
just gonna
still
stand
pretty
there and
late,
wait
but
for Eris to continue moving throughout the screen. Because since this is a hostile screen, you can notice he just got to fight.
Hey, what you
if he
should
starts
practice
moving around up there,
first
he's gonna
is
be
the
wasting
first part of
steps,
the
and you don't
game.
want to do that. So
Because that's
Always
what
bad.
you need
want
to get.
minimize movement on hostile field maps, and
I
if you
mean,
cannot
there's
move
a
at
lot
all
of
and
step
the game
count in
somehow
mid,
progresses,
even
that's
if the
a win.
kills are easy
so
on the
we're just gonna
bosses and
chill,
everything.
Wait for Eris to get to her next checkpoint, and we're gonna tell her what to do.
The step count in Midgar is already something.
We're gonna tell her to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna tell her to run.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty good idea.
I feel like fighting would take some time.
If you can keep the step count in media, you can most
Yeah,
likely
yeah.
keep it
We don't have our
everywhere.
grenades yet.
No.
The only second part is probably the stinger skip.
Cloud's doing a great job being a bodyguard right now. It's half bodyguard, half Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I do have a schedule.
Yeah.
I'm usually starting around 2 p.m. my time,
See, there
which
she
is right now it's
Was
2
that
p.m.
really so hard?
23.
It didn't look that difficult.
So
She's
right
already
now is
practicing
around
her
my
squats.
starting time-ish.
The arm swinging.
Man,
The
we're-
days I'm doing FF7 is not really
we're just gonna make
defined
our way out
all
of
the
the church, and
time.
Cloud and Eris are
But
gonna
I
be
have
heading back to
a
Eris's house.
I have a Google sheet where I'm trying to
The scaling on
update
some of these
what I do in the
backgrounds
week.
makes no
They
sense.
are pretty giant.
That, I mean,
It
that
should
church
be up
looks
to
like a
date. I
dollhouse.
think I've done it. Hey audience. Thank you so much for the resub. Thanks for the welcome back. Resub
So
Holly.
Eris here is gonna notice the color of Cloud's eyes.
He has this distinct blue-green glow in his eyes. And that is the
Ew.
sign of anyone who has been infused with the Mako energy.
Chris
Which is
Evan.
the sign of Shinra's elite military force known as Soldier. So she kind of knows about that because of an ex-boyfriend of hers. One of
Cloud
the-
might know him.
Is it possible? You think Cloud might know him?
I don't know, maybe.
I don't think so. I mean, at least he doesn't remember.
I
Yeah,
think they were both first class.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
it's been over a year that I have
mean,
a
they're
sub
probably
button.
gonna go up anyway.
Yeah.
So coming down here.
Thank you for the
we're
grads.
going back
I'm
into
doing
our
alright,
Battlefield map
just
area, and
sleepy
this is one of the
issue.
first places where the step route really
Miss
comes in
Gamful.
handy, because there's a really
do
nasty
too.
encounter here with a burglar. Funny enough, in the Midgar slums you encounter a burglar. And
It
he
wasn't
can
for 7
steal,
minutes intro, it could
any
be
of
a
your-
good
your
speed
items
run.
that you might need, including it's the ether.
Yeah,
right?
particularly the ether, which is our the most expensive item that we have right now that we're gonna sell.
Yeah, so a lot of the
I
items
do
that we're
remember
constantly
Mr.
picking up throughout the game
Madaki.
are strictly used to sell for money.
And I think it's actually cancelled.
And losing those
I-
at any
I
time
think it
due
was
to,
some months ago.
people or burglars
wrong?
stealing them or other
Yo,
misuses,
Chris,
can be
thank you so much for
catastrophic. So money management is
a
really
third
a
tier
significant part of this
resub.
run.
Thank you
We
so
need
so
to buy,
much.
68 grenades.
I
from
shit
the
on
shop
you
after
too.
Eris's house. So if we don't have the money, that's gonna be.
Yeah, I think it did, Mr. Madaki.
So here we bring Eris home.
All right,
She
thank you
has
so
a
much.
lovely house in the slums. It's the only place with natural sunlight, water, in Midgard, flowers.
Flowers outside
You
of
should
the church.
totally go to AGDQ, Preston. That is
Some
amazing.
real estate,
And
I'd
who
say,
knows, I may
especially
go
for,
to AGDQ.
Sector 6. or other
Who
sectors.
knows?
Yeah, and we're gonna tell Eris here that we have a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Eris. Tifa is bae, and that's going to actually save some time here. So you're going to see. Oh, you already selected the second option.
Yeah.
So that's another one of those instances in which you have to select the second option to save time.
It's just like a text box there too, but it does matter.
No, I will not submit FF7 again. It's
First,
too
we're gonna get a
early,
little bit of night's
unfortunately.
sleep and get our third.
I'm pretty sure it
of
has a chance to
many,
come back
Many flashbacks.
to a GDQ, but not
Cloud-
that early.
Cloud's mom.
I was gonna say we can squeeze in one.
Yeah.
donation here.
I don't think I do RPG Limit Break next year. But I
have
think I do, yes.
$157.77 from Prendonius. In the late 90s, before we knew what speedrunning was, my friend and I would set ourselves a time limit and list of goals to accomplish in Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VIII. Played them so many
Hey
times.
Spoonie,
It's great
thank
to
you
see
so
them
so
destroyed by
much.
people
Yeah,
much
the
better than we
coach
are.
was only
$150
great.
from Comrade Nugget. I've been waiting for Final Fantasy VII run all week. Good luck on the run, and I hope you have. I'm sorry. And I hope you have good carry armor RNG. Say that 5 times fast.
Oh yeah.
We'll be seeing that in about 6 hours. But thank you for the donation.
So you notice there as Ben was
FF7
walking out of the room,
Ando.
he was able to grab the potion and Phoenix down as he was exiting the room during Cloud's walking animation.
Into a
You
pass
can just do that with some
randomizer.
mashing.
Yeah, a little bit of a time save there. And here's our first shopping. We're going to sell literally everything we own and buy 68 grenades. And I always thought that that was a really funny image to
Say
have
it?
Cloud just
Say what?
throw everything down on this guy's table
Wait,
and say, take it
I
all,
wasn't
and walk out
listening.
with a bag of 68 grenades that he,
He puts it in his pocket.
yeah, right in his back pocket.
He's got deep pockets.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
back
well, he fits
coach
that
was
big sword in
weird.
there, too.
A lot of
And
bananas
occasionally the entire party.
hanging.
Yeah, like
Like,
Garrus. Yeah.
oh wait, no, Eris ran off.
Oh yeah. Deep pockets, Cloud.
Gonna navigate through the construction zone.
The movement here. Oh,
Yeah, like the corners are pretty
Worst-
hard to get
No,
around.
Gary
Yeah.
Armo is
screen
the
in the game.
kindest boss ever.
Sorry, I just hate it.
Nothing, nothing wrong
It's
happens
really
though.
hard to move there, and you can kill your step count pretty easy there.
Nice actually. I've heard about that
Gonna take a
when
short
the
little
next
pit stop at
speedrun
this,
started.
playground here.
They were like, bring
You can get another
FF7
donation.
back. So I didn't think that bunking that bad could have been bad.
$133.70
Just
from
habits.
Kebaboskel. Gotta have that Breath of the Wild run. At $40 from Anonymous. Spike Vegeta got the double fight carry armor glitch earlier this year. Here's to hoping that Fight Vegeta doesn't suffer the
I
same
was
fate.
rooming with a lot
Good
of
luck.
bananas.
That's terrible. I'm
That's-
sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm so
the worst
sorry.
luck. But yeah, like we were saying, it is possible to set yourself up like that, where you can fight a boss twice, and of all the bosses that you don't want to fight twice, carry armor is definitely one of them.
And I mean, with like how much menu
I don't
you
know,
do
the
in this game,
atmosphere
there's a
was
chance that
pretty
you can
great
accidentally
at the
skip a fight.
GDQs
Yeah,
I
you
was.
won't even know.
Yeah.
If you're just casually playing through the game, you can just open up your menu at the wrong time and skip a fight, and then find yourself facing the same boss twice.
Never had that happen to me, luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So there
didn't.
we
Usually
saw,
a lot of people
Tifa
are
on the
losing
back of
this
that
step
chocobo
count
cart,
about
and she's headed towards
around the
wall
train
market.
graveyard.
This is the first part of
It's
the game
because
that
you have a
really
long
starts
part
to open up.
where
and
you
become
don't
less linear,
see
and
any
that's
steps
the critical part
anymore.
about this game, is that it kind of gradually.
Yeah, I've been to
opens up, and that's why
GDQ
people
only, so I
really
can't really
love,
say.
the way that this game progresses, starting with Midgar and then opening.
But
up to
TSA
the-
would be
to the
very
full
nice,
world,
'cause,
you
yeah,
get
it's
your
a lot
first taste
closer
of
and
what the open
it's way,
RPG
way less
environment
expensive.
can be in the wall market.
I
So
mean,
it
there's
really
a lot of
encourages
people going there
exploration,
that
and we're going to do
I
it by,
couldn't
going
meet
on a
at
couple little mini quests
GDQs.
here.
That'd be very nice.
So our search for Tifa begins.
Meeting
over
a ton
here in
of
the
people
Honeybee
is
Manor.
amazing.
We're going to find out that she's
My
being
bed
interviewed
mate,
to be
I
a
had
potential
nobody
date for
in
the
my
Don
bed
Corneo.
dress.
So we're going to head up and find
Except
out a
J2.
little bit more about Don Corneo and what that means for Tifa.
And so pretty much Eris is going to come up with the master plan to dress up Cloud as a woman in order to get into Don Corneo's mansion.
The
Brilliant
dream
idea.
bed.
I mean, he's only taking, female dates, so that's really the only option.
Yeah, so we're going to go on a couple of fetch quests here to get a wig, a dress, a diamond tiara.
Some cologne.
Yeah, cologne also.
Gotta get the cologne.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the important thing here is that we're going to have to do all of these side quests.
I think for
because
me,
we
going
want
to
Cloud be the person
Sweden
who is
or
picked to be
America
Don
is
Corneo's
pretty
date.
hard.
And the way that you do that is by successfully completing 4 mini quests. So the first thing that we're going to do is
I
talk
think
to this
I
guy
got some
who
followers,
usually is the
yeah.
materia shop
I
owner,
didn't
but
check
right
that
now
that
he,
much, to be honest.
he's
It's
a little bit
mostly
curious
people
about
that
what
told
they're
me,
selling
oh,
over
you
at
got
the
that
inn.
much follower, and I
So
was
we
like,
offered
yeah,
to go and take a look
nice.
for him.
And the first thing I watched
Then
after
we're gonna
my
head over to
run
the dress
was,
shop and talk to the dress shop
how
owner
many
here.
amount of
See
money
if they
did the
can make Cloud a
run
dress.
get?
And it turns
And it
out
was
that
amazing.
the dress shop owner's father is the one that makes all the dresses, and he's busy.
Having a few drinks.
Yeah, he's enjoying his Friday night.
Hey, PMA, what's up? But yeah, I've probably got a lot of
We're going to stop and get some
followers.
food real quick, actually.
It's the only time you eat throughout the whole run.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean it is only 8 hours, and we're sitting here for 8 hours. We're not really eating anything either, but Cloud gets hungry and
He
he
gets a
wants
nice
some,
Korean barbecue plate.
From what I heard, I
Korean
got
barbecue
400
was
followers,
pretty good.
something
Wait,
like
so-
that.
yeah.
Dude, you didn't share.
I'm sorry, man. But yeah, anyway, here you can select any of these options.
It's
for
important
the
you-
food, you can select any option. But for when he asks how it was, you have to say that it was all right. And then
It's
he gives you a
all
pharmacy
up.
coupon here. If you don't select that option, that is the end of the run. So you have to get that pharmacy coupon and exchange it here for the third option, the digestive. And you can see here that it's really easy to just select the wrong option.
She will
and-
just
There we
and
go.
subscribe.
And that would be the end of the run. So we stay at the end real quick, get that nice lullaby music.
Yo, thanks for the host, PMA.
I mean, it's almost 2
600 plus. See, May knows the numbers better than me.
I've accidentally stayed at the end twice and thrown my guild count off.
Oh, that's rough. Good thing
Yeah.
it's a cheap in. It's only like 10 gil.
Yeah, careless smashing. What you're going to see here is we're actually going to be saving the game real quick because there's another skip coming up that does have the potential to soft lock. It's going to be
Very
the same
safety
situation where we're
safe.
going to be triggering 2 dialogue boxes. So this is
I'm
called
pretty
the
happy
bar
that
skip.
to use
first we're
no
gonna,
safety safe.
exchange the item that we bought in the inn for the diamond tiara. But,
Yo,
so in the bar skip, there's a door.
Thanks so
that when
much for
you
the
open
resub.
it gives Cloud a
Resub
text box, but
hype.
he can still move for some reason. So what we're going
Aw.
to do is we're going to open that door and then
Thanks
start
so much,
initiating the
Xar.
conversations with the dress shop owner, while also simultaneously carrying on the same conversation with a person in the bathroom. And we're going to be getting 2 items at the same time.
We'll let Ben do this skip here.
He's going to be navigating to a very specific dialogue box before reopening that door.
How are you, Sixerino? 32 weeks.
And setting
Damn.
options for the dress. And there we go. That is bar skip, guys.
No soft lock.
Overall, it saves
Alright,
30
I'd be able
40
to watch the
seconds
squads.
overdoing
Actually, this
each-
time
Oh, yeah.
each
a bit
one,
better.
up to a
That
minute,
would be
depending on
interesting.
How fast you are.
And if you do mess that up, Eris is going to try to return to Cloud because that's what happens as you're exiting the bar. But if you do it at the wrong time, Eris won't be able to have a direct path line with Cloud, so she'll continually be trying to like run into a stool or something, trying to get next to Cloud. And yeah, that soft locks the game because she can never reunite with Cloud.
All right, so Cloud tried on his dress, and it's just not right. So we're going to have to get one more item, which is the wig. And if anybody knows anything about getting the wig, you're going to have to do a little mini game here called the squat mini game. So everybody up, everybody up. I know it's
Everybody.
late, but you got to get in your exercise here.
Come on, we got like 7.5 more hours.
Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a workout here. So I want everybody in squat position, okay? Arms to your sides. Get those knees nice and loose, okay? We're going to be swinging and bending and swinging and bending, okay? Just like that. There we go. Come on. Now with me now.
I like that Jason is doing a miss
Swinging.
at some point.
And bending and swinging those arms, because this is how squats work. Shout outs to Caleb Hart. I don't know where you are. Caleb Hart.
Wish you could be here right
Wish you could be here with us. buddy. And the idea is to get 21
That's
of these
so
squats. I'm
silly.
not doing 21 because I got to sit on this couch. for
Wow.
hours, so. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I did not get up because, I
How many
mean,
did you get?
like I said, I was playing safe in the full
21.
game.
All right, all right.
And you can lose with
So we get the blonde wig
20
here, and that's the
squats, so
last,
I wanted
piece
the
of puzzle to
21.
get Cloud chosen for the Dawn.
Yeah, I'm sure the chat was like, haha, super cringy.
We can take a couple donations here.
Yeah, I
while
was
they're getting
super
changed.
wrong. It's fine, it's
Let me catch
fine.
my breath from that squat session first, though.
Yeah, you're telling me.
I get $10 from Beta. I love this event so
Yeah.
far, and I know it sounds cliche, but
Like,
this is the best
Big Bro
games
can do
event ever
20.
done.
And
I
you can
only hope that
actually
this event
lose with
continues to grow.
20
Good luck
against
to all the
19
runners.
or so.
Put this
Like, you
towards
don't
Cloud's
lose,
Omni
but you get the
Slash on
wrong wig.
Sephiroth, because it's not a Sephiroth fight unless you finish it with a dank limit break, yo.
Oh, don't look at my face ever. I was having a good laugh because I know
$75 from Pocket Evil.
they were doing it.
Sad to have missed out on making it to the awesome event in person, but excited to see, or
The
excited
name
to be
of the
enjoying this
coach
from home.
boys were
Donation towards Dark Souls
J2 and
because,
Dave
let's be honest,
Stereo.
who really wants AGDQ to end?
Agreed.
I wish it could go forever.
Yeah, me too.
We
Cringy?
have SGDQ in the meantime.
Is it cringy?
So here, now that we have Cloud and Eris both dressed up,
I don't know that
we
word.
get entrance into Don
Don't need to
Corneo's
know it.
mansion. Another one of my favorite songs. I feel like it really conveys the
Yeah.
wacky attitude
Just
of Don Corneo
the
really well.
awkwardness of just like being there and
Yeah, that
It was
timpani.
crunchy. Yeah.
It's really great. And of course, we have to go down to the basement.
Yes,
to find Eris
Miyagol.
or Tifa.
Thank you, thank you.
Apologies.
I like you in Lord of
life-size
the
operation
Ring.
Table.
Cloud is totally ashamed. He shouldn't be.
GIF.
Looks good.
Yeah. Can't wait to see that cross-dressing Cloud in HD though.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
some of you may know. I'm sure many of you may know.
It's
there's
true.
a remake of this
I
game
did
coming
love
out.
Smeagol.
We don't know when. It might not ever come out. We'll see. Square Enix has let us down before. But yeah, they've promised a PS4.
Yeah, I think that the chat was trolling a
I'm
lot
so
probably
excited.
at
So
first.
excited for it.
Like, probably 2 or
I know
3
I'm
hours of
excited.
like,
Oh yeah.
oh,
I'll probably fail.
is it a speedrun?
Hopefully Doom-
8
hopefully
hours?
Doomsday
Resident
isn't as
Sleeper
punishing.
and stuff?
Or carry armor.
Yeah.
So here,
Yeah, I got it
you can
once,
see a
brutal.
glistening blue bottle
I won by
across the
1,
screen.
it was
It's so tantalizing. You want it
2019.
really bad. That's an ether.
And
that's
I
another one
got
of
the
those items that we
wrong
pick up
wig.
for money. And ethers are very nice. They sell for 750 gil? Or is it 1500? It's one of the two. It's
Yeah.
quite a bit of gil. And there are various points throughout the run where we'll make minor detours, particularly on non-hostile field maps like this, just to pick up those items for money.
Yeah, I think the Resident Sleeper for a long speedrun is not a big
There's gonna
deal.
be
I
one
mean,
more
I'm
shop
sure
in
they were
Midgar,
doing it for
next time we return to
even
World
the
Market, but that's
chrono
gonna be a
run
little
and
Yeah, it's quite a bit
like
later.
3 hour plus run. So yeah, what can you expect about an
True
8
that.
hour
Never
run?
forget the
We won't
batteries.
forget the batteries.
That is a nice minute.
When
and a half
Spike
gone
lasted.
If you do that.
Yeah, a couple more
was in
movement things there.
Spike.
You had to like move to the bottom of the
Spoilers.
stairs and then over here to the left side or right side of the Don's desk just to advance the text. So the Don is inspecting each one of the girls.
Nice
and
me. Big
He likes his
loads.
girls healthy
Did
looking.
you buy it?
I guess so.
I don't
That's what
know.
he says.
But so it may have seemed like it took us a long time to get all
Ketchup
of those
and
items
spicy
to make
flavors?
Don pick
Ew.
Cloud, but it actually does save time because if Cloud doesn't get picked, you do have to go through a series of fights, and that does take more time than it would actually take to have Cloud get picked.
Yeah, and we're also not very equipped to do those fights. So
Yeah.
it would be wasting a lot of those 68
Interesting,
grenades
Lindsay.
that we picked up, and we actually are going to use every single one of those 68 grenades pretty much just to get out of Midgar.
Yeah. If everything goes well, we'll have like 2 left over.
Yeah. So here, Cloud reveals his identity to Don, while simultaneously Don is revealing the Shinra's plan, which is to collapse Sector 7 in order to crush the Avalanche's hideout and hopefully eliminate Avalanche in the meantime. Since Avalanche has been going around doing all of these, blowing stuff up, they figured that they could easily pin this on Avalanche and not have to worry about ceding any blame for that. So he's basically saying that they're going to crush the Sector 7 slums, which is really, really bad. And now the team is panicking and deciding that they need to get back to Sector 7 and make sure that the plate does not collapse. However, Don has different ideas.
Yeah, trapdoor.
Yeah, classic.
So you heard J2 talk about
Yeah,
back in
it's
the
a
Airbuster fight
classic
about
PMA.
Tifa's limit
It's
break.
fine.
We actually, during that fight, we didn't want Tifa to get her limit break because that's used for
Oh, are you
a
brutal, by
specific
the way?
manipulation with this next fight. Because when you get a limit break, your next turn will happen incredibly fast.
Yeah, your ATB bar
Yep.
fills basically instantaneously.
So we're going to use that to our advantage where we can squeeze in an extra grenade on this next boss fight apps, and that will save a whole sewer tsunami wave. And that saves us some time.
Yep. Really, anytime that we can manipulate the turns that we get in a battle to save.
Yeah, I'm
a
sure for the people
round,
always putting
of
Resident
the boss's
Sleeper
attack,
on
it's
long
usually to
speed
save
run,
time
that
and
wouldn't
sometimes
change
also
anything.
to make sure we save our lives
Oh,
as well.
yeah.
But in this case, it's definitely a time-saving measure. So here, the party has fallen down into the sewers. We're gonna
Yeah,
talk with
brutal is
party
in the
members here,
channel.
make sure they're okay. And then we're gonna get.
And so yeah, I
with the
fucked
boss
up
apps.
because I saw it good ATB and I was like, yeah, I just hold up circle for an early grenade.
There's also a minor manipulation
And I was
here
like,
that we
well,
can do
nope.
by attacking with Cloud's bolt instead of just throwing a grenade. that also helps.
Not a
skip
big deal, but
an
it's like
attack from
6-7
apps.
seconds.
Yeah, for some reason, Bull
6-7
delays
seconds
him.
that change
Yeah,
all the
so it
RNG in the
helps us,
game, right?
Just avoid that last wave of the sewer tsunami attack that we just saw there. We're not too worried about the damage from that attack.
I'm doing
it takes
alright.
so long.
Pretty sleepy. Doing
It's a whole,
alright.
like, 2 seconds.
I hope
Can't
you will
have that.
find your fire.
So if all goes well, Tifa should get her limit break off of this.
You're going to see that ATB bar jump up.
Yeah, so pay attention.
Hey,
Right here,
Max,
you're gonna notice
sure.
it shoot up just like that.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people did miss the run,
And that,
and I
that'll
kind
give
of
her an
want
extra
to
attack
rewatch it
before-
also,
that's the
so
attack right there,
I guess it
before
was a
Abs
good
gets his
thing
next
to
one.
just restream it right away, because I'm not sure I was ready to speedrun myself today. This game is
Abs is one of the
brutal.
few bosses that actually hurts himself.
Yeah,
It's like, why even do the attack?
and now we're just gonna try to make our way out of the sewers and get back to Sector 7 as quickly as possible before the plate is detached.
The movement here is very precise, and you can see he was doing kind of these like wiggle steps with Cloud. That's done by actually using the L and R triggers on the PlayStation controller. It's really interesting that you can move not only with the D-pad, but say you're pressing up and then you press the
I feel like
L1
you shouldn't pay too
trigger,
much attention to
Cloud will
people
move
saying
left
8
cardinally
hours
from the
speedrun
direction
Resident
that he is
Sleeper.
facing at that time. So if you're actually moving down as Cloud was at that point, pressing L1 will move you.
And I
to
feel
the
like
right.
explaining
So it's
stuff
really,
wouldn't change
it can be
anything,
very
it just
confusing
determined.
as to which direction the triggers will bring you.
They just
but
like to
that's the kind
troll.
of thing you have to just memorize.
And that's
over the
actually
course of
a
doing
correct
runs.
sentence, Albrecht.
This next
There
area
are just some
here,
people that would
is the train graveyard.
feel
which
very dumb about
is
it.
a little bit notorious in casual playthroughs for having a very high encounter rate. It's also notorious in the speedrun as being very difficult to maintain your step route through. There's lots of ladders to grab and trains to run through and little steps and ramps and stuff that you have to catch. So it can be difficult.
I didn't see
to
the
keep your step count
finally.
here. Luckily, there's a little thing that we can do that will help us keep us on step count. And we'll
Well,
cover that
I
before
saw
we get
a
there.
little bit of it, but then I fell asleep. It was a pretty late finally also.
To a casual viewer, it must seem so strange to walk in a speed run
Oh, yeah.
rather than running when you have an option, but it really does save
A
an
lot.
immense amount of time, and you don't have to, like Dave was mentioning, there are certain battles that we need to get later in the run to learn enemy skills, and that's all routed into the step count. So by keeping the steps exactly the same throughout the entire run, we will know every single encounter that we're going to get.
It went pretty quick. I was getting really tired around after Demon's Gate though.
So right there, if Ben was behind on steps, he could have hopped back in that train to move it back into the position that it started in, and you have a little bit of a shorter path going around in front of the train instead of having to loop all the way behind it. It's a bit slower, but it helps you save on your step count, but he's doing fine on steps, so he doesn't have to worry about that safety strat. Another great
Thank you,
song.
Phil.
Oh yeah.
Anxious Heart, I think it is.
Yep. Yep. And now
It's
we've
fine, miss. You don't have
reached
to
the Sector
correct
7
every
color,
mistake.
And
No
there's
point.
some fighting going on
Yeah,
here.
it's going down.
Yeah.
It's going down in Sector 7 right now. Quite literally going down.
And somebody else is about to come down.
Yes.
He's about to pass a visit real soon.
Yes. So we never really introduced the entirety of the Avalanche team. We just called out Jessie because she's the most iconic and funny character in my opinion. But we also have Biggs and Wedge, who those names make recurring appearances throughout Final Fantasy, and they are acknowledgments to the Star Wars Biggs and Wedge characters.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
okay.
that's true. Yeah.
Wow.
So here you can see Wedge takes a little bit of a tumble. Somehow still talking.
You remembered my name.
Yes.
Dude, there was so much
You can see
bad
Eris there
bones
with
at
her hands
GDQ.
over her mouth. She's a bit
Shocked.
Yeah,
To say the least.
reasonably. But Cloud and Tifa are going to go ahead and run up and see if they can help out what's going on the pillar. Meanwhile, Eris hangs back. Also, Tifa notifies Eris that she has the young girl Marlene, that's Barrett's daughter, back at the bar in Sector 7, and she tells Tifa to make sure that she gets out safely.
Yeah, we totally didn't even mention the fact that Barrett and Tifa just left like a 9-year-old to attend to
She's like 4.
Yeah, to attend to the bar. Like,
Hey, I mean,
what?
I don't know. It's Midgar. The slums have some interesting rules. So we're just climbing to the top of the tower here. These steps are pretty notorious for trying to keep your step count. He's kind of hugging the railing going all the way up here. You want to make sure that your movement is good and taking a couple steps here at the top. But it's another very difficult
Hey,
place
Jason,
to stay
how
on
are
the
you?
steps.
And there we go, no fight.
Sure,
of
I'm happy to
course.
restream it.
And meeting up with Barrett here, and we're going to.
That's
prepare
probably the only
for
thing
our
I could
next,
do
boss
today.
battle with
I'm
Reno.
so dead.
See how many first turn grenades we get. Is it gonna be 1, 2, or 3? What do you guys think it's gonna be?
Ben says 0.
Ben says 0? Oh, come on, dude.
I'm also leaning towards 0.
Yeah, 2. It's gonna be 2.
Yeah,
It has to be.
We need some good starting ATB. So there's RNG in this game as to what your ATB bars start at in the beginning of the fight. This is pretty good ATB.
See, I told you, it could be 3. It could be 3.
We'll see.
What?
0.
All right, this is actually worse, or actually, yeah, this is worst case
Pretty much
scenario.
worst case scenario.
Because the thing about this, from now until in the Shinra building where the party gets captured, Cloud is the only person who gets a health refresh. And that's going to be important because we need Tifa to survive a boss fight within the Shinra building. So we want Barrett to take all of the damage here. We
You
don't want
can
Tifa to
get
take any damage because she does
paralyzed
not
or
get
stopped
a health refresh
by
from
Reno
now until
Electro
we
Magic
get
Rod.
imprisoned.
Right. So getting Cloud locked in that pyramid.
So you
is
can
not
get
best. You
multiple
actually want Tifa to
pyramids.
Get locked in the pyramid so she doesn't take.
I've
any
never
damage, but
seen it, to
another
be
quick
honest,
boss
dying
fight
on
there,
that
just,
fight.
you know,
I've seen
Yeah, that was a
to
good
win.
one.
multiple pyramids though.
Yeah, he has the chance of using Electromag Rod and can paralyze your party. And if he starts paralyzing people and gets you 2 pyramids, maybe even a 3rd pyramid to end the game, yeah, Reno control sometimes.
Yeah, he can. And here we see our second member.
Yeah,
of the
I
Turks
don't think
here.
I've
This is
seen
Sam,
anyone
the
die on
leader of
that
the Turks, and
fight.
he,
I find it
seems to
weird.
have captured Flower Girl.
Yeah.
They got her after all.
But you would
so,
need,
you know,
like,
they've been after her for a while, and they finally got
Electro
her while
Magic
we were
Rod
distracted,
and crits all the
with this
time,
whole
I
pillar
guess.
business. And maybe that was their whole motive for, you know, collapsing the pillar. They just wanted to distract us so they could take.
Honestly,
Flower
though,
Girl.
yeah, that
It seems like it actually comes together.
Cool
in that
range.
regard.
there's actually a chance if you mash through, it can skip the animation of Eris getting slapped there.
Yeah, you can get the invisible slap.
Yeah, it's pretty random.
Yeah, no
yeah,
Jedi
now the plate's
slap.
coming
I
down.
tried.
We have a little bit of a cutscene here, so we can take some more donations.
Thank you very much, guys. I have $75 from Ultimate Carl. What do you call a group of physicians that can't do their laundry?
I had to
Doctors
do a
without
trampoline.
quarters. Hashtag Cool
twice.
Ranch. $25 from Captain Quackers. What better way to follow up Majora's Mask than
Yeah, I
playing
just
Breath
died
of the
the
Wild?
last counter attack from
I
dying.
have $50
I
from
guess.
Raciel Mutant 84. This is for naming Sid 7 sins since 7 couldn't make it. Shout out to all the sinners. $64 from
Hello
Pyra
to
RP.
sinners.
Putting this to Dark Souls incentive because more GDQ is always a good thing.
Oh,
Thanks
nice,
to all the
Chris.
runners, organizers, hosts, and
Good
volunteers
dice.
for all you do. 2 million hype.
So wait, welcome back, guys.
I have $150 from Anonymous. I need to see this Dark Souls run for scientific reasons. YR264 donates $30. First time donating, and I had to do it during the game that made me want
Well,
to make
he
games.
always crit
Final
him.
Fantasy VII is my favorite game, and seeing it raise money for a good cause is amazing. Love what you do. Keep it up. I have $10 from Luciano. I don't know about saving or killing animals, but what I do know is saving Red 13 from
Can
that
crit a
dreadful lab.
crit.
Congratulations to all the runners, volunteers, and tech crew.
One
Good
shit.
luck. I also have a $100 donation from Lucky Jack 43. No comment, but I definitely appreciate that donation. $150 from Wick. Here's what I can give. Keep doing what you do and destroy Sephiroth in the best way.
The only way.
The
really.
only way. I have $50 from Xanthius. Loving all the speedruns so
wow.
far. Glad to be donating to a
Good
great
job,
cause.
mate.
Shout out to Jay and Ben watching in Australia.
Ben, how are you doing that? Watching from Australia? And speedrunning. What a talent.
I have $150 from Anonymous. Thanks for all the volunteers, runners, and people that make this event possible. Your time and effort is greatly appreciated. MSF is a fantastic organization to donate to. Let's get those Dark Souls games running. $10 from Mariah. Had to donate while on Final Fantasy VII, my favorite game of all time. Thanks, guys, and keep it up. $50 from Ravager. Been looking forward to Final Fantasy VII all week. If I would make a pun, but I don't think anyone could bear it.
Oh. That was good. That was good.
Yeah, good.
He,
That was a good one.
You know it's good if it makes you groan.
$25 from CMGS. This SGDQ is awesome, and as always, thanks to all the runners and the staff for their hard work. $10 from Anonymous just says, good luck, Ben. Hello.
All right, so Cloud is proceeding here, and you saw Cloud was running on that screen for just a half second by himself. You can actually get an encounter there with just Cloud.
Thank you,
alone.
Veltown.
But since we're on good step count, we won't be getting that. I get it every time, though,
Oh,
because
really?
I'm never on step count, yeah.
Did you get the burglars also?
I always get the burglars, yeah.
And now it's not there anymore,
Those guys will come into
audience.
play more in later in the game.
Yeah, well, let's hope they don't. It's possible they don't, so let's hope they don't.
So we're just going to be making our way back to Eris's house because that's where Marlene is, Barrett's daughter.
I think that message
Also,
would have not been
you know,
read.
Rip Big Wedge,
Gimme.
Jesse.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. And yeah, back to Eris's house, and we'll be getting.
I learned the step count right away when I was learning the game, and I think learning the game took me like
where she came from.
2 or 3
The fact
weeks.
that Elmira is actually her adoptive mother. So we learned in this cutscene that Eris is actually a member of the species called the Ancients. They're actually.
And then yeah, I probably couldn't keep my step count right
species
away.
Past on this planet of Gaia. They're also known as. The
Yeah, let's
Cetra,
say it
Yeah,
took
the
me a
Cetra.
month.
Yep.
and
keep
they
my
have
step
some
count
kind
in
of
a
special
round,
powers
something
that,
like
have
that.
been passed down
A
from
lot of
generation to
practice, a
generation,
lot
and
of
Eris
practice.
is the last remaining
Happy birthday.
person from that species.
Yeah,
So that is the reason why the Turks are after her.
Yes.
I was
So,
changing the disc.
Shinra are looking to do some experiments on her and learn more about who the Cetra are and their history. So they've captured her for that research purpose.
Yeah, because
So pretty much
obviously
here
if
in
you
the-
don't have
in
a
the
step
flashback, what you're seeing here
counter,
is,
the only issue
Elmira's
is Demon's
husband
Gate.
went off to fight in the Great War in Wutai, and she's pretty much just waiting outside the train, waiting for her husband to come back home.
I don't know if the step count is the hardest thing.
Spoilers. He doesn't come back.
It's really hard to say.
Yeah.
It fits with the music. It's sad music.
Hey, Trend Killer. Thank you.
So yeah, she continually visits the train station, hoping and praying that one day her husband might return. And then one day when she goes to the train station, she finds
Not getting
this
double
little girl
lapis. No,
with
it's
her,
free. Come on.
dying mother on the stairs. And
As the guard's just watching.
God,
He's
so
not
rude.
like.
This is just so typical Shinra, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just.
Thank
You're
you,
getting an
Kuto.
idea
Thank
very
you.
early on of how soulless this corporation is. Not only are they
Unremorseful.
literally sucking the life from the planet for money, but watching a dying member of the last remaining member of this species just dying on the stairs in front of you.
You know, just think if he
Hey,
would've saved
Totem.
how much
This whole
easy,
game would be
easy,
different.
easier.
Thanks so much for the resub. Resub hype? Where's the CT at? Well, I have to learn Chrono. I have to learn it.
Wouldn't be 8 hours. So that's kind of how Elmira came to adopt Eris. She talks a little bit about how Eris starts to have these strange premonitions. She comes up to her mother and says, you know, please don't cry.
Someone you loved has just died.
Yeah, and then it turns out that Elmira gets a letter like the next day, finding out that her husband had died in the war in Wutai.
I don't think you can
Then
do
you get their
whatever you
first
want,
visit
even if you
from,
do the right step.
Turks, that is a young Seng.
I had a ton of pressures before the run. I had some during it, but I was feeling way better during the run.
It seems to be in a rather cordial manner, and you know, tries to, you know.
But yeah, I had a lot of
convince
stress
Elmira
going into
she
that
should
run.
be, you know, experimented or at least researched to learn more about her. But of course, Eris and Elmira both refuse. And somehow this keeps up for
He'd have
like
an
7, 8
exit? No.
years.
I
until-
don't know how she continually avoids them
It's not-
living in the same house.
There's
Same
a lot
house.
of reset
It's
points,
in
but
Midgar. They're not too far away.
you
continually
can't
going
really
to the
do
same
whatever you
church.
want. I mean, I've seen a lot of people
Turks suck pretty
movements into
bad.
this
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, no, good on Eris for being able to dodge them for so long. Barrett was just running upstairs to check on Marlene and, you know, say hi to her. And we don't go upstairs.
If
to
you do
talk to
20,
them at
even
all.
if
We
you
just
take
kinda
the
run
train
out the front
twice,
door
I feel it'd be
he
right
joins back up with
behind.
us.
So now the party has made the mission to return to the Shinra headquarters. They're not quite sure how to get there though, so we're just gonna go to Wall Market.
Where else do you go?
Yeah.
For all of your wall market needs, you got to go to the wall market. So again, this is, you know, part of the RPG, you know, slowly opening up. You know, if you don't know where to go, you're going to head back to the same place and just talk to a bunch of people until you figure out the next place to go. Thankfully, this is the last.
Yeah, doing it at the top of the
passing through this
stairs.
horrible screen.
Oh yeah.
We do get to see one of my favorite enemies in
The
game,
house.
The house. It's a very strange enemy. But yeah, we'll be making our way over to Wall Market. We won't be forgetting to buy the batteries. Thank
Yeah,
you,
the step count is kind of the
Backcouch, for
same.
reminding us to
I
do
mean,
that.
use
And we're going to pick up a couple more things. on our
almost the
way,
same
up
steps, but
to
you're
Shinra
getting
headquarters.
way more ahead on
Yeah, you're gonna be
PC
doing
and
a quick
PS4
shop here where
because
you're
your
gonna be selling
steps
your
are
ethers and,
bigger
buying
while
cover
your
material
running is bigger.
that we'll use later.
Like
So,
Cloud is
yeah, we
moving
won't equip it
faster.
now, but what the cover materia does is when it's equipped on a party member, it will allow them to kind of be a body shield for the other members in the party and take the damage for them. We picked up one earlier outside Eris's house, and that is our second. And cover materia percentages stack. So the first level of cover materia gives you a 10% chance to cover. Combined with the two materials,
Working
that
on
gives you
tablet,
20%,
interesting.
and that'll level up throughout the game. So just like your party gains experience, your materia will gain experience.
Hey
in the form of
Battle,
AP,
yeah, I had the
and,
best
that AP
couch.
will level up your materia and make it more powerful throughout the game. Sometimes it'll increase the stat boost that you get from the materia. Other times it'll unlock new magic or spells for us. So there's a little bit of management as to how we're going to be leveling up the materia and how we're going to be equipping it to make sure that that happens.
Thank you, Battle.
And you notice the other shop there was
Thank
where
you.
Ben bought the batteries, luckily.
Yeah, I think the
gonna
better
be losing
TV
time.
emotes
And
are fine.
mysteriously, the guy in the shop said, "Oh, you're going up.
Maybe
You're going to
FFZ
need
or
these."
so.
How do you know?
Why? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like he's climbing this random cable very often, but somehow he knows that you're going to need those batteries. So
So yeah, it's the worst when you get up here and you're like,
you're just
uh-oh.
mashing text in front of this little box
Why-
here. and
why
you're
is
like,
it not
Where are
working?
my batteries? Where are my batteries? Oh.
Goodbye, minute and a half.
Or goodbye run an hour and 17 minutes in.
Yeah, you might as well just give up, and the splits will be red by then.
Yeah,
so
you bet.
Come on, Jason.
Another great track, getting you absolutely psyched up to storm into the Shinra headquarters. I'm pretty amped to get excited and get in there and wreak some havoc in Shinra HQ. I know Barrett's pretty excited to get in there and wreak some havoc. Are you excited to get in there and wreak some havoc in that Shinra HQ?
come on, Ben.
Ben's
Yeah.
excited. Is the rear couch excited? Is the crowd excited? Are you guys excited to wreak some havoc?
Hey!
J2, please.
Just a little bit of quiet time there to get that audio cue to jump onto that pipe. There's a little bit of a squeak there that you listen for to make sure that you're able to jump onto that pipe.
It's fine, the burns were
And
bad.
you can see in the background here just
It's fine.
the destruction of the Sector 7 plate coming down.
Yep. Totally decimated this whole.
It was
section of
late.
Midgar. So Midgar is kind of laid out.
Don't
like a
need
pizza.
any
There's 8
apologies
slices, and
about it.
There's 1/8 of the pizza that's been taken away.
Where you got the city on
I don't
top,
remember
and then
any
you've got
good
the
plan
slums
from
underneath, so they
GDQ.
detached the
I
plate
probably
to
didn't hear all
crush
of them though.
the towns underneath.
So here we are. This is it. This is the showdown. Avalanche versus Shinra.
That's where the run ends, right? Shinra, the main enemy?
That's it. That's the game.
Yeah.
Right? You just gotta kill Shinra, and then he'll stop with the Mako planet draining. And
Yeah,
that's it, right?
really.
Yeah, but first, stairs.
Wait, I thought we were wreaking. Weren't we wreaking havoc? I thought we decided that we were gonna wreak havoc, guys.
Yeah, let's bust through the front door, right?
Busting right on in, right, Ben? Right? We're not busting in, are we?
Hey,
No, we're-
blah blah. What's up?
We're gonna take the stairs. So, here there are 2 ways you can enter the Shinra building. One is by going in through the
I'm
front door,
playing.
fighting a bunch of battles, going through an elevator, getting a bunch of
Stairs five?
RNG, and probably losing a bunch of time. Or you can take the stairs.
Stairs are always consistent. And we got to go up 58 floors.
8 flights, and
It's actually that number.
it's all every single stair. I'm not counting. I don't know. I didn't count, but I'm just assuming that it's 58
Yes.
because I don't want to count. But we're going to be doing this for a while. Basically, Ben has to run around these stairs and make sure that he doesn't bump into the railings. So
There is an item we have to grab, though.
there is one singular item that we have to grab. Well, it'll come into play later. It's an elixir. But really the main thing is just avoiding bonks. And if anyone knows Ben from other streams where he streams a Link to the Past randomizer tournament champion right here, by the way.
Hey, round of applause for that, by the way.
Just giving him a shout out for winning the Link to the Past randomized tournament. But
Yeah, I
Ben
can
knows how to
see them.
minimize bonks. So we're going to
Yeah,
make sure to
you can
make
see
sure he
that
doesn't get,
on the
too many
chat.
bonks here on the
That's
stairs.
something.
And during this, we got plenty of time for some donations.
All right, I'll step right up to that.
Stair.
Oh, JT, dude.
Tune champ.
I have $25
is
from
here,
Alchemist Dream.
Right?
Donated as much as I could throughout the week, and this I see is the last I can. Love this event, have loved all the games so far, and I get to watch all day tomorrow. Good job, all runners and volunteers for your work. Thank you. $15 from Mr. Popo. All right, I'm strapped in for this Final Fantasy VII run. Let's see if I can make it all 8 hours. Well, so far you're an hour and 20 in, so keep it up. $100 from Deluxe Frogsicle. I've been waiting to do my main donation for this awesome Final Fantasy VII run. This was the game that made me buy a PlayStation. I'm super happy to see it at SGDQ. Go fast, do the thing.
Yeah, I did, DX.
$100 from This Is Alan 231. Nothing better than a nice, long, 8-hour Final Fantasy run. Buckle up, folks. Zeph47 donates $77.77. I had to save my best donation for my favorite game of all time. I've never watched a run of this game before, so I'm going to try to stick it out all night for this. Good luck to the runners. $150 from Dr. Watson Doctor. FF7 was an incredibly important game for me for many years. But you know what else I love? Dark Souls. $150 from Flying Physiker. Final Fantasy VII was a game that got me hooked on Final Fantasy. And MSF is a
Hey
great
Mark,
cause.
thank you for the welcome back. It was amazing. It was really amazing.
$50 from Boo Wire. Wife had to donate during her favorite game. Here's to her other favorite, Earthbound. As a reminder on that, we do have a number of naming incentives and other incentives for the Earthbound run, so definitely do not forget that those are out there. I have a $100 anonymous donation. Hey, J2, crushing it right now. Congrats on your recent full run. pretty handsome guy you must have had, or sorry, a pretty handsome guy must have got you that sweet shirt you're wearing.
Thanks, Rob.
I'll let you decide to what to do with the donation. Ashdub, good luck on the run and congrats on the randomizer tournament. It was a great series. $20 from Stuck in the Battle Square. Staying up late relieving. It's a great username. Staying up late relieving countless
Those G2s
hours
were
spent on
made.
Final Fantasy VII. Of course.
I'm donating on him.
$250 from Warrior of Mars. Final Fantasy VII is my all-time favorite game. My best friend and I logged hundreds of hours on it as kids, and I've avoided watching any runs in the past because I want to watch it live. Wreck this game, guys. Chocobo theme hype.
All right, so we made it to the top, finally.
Yeah, you can hit me.
Here we're going to do a little bit of
wait.
a tricky movement to move around the side of these guards here.
Yeah.
Basically, you want to get as close to them.
It seems
before
like it,
bringing
Mark.
this fight.
It's
and the way we're going to do
weird.
this fight is we're going to select a grenade for each one of these mighty grunts instead of just spamming.
It's because for some
grenade
people
as
the
we
emotes
do
are
for a lot of
working,
our other
Hippo.
fights. This allows us to skip the attack animation for the red form of these guards, where they kind of like step forward and then do their gun. It's really slow, so we want to avoid as many attacks from those as possible.
And additionally, when you blow up the armor on these enemies, it'll reset their ATB. So the if you're good with managing the ATB, none of the broken forms of the enemy are going to get turns off if you're good at managing it.
Right, so that was a perfect fight there, got no attacks. And we get our first of a few key cards that we're going to be getting in the
It was a
Shinra quarters here.
perfect fight.
It's going to be imperative to move up the floors. We got to get
Yes.
extra security
Yo, Ash,
clearance
what's
as
up?
we keep going up.
And that was yet another instance of selecting not the first option, because if
Oh,
you
I
select the
hate-
first option
I
there, you
hate
go
going down.
all the way back down. You got to go all the way back up, and all those stairs we did.
And actually, if you keep mashing on exiting the elevator, you can soft lock.
Oh man.
Like your
Yeah.
character will try to re-enter the elevator as they're exiting it, and the game just doesn't know what to do.
Oh man, you don't want to do that. So always make sure that you're selecting the right option in this game.
So we got a little bit of stealth here.
Yeah, there's stealth action elements here. We've got
May
mini games
please.
galore. What a wonderful, diverse game we have in Final Fantasy VII. So a little bit of movement there to make sure that Cloud gets ahead of the team, and then he's going to press the circle button to move each of these characters behind these.
Their bus?
I'm assuming they're busts of the Shinra executives.
Shitty
so they're
green,
gold-plated.
damn.
But yeah, you have to move each character behind them to make sure that they don't get in the line of sight of these guards here.
Yeah, so pretty much if you get caught here, you do have to fight 2 of these guards, which will waste 4 grenades. And yeah.
And you have to do the minigame over again,
Oh.
which wastes a bunch of time. It wastes grenades and can be rip the run. So you really don't want to get caught here. And Ben makes it through pretty clean.
Hey, nice.
Give him a round of applause for that.
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump in really quick. I did have a $10,000 donation.
Wow.
Donation comes from Notch87, and the comment is literally just a heart emoticon. So thank you very much for that extremely generous donation.
Top notch,
That's
right?
awesome. Another little mini
Alright,
game
I'm
here. We're going to have to guess the password for the mayor here. He's got a little bit of a secret code, and you have to guess the password on the first try, because if you get it on the first try, then he's going to give you what's called the elemental materia, which we'll be using later. We just checked that one bookshelf, and that tells us right away which of the passwords it's going to be. It can be one of 4 different passwords, and that time it was king, right?
Yep, it could be either best bomb maker or king, and that one bookcase is consistent every time. And
I don't address
like
a
J2
lot
said,
of time.
the password's going to be different with every file.
Right.
So it's random every time.
There's no way you can know. You just have to check that one file, that one bookcase, and you'll know which one it is. Normally, you have to go around to all the different bookcases and see which books are out of
It's a
place,
hassle.
and kind of piece it together, and the numbers.
Right,
you're supposed to
May?
count the letters. It's this long drawn.
I never understood it as a kid. Never understood
but,
it.
thankfully, we've been able to optimize that for the speedrun, and it's totally consistent now. So for some reason in the middle of the Shinra building, not only is there this random puzzle with locked pieces and chests, but there's also encounters on this floor. So if anyone happens to be an employee in the building and they find their way on floor 65, they could be in for a rough day.
Yeah, yeah.
That's enough to give anyone a case of the Mondays.
Hey, look, they already updated the Graph and Midgar.
Yeah, the model, someone took a sledgehammer to that model real fast. I'm guessing it was the president.
Yeah,
you know.
probably.
Yeah, he was up there in his suite listening to opera, smoking a cigar, and preparing his baseball bat.
Yeah. Why would they just leave an incomplete model?
I don't get it. I don't understand this part of the game, but it's typical RPG mini fetch quest trope, and we just embrace it because we love this game. So the interesting thing about this puzzle is that if you place the first piece right in there on that first spot on the right,
We
then
all
of the
add
chests are open and you
one
can do
water
any
of
of
bottle.
Otherwise, there is a specific order in which the chests.
But I
are
don't think
marked.
any of us did
No idea
finish
why
it.
works, but that's what we do, so that each person has their own route for picking up these chests. And then finally, by placing the last piece, it opens up the final chest, which will give us our key card to the next floor.
We're sweaty, smelly. Wow. I wasn't. I
I think
think.
Cloud wants to take a bathroom break.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an hour and a half. I can understand. He got some food before, he needs a bathroom break, so we're just going to come in here and...
Are we gonna flush the toilet?
Yeah, only one
no
water
toilet
of
flush.
bottle.
No toilet.
These
I
guys just
think
rude
during
Run is
the
invalid.
restream right now, I
That's just
drank
rude.
more
No
than
crazy
during the run at SGDQ.
So we're climbing through this vent here in the bathroom, and we're going to be spying on a board meeting.
What's
and
wrong with Dave's
somehow the
air?
vent grows, and we can fit everybody laid out like this, looking down inside.
All right,
Basically,
Nori.
here we come to
Thank
learn a little bit
you.
more
See you
about,
later.
the President Shinra's larger plans. He wants to build a city called Neo Midgar.
Okay.
That's essentially going to be a second Midgar. He wants to build it.
I
on
wasn't
this
sweaty. It
mythical
was
land
actually
called
pretty
Promised
cold.
Land, which is
The
said to be
room was very
abundant
cold.
in Mako energy and almost boundless in the energy that it.
Hey, Holy
holds.
Ghost.
And
Yeah, I
apparently
do
the
know
key
two
to
people
finding the
beside
Promised
me.
Land, should be
On my
in the
left, it's
secrets of the ancients,
J2.
and
And on my right, it's Dave Stereo.
So he's kind of relying on Hojo to coax that information out of her. But Hojo has some other...
Higher than the rest of his body. Well, yeah, I hope so, because he has that much hair on the rest of the body. He has a
He's
lot
an
of
interesting
hair.
character, and he'll come into play much later.
Happy brains. Thank you.
It's pretty demented.
What's
I'd
up?
say.
Certainly a strange,
He's got some issues.
mad scientist kind of character.
So now we're pretty much gonna try to track down Hojo and follow him, see what he's
A lot
up
of
to.
people did like
See if we can
Dave's
find
hair.
a cool ranch in the process.
A lot.
He did just use the bathroom. He's looking
Oh,
for
I
some
know a lot
snacks
of
now.
things. Blah blah.
Gotta find those Doritos.
Hojo, huh?
So Hojo, while being a mad scientist, is pretty forgetful about closing doors behind him.
Yeah.
So thankfully, we're going to be able to abuse that and move up the stairs to the next floor. So thanks, Hojo.
And just another door.
Yeah, no,
You
he just leaves them open.
Who needs security clearance when you can just walk right through?
Yeah. Part of me wonders if this was intended, if maybe he knew the whole time that we were coming to get him. He was like, oh, might as well lead the lamb to the slaughter.
Open the front door, yeah.
But yeah, we're just going to come around here and enter the scientific experimentation portion of the Shinra building.
With our expert hiding spot.
Yeah, meanwhile, Cloud doesn't want to be discovered, so he just kind of crouches in the corner here. Totally not hidden at all. If the spiky hair isn't enough to give it away, this guy's
my God,
literally
Grampy.
facing him as he's walking away and just happens to not notice.
I hope you'll get some rest during the day if you can.
Hojo, same deal.
He's got glasses.
Staring right at him.
He's got glasses
Doesn't
and
even
can't
see
even
him.
see it.
I mean, maybe Cloud is a really good hider.
So as Tifa and Bear are examining
looks
this
like
creature here that we'll
Vegeta.
meet later, Cloud is drawn to this purple glow right here. This is gonna
Thank
be our
you, Holy
introduction to
Ghost.
Genova.
Thank you.
And then she's kind of missing a head. Kind of missing her head.
Yeah, at least her head. A little creepy. We're also going to need to lock up the donation incentive for
Red 13. So now, you heard me talk about back at the Reno fight in Sector 7 that we didn't want Tifa to take any damage. That was for this boss fight coming up here. Because there's a chance that these enemies can cast a bunch of magic spells and focus on Tifa, and that'd be really bad because, yeah. We want the experience.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep Tifa alive in as many fights as we can for experience purposes. Having any of our characters under-leveled can lead to problems later throughout the run.
And if she has low health, we
He
actually have to
is
use a high potion on her, which
really
does affect
good
our
at
shot,
guitar, bro.
when we get to
Really
Gion.
good.
Yeah.
And we would rather buy an extra Phoenix down instead of having to re-buy that high potion.
Absolutely. Any item usage throughout the run can manipulate the money that we have, and we want to make sure that we have all of the money that we can at our disposal to buy the items that we need. So here, Barrett gets a little reckless and just starts shooting at this tank.
Glass doesn't break.
Doesn't break,
Wow,
but
my head is
opens
killing
the
me.
door, so it works. I mean, this is kind of like
Just
you
a
know, we were
wrist
watching
cream and I'm
Metroid
dead.
you know,
How is that
shoot
even
all the doors.
shoot the
possible?
door to open it. It worked for Samus. It'll work for Barrett.
Yeah.
Cloud goes in, rescues Cool Ranch there.
Look at Red 13 just nuzzling Hojo.
Yeah, it's such a good doggy.
Yeah.
Such a good.
They're
doggy.
playing. Oh, it can talk.
It's a talking doggy.
Okay. And we're going to tell Barrett to take care of Eris.
And we're gonna need that name.
All right.
Yeah.
The name for Red 13 with
I have to think what I do for the rest of the week.
Leg
It would
dog.
be pretty
Leg
tough to
dog,
do
all
long
one word,
runs,
yep.
I think.
It's a dog with legs. Makes sense.
All right.
But yeah,
Haven't seen
I
too many
hope I
dogs
get
without
good
legs,
sleep
but,
at some point.
This one certainly does.
That'd be very
have legs,
nice.
So it's a good name.
All right, so what you're going to see here is our first example of weight tricking. So you're going to notice that Ben is going to wait until a party member's grenade animation is all the way through before he cues his
Take the weight
move.
cuff.
Because he's on
I don't
ATB weight,
know.
whenever he has an option selected, the time
Don't
is
really
frozen in
want to.
place. So you prevent the enemy from getting in a bunch of turns, and you're able to control the fight more, maximize your grenades, and minimize the amount of turns that the enemy gets.
Right. So this ATB weight mechanic is implemented as a way of making the game
Yo,
easier
Ty,
for players.
thank you so much
to
for the
just allow them to time to go through
resub.
the menu and select the options that they want
Resub
without the enemy just
hype.
barraging them with attacks. So it kind of just freezes everybody in place.
What's up,
But
Ty?
we can actually manipulate it to our advantage. by having
The name
all
did
the
pull more
characters,
than 10k, I
use
think,
their
J2.
attacks. And,
Wait, I think it was
and once those
20k
attacks
for
have been queued up and
Omnislash,
fully
7k
executed, then we will just,
for
go with the next grenade.
the
So
music,
that was a very nice sample fight.
Yeah, luckily Tifa
and
had
I
enough
think
health there
with
because
like
she was getting some magic
50
spells. That was pretty
something
unfortunate, but she did
k
survive, so that's
for
good.
all the donation incentive.
Oh, the Cosmo.
So it was probably
That was so
30k.
good.
First taste of the Cosmo Canyon music.
So
Well,
good.
20,
It's a bit of an
30k for the
abbreviated
names.
version of the track, but still just as good.
Yeah.
Like we said, we're totally unabashedly going to praise this soundtrack.
Yeah, I
The
feel
entire
bad
thing,
for
yeah.
not
I think,
streaming for
it's
2
pretty much
weeks.
universally
It's deserved,
loved.
though. It's
Yeah.
deserved, though, yeah.
Some people don't care for this game for various reasons, but I
Yo,
think everyone
Data.
loves the soundtrack.
And
So
that
we're gonna
jet
pick up that
lag is
enemy skill
killing
there,
me.
do a little bit of menuing, change the ATB to way.
It was way easier when I went from Belgium to
putting
America,
characters in the
because
back
I
row
mean,
does.
I already had that
So
sleep schedule, but
Putting
the
characters in the
comeback
back
from
row will
America
actually
to
have
Belgium
the
is pretty
damage that they
tough.
take from physical attacks, but it also unfortunately halves the damage that they do from physical attacks. While that doesn't really matter here because we're just tossing grenades anyway, and they're kind of row agnostic, so it doesn't really matter where they are as long as they're tossing grenades. But that'll come into play later throughout the run as we're doing more
Yeah.
physical damage.
I
Meanwhile,
feel
let's use
like
the ATB to
the
active so that we can
community
escape
before
quicker from,
even the
any
run was
enemy,
happening Like the
random
Final
encounters
Fantasy
that we get
community was
on
really
those,
happy about a
on those
long
doorsteps.
run
So it's
being
just the
in
one, we get a
again.
pretty quick escape, so
And
that
I
is good.
think this
And
run,
luckily, even if we want to use Braver with Cloud,
this
Braver isn't
run
affected by
was
being in the back row.
something
Right, limit
So-
breaks
that
are
could
unaffected due to
make it
rotation.
easier
There's
for longer Final
Funny that
Fantasy to
captured.
be
We were
back in
supposed to meet our team in
GDQs.
the,
That is really
66th floor
awesome.
elevator, but we were met by someone who was pretty rude.
He's so rude.
Yeah, I'm in
Such a rude
Belgium.
guy.
Yeah.
He's the third member of the Turks that we're meeting, and he captures us and brings us in front of the president here, where he just kind of reprimands us for our our breaking and entering and stealing his specimen and all of that, and eventually just puts us in jail. So we have a little bit of a
Maryland.
cutscene here explaining why they're
Oh, you
interested in
said
the Eris,
Mary.
the ancient promised land, Neo Midgar, yada yada yada. So we can take some more donations during this time.
All right, thank you very much. I have Princess
I did
Tomato,
save, DMD,
who
I did
donated
save.
$150. Shout out to McVeigh with fries for getting me into GDQ like he got me into decaf coffee. Love this event and love Final
Hey, you
Fantasy
should
VII.
submit Chrono Cross, Ash.
Crazy Gohan Girl 160 donates $15. Stayed up just to donate to this run. Sorry it isn't much, but even the littlest donation helps others. Best of luck on the run. Best of luck to all the runners. $10 from Skylar6. I'm making a poor decision staying up all night to watch my favorite game. Better even it out with a good one. My donation goes to the Dark Souls bonus
I'm
run.
married.
$200 from Titch. Hey, GDQ, just hoping the announcer reads this so he can tell my housemate Michael to go grab some food from the
Did you
fridge.
save?
I mean, I could just go
I was
get it
thinking
myself, but
about
then I'd
doing
miss
that.
some of
Did
this
you
awesome
save
stream. Yes, tell him to grab the chips.
a
Thanks.
notification for
I could
something,
go
but I
for
have no
some
idea
right now,
what?
too, so if you wouldn't
Not the
mind.
followers.
Are those Cool Ranch chips?
I guess
Yeah,
not yours.
probably
They better
Cool
be.
Ranch. They better
That
be.
doesn't leave a lot of things.
Definitely. I have $15 from
free
Graham
stuff.
Cracker Zoo. FF7 has always been one of my favorite games, and glad to see it at SGDQ. Good luck on the run. $15 from Gradunza. Had to donate during one of my childhood's favorite games, Final Fantasy VII. Thanks to all the runners and volunteers for these wonderful events. Donation goes to saving Deckard Cain and another childhood favorite, Diablo 2. Stay a while and listen. That's what he would say. Kay Lynn donates $160. Always happen to donate to GDQ. My husband and I moved around our sleep schedules so we could watch this run. Thanks to all the runners, announcers, video, audio producers, setup, and behind-the-scenes crew, and of course, Doctors Without Borders for all that you do.
All right, so we just talked to a couple of our party members there, Tifa and Eris, and we just wanted to check on them and see how they were doing in their prison cells. And we wake up and find that things aren't exactly how we left them.
Yeah, why is the door open?
Maybe Hojo left it open
I mean, he's been doing that all day.
all day.
So,
although
oh, this guy's sleeping on the job?
Yeah, I mean, it is late. Can't blame him.
Yeah, you know.
So he's asleep. We're going to go ahead and take the key off his
Deep
person
schedule
and use that to get our other buddies
is
out of
dead.
jail.
Actually, I don't
So dead.
think he's asleep. Maybe something else happened.
What would give you that idea? Is it the creepy music?
Nah.
This music isn't creepy.
Yeah, no.
I don't think it's creepy.
No, nothing bad happened.
No. So we run over here and talk
Yeah,
to Barrett.
maybe Hydro left it open. That's his
We're
thing.
gonna see what happened and bring the girls with us.
Those guys saying so much shit.
Oh my!
This doesn't look too good.
He drank the Kool-Aid too. It seems.
It was so good.
And oh, where did Genova
The
go?
Kool-Aid.
Oh. Okay.
And also, just like to point out, if you get a preemptive fight there, or any preemptive battle, you can insta-escape from it just like that.
Yeah, that's part of the step count. We know exactly where we're going to get those preemptive fights, and it makes it easy to escape from them.
Gonna pick up the poison materia right there. That will be used quite a bit throughout the run, actually.
Yeah, definitely a very useful materia. All right, this music is officially creeping me out.
Yeah.
Maybe it was also the trail of Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy too. And
Funny enough, when you return back to Midgar, it's still there.
it's
Like they don't clean it up.
lazy janitor.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What,
You'll
mate?
notice that he's actually doing the change command during this fight. You can use that little movement that the characters do to kind of buffer your escape. That's going to be way faster than the attack animations that the enemies do.
Yep.
So he'll be doing that throughout the run.
And we're seeing a very familiar sword. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a big sword. One that only the great Sephiroth could wield.
And that's the president.
And he's dead.
I guess
Oh.
he's got an extra hole in him now.
Well, yeah, it's
There
Ojo.
he's
Come on,
dead.
mate.
Oh, hey, it's Palmer.
We don't know if that sword.
Nothing
actually
wrong
does
about
anything.
that.
I don't know.
We might find out later.
Yeah.
So here's Palmer, and he's saying that.
Yo,
was Sephiroth
Twinnies.
who actually
Thanks so
did
much for the
this,
resub.
deed. And,
Resub
we don't believe him
hype.
because
How are you,
Sephiroth's been missing
Twinnies?
for years.
Yeah, right?
Why would he all of a sudden?
Thank you
reappear?
so much,
And here
everyone,
of all
for the
places,
resub. Thank you
what
so
possible
much.
motivation could he have for doing this?
Maybe something with Genova?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Probably not. I think it's just coincidence.
Yeah.
He wanted some Kool-Aid.
I love how Palmer's just missing half of
And
his
thank
body
you for the
as he
one
runs
that
off screen there.
did
He looks like
resub when
Pac-Man.
I was not even streaming. Thank you so much.
What a crew. That's my favorite line in the game. They're just such a motley crew of characters. You got the dog, the flower girl, the bartender,
Guy with a gun on his arm, you know, like.
and a dude. who doesn't remember
Yo,
who
7,
he is.
what's up?
Rufus is an interesting character. He loves to grandstand and give speeches.
No,
I
I,
mean, hey,
think
he
it's
just
there,
assumed
but
the role
it's
as the
broken,
president 'cause
man,
his
because
dad
it's
died,
not
so,
showing
and
the
he's so ready to
the
do
points.
Yeah, he's got to practice his speeches before he does it in front
Think.
of grand audiences.
so. Yeah, he was anxiously waiting for his opportunity to seize power. And now that
Thanks
he
for the
has it, we'll see
GGs.
what
Thank
he
you, thank
does with it.
you.
Yeah. He doesn't even seem like remorseful about the fact
No,
that, his
we're
dad
not
has just been
close to
impaled.
and
No,
though, I
no
think.
moment of silence. Doesn't even like.
I have no
clean up the
idea.
body or
No,
lay him to rest.
Can I
No,
do
he's
check
just
that?
leaving him there right on his desk.
Yeah.
I have
So, Todd stays
89
behind, and the rest of the party
sub
runs
points.
away, and they're gonna head to escape.
Oh,
the
I think
Shield
it's not
building and,
updated.
complete their rescuing of Eris. Meanwhile, they decide
I
to
am
leave Tifa
I'm
behind to
already
look for
tired.
Clouds. And we have two
Yeah,
members of the
unfortunately,
party
I'm
members
already
hanging behind.
tired because
We're
of
gonna remove all the
travel,
materia from the party members and
time
proceed
zones
with
difference.
Eris, to the elevator here.
Thank you.
And this is-
One of the most hardest fights in the game. I'd say.
This fight is hard. This fight is
To
actually
be honest,
hard.
I got no
compared to
feeling
all
of
the
going
others.
into the bathroom except
If
like
pressing circle is hard.
the last
Pressing
hour.
circle is hard.
A lot of people
But
actually.
at
just
the last
name
hour, I
this,
was like,
the
yeah,
split
no.
Spam grenades.
Spam grenades.
Spam grenades.
There's
It's a-
probably
it's a pretty
no
good thing to
point
spam.
going to the
So you can see
toilet
Ben
in the
there,
last hour. I can
since he knows
probably
he's going to
just
attack,
wait
with
for
grenades all the
after.
characters, you can just
And
hold
even
the up
after
button
the
and scroll,
run, it took me
and it
like
will go
2
up
hours to go to the
wrap around
toilet
and
or
hit the item
something.
option and select the first option in your item menu, which is grenades, because you sold everything. And
Thank
then
you,
bought
Chris.
And that saves.
You know
frames
me
because
pretty
you're
well.
Literally doing frame perfect inputs to select those grenades.
It's like the major reason, or one of the major reasons why we use memory, just so you can instant cue the grenades and
Right.
not waste any ATB.
Yeah, so here you can just hold circle and it'll automatically.
I
go to
think I had
item, and
no
then,
need for
since you selected
toilets
grenade,
because
it'll
of
select grenade and
all
do that.
the
So
stress.
this boss is actually 2 phases.
I
We're
don't
almost done
know.
with the
That I
first
normally go
phase
to the
here.
toilets during
The
runs.
second phase can actually be
Like,
a
we have
little
some
bit
breaks for
trolly.
that.
It's nothing to worry about, but you can lose some time.
But yeah, somehow
Because
we
you can
didn't take
eat
any
while your
break.
party
We
members
didn't
to
eat
sleep.
anything
So
until we had
hopefully we won't see
snacks.
that.
We
I know
had
it's,
drinks.
We're in the graveyard shift here. But, none of us should be
It was
falling asleep,
something.
and, we want to make sure that Leg Dog doesn't either.
Because, the first thing that happens when you get shot in the face, you want to take a nap, right?
Yeah, I mean, every
I
time I
did
get shot in the
that
face,
for
I just immediately slump over and
first
fall
fight.
asleep until
This is
I'm
always
awakened by yet
great.
another shot to the face. So we'll see if any of the party members fall asleep here.
All right, good luck there.
So far, so good. And you'll notice that tossing the grenades does a pretty consistent 140-ish damage. That's a really nice aspect of the grenades, is that regardless of the enemy that you're throwing it at, pretty much, you're always going to do that 140-ish damage. And it's a good, easy way to get through the early stages of the game.
Well,
It's been queuing up a limit
usually I
break here.
kind
That's
of have
actually
the
to
same, eh?
skip a move called Firing Line, which
I don't
that move's
know.
really
I
annoying
don't
because it
forget why I
attacks
got no
everybody,
P-break.
every member of your party, and can put all of them to sleep. Actually,
It's possible to put all 3 party members to sleep and poison them as well, right? So that can be really annoying and trolly, but thankfully we're able to skip that and move on to the second phase of this boss.
and there we go. That's it.
So yeah, tough fight, tough fight.
And now we got to take on Rufus here.
Slightly tougher fight, like actually though.
Yeah, you can actually lose a run here if you get some crits.
It is possible. We're just doing a quick menu here. We choose to use a hyper on Cloud. So a hyper, there are different statuses that we're going to be using on our party members throughout the run. This one inflicts the Fury status, and what the Fury status does is it makes your limit bar fill faster. However, your accuracy goes down. So you have a potential to miss attacks, but you trade that off for having your limit bar fill faster.
You can mute the
alternative,
mic really
opposite of
easily.
the
Look at me,
Fury
I
status
did
will be the
mute
sadness
it all the
effect, and
time.
we'll talk about that when
Easy.
we get to using that later in the game.
It's very important that we get Bravers, though. We want to get 8 Bravers because we want to earn Cross Slash. You earn Cross Slash after doing your limit break 8 times.
Right, and that is Cloud's level, his second level 1 limit break that we learn, and that's
Nice,
the only
Evan.
other limit break that we're going to use or learn.
It's
in the
never
game.
too late to see the end.
And there we go. No crits. There
That's
we go.
Rufus. Pretty straightforward fight. And I hope you guys are excited for one of the best cutscenes in the entire
And
game.
one of the
good
best
scene.
songs, also.
Another great song, another great mini game, another great cutscene. This
Rip.
game is just jam packed with some.
Yo,
some good
Timon.
stuff.
Look
Thanks
at
for
how
GGs.
fast Ben is at menuing.
Yeah,
How are you?
It's insane.
He's a pretty good menuer. So a lot of RPG speedruns come down to ability to menu. It's just a really technical way to save
Beginning
little
of
bits
disc
time
2?
here and there.
Why
Is
did you
knowing
stop
exactly
playing the
what to
game?
menu, how to menu, where to go. The menus in Final Fantasy VII are actually fairly complex and nested, so you can swap back and forth between your materia and your equipment using the square
It's fine,
button. You can
Timon. I'm
cycle
sure a
through
lot of
characters
people
using
did
L1
sleep
and
through the
R1.
run.
You can
I
scroll
would have
through
done the
materia and
same.
items using the triggers as well. So it
Oh,
is,
so you
fairly
saw the
technical to
solo
move
run
through the
from
menus and
those?
do them
Nice.
optimally. Here, the party is finding that the front door is barricaded and they're unable to escape that way, and they're going to have to take another route out.
Was that a good solo run?
Here comes the cutscene. Yeah, let's steal a car, and suddenly Cloud has a motorcycle.
I don't know where you found that.
Yeah, me neither.
Maybe in those deep pockets.
Yeah, he had it there the whole time.
Yeah, he bought it when he bought the grenades.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
So that's why we sold so much stuff.
yeah. I'm not wearing a helmet either, which I found out is legal in the state of Minnesota. You don't have to wear a helmet to ride a motorcycle.
What about Midgar?
Big
Probably legal.
couch.
Yeah.
Probably legal. So here the team busts out the back of the Shinra headquarters onto the highway here, and this commences the motorcycle chase.
Hey,
This minigame
Vigilante.
is,
Wait,
fairly interesting,
Vigilante,
fairly
yeah.
fun. I'm a fan.
Sorry.
You can replay a lot of
Thank
minigames
you.
later in the game. This is
Uh,
one that I would go back and replay.
my head
from
is
time to
killing
time.
me.
We're going to cut right into the mini
That's
game
bad.
here, and there's a little optimization that we're trying to do. So you can see Ben is swinging his sword over and over again, and we're going to try to get 3 red bikes to appear. Right away, we're getting
That
3
was
red
Time to get the
off. That's
red.
excellent RNG. So once we get 3 red bikes to look at that, everybody applaud for that RNG. That's insane. It's possible to go the entire mini game without getting all 3 red bikes, and he got them right away, of course.
So what
because-
that does is if you keep swinging your sword, the AI of the red bikes are actually, or they're programmed to avoid the sword slashes. So if you keep swinging your sword, you can just keep them behind you.
Yep. So they'll just stay there, and they don't get an opportunity to go up and bump in any of your party members. They kind of play like bumper cars a little bit, but every time they bump, it takes away some HP, and you don't want to do that, especially with a boss battle upcoming here. So, given that we got these red
No,
bikes
it
so early, we can
wasn't
take a couple
a bump.
donations.
All right, thank you very much. I've got $50 from Carnage64.
Hey.
Hey, shout out to Carnage.
Hey, Ben Carn here. Hope you have a good run and good RNG. It's been an honor to be an FF7 speedrun brother with you for these past few years. You're awesome, buddy.
We love you, Carnage.
Yeah, Carnage is amazing. He's actually the reason why I got into Final Fantasy VII speedruns. He was the first one that I watched.
$25 from Aaron Givleth. My first memory of Final Fantasy VII was getting it and the PlayStation for Christmas one year. I started playing it immediately and went for a good 3 or so hours before
All
eventually
right,
needing
Chris.
to save to head out to do family stuffs. I found the save point, opened the menu and prepared to save, and the game asked for a memory card.
Oh, no.
Not too much
My
work.
reaction?
Yeah.
What's a memory card? At $10 from Totally Not Megalith, the sinners have arrived. Love you, Nori. Love you, Ben. Good luck with the run and butterfly palindromes.
Sinners have arrived.
At $150 from a Big Yak. Writing a comment because my girlfriend made me. It's her first GDQ and she's way too excited. Que?
All right, coming up to this boss battle here. This guy can be pretty nasty. It is possible to die to this boss if you don't properly manipulate his turns. So we're going to make sure to, again, attack with Bolt from Cloud because this is another mechanical boss. He is
May I
weak to
please?
lightning damage. So we'll be doing that and tossing grenades.
The
There's
final
a little bit
fight
of a
was
manipulation
stupid.
strat here. Dave, if you want to talk about that.
It was too
Yeah,
good.
so
It was
what's
way
gonna
too
happen is
good.
You're going to see that
I've
he's
never
going to be doing
got that,
grenades with
ever.
Tifa and Barrett and then bolting with Cloud. And
I'm
then
used to getting
eventually,
bad RNG on the
Motorball's
final
kinda gonna,
fight.
like, huddle down and sort of like prepare a move. But if you do a certain amount of damage while he's in that state, he will then do a move called Rolling Fire, which will rip your team. So we're actually going to hold off and wait until he stands back up before we resume those moves. He also has a chance of doing his arm attack move twice. Let's see what happens here. I waste about like 5 seconds, I'd say. Oh, a double arm attack. I mean, that's
G-force.
okay because he's attacking Cloud. He is programmed to attack the person with the most health. So,
Maze
yeah.
my
Yeah,
G-force.
doing that is actually not the worst thing in the world because we do want Cloud's limit break to fill back up as soon as possible. So Cloud taking damage really isn't such a bad thing, but it is.
Yo,
an
Mr.
unfortunate
Silver.
yeah, so
Merci.
you're going to notice that Motorball has
Ouais, j'ai une
huddled
très
here.
bonne
Ben's
RNG,
going to
mais
queue
non,
a
c'était
few more
impossible de battre
grenades
mon
and a few
PB.
more bolts, but then he's eventually going to hold off and wait for the
J'utilisais
balls to
beaucoup
stand back up.
de safety. Je sais même pas comment le dire en français. Donc non, c'était juste impossible. Je faisais des sauvegardes un peu partout, j'ai changé de strat pour pas mourir. Donc, yeah, non, c'était impossible. Probablement le meilleur temps
And that's
que je
actually
pouvais
the
faire.
last move that Airbuster, or not Airbuster, Motorball is going to get here.
Yep, just a few more grenades and that'll be it for this fight. And
Sans les safety.
that's it for Midgar. This is
oh,
the last boss fight in Midgar, and that concludes really the
ça aurait pu être mieux que mon
larger
PB.
introduction to the run. It's about
Ça
a
aurait
2-hour
pu.
introduction to the speedrun.
There's still one last trick that we have to do, though. One last trick before
Yes.
we exit.
So here we're gonna just gather at the end of the highway.
Well,
for a second and
I have to delete
take
someone
a little
from
rope down to the exit of Midgar.
changing Nightbot
So normally
stuff.
when you get to the bottom, the party kind of regroups and, you know, they try to determine who the leader is, and then you set your party, and then everybody's got to walk off screen, and then you exit. What you can do here is, you remember us talking about the paralyzed dodge mechanic with the double dialogue boxes. We're going to initiate the dialogue box with Barrett and also try to run off screen, which pushes Cloud back into into the screen, and you're able to retain the movement of Cloud, and then kind of
Can't do
just
my
skip all
bad
those scenes
stuff.
and
There's
re-exit
no way.
the screen.
Yep, similar deal here as it was for the Jesse skip. So Ben's got a little bit of setup here. He's going to bonk behind Tifa here and then run down to the screen here.
I missed
Didn't get it.
There we go.
He got the
missed
second try.
it. That's bad.
And you can kind of just leave.
Yep, and what that saves is that, well, first of all, applause for getting that. And a great Midgar 156 is totally respectable
Oh,
with
yeah.
safety strats and saving for the bar skip and everything.
The practice run, I got 157.10
So
or
what that
something.
saves is just the amount of time that it takes to do the menu and select your party to move ahead to the calm flashback here.
And no fights on the way to calm. Do you want to talk about like the world map?
Sure. So we talked a bit before about how the step counter works on any hostile field map, but it works a little bit differently on the world map. So The way the world map works is you have to run a certain number of steps before you're able to get an encounter. But then after that point, you can get an encounter at any time. So there really isn't any manipulation because you can't walk on the world map. You can only run on the world map. So there's really no way to manipulate when or what encounters you'll get on the world map. It's truly random, and that's definitely an unfortunate way in which people lose time due to RNG in the speedrun. Coming into Com, Ben just
I get a pincel yesterday. When I went back, I saw he was talking about no pincel anymore, and I was like, wait, he got one just before Com.
Yeah, around 20.
That really sucks.
So it does take a bit of time to get through this, but it gives us a little bit of
Yeah, they both
of
did a
background of,
crazy
how
good
Cloud
job
got
on
to know Sephiroth,
commentaries.
some of his
I'm sure the
history,
run would
in the
wouldn't have,
military group
yeah,
soldier
would have been
and,
bad without
his
them.
history of going to Nibelheim on a mission 5 years ago.
So there's a fight coming up right here. Then the truck is going to crash into a dragon, and Cloud and Sephiroth are going to take it.
Yeah, I think the Zolam
There's
sheet
a
is
big
like
dragon
5
in the
years
middle of the
old.
highway.
Oh yeah, you know. There is a chance though that the dragon can kill Cloud, and good guy Sephiroth will come in and life to Cloud. He'll revive him. We actually don't want that. We just want Sephiroth to attack the dragon. We don't care if Cloud dies.
Yeah. So in this flashback, you have Cloud and Sephiroth.
No, I
in the
don't
party.
think I will do
Cloud
another
is,
run of
a
F7
lowly
until
level
sometime.
1 with 140 HP and really not much
I
else.
don't think
Meanwhile,
a long
Sephiroth is
run
level
like
50,
this would
super
be
overpowered,
twice in
but
a
Critical
row.
hits every hit.
Yeah,
into a
and you can't
GDQ.
control what he does. So he's just going to go ahead and attack the dragon. Sephiroth is, of course. And
Oh, no life too.
luckily, the dragon is going to attack Sephiroth instead of Cloud, and that's going to be the end of the dragon. So good RNG there.
It is possible to get life 2. Like, my record is 5 times. 5 consecutive times.
Yeah, theoretically, it can happen forever, where the dragon just
Even if the
continually
game was
attacks
pretty
Cloud
well
and Sephiroth just
received, I
continually
don't think it
resurrects
will be
him
And
over
it's like
happen until
20
some time.
seconds every time.
Yeah.
So it...
That's
So
really
good
bad,
luck to
time
anyone
to
trying to
RNG
get
there.
out a
Hopefully we
long
got good RNG this time.
Final Fantasy
So
game
here's
into
our
it.
Introduction to Nibelheim.
It'd be nice to see
This is
another
Cloud's
one.
hometown, and Sephiroth's asking him how it feels to be back home.
2019.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, me too. He's crying, though. I mean...
He has no home.
Yeah, Sephiroth explains here that he doesn't know who his dad is, and his mother apparently died at birth.
Sadly. It's really a tragic story, the
And-
story of Sephiroth.
Yeah, and Barrett points out here, so Sephiroth said that his mother is Genova, but isn't Genova that creature that was within the Shinra building?
Talking about the Kool-Aid monster
Yeah.
that burst through the wall?
Did leak Kool-Aid everywhere?
Yeah. No, it must have been. Must have been the same. So yeah, it's some kind of strange coincidence. I don't know if it's another one of those
You
continuity errors
have
in the
12
game
with
or some
Turbo.
kind of
If
larger
it's as good as
continuity
7
error,
with
but I guess we'll find out
Turbo,
eventually.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of loose ends in the story that just never really get tied up.
I don't like Turbo. Sorry.
All right, so Sephiroth says that we can explore the town, visit our friends and family, see what's
Nice,
going on. But
Chris.
we're just going to go to Sephiroth and say we're ready for the mission.
Yep.
Or we're going to get some sleep first and then go to the mission.
Sounds nice.
So do you want to explain there's a skip coming up here?
Sure. So this is yet another
12 could
paralysis
be-
skip coming up. So there's a dialogue box that triggers by going
Could be in it
into the
because
mansion there.
there's the
near gate. You can also
remaster.
talk to the photographer as well.
I
So
didn't
there's
see
a little
anything
bit of
from
setup
it.
there to
I
try to
know it was
trigger
out
these two,
yesterday, but I didn't
text
see
boxes
anything.
At the same time.
But since
Basically what
there's
this is
that
going to
remaster,
do
I guess
is it's going
12
to,
could have
create a paralysis
some
dodge state
chances.
Where Cloud is able to move freely throughout. The map
Not
there
sure
is.
with a Turbo
So
thing.
that's called the picture skip because we skip the portion where Cloud takes a picture with Sephiroth, and then we can just run off screen to trigger the next part of the cutscene here. This is actually a very scary skip because now
Yo, Gilmot,
Cloud
what's
has
up?
left Sephiroth behind. He's alone.
Yeah.
Level 1 Cloud running through Mount
Nah, I
Olympus.
want
Very
some
dangerous.
mid
You'll
FF1
notice that
May.
the Sephiroth sprite won't even be present after
Right.
the bridge.
And that's very much a point of clarification because
I submit
we have to make
FF7
sure that
PC.
all the sprites are where they need to be. You see Sephiroth is missing here, and Cloud's kind of.
So we can see you feel up, right?
This is going to cause problems in a second, so we're just proceeding ahead, and the bridge is not very strong.
Yes, I had to
Hey, there
pay
it
for
is.
my
Well,
plane tickets.
Once we drop down at the bottom, you'll notice Sephiroth
It
will
was
be
really
absent. And actually,
expensive.
if Ben moves before that invisible Sephiroth sprite is in place, the game actually soft locks.
Yeah, you can result in a soft lock here because the way
Yo,
that this game
Kielma,
works
thank you so
is
much for the
that,
resub.
all of the characters, when they are not
resub.
inside of Cloud, so to speak, they need to move to certain points on the map in order to advance the text, the dialogue, the cutscene, whatever it is. And if that NPC is never able to reach that point for whatever reason, the game can soft lock. So if Ben had skipped that text a little bit too early, you saw that he kind of left that text box on the screen for a second. If you skip that text too early,
I'm sorry that your calls on the RNG were wrong, Kielma.
We were worried about, but thankfully, since
You're
you're
always very pretty good at it.
To be a preemptive attack, which, as Dave mentioned earlier, allows you to escape instantly. So no worries for level
Running
1
gunpole. I think a pretty bad thing about
you
gunpole
can
is
get
the
one shot,
intro.
Otherwise, you are dead. You
Yep.
are dead 100% of the time.
Like even for a marathon, having a 7-minute intro is bad.
you could game
It's
over in the
longer than
flashback, didn't you?
FF7.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to be a free part of the
It's
game.
longer
but,
than
not when
any
we're
RPG,
skipping,
even
the picture
FFX.
skip and doing all of these things to manipulate the game.
I
So,
know, right, Tipo?
a little bit more history here. We learn about where materia comes from. So the materia that we use in our weapon and armor for all the power is actually coalesced from these Mako fountains. So we've got the Mako
I
energy
love
from
that
the planet.
the
that's
Kielma
being
donation
harvested
was
in the
one
Mako
of the
reactors
first
by the
that we
Shinra.
got.
Sometimes bubbles up.
It was
on
such a
different parts
trolling donation.
of the planet, and here it's bubbling up into this fountain and crystallizing into materia. So that's we learn here that this is where materia is formed, and
Like,
Invisible Sephiroth is giving us a little
Gunpole
bit
is a
of
very
science.
nice run. I don't think it's showing off
Oh, yeah,
enough
look,
stuff,
for
and
donations here, we can get a couple in.
there's a
Alright,
lot
thank
of
you very much.
text.
I've
The
got
game is
$20
free,
from
there's a lot of
QX2.
text,
Glad to finally be able to
Long
donate to
intro.
SGDQ. Had to do it during FF7.
which make it
Go Ben Go for the
almost
bananas.
impossible for it to go in a GDQ, I think.
Bananas.
$20 from Pudson. Nobuo Uematsu's
No,
music
I
in Final
don't think I
Fantasy
run
VII has been a
FF8
constant
until a very
inspiration
long
for
time
me.
if I do it
Makes me feel
again.
happy, sad, excited, and everything else.
I have some
Thank you so much for
FF7
running the game with my
incentive
absolute
I have to
favorite
do from
soundtrack.
before
Good luck, Ajdev, and keep
SGDQ.
up the
I
great
will work
commentary,
on
guys.
those.
Thanks.
And also have to learn Chrono
$15 from Lazy
Trigger.
Tango. Final Fantasy VII is amazing, and so is MSF. Thanks to the runners and everyone involved in GDQ. Wish I could give more, but I'm broke. Every little bit helps, so appreciate anything that you can give. Thank you. Sublatum donates $25. Great job, everyone. Really enjoying the game.
Hey,
and the
Radko.
announcers.
Thank you.
I have $256
Yes, man.
from Twofer.
Thanks.
Great job on another GDQ. And 8-bit
The
donations,
Switch.
all of my favorite 8-bit games.
All right, so
Yep.
here we're investigating.
I will
inside
run
the,
Chrono
the
Trigger.
reactor in Mount Nibble because
Any
apparently there's some
person
kind of
know
malfunction
LSS?
happening here. So Sephiroth is investigating.
It's worth
and
it,
he tells
Russ.
Cloud naturally to just go over here and.
I mean, I'm
close this valve.
pretty sure the Switch
Meanwhile,
will get
Sephiroth
some
is
regular games, so
investigating
at some point
what's
it will be
going on
worth
here,
it.
and he's realizing that the Shinra company is
But
actually
yeah.
producing monsters.
Probably not now.
It's rather strange for an electric power company, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be up to something.
Yeah, I mean, they do have their military branch, but I think the military is supposed to be fighting monsters, right?
Yeah. Hey, everybody say hi to Mr. Smiley. Look at those teeth.
Hey, he's got great chompers.
Yeah. I mean, Shinra did something right with that.
Yeah, no, they're
So-
genetically engineered, beautiful teeth.
Yeah.
But genetically engineering crazy tentacle hair as well. So this is the point where Sephiroth starts to get really confused about his past and his origins and wondering.
If I like
he
Chrono
was
Trigger
produced in the
as a
same way to
speedrun,
be a
I
weapon
may
for the
learn
Shinra
other
army.
categories.
He knows that he has this special power and that he's stronger.
I
than
just
your
took the
average
one with the
human
most
soldier.
run out, thinking it was the
but
best
he
one, but I have
really
no
doesn't know where
knowledge
this
about Chrono
power
Trigger
comes
game.
from.
And the fact that his mother's
I
name
know
is
there's a
apparently
lot of
Genova,
RNG
and
manip.
Genova is labeled right at the top of this reactor. You know, could that be a coincidence? Or, I mean,
I'm gonna go ahead and say yes.
yeah.
Total coincidence.
Good morning, Rakia. How are you?
Oh, he was late for GDQ.
Poor
Yeah,
guy.
Mario Kart
You
is
wanna join the
good, but
party?
Missed his flight.
it's the same as the
This is
Wii
what
U
happens when
one.
you miss your flight to GDQ. So that's.
I think I will never do it, Killmot.
To take a little
The new
break.
odd thing is
Get a
worthless.
couple
Come on.
donations in.
All right, definitely. Got quite a few here still to go.
I mean, I've never done any
$15
run with a
from
lot
Death
of
Outlaw.
RNG
Always a
manipulation,
great time
so
when GDQ rolls around. Great to see some of the games
who
chosen
knows?
this year.
I
Put
may
my
be okay
donation
with
to
it.
Runner's Choice.
I really have no idea.
I have $100 from Cheese Master X.
Yeah, you did the
L108.
tournament.
Happy to see one of my all-time
Feed
favorite games of
Magus.
the GDQ. Been watching since GDQ started and since the early days of Justin.tv. Happy to see the gamer community grow and all the wonderful RPGs that are getting loved during this GDQ. Keep up the great work. $50 from Anonymous. Third year watching. First time I've been able to donate. Had to donate during my favorite game of all time. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. I have $300 from Sorlox.
Yeah,
Been a great SGDQ so far. And
I really
looking
have no
forward to a
idea
fantastic,
if I like the
fantastic
run
finale.
or
Donation
not.
goes
We'll
towards
see
the
pretty
Breath of the
soon
Wild
when I
run.
start
What can I
running
say
it.
beyond yes, please? $200 from Nudge. Donating during my previous favorite game of all time to get my current favorite game of all time, Zelda Breath of the Wild run. $50 from Anonymous. This donation is a birthday present to my
I know,
fabulous
Chris.
friend Lisa
I was
B,
talking
who is
about it
watching
at
this
the
with me as
start.
we speak. What better gift than giving to a great cause? Thanks for running this Azhdem 174 and best of luck. Cheers from Vancouver, Canada.
Canada.
At $10 from Bobo Chet. If it isn't my good friend Nebby, Bobo Chet here. I see we're doing
Hey,
good
who
things
said
at
it was
GDQ.
you?
Best
It
of
was
luck on your
for
run, and
friend
remember that
Chris.
You always say, if it ain't Nebby, it ain't a ... %. My hat's off to all the runners and crew at GDQ. $50
Tavern.
from Senna Truin. First time seeing a run this long in GDQ. Good luck and may the RNG be with you. $150 from Heck the Lion from Montreal, Canada. It's a great cause and an amazing show. Shout out to all the announcers and everyone that worked so hard
Alright,
to make this
Tevin.
happen.
See you
Keep
later.
up the great work. I have a $30 anonymous donation. To me, SGDQ proves what is always known about games. They are good. They are for everyone. They can accomplish amazing, wonderful things. This week, I introduced my sister to the event, got her to watch her sit in awe of all the runners' talents. We are lifelong gamers and played Final Fantasy VII together for many, many hours. Reading countless FAQs on how to breed chocobos was probably how I landed in technical writing. My paltry donation is to the Dark Souls run. Let's shoot for the moon, guys. 1.5 hype.
All right, so we're going back down into the Shinra basement now to meet up with Sephiroth, who has made some disturbing realizations about his pets.
So pretty much after that, he locked himself in this basement for an entire week reading every single book in this library.
Yeah, speaking of the books in the library, if you look on the middle shelves of each of these bookshelves, you can see that the books are laid out to be VII.
I know,
So you can
right,
see that they
bird?
look like the Roman numeral 7. That's one.
I never knew that. Seriously, I never knew that.
It's one of the many little Easter eggs in this game, just giving a nod to this being the
Wow.
7th game in the series.
That's crazy.
Also, shout outs to Dave. It is now his birthday. So happy birthday, Dave. Way to celebrate it
Thanks,
here.
J2. Thank you.
Really glad to have you here with us celebrating your birthday and in such
Your
fantastic
birthday.
style. So,
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. 23.
yeah, way to go, man.
23, man.
So we've got more creepy music, which we know just means not good things. It's a great song, but if this doesn't give you the chills, I don't know what will.
And
I
we're
remember
about to
someone
see
in
what-
chat talking about those
Yeah, we know it's
7
something not
with the
good.
books a long time ago.
We don't know exactly what yet.
Not sure
We'll
if it
find
was
out.
J2.
Right.
I don't remember. It's
Oh my
been too
goodness.
long.
Oh, it's lit.
Yeah, you can say that. Looks like Sephiroth was showing off his Fire 2 magic, and it got a little bit out of control. And just
J2
happened to
dropping
burn
the
down
knowledge as he's
entire
dropping
city.
the girls in his bed.
We're going to stop in this house to see if there's anybody surviving. It doesn't look too good, though.
No. Strangely enough,
Kappa.
that's supposed to be Cloud's house, right? Isn't it? I believe so, and it always seems strange to me that he goes into that house and kind of just shakes his head. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a very daunting, but definitely a
I'd say
signature
iconic.
scene right here.
How does the hair not catch on fire?
Oh, well, he's obviously immune to the fire.
It's impressive.
Dave, don't try that.
SGDQ
Yeah, it's not-
2017.
Work well for you.
Slip.
That's the fastest way to get a haircut.
Hey, don't have to pay for
I didn't
it.
see
That's
much
true.
of those
Sephiroth,
tweets
opened
when I
a
was
new barbershop.
running.
Yeah, good guy Sephiroth.
So Sephiroth goes back to the reactor, and that's where we're gonna finish up this flashback. Chasing him in here.
Well,
The movement
Tifa's
at the
dad is
bottom of
dying
these
right
chains
now.
Is super annoying. So you're pressing down.
So we kinda
to move
see
down
about
these
it.
chains, and then you have to very quickly switch. To
About
pressing up and right. You
Cloud
can see it's
family, do we
basically
already
impossible
know
to
if they
turn
were
around
there
super
when
fast.
that
Ben
happened?
does a
Maybe
bit
they
better
died before
than I
that.
ever
Maybe
could.
it was after.
But yeah, we're
You have to
reminded
think
again
that
of
this
scene
is-
that we saw earlier, where Tifa takes Sephiroth's sword.
This is
and
Zack
heads to
flashback.
confront him. Strange that Sephiroth would leave his sword on the ground. He always seems to kind of carry it with him, but at that moment,
Yo,
he
yay.
kills
What's up?
Tifa's father and then just,
Yep.
just leaves it.
many swords
Rewatching,
does he
because that's
have? He
probably
just,
the
like,
only
shoots them?
strength I
I know.
have in
He
me
sticks
so
them in enemies?
far.
It's like a
I don't
calling
have any
card. He's
strength
like the
in me
wet
to do
bandits with
grunts
sticky
or
bandits,
anything.
but he's the big sworded.
You can visit his
murderer
home,
guy.
but is there
Ooh, she
anybody
kinda
in
got
the
sliced.
home?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
She,
I
got
don't
turned
remember
into a
this.
beefaroni. But Sephiroth enters the Genova room there to see
Wow,
if that is
man.
really truly his mother, as he has discovered in those books that he was reading in the basement. We set beefaroni here on the side. We'll come back for her later. And then go in for our
Hey,
final
all day,
showdown with Sephiroth.
baby.
This is it, guys.
Thank you, thank you.
The final showdown with Sephiroth.
All right, final
This
boss,
is,
right?
this is what we've
Okay.
been waiting for, right? We're gonna Omni Slash.
I really
him and
don't
get outta
remember
here.
that from
Yep.
casual
2
stuff.
hours and 14 minutes. That's pretty well under estimate. We
Ooh,
can.
that'd be world record.
It would be world record.
That would even beat PC
It would
any
even be
percent.
PC any percent world. But yeah. So Sephiroth is kind of caught up in this strange. He's almost in like a trance here as he approaches his mother.
This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire game.
Oh, it's great. The look on his face after. Oh, it's.
No,
Yes.
I think water cut on this was impossible. Water cut
That's right,
is
he
actually
so
really good,
delicately
even
grabs
if there's
this and
time
then
to save
just
still.
rips it apart.
But just all the
And
saves,
then looks with glee to
all the
reveal
renames,
his mother's true face.
everything that I
Because the
changed in the
machinery is, like,
route was a
bleeding.
lot
Yeah.
of time lost.
I always found that pretty strange. That look right there is haunting.
So even with the insane RNG I've
Hey, she
got
actually
and
has a
the not too
head.
bad
we've
play
seen that
I've
somewhere
done,
before
Wow.
with a
it
few
was just
fewer
impossible.
pieces.
Yeah.
Oh well. Right here, we're going to have a seizure warning. So anyone who's epileptic, we're
Yo,
very serious
Pascal,
about
what's
this.
up?
Be sure to look away from the screen. Back in 1997, they were a little bit less considerate to people who may have that. So be sure to look away.
I have
when
no
you,
idea how much save I've done.
Yeah, it's
Probably
like, right now.
like
We'll let you know when you
10.
can look.
And 10 saves is probably around 2 minutes already.
And that's the end of the flashback.
Yeah.
Well, I hope
for the
so that
bonus stuff.
someday I
Yeah,
get
we
the same
finally played the game
RNG, so
again,
I
which is
can
pretty
see
exciting.
if
Pretty excited to get back to the game.
I could beat my
I
PB
know
with
he's
that.
excited. Everyone kind of. The flashback is kind of boring. The only thing that made it exciting for a while was when the picture skip was introduced. Was that maybe like 2 years ago? It came to
Hey,
part of the
Yozzy.
run. But before that, it was.
I
really
had
just
the
this
names on the
long, boring
tablet,
part where you just
so
mash
I was
stuff.
waiting for the
But
confirmation.
now we
It
have at
was
least one
the
exciting
first
part,
name to not put
hopefully
something
it's over,
wrong.
we can get back to,
But most of the time I had to wait
this
not that
At
much.
this point, we're
It's
gonna
not
be
like
getting the
I
PHS,
lost that
which I
much
think
time
that stands
for it.
Party hop system.
It was
I don't know
fine.
exactly what it stands for.
That's news to me.
See, that's what I've thought. But
it
what that
just-
allows you to do is swap your party at any point on the world map or at a save point.
Yeah, and we'll use it. I actually don't think that we ever choose the PHS option, but
If I
it
break
is
the,
how you, swap
the thing
party
is,
members in.
I knew it was
You're allowed
impossible to break
have
the water
3 at
code.
one time.
So what
Here-
you're You want to talk about Zolom Skip?
Sure. So we're going to run across the world map here. Hopefully, we're not going to get too many.
Yo,
encounters, but we're, coming up to a
Diminento,
part of the
it
game
was
where there's this
amazing.
Large marshland.
SGDQ was amazing.
Snake swimming around in it, and we're going to try to run across the marshland without doing the traditional means of getting a chocobo. So usually during the game, you would go to the chocobo ranch and pick up chocobo material, learn about catching chocobos, and yada yada yada, do all that. Instead, we're just going to kind of run across the map here. And
You come back to a Zolom Skip,
Mr. Zolan
J2.
plays nice.
Yeah, so what you want to do is you want to get him in a specific position and then have him bounce off of this corner of the mountain.
So Ben's
Ooh,
just
there we
gonna
go.
Hide behind it there, let him bounce, and then...
You're going to direct your camera so that he gets caught in this little crevice right here. And there's actually a chance to skip this cutscene right here.
just
if you
talked
menu
about you
right on
dropping the
exact
null
frame that
edge.
you're supposed to get it. Hey,
And
Ben
he
got
got
it
the
with one
skip.
menu.
Look at
That was
that.
literally one menu, dude.
That is a perfect Zolom skip. Not only did he get great RNG with the positioning of the skull of the Zolom on the map, but getting the skip and the movement perfectly like
And
that.
one
that was-
encounter.
And a single encounter on the way. That was excellent Zolom skip and excellent section there.
The part of my run
And
that
thus
I
you
would
pick up
need
the,
to
the
improve
long-range
to get
materia
closer
there.
to water code
What that
would
allows
be
you to do
mashing.
is give you full damage from
That's
being
it.
in the back row, and for characters that don't have ranged weapons, they can also hit
My
enemies.
PB has some pretty
that are
bad
far away.
RNG, but
Yeah, they get full damage.
I had
from
a
the
lot
back
of
row,
time
which is
still
really, really
mashing.
useful throughout the run because we give the party members the protection of being in the back row without the detriment of having that lesser attack.
And another meetup with the Turks here. And this is kind of where the joke is made, where it's like, what do you guys even do?
Yeah, no one really knows. It's implied that they're just professional kidnappers. We're also meeting the fourth member of the
that's
Turks,
probably my biggest
Lane,
time lost of our water
the only
code,
female.
because the water code has some pretty bad stuff also.
Unfortunately, in this
In the
this
mid-game.
speedrun, we don't get a chance to fight Elena.
No, we
Six-
kind of skip
six-
that.
Yeah, you
Zolom
never
skip.
fight Sang. He's the boss, so of course you never fight the boss. But we do get a chance. We already fought Reno, and we will get a chance later to fight.
Nah, time to keep my
And,
ends and not give a
Sang
shit
kinda
about getting a water
asks
code.
if Eris is around here. If you have
It's
her
way
out, you
better.
kind of get some more dialogue. But if she's not out, he's kind of just like, okay, and then leaves.
Yeah, he's asking about the Doritos. He really likes Doritos.
Yeah.
So he's kind of curious if he can get some, but we don't have her with us, so we get to skip that dialogue.
Funny, the hitbox on that tree for climbing that tree is actually very finicky,
awful.
and you can kind of lose some steps on your step count there.
Yeah, Ben did fine to mitigate that, but that is one of the really terrible to grab ladders in
Alright,
this
don't
game.
check
There's
how I'm
more than a
moving
few of
after
those,
Tetten Kinta. I was confused.
early in the game, but there will be a few later as well.
That movement was so
Here,
bad.
another
I
world
was
map
like, wait,
encounter. As we're
why
running
am I?
over to Junin, it's really just hoping for the RNG that you
And I
don't
get
a lot
one
of
fight
encounters,
only.
and that the encounters
That's
that you do
silly.
get, you escape from quickly with quick enemy animations, if any. That isn't one of the better ones to get, so that's kind of unfortunate. But hopefully we can only get maybe 1 or 0 encounters here. We're probably going to get 2 encounters.
No, we're not. No.
Oh,
Hey,
look at that. Look at that.
That was 2 encounters throughout the entire world map
That's
with
awesome.
a incredibly quick Zolom skip and the one menu. Like it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, we've got another shopping sequence coming up here.
It was a
So
RNG
a
manipulation
bunch
to
of
get
stuff
only
across
one
the
fight.
maze,
It
a
was
couple of
timer
protection
based, and I
items.
was like, okay, to get no fight, I need to do bad movements. It worked.
Then we got the bottom swell fight.
It's
coming
because
up, which is
I've done
our
the switch
first,
of the
sort of
camera
Our
just
first
at the same time I got a
real
fight, so
Yeah.
it went to a
It's the
weird
first one that can
position.
actually,
It was very
do some
confusing
damage.
for me.
So over here we have young Priscilla, who's playing with Mr.
I was
Dolphin,
lucky.
who's an incredibly
On
talented
that
dolphin.
day,
If this
yes,
were Planet Earth, he'd probably
yes.
be in SeaWorld. But it's not, so he's just
Some
kinda running
claps
around
for
here
the
on
world
the
map.
shores of Junin. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this
no,
giant
I got
snake
actually bad bio,
why it suddenly appears now, we have
except
no idea.
Palma.
But of course, Priscilla goes in to rescue Mr. Dolphin from the giant snake and gets knocked out underwater. So
So what Ben's going to do here is he's actually going to try to poison the enemy here because once Bottom's Wall reaches a certain damage threshold, he's going to do what's called bubble phase, where he's going to encase a party member in a bubble, and their health is going to tick down.
Right.
So what we want is, that's actually really bad that poison missed.
Not only did it not poison the enemy, but it didn't do any damage either. So we're just going to re-roll and try again with the bio here. No,
come on.
Didn't get the poison to stick, so hoping for better RNG here. Come on.
And poison is actually really good because you'll notice that
There we go.
So you'll notice here that he kind of does like some like flickering or whatever, and then he'll do like a triple attack. With each of those attacks, you get a poison tick.
Right.
So, or sometimes like a double tick. Like this instance right here is a double tick. Yep, 2 right there because of that animation. So like if you don't have poison,
It's amazing
you're
to
missing
actually
out on
see
those
the
double
reaction
ticks,
from
and, you can
people
lose a lot
behind.
of time
Because
and
I mean,
actually
I
get
was
another
obviously
big
not
wave.
seeing anything.
So poison damage is actually really useful because it drains 1/32 of the boss's total health, total starting HP throughout the fight. So if you get that poison to tick, 4, 8, 16 times, you can do a significant amount of damage just for free. It doesn't cost you any time. It doesn't cost you any turns. It's just doing the damage automatically. So we're kind of relying on that. Here we can see Cloud is encased in the bubble. We're hoping to be able to kill Bottom Swell before Cloud dies. That bubble kind of behaves very similarly to the pyramid that we faced against Reno, in that the character who's in the bubble can't really do anything. But that's the end of the fight. So that's a pretty good Bottom Swell, despite the double miss on the poison.
In another instance of setting up for the next fight, it's actually very important that Cloud has a Braver there because that's going to be used against a fight on our boat on the way to Costa del Sol.
Right, so we want to make sure that
Cloud
Cloud
was
survives that
fine.
fight, because any character that dies, if they have a limit break, their limit bar is reset. Actually, if they have anything in their
Even
limit
with
bar,
a
the limit
crit,
bar
it
will
was
be
fine,
reset when
so
they die.
it was
Making
okay.
sure that Cloud survives that and has a limit break, that's very important for our upcoming fight. Meanwhile, we have another little mini game here. Cloud is going to perform CPR on Priscilla, and it takes 41 breaths to resuscitate her. Each time Ben fills this meter, it's going to be doing 10 breaths. There is a little bit of a glitch where you can get an 11th breath, which would kind of help you skip a cycle, because if you do 10, 10, 10, 10, 1 versus 10, 10, 10, 11, you can skip that extra 1 cycle. He wasn't able to get it on the first cycle here. We'll see if he can get it on the second. It's very difficult to get that 11 breath.
I mean, honestly, I just do 4 groups of 9 and then a 5. That's what I do.
That works too. Everyone has their own way of doing it. You can do the 10s
to
and
miss
1,
it.
you can do 9 and 5.
And waste some
If you're
seconds.
Ben, you go for the 11. If you don't get it, it's really not the worst time loss.
That face,
That-
what the
that
fuck?
actually overfilled the bar, and he got a 0 there. So that's unfortunate. He was going for the 11 and didn't get it, but that's not a huge time loss. So we'll just have to do an extra cycle here.
It's not a big
We want to
deal.
take a couple donations.
Say 2
Sounds swell.
Oh,
and play.
Oh, come on.
boo.
All right, so I have $50 from Pun John, speaking of puns. Hey all, hope everyone is having a great GDQ. Final Fantasy VII was the first game I ever saw being speedrun. I randomly tuned into a stream about 3 years ago and was floored how fast this was being beaten. To see this game and category being run tonight is a treat for me. Best of luck to Ajnab tonight. I would give my right arm, but I need that.
Yeah,
So
I think
I'll
there
double my
will be
donation
even
instead
more
if Ajnab can get over
later.
77% in the parade tonight. Donation
Dude,
to
I
the
wasn't
Mothership.
talking, so just
okay.
making faces.
Good luck.
And I do have one here. $20 from Anonymous.
Wow,
Happy
man.
birthday to this awesome commentator, Dave Astario. Money to hit goes to his choice.
Hey, thank you. Can you put that towards Orca's Breath of the Wild run?
Orca's Breath of the Wild. Will do.
Hey, Zan, it's because
$50
the pen
from
works so
Cinecroft.
bad.
Ben, I'm
How
so
are
glad
you?
we got to see you, or got you to SGDQ. Make us proud. If you get a chance, please raise a golden chocobo.
Gonna take time for that?
I don't know, Kilmot.
Quite a while
I
there.
don't think talking would have bring anything.
I have
to the
$50
run.
from King of Ping 4. I'm really liking this cool ranch character. I hope Ajnab keeps her in a party for the whole game. And since we're staying up all night for this great game, tomorrow let's be sure to praise the sun. Yeah. $200 from First Midget. I've been watching the VODs since around 2014, started watching the streams after that.
Yeah, it was
I have loved
It was
these
a
events ever
great
since. Here's
couch indeed.
$150 to the Breath of the Wild bonus game.
pretty
Have
happy
the
of
other 50
what they
go
did.
towards the donation reader's choice. And I'm donating mine to Fuzzy Pickle %, and the photos in Earthbound, so.
Hey,
$20
John, I
from
vowed about
Chilled Like
that.
Ice. Spent Friday night hanging out with my mom watching this fantastic FF7 run. Loving SGDQ this year. Thanks
That
for the
really
good times.
sucks when
I can't
you
stop
don't know
laughing
that
at
your
Beefaroni.
flight is one day
$15 from
earlier.
Anonymous. I'm
J2
super
did the
broke,
same
but I
at
just had to donate after the
AGDQ.
squats. You guys have
I
provided
do
me
remember
nearly a
Penny
week of nonstop
Monday,
entertainment, but I
May,
was not expecting an exercise video. P90X got nothing on you guys.
and E. Charlie.
Good luck. Followed by a $100 donation from Anonymous. Who needs a gym membership when I have SGDQ?
That's right.
I have $20 from Mutsky.
Hey.
Hey, Matt.
To my dearest Final Fantasy friend Ben, good luck on the run. I'm really excited to see all the Kate Sith action in the next few hours of the game. Keep it real and get hyped to show off the double lap piece to 100,000 viewers.
Oh, man. All right, so we've got a little mini game here. We're going to be swimming with Mr. Dolphin, and so the idea is that we're going to use Mr. Dolphin to jump up to this platform up here. In casual playthrough, it can be really
Why
annoying
didn't I
to
talk?
get up there.
Because I
some
was
people may know that
stressed,
if you don't move, but you
tired,
just hit the
and
square
my
button
commentators
twice,
were
call the
doing a
Dolphin
great
twice,
job.
He will launch you right up there.
There
but
were no
that is
need
good,
of
so
me
he knows the
talking
exact
at
spot to
all.
go to,
The
and-
exact spot, of course.
and that's it.
You
That's the
mad.
game. We're proceeding up here to Upper Junin, where Rufus is preparing his welcoming parade. As the new president of Shinra, he deserves a parade, right? So
there
everyone's
is
going to be
always
celebrating his
reason to
newfound
stress,
presidency, and
Because
we'll
even
get
if
our
you're
first
good,
peek
if
at
your
the
game
airship
is
in
not
Highwind,
good to
which
you, you will
looks
not
really
be
great on
good.
That sky, that background.
That's how the
is
game
really nice.
works.
Maybe we'll get to fly it.
Maybe one day. We do at one point get to deny Eris.
Yes, we do.
a chance. She
we
does
do.
ask if we could take her on it one day, and of course we say no because it's faster.
Yep. And we get the better date.
Yes, we do. So coming in here, Cloud is immediately run into by a Shinra lieutenant or some kind of leader, and he says, "What, are you still wearing those clothes? How could you be? We have to get you in a uniform right away." So Cloud finds himself dressing up in a Shinra uniform, and it brings back some old memories for him.
Maybe he's worn this suit before.
This suit?
Maybe.
Well, he said it brings back memories for him, but wasn't he in Soldier?
Yeah,
They don't wear these.
Yeah,
More continuity errors. Let's just ignore it.
I don't know.
So
I was
upcoming here
not
is,
that much
we have a
jet
couple
lag
parade
anymore. I
mini
mean,
games
I was
incoming,
getting
and,
pretty fast used to
well,
the
first we
time
have to
zone
learn about how to
This is a
march.
very
because
good
my
tutorial.
sleeping,
Yes,
my
it's
sleep schedule
really
in
important to
Belgium was
learn
pretty bad.
how
I
to
was
walk.
sleeping pretty
There you
late
go. You got it, Ben?
for months.
I think he's got it.
So
Needing
I was
practice.
really getting
Yeah, probably
used
no
to
practice.
time really early.
So the first thing you do is you learn how to walk, and
The only bad thing that I was
in
not
the
used
beginning
to
of
is
the
that
parade here.
at first the
You can see
run was
everything
at
is all
10
festively
p.m.
decked out with
So we
Rufus's
were
name
like,
on the
okay,
banners.
we'll just
It's pretty
whirl
nice.
through it.
It's
We
a nice-
won't
nice
sleep.
dressed up,
And it got
city,
changed to
and they're
2
all
a.m. and
celebrating
it was
their
like,
unit.
okay,
The parade is
no,
starting, though,
maybe
and,
we have to
it looks like
change
we're a little bit
our
behind
sleep.
schedule.
So we're gonna have to take a shortcut.
That's why, like, some
Yeah,
days
I mean, we
before I
try to save
try
time as much as we
to
can in this game. Every shortcut,
sleep
every
early.
shortcut matters.
Yeah.
And then it went back to midnight.
But first we get to examine the entire
And
city.
so,
This
yeah,
Silk
it
of
was
June,
pretty
it
rough on
really
the
is
sleep.
a wonderful city, and it is adorned by this giant cannon.
Apparently has a giant super weapon attached to it.
It's huge. It dwarfs the entire city. I can't imagine
Train
what they
wreck.
could possibly use
They-
a cannon that large.
They could
for.
shoot Costa del Sol.
Yeah, right. Like this peaceful island getaway place. You know, like it doesn't really seem like a reasonable target. But hey, you never know. They could wage war.
All right, so here they notice they're late for the parade, so this is where they're gonna take the shortcut through the alleyway. And with the parade there's a mini game coming up with the parade coming up.
Yeah, it's a little
I'm
bit
a
of
zombie
tricky
since
minigame.
the
So the way it
run.
works is that there's a television rating score that we're going to try to maximize because the higher your television rating score, you get different rewards at the end of this minigame. So you can see it in the bottom right there. It's currently at 21, 22. And we're going to try to get that above 60, because if we get a 60, then we get the...
50.
I'm sorry. If we get it above 50, then we get a reward of 5,000 gil. And that's the reward
Hey,
that
Mr.
we want,
Zyla,
in order to
thank
have
you,
enough
thank
money to
you.
proceed into the next part of the game. So the way it works here is that
How many
our
love
commander's gonna
letters?
tell us to
Zero?
run into the parade, and we're going to kind of bonk into our comrades here and get ourselves in line. And,
I would dub that
very
mashing
nice
as giving you
coordinated
higher
pressing of the
ratings.
circle buttons to move
Mashing
our
is
gun.
totally
We're going
wrong
to,
on this spot.
well, unfortunately, we came just short of the 60.
Oh, whoa! We got it off screen.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right. Looked like
You
he
have
got the
to time
48,
it.
but he must have just snuck in one last input there. So
I mean, it's really not too bad if you
Like
miss it, 'cause you
J2
get
was
6 ethers.
mashing
I mean, it is
also.
a little bit of gil loss once you sell them, but
And
I
then
mean,
was like,
it's always
wait,
good
why
to
do
just
I
get the 5K
have bad
though.
ratings?
I believe 6
And
ethers gives you 40.
then I tried just timing everything and it went pretty well.
Somehow Ben managed
Like you
to
need
pull
to
that
time
out,
and
so just more
hold a
power to him
little.
there.
Ching ching.
We have just a short cut scene here. We can probably take a couple more donations in this time.
Awesome. So I have $5 from Bisperio. Ever since I played Final Fantasy VII about 8 years ago, I've never been able to remember if the flower's gold name was Aerith or Eris. Glad to finally have it settled
Chris
on
is
Cool
always
Ranch.
pretty hype.
Put my money towards the Breath of the Wild run. $50 from Anonymous. First time donation, second time watching a GDQ event. Super excited to see the pros take on this timeless classic. FF7 is definitely one of my all-time favorite games, and thank you for the thoughtful commentary on the story as well. Keep up the great work.
A scratch.
I do have $150 from Scratch.
Hey.
Whoa! What's up, Scratch?
Thank you, Scratch.
Hey,
Good to see your
guys.
tweet, by the way.
Hey guys, so happy to be able to watch SGDQ live for the first time, especially my favorite game being run by Ashneb. Big high five to him, Defsterio, and J2. Too bad someone may be missing on the couch. Ashneb, you're the best, or you're the most delicious banana.
It's delicious
certainly true.
banana.
So here we have another mini game. Instead of learning how to march, now we're learning how to swing our gun around. And this is going to play into the next portion of the parade where we have a send-off where we're going to be saluting Rufus. We're just mashing through
It's
the
a
text
me.
here and going through this tutorial. It's pretty simple. You just kind of follow the commands on screen, and that'll be...
Cloud's doing a good job.
Yeah, Cloud is... he's doing something. He's doing something. All right, yet another part where you have to select the second dialogue option.
That is a really bad one. Like
If you miss that, you go through the entire thing again.
that is where mashing through the game can really hurt you.
Yeah, it really bites you there.
So on the way out of Junon, we're going to be picking up some things. We're going to be doing a shop and then grabbing an enemy skill materia.
Yeah, I didn't even know that this room existed until watching the speedrun.
Yeah, it's like blocked off by a person and stuff. And
Yeah, I'd always heard rumors of the mysterious.
Yeah, I
fourth
think
enemy
that
skill, but I
Nori
never knew what it
knows
was,
about
and
me.
Here it is all along, right in the first disc.
I could be
So, we're
wrong.
just
I mean,
gonna do this
Nori
little
was in the
shopping
chat
sequence here,
earlier,
gonna buy
so
a couple high potions, Phoenix Downs.
you could probably
some
ask him
Echo Screens,
later if he
Vipers,
comes back.
and Tents. And then we're gonna pop next door over here and run downstairs into this this little training area.
I'm
where
sure
you
a
get
lot of
little more
people
information
from
about
the
game.
FF7 community
There's
knows
a
that
portion of the
May
game,
is
in
the
beginning called
FF7
Beginner's
girl.
Hall. That's in sector 7
The May
outside
girl.
Tiff's Bar. This is called the Intermediate Hall. So after you've had a little bit of time to learn about the game, it's another portion where you can step in and get a little more tutorial. But we don't need any of that. We just need the enemy skill, and we'll be on our way to the second parade minigame here. So in preparation of this final bit, we can see our party has dressed themselves up in disguise. We see Barrett in his large marshmallow suit and Red 13 running alongside, and they're running ahead, and we'll hopefully sneak onto this cargo ship so we can get
I'm
out of
sure
Junon.
Nori knows about the
Before then, we have to
bananas.
salute the president because he's here ready to board the ship, and we want to make
Maybe.
sure to give him a great send-off.
Yeah, so we're aiming to get 100 here. If we get 100, we get the Force Stealer, which is a pretty good weapon for Cloud to have.
It's actually so good that it's going to be the only sword that we'll use for the rest of the entire game. Not only is it it's fairly powerful, but it also gives you a double materia growth. We mentioned before about
All right, P-Brains.
how
I'll
materia
see you
levels
later.
up with AP. Well, the weapons and armor that you equip the materia on can actually affect the way that the materia levels up. So this weapon for Cloud will actually double all of the AP that goes on any materia that he has there. So once we get that weapon, we'll equip it and throw some cover materia on there, which will help level up that cover skill that we've been looking for. So now Ben has his 100. He can kind of
Do whatever he wants.
goof around a little bit.
Yeah, Force Stealer gives you like a big strength boost and actually boosts your magic as well on Cloud.
So the length of this minigame is actually RNG. We want
people
certain
in the
commands are
back
faster
doing
and
the-
slower than others, so we want to
wow.
make sure to get the fastest commands, and that was a pretty
I
quick
just
burn,
saw
it
that.
felt like, at least. And then
They were doing the mini game. That's
Funny
awesome.
thing about that, you can actually overflow that mini game.
Yes.
I think it's 250 you got to get over. You got to get really good luck to get, or well, bad luck actually to get that. And it overflows to 004, which gives you the silver glasses, which are completely useless to us, and you miss out on the Force Stealer.
I had no idea about that.
Another case of basically rip the run for any serious speedrunner.
Yeah, after I did that once,
never doing that again.
never
Yeah,
again.
you kind of just get to your 100 and stop, or if you're Ben, you do a little spin around there.
Spinaroonie.
For some reason, Heidegger likes punching people in the face.
Yeah, I
never
don't
understood
understand.
that. Yeah.
Got Red poking in the back there. You can kind of see his
You
ears.
can see his little tuft of hair poking out there. And instead of following the rest of the soldiers, we're just going to go ahead and run on the ship, and we'll be on our way to the next portion of the game. So meanwhile, we're still disguised as Shinra soldiers here, and we're going to have to get through
Hey, Mike.
a
What's
few
up?
interactions on the cargo ship without giving away our identities. So Cloud does a pretty good job. You know, he's worn the Shinra uniform before. He knows how to behave himself as a Shinra soldier, but some of the other characters don't do as good of a job disguising themselves in uniform. So we'll see a couple examples of that.
Yeah. So right out the gate, Ben's going to be picking up a little ether right here. And then
Yo,
the trigger to
Danny
advance here is to have
boy.
conversations with
That
each of your
script was
party members,
amazing.
ending with Eris. And then you'll be able to find Barrett.
Right. And the reason that we end with Eris is because you have to talk
It was
to
as
Eris
good
twice
as
so that you can open up the
AGDQ, and
opportunity
just
to
a
talk with
run
Barrett.
made
So
it
instead
a
of going
bit
and talking to
better,
her
I
and
guess,
going
just
back
because
upstairs
of the
to talk to
run that
Beefaroni
went so
and,
well.
Leg Dog, we just wait and talk to her last.
Speaking of Leg Dog, how does he have skin?
Yeah.
Look.
He shaved his paws.
I don't think
for this,
Spike
disguise.
Vegeta was
That's
in
real
the
dedication.
audience.
But he's having a little bit trouble standing on two legs, and funny enough, that's the name of the song. Is that it's tough to stand on two legs. So here, this is Eris, or Cool Ranch. I apologize. And we're actually not going to take her on the high wind as we so chose there, and she's.
Oh
asking
no,
if you've
one
seen
part he
Barrett,
wasn't, yeah.
hoping that he's not doing
It wasn't
anything
him.
Stupid. So we're gonna go and make sure that.
Yo, Danny
well,
boy.
find out that he
Thank
is,
you
in
so
fact,
much for the
doing something
resub.
stupid.
He's doing a little bit of
Resub
spying.
hype?
Yeah, he's not very well.
Yeah,
He's not as
really.
well
That
picked
wasn't
as Cloud
Spike
was in the,
Vegeta screaming the
in the Shinra
Y.
building, just hiding behind that box.
Even if it seems
He
a lot
also
of
really
people
sticks
are
out in that ridiculous
thinking it's
white
him.
suit.
He's a giant marshmallow.
Yeah,
I have no idea who it was, but
described
it
by
wasn't
Eris
Spike.
affectionately as a teddy bear wearing a marshmallow.
Oh, hey, creepy music.
Hey,
Must mean
Silent,
something
what's
bad
up?
is happening.
Wait, what? Why is there creepy music again? We were
Alright.
just on a boat. There was like funky music. It was a fun time.
We're going to a tropical place. Like,
Yeah, it was little boat party. Something must have happened.
yeah, we
Yeah,
got
I
some-
know.
No. He took the cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
the voice
So what
was
you're gonna see
very
here, Ben is
close to
gonna force this
Spike.
fight here, and that is actually very deliberate
That's
because
probably the only
he's gonna walk
time
a
in the
certain amount of
run
steps
where I
after this,
turned
and
my
what that is
head
actually going to do is it's gonna set up the next
from
fight
the
to be a
game,
preemptive against
and
Genova, which
I
is
saw
gonna
it
be
wasn't
very
him.
important because Cloud's got his Braver.
Right. And Genova is one of the few bosses that we can actually get a preemptive against.
How long are you
We're
living
also
for,
going to inflict
Cloud?
the sadness status on our party. And what that does is everyone who has sadness takes 33% less damage. The only consequence is that their limit bar fills slower, but that's not really an issue. Since we're so underleveled, it's way more important that we're taking less damage.
Motherfucking Bahamas.
There's also a little bit of a menuing there, just setting us up for
Enjoy, Danny boy.
later,
Enjoy.
stages. We want to make sure that Tifa has the steel materia and everybody else.
Some
Yeah,
well-deserved
put the Force Healing
vacation.
Cloud and the power wrist to give him more damage.
Just a little bit of an attack boost for this Braver that we're going to do here. So he's not going to use it right out of the gate because, as we mentioned, limit breaks get queued up right away. So again, we're doing the hold up and circle to queue up 3 grenades right away.
No, I
and
will
then
not
Cloud will
start
immediately
Chrono
use his
Trigger
Braver
next
here.
week.
So we kind of
Nope.
sneak in 4 turns instead
Impossible.
of 3 before Genova gets 1. And you may have noticed
It
that
will
Genova
probably
was turned
take
around to start the fight.
some time
That's
for me to
doing the
learn it.
preemptive, and then she immediately turned around. But that Braver damage
I
still
said
does
I
double
would
damage,
start
so it's
looking at
treating
it
like,
after
she was
SGDQ,
still
so
turned around, even
will
though she
start
was facing
soon.
us. So that's because she didn't get a turn off.
And now what we're looking for here is for Cloud to get as many Bravers as possible, and we're already on a good track here, so...
Yeah,
Hey,
so
what
that's
the
why he used the
sauce?
hyper on
Thank
Cloud to
you.
fill up that limit break
How
bar
are
as
you?
fast as possible. This is a really convenient.
Yeah, I
way to
would
farm
learn the game
Braver, so to
offline.
speak,
I
'cause
like
Genova
to
does a
I
bunch of
like to learn
damage
game
with both
offline.
W
It
laser
just
and
I
tail
feel I
laser
can
here.
be
If you
more
get a tail laser,
focused
you do
and
want 2 in a
everything.
row, because 2 in a row
And
will give you the
usually it
limit
take
break,
me
so
less time to
at
learn
least if
it.
she does it twice, you know?
Right. Generally, there isn't too much of a risk of the party dying here. It's really just about getting those Bravers
I
into
don't
the
know,
fight as fast as
Cloud.
possible.
Generally, she doesn't troll and focus one character, generally.
Right. You can see that her W laser attack. That
J2
she did,
is the one on
did
the
one
right
attack
on
to
the
each party
screen.
member, and hopefully that trend will continue.
Watch my pain. You will see my pain when I will run the game.
More great music here in the Genova fights. Just a little bit of safety, casting Healing Wind here. Nothing wrong with that. That also sets us up for after this fight. We don't really get a chance to heal for a while, so having our party members.
Thing is, I have to
all
work
healed up
on
will,
all
set us up nicely
bosses.
for the next stage of
FF7 at the
map.
same time, our boss is glitchless, and Undo. So I would probably try to
Genova
do
can inflict stop on your party.
mix
At this
of
point in the
things.
fight,
I don't
we're late
know.
enough that it's not a huge time loss, but you definitely want that to miss. Unfortunately, it did stop Cool
Yo,
Range here,
nice,
so
John.
She's going to be unable to throw any more grenades.
On which platform? PS2, PC, PS4?
See, can we get one more Braver? One more? One?
No.
Oh, I just got a crush on Tifa, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't,
Just wants
I
some
don't blame her.
beefaroni.
PS2
Yeah, I was gonna
nice.
say,
Hungry.
I don't blame her. Hey, that was a pretty good fight. That was a pretty good fight. We're looking good on Bravers. That is definitely one of the hurdles in the
Good
run.
luck with learning the
getting
game,
all
and
the
if you have
Bravers,
any
before you need
question,
to
you
get
can just
cross-slash.
ask on Discord on stream.
So there's this strange body part left over, and that's just a piece of Genova.
I have my notes.
You will notice that we saw Sephiroth before this, and
It's the old route.
there's an important tech skip there. Cloud
There's
offers
not
to
that
kinda
much
give a recap of
details
everything
about
and,
what you have to
tell the party
do.
about what's going on, but,
Not that much
thankfully,
detail about the
Ben
step
skipped that for us
count, but
because we don't need a recap. We
it's
Dave's there.
it's a good
I was
route.
gonna say you've been doing a great job.
It's still my
Starting.
PB route, so
Appreciate that. So moving along now, we're going to be coasting into Costa del Sol, and it's a really lovely place.
Yeah, it got awesome music.
Great music, very relaxing atmosphere. You can hang out on the beach for a while, take
Beaches.
a break.
yeah, I
Great.
find
Mojo's out there with a
Fantasy
bunch
8
of
notes.
girls.
Just getting some suntan on, and
No,
everyone's kinda
I
enjoying
translated
themselves.
my
Yeah.
uploaded notes. I'm not sharing my notes I have. Like
So
the
going
notes
in
that I
here,
had
the
for
party's
this
gonna
run was like
disembark.
5 pages. If I'm sharing
And then we're
this,
gonna
I
see,
don't think people could do a run at all.
After the party disembarks here, they kind of decide that how they're going to proceed, and after this, we're going to see the Shinra folks disembark as well. Eris is remarking how she loved Barris's
Hinemas,
outfit,
thank you,
Barrett's
thank
outfit.
you.
Yeah, she wants him to keep it as pajamas.
So you want to point out what's going on in this next screen?
Yes, this is a very important cutscene here. You can see, if you look very closely in the back right corner, we've got that air traffic control guy there. He's practicing his squats. He doesn't really have the mechanic of bending down yet, but he's definitely got the arm waving going on. But keep your eye on him really, really closely as this helicopter approaches.
That guy in the red, all the way in the back.
Yeah,
All the
it
way in
seems
the
like the
back
run
there.
got a lot of very
Helicopter's
good
coming
feedback.
down.
And
He's gone. Where'd he go? How did that happen?
he's gone.
Well, the easiest one is PC because it's less expensive, it's easier to
I have
stream.
no idea why that happens. I don't know
But
if it's a glitch
if you
or
have
it was
all the
intended to-
equipment
think
to
it was
stream
intended, yeah.
it's
PS2, I
probably
would
just a little
recommend
funny thing that they throw in
PS2.
there. There is a good bit of
Emulator
humor.
is not the
I
same,
think
it's a
the
bit
Square,
faster.
developers had a good sense of humor when
They
making this
certainly
game.
do, yeah.
That's the one thing that I like. I really like about this game. There is a lot of dark tones, but there is also a lot of lightheartedness within that.
Absolutely.
And Heidegger just punching people.
Yeah, he's just throwing them in the water. Like he's so rude. Like, even this guy, he's a civilian.
He's
he's
like,
just
"Come here."
chasing him. Really funny that they take a boat across the ocean and then immediately get in a helicopter.
It's
It didn't
okay,
seem
man.
like that long of a trek. Like, why
Yeah.
couldn't they just take the helicopter? But I don't know. The sense of scale, as we know, the sense of scale in this game is really wonky. So it's possible that it is a much further trek
Yeah.
than we presume.
So we're gonna take a pit stop in this house right here. We're gonna like. steal
Yeah,
some
I
things,
really
guess.
like
The guy doesn't
original
Yeah, he
says- yeah,
platforms.
actually
I
says
know
to-
PS2
So
it's
we're gonna
not
grab the power source. We're gonna use that
original,
later
but
in the
it's
game.
the
We're gonna
the
use,
one you
the
need for
motor
the
drive, which
speedrun
we're
just
gonna
because
sell,
of
and the
fast
firing,
loading.
which we are definitely.
I'm usually not a
going
fan
to
of
sell.
Not
remaster
selling,
and everything like that.
No, don't.
Please.
Runs have
I
died.
know you want the money, but just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Don't take the money.
All right, so that was our trip to Costa
Hey,
del
big
Sol.
red couch,
Very
what's
nice.
up?
Yep.
It's a beautiful place.
Come
Wish we could have
on.
stayed there longer, but we got our run to finish.
Yeah,
So
we got places to go, people to see, things to do.
yeah. So
On our way to North Coral here, it's again more world map stuff, so we're just hoping for as few encounters as possible and getting through them as fast as possible. There's a lot of encounters
Yeah,
upcoming.
it's
so,
original
we can
disc
probably
at
take a couple
least, not
donations as we get through this area.
Original console.
Sounds good. I have $19.97 from J61. Thank you for putting together this fantastic event.
The
Great
90k
games- great games for a
PS2
great
Slim is the
cause. You
fastest
people
for
are awesome for doing
FF7.
this.
70k is
FF7
fine
hype.
also, you don't lose that much
$200
time.
from Anonymous. FF7 was my first game on the PS1. I'm so happy to finally catch it at GDQ. Can't
Let
wait
me
to see
sit on
Omni
your
Slash.
big red couch.
I have
The end
$50
time
from
was
408.
7.
Ben, let's get ready to
48.
rando.
04.
Oh, whoops, wrong game. Just kidding. Good luck on the
job.
Final
Good job,
Fantasy
EA.
VII run-in. Yo, Dave.
hey, what's up, PA?
We love you, EA.
At least some
Alfredo
seconds.
donates
It's not a big deal.
$75. Says, I was looking to start speedrunning some of my favorite RPGs. How do you prepare mentally and physically for such a long run?
Know where your bathroom breaks are.
Yes, very important.
Yeah, know where your bathroom breaks
I have
are, so
$100
you don't
from
take
Fox
them
Lisk.
ever.
Oh, banana. $100 from Anonymous. Donating more solely for that amazing interactive squat minigame from the crowd. Loving the run so far. Red 13 is a good doggo.
He is a good doggo.
$15 from Koniokyo. Loved this game growing up. Can already tell this will be a great run to watch, and thanks to the couch as well as
No boots.
Asnav
Reset.
174's cool and relaxing demeanor. $15 from Tashesk. I'll probably fall asleep to the sweet sounds of this Final Fantasy VII run, but I wouldn't have had it any other way because I've been looking forward to it all week. Thanks and good luck to all the runners, and thanks to the event organizers for bringing our community together to do amazing things year after year. $15 from Anonymous. Gotta donate for FF7. This game got me into speedrunning, which brought me to GDQ, which brought me to Ajneb. Good luck with Demon's Gate. Another $5 for Knights of the Round. Think that would be a much bigger donation incentive. Chuck Paul 1 donates $25. Love Final Fantasy VII and had to donate during this game. A great marathon for a great charity.
Ben Rage.
$150 from King Booty. Smash this run, Ben. A donation to Runner's Choice. $150 from Anonymous. Settling in for this 8-hour marathon. Always amazed at the stamina of runners of Final Fantasy.
I mean, getting Knight of the Wrong is not a too bad
And
incentive. It's
$15
kind of
from
like
Wicked
doing
Tim.
all bosses.
First donation because I love Final Fantasy VII.
Like,
It's the
just
game that
kill
got me into gaming.
Emerald,
But Dark
then
Souls is my
you
favorite
got it.
game series, so I'm putting this to bonus Dark Souls. Good luck, Ashneb174. You're working a full-time shift with this one.
Full-time shift.
$20 from August 32.
Damn,
Anybody else have
Meepo.
that one weird friend that pronounces Red's name as Red XIII?
No.
No.
Yeah. FF7 run got a lot of
$15
donation
from Trusty
ins,
Panda.
which was
Really enjoying the speed run. Nice chill atmosphere.
pretty
Fun to
impressive.
watch. Keep it up. I have $200 from Shield. $10 for each year of Final Fantasy VII. So hyped to see as much of this run as I can before I crash. Good luck and thanks for all the effort that goes into making this event happen. Minneapolis, represent. $27.77 from The Wired Knight. Donating once more before the end of the night as my wife and I spend our 7th anniversary watching a speed run of FF7 on 7/7/17 for a great cause. A happy anniversary to you and your wife.
$3
All right,
bucks.
so coming up here, there are 2 encounters here with bombs, and Ben's gonna have the chance to steal what's called a right arm, which will be able to one-shot one of the bosses we got coming up next here.
Yeah, right arm is an item that does a lot of explosive damage. So there's a pretty low chance of stealing it, but we're going to give it a shot and see what we get. No luck there. Going to give it one more shot. No luck. So we'll run away. We have another encounter here. We'll try again. If we don't get it, it's certainly not the worst thing in the world, but it definitely does save some time to get it.
Ooh,
Oh,
you
he
got that
skipped the bottom.
skip. One
All right,
menu,
so
dude.
instead of saving time in the fight with by using the right arm, he just skipped the battle entirely and saved probably just
That was
enough
a
time.
good
Actually,
skip.
pretty tricky skip to get there because you can't really tell exactly where Cloud is because he's so far away.
Right, and he's kind of on that upslope up the bridge. It's
Yep.
really hard to see where his feet are. So that was a pretty good skip. Way to go, man.
And alternatively, if you don't get the right arm, all you got to do is throw 4 Molotovs.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
So,
Here we're getting a little bit of Barrett's backstory. So this is the beginning
Casual
of as we
skip,
move through the
one
world,
menu
we're gonna start to
buffer.
get a little bit of the backstory from each different character as we go to their hometowns. And
I have a
this one is
setup for
Barrett's
it.
hometown, and,
It's not.
apparently he's not very well
It's
liked
obviously not the easiest thing to
here.
do.
Townspeople
yeah,
don't-
I mean, he kind of just took a punch to the face, you know, like
I mean,
that.
it's not even Heidegger who's giving this out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Other people throwing hands.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little bit of a cutscene here to learn a bit more about Barrett's background and why he's so disliked in this town.
And for most of the fight, I didn't want to try the battle
He's
skip
a-
before
He's
because
a bit reluctant to share his
counting
story,
the
but
steps
eventually we
after
can
is kind of hard to
coax it out
do,
of
and I
him.
don't want to risk to lose my step count. So I
So
was
pretty
like,
much what
yeah,
happens is Shinra
Will not even try
approaches the
skipping
town
tight fight,
and
it's-
says, "Hey, we want to build a
it's not
makeover
worth
reactor,"
it.
you know. And Dine and Barrett are kind of the 2 people that help approve of that Mako reactor being built, and we will kind of see what happens as a result. You know, if a town gets a Mako
Yo,
reactor,
yeah,
the same
yeah.
things kind of
Thanks for the
seem to happen in
cheers.
each towns with Mako reactors.
Yeah, it's actually, you can see here that it's both the mayor or the village headman and Barrett are trying to convince Dine, who is the last holdout, saying that he doesn't want the Mako reactor. He's very much against what Shinra is doing, and you can see Barrett and the village headman are really trying to convince him that this is the right thing
Welcome
for their
back,
town.
miss.
It's a good opportunity. This being a coal mining town, they feel that this is the opportunity for them to step into the future. But Dine kind of saw it as Shinra taking away their jobs, their livelihood in the city, and we find out that Dine was right.
Yeah, here it is, another town on fire.
Yeah, it wasn't Sephiroth this time. It was Shinra.
Yeah.
But you know, Dine was right, and they shouldn't have given in to Shinra here, because they just burned the whole town to the ground, and all the townspeople, the relatives, everyone and everything was destroyed. And luckily Barrett and Dine managed to survive that one, because they were away at the time of the burning. But the city never really forgives Barrett for convincing Dine that they needed to build the reactor there. So Barrett kind of shoulders the blame for that a little bit.
Quick little time save here. The tram attendant says, "Hey, you know, get on the tram." And if you select don't go on, you're actually able to just walk on freely. If you select go on, you have to individually watch like each character walk into it. And yeah, so that's a little time save by saying, "Hey, we're not going to go on," and then you kind of just run on.
Yep, and this tram is taking us up to this wonderful place called Gold Saucer.
Hey.
It's basically the Disneyland of the FF7 universe. It's a fun and magical place where everything is really expensive and the points don't matter.
Yeah.
So people might remember this place fondly from all their memories of playing mini games, doing chocobo racing here. There's a lot of things that you come to Gold Saucer for, especially during the chocobo racing portion of the game. But at this point, we're going to need to cut off the donation incentive for Kate Sith.
Yeah, I like that. The 2 times I'm going to America, I'm getting some love.
So entering Gold Saucer costs a whopping 3,000 gil. Thankfully, we got that 5,000 in that mini game because Ben is super clutch, and we're able to afford it. But otherwise, we would have, you know, that's a certainly a large paywall. Though, you know, we do have 5 party members at this point, so I guess it is a pretty good group rate that we're getting.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, John. I'm Walloon.
Eris tries to console Barrett, who's, you know, visibly upset about having to return
My
to
main
his
language
hometown.
is French.
You know, they decide, you know, it's best for everybody if we just kind of go and enjoy ourselves and, you know, let off a little steam and have fun in Gold Saucer.
And Barrett doesn't want to have any fun.
Yep.
We're gonna
They are
go
very
play, and
smart and
he's-
he did such a great job
Yeah,
at
just
doing
saying, just
commentaries.
Get out of my hair and go play.
I really can't thank them enough.
So do we have that
They
name
did such a
for,
great job.
Pizza?
We do. The winner with $1,555.55 would be Nala Smug. It's a lower N for Nala, capital S for Smug.
All right. So here we meet our next party member. His name is Kate Sith. He is a robot with a toy cat on top. And it's also a fortune teller,
Yeah.
because that's a thing. And he's going to interject himself into our party and try to tell us our fortune, which is mysterious.
Smug.
A mysterious
I'm not
premonition,
sure
actually.
who Nala is.
I mean, the first couple aren't really much of a
No, they're
oh,
complete nonsense. And then he's like,
nice.
something horrible is going to happen.
You're gonna lose somebody you dearly care about,
Yeah. And he almost wants to take it back, and he just can't.
and then Kate says just like, well, I gotta figure out what this fortune meant, so I'm coming with you.
Oh, that's
least
the
that's-
one you
that's
did
what
the
he tells
marathon for. I remember you talking about
I
that.
mean, we'll see why he joins the party.
Yeah, nothing conspicuous about a large robot.
Just
Yeah, I
toy
know
cat
Nala. I was
combination.
thinking that Nala was a
Suddenly
name
joining
of
our, goal to
a
save the
streamer. You know, it's
Punches
the
people with
prefix of a
microphones.
streamer.
I don't get
I
it.
didn't
never
know.
understood this
The least he
character.
could do is just like yell.
It was
in
from
their
the
ears.
actual Nala from the
So a little
Lion
bit of a
King.
menu here, setting up Tifa with some materia, new weapons and armor.
The main character that I like the most
Accessories, I
in
apologize.
Final Fantasy, that's a tough question.
Sad music.
The one that I like the most.
Hey.
Oh, Shinra's here.
He's taking a nap.
More Kool-Aid. They really got to solve that,
I really like
that Kool-Aid
Oran.
epidemic they got going around Shinra.
I really like Oran.
All right, well,
And then they find out that
I
this
do
guy is
really
actually the
like
victim of a
our
gunshot wound, which is strange because we've been chasing after Sephiroth this whole time, and he's got that big sword that we know he loves to leave around places, and he doesn't really use guns.
Yeah, so
So what could possibly be going on here? Also
I
strange
think
that
I
there's
said
no
it
Kool-Aid
enough.
present.
yeah, I guess they left it all in the headquarters.
Yeah, there's not enough to go around anymore. I ran
Yeah.
out of the powder mix. There's one survivor over here, and she claims that it was a man.
It's
with
a really
gun
tough
on his
question
arm.
though.
know
There's
a
a
person
lot
with a
of
gun
really
on his
good
arm?
I don't think
characters.
so.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so Dio's here. He's brought some guards, and he thinks that we were actually the people that caused this.
Yeah.
I never understood why they didn't just
know.
like say,
Well,
hey, no,
thank
we
you
have
so
no
much to your
firearms.
friend, John. Thank you
Cloud
so
doesn't have a gun on his
much.
arm. Do you see Tifa with a gun on her arm? How about a plush toy over there? Does he have a gun on his arm?
And I hope
Yeah,
the
they have
things
they
are
have
going
a
better
little reason to
for
run, but they do, so they
Yeah, that immediately makes them look suspicious.
Zan.
Thanks, Kate
Thanks
Sid,
for the
making us
cheers.
look
Thank
suspicious.
you.
And then these
Easy
giant
dry.
grabby robot things approach us and take us down to the prison underworld here.
grabby robot
Thanks
things. I
for
like
the
that.
awesome
Yeah, they just kinda
run.
wanna pinch you.
Yeah. And they come down with us.
And we're going in the gateway to heaven.
Yeah.
This place looks like heaven.
I don't know about the PB, but
It's
it
hot
was most
summer day in
likely
the
a
desert.
sub
Yeah,
740
the
without
music
all the
definitely reminds me
renames,
of
all the
Yeah.
different
Exactly.
strats to play safe, all
uh,
the save state.
One thing about this scene that doesn't really make sense to me is, so the party members are outside of Cloud here. They rejoin Cloud. He runs over here.
And nothing
and
wrong
then
about liking Slot
Like,
more.
Naive and bothered.
were they lazy? Did they not want to like take the few steps?
I mean, if you can just
No,
run around
Slot is
Cloud
not the
Cloud all
only
day, why wouldn't
category.
you?
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's, you know,
Okay.
maybe
okay.
they're conscious of the step count. They're trying to save steps.
Hey,
There
there
you
we
go. That
there
must
we
be
go.
it.
Yeah.
Further note, that was not a hostile field map, though this is.
And
Yo,
there
Dave.
is a chance that an item can
Thank
get
you so much for the
stolen on this
resub.
encounter.
So let's hope
Thanks
that
for the
doesn't
good luck. How are you, Dave?
If
A
I just
resub
jinxed it,
hype?
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, so that guy in the back
Alright,
is
there
a
we go, quick
burglar,
escape.
and we got away from him, so no stealing today.
You learn a
Only
lot
those are
about the
last
game
burglars.
just by streaming and
Yeah.
having people in your
It's
chat.
pretty imperative that
Thinking
you
a
equip
lot
the fire
about,
ring before this, before that fight, because you can actually.
About the game. Because I
it's still
totally
that would
didn't
be
know that much about the game
How many steps did you
before.
walk there? 15? Okay.
The internet is helping
So
a
here
lot,
we're
but
getting
you
a
need
little
to
bit
find some
more,
good website.
information about Barrett and his history with the band named Dine.
I don't like Slot,
also a
but
pretty good
I
shot.
don't mind
Yeah,
Renner
I think-
doing it.
Like.
People
Why?
can do whatever they want.
That, I mean, they kind of tee him up to be like possibly the person who did all of that killing up in Gold Saucer. You know, you're kind of thinking like, you know, who is this Barrett? I don't really know him as, you know, anything other than the leader of Avalanche, and we get a little bit more of his history here. So here he is with his buddy Dine. They're coming back from their fishing trip or whatever they were doing, and the village headman comes to them and says, "Guys, the city is burning. You know what's going on? You know, you got to help us." And they immediately realize that this is the Shinra's doing.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, and
I submit my
Barry's
no
obviously
slot
very
run as
angry.
a
He's
slot
totally
run.
distraught. Dine has a young
Would
family
still get
back
some
in there,
people,
you know,
right?
A wife and a
Kappa.
daughter, and he's, you know, they're both really
And
destroyed.
I'm
by this,
technically following the rules.
incredibly sad event here. Though Dine does try to console Barrett and say, you know, we got to keep up hope. We got to go there and you know, find everyone and make sure that they're okay. But then here come the Shinra
You
soldiers
work about this time?
trying to clean up the last few people
Oh,
that
Barrett
they've
with
left
the
alive.
dance
Twitch Master.
Yeah, Barrett's got some serious.
Yeah, I don't think I need good luck for
serious
this run,
things
footwork. Yeah.
yeah.
but I take it for future
Shinra
items.
soldiers are,
Thank
of
you.
course, terrible shots.
Yeah.
Scarlet calls them out on it.
So this is the part of the game where they contextualize the fact that Barrett and Dine both have guns on their arms. This is because they're both shot right there, and coincidentally, they both get guns put into their respective arms.
Right. So Barrett with, I believe he has the gun on his right arm, and then on his left.
Yep.
Yeah. I
So
use
that
Tifa
explains the
slots.
gunshots in the golden saucer.
Right.
And I tweet kids it's slot.
So proceeding through the text here, it becomes more and more apparent that we have to find this Dine guy to really kind of close off this loose end of Barrett's past. So we got a menu here, and we're just going to keep the party as is and move back out here. As Ben walked into this room, into this house, he was in the middle of doing steps. So when he goes out, he'll be finishing up the steps that he was in the middle of.
Yo, Raku. Thank you so much for the resub.
And the next fight that we're getting is actually going to be very important. Like this fight is like one of the main reasons why we have the step count, is so we can learn the enemy skill laser, and that's going to be very, very important.
Thank you so much for the resub, everyone. Once again,
all the enemy skills that we learn are extremely useful, but enemy skills are really overpowered in this game. And in past Final Fantasies, they were referred to as blue magic. They're basically magic that you can learn from enemies that attack you. Sometimes you can learn them just by having the enemy use that attack on you, or other times you have to manipulate them. So here we have Tifa set up to manipulate these enemies. We're also going to use this fight as an opportunity to farm some bravers.
The bananas, that's what SGDQ got, the banana.
Come on, Tifa.
So this is RNG, whether or not your manipulate will stick. I believe it's actually dependent on your level versus the enemy's level.
Yep.
So since we're very low level right now, as we will be pretty much throughout the run, getting the manipulate to stick is very difficult. There we go, we got it. So now when Tifa gets her turn, it'll actually be the enemy who is doing the action, and we can use the enemy skill laser on Cloud so that we learn it.
Thank you, Dave.
And in order to fully learn an enemy skill, you have to win the fight in which you learn the enemy skill. So once we've learned it, we're going to finish this guy off with a Braver and one more Molotov, and that'll be that. So that's our first enemy skill. We're going to learn a couple more upcoming, but...
hey, we got cross-slash.
Everyone will not be able to come back for it, unfortunately.
The rest of the run in terms of Cloud's limit break. So here,
I know that Nate and Chris will not for some time.
He wants to take this one alone.
Yeah, rippy modes.
This is also where we find out that Marlene is actually Dine's kid, and Barrett has assumed the role of guardian for Marlene.
Yeah, when Dine fell down that chasm, he assumed that Marlene was dead, and this is actually the first time that he finds out that she's in fact alive. But Dine feels that his life is too far gone. He isn't fit to be a parent anymore, and he really sees this as just the last showdown. He's kind of closing the loop on this relationship with Barrett just as much as Barrett's closing it as well.
Yeah, he says his hands are too dirty to be able to carry Marlene. So,
well, hand.
Yeah, hand and gun.
And gun.
And Barrett just takes the shots there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I assume he's shooting at the ground in front of him.
Oh, okay.
Kind of telling him to back off.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was just taking the bullets.
Oh, man. That would be impressive. Although he is about to get shot a bunch, but that's in the battle. And we all know that everything that happens in a battle in RPG is totally separate from things that happen outside.
He will say something way greater.
The Dine fight can be
when Cool Ranch is dying,
depending on if he wants to get a critical hit and the counterattack at the end. But we're just going to throw 4 Molotovs at him.
Yep.
It was a bit dark, though.
There, so Dine did get the first attack in.
Yo, what the those?
So we'll just heal up for safety here, and then we'll finish him off with one more Molotov, and that'll be the fight. So this is where we would have used the right arm.
See you later, yay. Take care.
That right arm would have resulted in a one-shot kill.
And Dine just has a chance to counterattack here. Unfortunately, he does get the counterattack before his death animation.
Right, and that's why using the potion, the high potion, is really important, because if that counterattack would happen to crit, that would be the death of Barrett and the end of the run.
Yeah, run over.
So that's definitely a worthwhile safety there, and that wraps up the loophole, or the loop that closes the loop with this bit of storyline. And we can take a couple donations while this cutscene plays out and we get into the next portion of the game.
The ultimate trust fall.
Yeah.
Awesome. I've been dying to get back to it.
Oh.
I have $10 from Trash Panda. Money goes to getting Dave a haircut or Breath of the Wild, whichever he prefers.
Breath of the Wild, Breath of the Wild.
Speaking of Breath of the Wild, I just want to remind that we do have a donation incentive to actually have that run inserted as a bonus game. It looks like we've got $11,500 raised for that already, so we're already like 1/10 of the way there. If you really want to see that run, then definitely get your donations in for that particular incentive. And then looks like I got Tino, 128, donates $10. First time I could donate to a GDQ. Hopefully I can help everyone. Donation goes to Reader's Choice. Big hug from Portugal. $15 from Matthew Gruber. Hello, everyone at SGDQ.
Yeah,
I'm loving
Jason.
the run so far, Ish. Keep up the good work and good luck on the rest of the run. Put this $15 towards the Breath of the Wild 80% run. I have $20 from Excel98. This is a two-part donation. One, as a doctor that has spent time without borders, thank you to everyone who has donated. It truly matters. Secondary, my life has been a lie watching this FF7 run. That Golan skip almost made me cry from grinding to be able to kill him. I have a
You're doing a lot of text skills.
$777.77 donation from Franklin.
All right.
Reads, another summer, another SGDQ. Medicine Sans Fronteras has been a wonderful organization, and I'm so glad that you guys keep doing this year after year. Anyone else remember watching a ridiculous SGDQ in 2012 involving a SimCity speed run 5 years ago? GDQs have grown so much, and it makes my heart all warm and fuzzy. Good luck and have fun, everyone.
All right, so at this portion of the run, we're going to be doing another mini game here. This one is one of my favorites. We're going to be doing our first Chocobo race.
Oh, yeah.
Our only Chocobo race, sadly. I really love Chocobo racing.
Yeah.
It is one of the more fun mini games, and as a side quest, it can really suck up a lot of time with the breeding and the mating and the racing.
But you can get some really good items.
Yes,
some
some of the
items.
best items in the game you can only get from Chocobo Racing. So here we get our first taste of it, and this is yet another way in which the game is kind of guiding you and opening up all these different options to you, kind of exposing you to the different things the game has to offer as part of the story, but showing you that there are more optional things later. So here Ben's quickly picking up the remove materia. That's going to be useful later. But for this Chocobo race, we're going to be riding a yellow Chocobo, and hopefully we're going to get first place.
Yeah.
But we'd like to take a little bet about who's going to get second place.
Yeah, so chat, who do you think is going to get second place? It could be either red, blue, pink, purple, or white. So I'd like to see some spam. Who do you guys think is going to get second place?
Like to see some
oh, blue?
spam.
Blue one?
See, I always go for pink. I
go for red.
Red.
Ben goes
okay,
for red.
What about you?
The correct answer is always blue.
All right. So we're going to see
Come on,
here.
pink.
So we'll kind of know right away which ones are certainly going to be out of it. It looks like purple is dashing ahead.
That's
and,
not too good for purple.
Anyone who picked purple, sorry, it doesn't look too good for you. Basically, the Chocobo's using up all of its stamina now. Is not going to be able to make it through the race. Meanwhile, Ben is just kind of hanging with the pack here, not using too much stamina. By holding a couple different inputs on the controller, I believe it's L1 and R1, you don't use as much stamina as you would normally, and you can kind of work your way through the first portion of the Chocobo race.
Additionally, he's trying to actually push one of the Chocobos forward so that the second place Chocobo actually gets there sooner, because once the second place Chocobo has crossed the line, he can end the race.
Right. So to save time, we win the race, and then
No,
we want
it's
to get the second
L1
place
L2
there
actually.
as fast as possible, so we can kind of manipulate that by giving them a little bit of
Not a
nudge.
big
Come
deal.
on, Pink, you're second. Just close it out. Come on.
Red in 5th and now 6th place. Not really looking too good for red right now. We've got pink followed by blue, pink followed by blue, pink followed by blue. Blue is rushing for it. Looks like
come
pink
on,
is
pink, come
gonna
on, pink,
hang
pink, pink,
on,
come
and
on.
Pink wins
Hey.
it.
Told you guys. I told you guys. Told you.
I mean, it is Dave's birthday. He's gonna get the chocobo race right?
Sorry, I cheated.
You cheated?
Yeah,
Don't
sorry.
cheat, Dave.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we have now totally freed
Yeah,
ourselves
it's
from
not
the
a big
coral
deal.
desert
If you don't
prison,
want to
and, Dio was actually
press the
nice
wrong
enough to
inputs, just
apologize by giving
press
us
all
a
the
gift,
triggers.
and that gift is
A
Boo.
new car.
yeah, a new car. It's a pretty great car. We can do some pretty cool tricks with it, but before we get to that, we have to do a little bit of menuing here. We're going to heal up our party, and we're looking for a very specific
Even
encounter,
world
which
map
we can
RNG
actually
was
only
great.
get, in this desert area here. And this encounter, we're going to learn our next
Even
enemy
if
skill,
the
which is
second
going to be
fight took a
Aqua.
really long time.
We're looking for the harpy encounter, so it's the one enemy, not the one with, oh, here it is. All right, that's good RNG.
So we're going to set this up by triggering the Aqua Lung attack by throwing a Molotov at, well, 2 Molotovs at the Harpy, and then he's going to be using Aqua Lung on our party. It's important because Aqua Lung does quite a bit of damage, so we need to make sure that everybody is above 400 HP. That's why Ben used that potion there. And everybody's going to survive the attack. We're going to learn the enemy skill, and then we're going to finish off the Harpy with a grenade. And we've got our Aqua Lung enemy skill.
That was actually really quick. You can lose minutes to that, like minutes.
That was really good RNG, getting the Harpy first fight and just getting right through the battle pretty quickly there.
So now you're going to see the buggy skip. You want to talk about that, J2?
Sure. So, like I said before, the way that the world map manipulation or the world map encounters work is that you have to take a certain number of steps before you're able to get an encounter. However, entering a vehicle actually resets that counter. So you can see Ben is actually exiting the buggy and re-entering it every few steps, so to speak. And what that's doing is it's resetting his chance to get an encounter. Now he's actually not doing that because he wants to get an encounter on this beach here. So he's just going to go back and forth and farm it for a little bit. But basically what that did was that he was able to avoid getting an encounter before he wanted to by exiting and re-entering the buggy.
Why is the world map being so nice?
The world map is not being nice right now.
Yeah,
so
it's just...
we're looking for an encounter here. Basically not the egg. We don't want the egg. And we have the beach below.
That's the good fight.
So
Hey,
this is the good fight.
we didn't get the egg.
So we're looking to do a similar thing here. Oh my goodness. Tifa's going to manipulate the beach plug, and we're going to use that to learn the enemy skill Big Guard.
Why is it happening in that
Now that
round?
we've done that,
What did
we'll be
it
able to kill
PBI
these guys off with
jams?
Aqua Lung. So Big Guard is the most overpowered enemy skill in the game, in
Oh,
my
yeah,
opinion.
definitely.
It casts barrier, magic barrier, and haste on your entire party. And it's super useful, and it can only be learned from a few enemies in the game, including those beach plugs right there. Now, the beach plugs will never use Big Guard on you. I don't think they ever even use it on themselves either. So the only way to actually get that enemy skill is by manipulating them to use it on you. So getting that first try manipulate definitely made up for the time lost trying to farm that encounter there. Here you can see more buggy skipping as he makes his way over to Cosmo Canyon here. In the casual playthrough, people may remember that the buggy actually breaks down, which forces you to enter Cosmo Canyon and do this portion of the game. You don't actually have to wait for the buggy to break
Yeah,
down to go through that whole
I
sequence.
got
You just
really
take
good
it to Cosmo
RNG at...
To be honest, I didn't even know it broke down.
It's
'cause I
not
always just went to
over.
Cosmo anyways,
Yeah, so if you spend too much time, messing
That
around
was
going to
insane.
Gongaga and other places, then the buggy will break down, and it kind of forces.
I mean, the only bad RNG that I've got were in Polymedia, the bio on bottom swell.
And this guy up front, he asked if we know anything about Cosmo Canyon. Of course, we tell the truth and say we don't know anything.
Yeah, you have to be honest. It's important to be honest in video games. It generally works out in your favor.
Yeah, if you're not, he
And,
scolds you
I
and
guess
kinda
no right
doesn't let you
Tom, but
into
it
the,
can't really be
into the
called
village.
bad
There's actually a very
RNG.
notable place later in the game where we have to be honest in order to get a very
Because
good
it's
item,
rare to
so
get a right
that will
on.
That
come
is
back
true.
into play.
That is true.
Here, this is Red 13's hometown, known as Cosmo Canyon, and he's run upstairs to go meet up with his grandpa, Bugenhagen. Real nice guy. We're gonna hang out with him for a minute and learn a little bit more about the planet, about the history of the planet, and about Cosmo Canyon in general. But during that time, we can probably take some donations.
Sacrifice some
I have a
chocobos.
$500 donation from
No, I
King Booty.
didn't.
And it reads, banana, 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 banana. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. Good luck, Ben. And another $500 donation. This one from Fragments of Hope, so thank you very much. It reads, have to donate during this FF7 run. Great event, great people, and a great cause. Looking forward to making more donations at future events. Have to put this donation towards the Dark Souls run, but all the love goes to Final Fantasy. Good luck, Ajnab174. Looking forward to seeing FF7. I've got $50 from Anonymous. Cue another cliche. FF7, best game ever. But seriously, props to the couch. Cheers to Nobuo Uematsu for the soundtrack. High five, announcer guy. And can we get some applause for Ajnab174 for running this game?
Absolutely.
Run is going very well so far.
Yeah, let's not jinx it just yet. So yeah, we're here in Cosmo Canyon. Bugenhagen has informed us that we should go meet up with some party members.
No
here,
jinx
so that we can
happened.
Go into his planetarium machine and learn a little bit more about the planet. So we're just going to come down these stairs over here and talk to the closest party member, who happens to be Kate Sith over here, and we'll just form our party with the first two members that we can get in there, and head back up to the lab.
We're going to the planetarium.
Yeah. It's really, I like the planetarium. Every time I go to a science museum or anything like that, I make sure to stop by.
Yeah, me too, definitely.
Yeah. It's always an interesting thing. And it's really cool that he's got this in his house, too.
And it operates in real time.
Yo,
Based on
Ted the
universe?
Bud.
Yeah, no, he's got it all set up. It's
Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the
He
bananas.
doesn't take
Thank you
baseball bats,
so much for the sub.
Yeah.
How
I
are
mean, he doesn't
you?
have any arms. He can't. No legs either.
No arms, no legs.
Is he floating on a
Fold
piece of
on
material?
you.
So yeah, it's a little bit unclear.
Yeah.
You know, this game has pretty blocky sprites here. It is pretty unclear how Bugenhagen actually moves around. Our assumption as a collective community is that he is floating on the only float materia in the game. In other Final Fantasies, there is float magic, but it's mysteriously absent from this game. And our assumption is that Bugenhagen has hoarded the one float materia for himself, and he's using it as a means of transportation.
Yeah.
But he's a nice guy, so we forgive him for it. More great music during this cutscene here, where they explain how the life stream works and how Mako Energy
Doing great,
is,
nice.
you know, the lifeblood of the planet, and how, you know, everybody on the planet, everything on the planet is made of Mako Energy, and when it dies, it returns to the planet, and it kind of keeps this balance of energy intact, and all that spirit energy is contained within the world and belongs there. And instead of being harvested for electric power, it should be preserved and used as that spirit energy.
Because if there is no spirit energy, the planet will pretty much disintegrate.
It will die.
Yeah.
You know, you're literally taking the lifeblood from the planet. So you can see that you know, everything, the plants, the humans, the people, everything is all really one. It's just a very existential and really quite beautiful picture of humanity and life that's being presented to us in Final Fantasy VII. It was a lot for a 7-year-old J2 to comprehend when he was playing through this game, but it certainly painted a nice picture.
Oh, yeah.
Through the rest of this cutscene, we could probably take a couple more donations.
Sounds great. I've got $25 from Grifter. Had to donate.
Oh,
now 'cause
awesome.
all
I
want
hope you
all that
enjoyed
sweet
the FF7
swag.
run also.
Thanks for the run and awesome commentary.
Telling to
Save
pass
the chocobos.
Tony with something.
$10 from Rad Panda. A single push-up for last GDQ, and
Welcome
now
back,
60
Chris.
flights of stairs for this GDQ. I can't wait to see what Spike Vegeta will do next year. $5 from Brandon169. Loving the Final Fantasy VII run. Very entertaining and knowledgeable couch. A pleasure to watch so far. Keep up the great work. This money goes towards getting the Breath of the Wild bonus run happening. I have $150 from Anonymous. Simple donation comment. Quack!
Quit.
Quack. $100 also from Anonymous. Just confirm the Shinra building and Genova parts of Final Fantasy VII are still creepy even after 20 years. 10-year-old me refused to play those parts. Final Fantasy VII is still one of the best games, and seeing this run makes me want to start a brand new playthrough. I have
70
$75 from Jay Holloway. Hello, SGDQ. I'm stocked up on caffeine and having a blast watching the Final Fantasy VII late night run. Got to agree with on the fantastics. Stake that back. Got to agree on the absolutely fantastic
Come on,
soundtrack.
May.
I'm loving the running commentary on the lore.
All right, so here the entire party is gathered around the.
It's
the
not even
campfire
true.
Center of Cosmo Canyon, known as the Cosmo Canyon.
I had to do so much
We're gonna
work,
talk to,
Kappa.
the different party members and get a little bit of history on them. Barrett tells us that this is actually the place where Avalanche was formed. So we know that back in the day, Barrett, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse all gathered here to decide that they were going to take it upon themselves to form their coalition to save the planet.
And why would Tifa ask Cloud if he is actually who he is?
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any ambiguity about Cloud being a former soldier.
No, no foreshadowing. Not
Yeah,
at all.
I don't feel any of that coming.
No.
Meanwhile, Eris is questioning. She's wanting to learn more about the Cetra and the Promised Land and what the ancients are, and it's pretty clear that that's kind of her primary objective in this. And after we talk to all the other party members,
I
Sam,
never
of course,
got
gets it
you.
because
Damn.
gets
Ooh,
it.
yeah.
We can
Damn.
talk to Red 13 or Leg Dog over there, and he tells us that his father was actually a disgrace to his family. He went to go. Well, there was a war in the land of Cosmo Canyon, and he fled instead of fighting in that war. And he's felt disgraced for that his entire life, and
Good morning,
he kind of
Bluth.
feels obligated to
What's
make
up?
up for his father's transgressions. And Bugenhagen comes and decides that it's about time that Red 13 gets a little bit more of a history.
Thank you,
lesson on his
Vlad.
own family.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
So, and actually, in these caves, we've got one of the more flashy skips coming up. It's actually really exciting.
Yeah, so you can see Ben's safety saved there, and this is a very important skip in the
no.
run. Arguably the hardest in terms of execution. But
No.
really, it is the culmination of the step count. So everything that we've done up till now is to make sure that we are on step count to do this trick. And it essentially works by triggering 2 battles at the same time so that they cancel each other out. And you remember you may have remembered that we mentioned before if you skip a battle, it's possible to get a repeating boss glitch. So that's another element thrown into this.
That is good, Vlad. That is good.
But going into the cave, we're going to do a few things. We're going to navigate ourselves through the cave. We're going to learn a new enemy skill called Death Sentence.
Ah,
And
boy.
then we're going to
I was really
set
stressed
ourselves
at
up to
that
do
skip
what's called the
because of
Speedrun.
everything I've got before.
Should we just let it happen and then kind of just like...
Yeah, I think we should describe it after. So a few steps to set up the encounters here.
Also, just as a
Not
side note,
before in the
within
run,
Death
but
Sentence
before
encounter, there's a
SGDQ.
small percentage chance for the enemies to drop an item called M Tentacles. That will be very useful against the Palmer fight. That casts Bio 2, does a ton of damage, has the chance of inflicting poison. It's really cool to get those. Or
No,
two.
I'm
It's
not
possible we
talking
can
at all
talk
during
to,
the
but
run,
that chance
ever.
is pretty rare,
Yeah.
so we'll see if we get that luck today.
Just saying, hey, I'm Ajnab 174.
Okay, so
Do we
Steve
have a
is gonna
timer?
and,
That's it. I think that's all I
now
said.
focus on getting these
I
inputs
wanted
right.
to say something at the end, but I couldn't.
First, we're going to farm this encounter, though, and this is
I
going
was
to be
too
our
emotional when I
opportunity to,
finished my run, thinking
learn
that
the,
Vlad wasn't
the
next to
enemy skill
me.
Death Sentence. So if we get good RNG, I think these are called sneaky steps, will actually cast Death Sentence on Cloud.
Hey!
That's the good RNG right there, so we don't need to manipulate them. We can just take that RNG, learn the enemy skill, and kill them off with Encore and be on our way into the Stinger skip.
And all right, guys, here's the Stinger skip.
Hey Adam, what's up? Look at those focus faces.
There we go. There we
Awesome.
go.
Awesome. execution of that is incredibly difficult. Not only does it require getting the entire step count up until now very precise. You can see he farmed that encounter beforehand to kind of set him up for it. But all of those movements that he did.
Yeah, it was
that
very
screen were
quick
to make sure
after.
that he
I
gets the
mean,
fight on the
we were
exact
reading
same pixel
all the
as
stuff we
walking
were
into the
getting
web.
on
If you were off by a little
Discord,
bit,
on
Tiniest bit, and
Twitter,
actually being off by very little
and I was that
is
tired.
worse than being off by a lot, because if you're
I
off
did
by
say
very
that
little,
game
you
is
can
shit
actually,
a lot.
soft lock the game, which I found out in
And then
my
the game
recent
like,
PB.
obviously gave me good
I soft
RNG.
locked there and had to reset. But thankfully we made it through that. That is a huge, huge hurdle in this game.
No,
that
you can
executed
spoil
flawlessly,
anything
so
you
hats off
want,
to him.
Adam.
Now we're going into the fight with Gene Attack.
Thank you, thank you.
And, yeah, thankfully this boss is undead, and in Final Fantasy games, generally if you have an undead boss, you can kill them with healing items. We picked up an elixir earlier when we were
do you
climbing
want me
the
to read
stairs, as
it,
you guys may
Vlad?
remember, or if you were snoozing through that section, I don't
Jace
blame you.
didn't get
But we have
his
that elixir now,
message
and we're just gonna toss it
read
on him, and it's gonna
also,
do a full
and I
recovery.
did read it
is-
earlier.
and
Can read
that's
it for
Gene Attack.
you.
So that's pretty awesome to make it through the Cave of Gi with getting the Stinger skip, getting that sneaky step encounter to learn Death Sentence really quickly, and then pretty good Gene Attack fight. So we get a little bit of a relaxing scene here.
I can
where
read
we learn the
all of
true
your
story
messages,
of Red Dead Gene's
Chris.
father, that he wasn't in fact a coward, but
I mean,
actually
I'm sure you
the
were talking
bravest
about a lot
warrior
of dicks and
them
stuff.
all. He sacrificed himself and defended Cosmo Canyon, and actually still defends Cosmo Canyon to this day. He was struck by these arrows, which will
Hey, Q-Dog,
which
what's
petrified
up?
him to stone, and he is now a living statue guarding the entrance to Cosmo Canyon, and you can see him up there. So everybody, get your "Oh my dogs."
Chris is like, hey, why did they
disease,
not read
Frank
my
disease, whatever
message? I was
dog
just
emote
talking
you
about
choose,
dicks and
but,
butts and
we like to
stuff like that.
salute,
Nothing
the great
wrong
warrior
about it.
Seto here,
Why did
with
they
our
not
awoos.
read it?
and of course the music just ties it all together.
Yes, another very
No, we're not talking
emotionally
about
uplifting
dicks.
soundtrack that reminds you of, it has
Oh,
the
I
theme
forgot
of
boobs.
Cosmo Canyon thrown in there, but the
Yeah.
war drums to remind you of this great war.
Yeah, you said that was really
Really,
emotional.
the story is told through the music, because
So
there is
I
no
guess that
voice
was the
acting.
words
There's,
used.
Dialogue is only so much. They really relied on the music to tell the story, and this is a great example of how you can use music to tell a story.
So learning about the truths of his father, Red kind of has a new fire that he's going to be the greatest warrior that Cosmo's ever seen. He's going to live up to, his dad's legacy, and he's going to do great things.
Yeah, it's kind of a coming of age moment for him. We learn earlier that Nanaki is actually, well, his name is Nanaki, not Red 13, but also that he's approximately 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah, it
years.
depends of
So
timing.
he's
What's in
definitely
the
at this,
message, the
coming of
amount
age time,
donated.
and, seeing this and learning about his father,
There's a lot
is
of
actually motivation
factors.
for him to continue his journey and try to save the planet. So here's your awoos. Spam your "Oh my dogs."
It's actually really cool how like each character gets their own
Yeah.
their own realization, their own story.
Like
really
the
get their
tweet,
time
did
to
we
shine.
really just awoo? Yeah, we
Well,
did.
he does other.
I am
whatever.
Doug.
Yeah.
Q Dog.
But yeah, the party recollects here at the Cosmo Candle, and we decide, if Nanaki wants to stay here with his family, we understand. We rescued him from the Shinra Tower, and that's pretty much the end of his journey. We don't really need him anymore to proceed. We can understand. he
I
wants to
did
stay behind
awoo,
and
but
be
yeah,
with us.
my mic wasn't down.
Take one last look at the beautiful canyon, take a deep breath, and we're on our way onto the next area. But,
But
wait,
wait.
Leg Dog wants to come along. What a good dogger.
I think for the few stuff that I've said, there were no point putting my mic down.
And now we are on our way to Nibelheim now.
Yeah, so moving right along through this midsection of the game here.
Would have lost
we're
frame
gonna
to do
continue
that.
To use that buggy skip manipulation here as we go in and out of the buggy to make sure we're not getting encounters on the world map here. And as we come up to, careful there, as we come up to Nibelheim, we'll have a little bit of time for donations.
Nice
till we
buggy
get to
skip.
Mount Nibel.
All right, I have $50 from Juicy Siesta Orange. Hi all. Had to donate during my favorite game franchise of all time. Missed the first hour, but looking forward to the next 7.
Nice,
Good luck and go
Chris.
fast.
I hope it
Donation
will stay
goes to
like
the announcer's
that.
choice. $15 from Daz Amazing. Loving the story summary on the couch in this run. One of the favorite games of all time. Good luck with the run. I have $50 from Hippo52.
Hippo.
Oh.
Hi, Ben and the Bananas. Good luck on the run and skipping all those unskippable parts. Hope you remembered to bring some Link to the Past randomizer seeds. P.S. May and Matt say hi in your face.
Why was it April 52, by the way?
$100 from Wolfblood. Megaran needs to put some
Hey,
dollars
Blood
in the swear
Guru.
jar, but he's such a
Yeah, I
he
did
is such a
feel the
cool
run
guy.
was
I'll put the donation in
really
for him.
good.
Love the rest and good luck.
All right, so we're making our way through Mount Nibel now. Just a couple
Really,
of
really
encounters
good.
On our way to the next fight. We're going to be picking up a couple items along the way. You saw Ben, as he entered Mount Nibel, the party was a little bit confused as to why, as they entered into Nibelheim, they were a little bit confused as to why the town wasn't burned down, as Cloud claimed in his flashback. They, just kind of assumed that they rebuilt it and moved right along, right?
Or maybe he wasn't lying though.
He didn't make that up. He couldn't make that up.
Maybe a company did a conspiracy. Maybe
Maybe a little cleanup work?
you
That's
know.
possible.
Yeah,
It's possible. The Shinra's capable of crazy things.
Okay.
So he popped into a house while in Nibelheim again. I'm sorry, and talked to one of those strange people in
Nibble.
black cloaks.
Nibble.
There, but, one of them was kind enough to give him an elixir, which is a very nice item to have. And as we move up across this bridge here, we're going to be heading in towards the heart of Mount Nibel. We're going to pick up an item, and we'll explain a little bit more about the usefulness of that item after.
He had.
But
Thank
we're
you.
gonna save and do a menu, and then we're going to have a boss fight. And the strat for defeating this boss is very technical and very interesting, and we don't
Hey,
really have a lot of time to
Nibelheim
explain it
sounds
during the
fine.
fight, so we'll let
Why
you see
not?
how it happens, and then we'll explain what you actually saw after the fight.
Because you may not be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. This is one of the few fights that isn't just straightforward, punch them in the face until they die fights.
It has its own unique strat for it, so.
Yeah. Just setting up our menu there. We'll talk about what we equipped in a second.
The annoying thing with some menuing is I had to change stuff just because I had
This
to
is,
save at the end of
Materia
it.
Keeper.
A fairly tough boss.
Sometimes I was confused with them. But yeah, my last menus were bad. Like the one after the live stream. The one before Fourth Candle was fine, I think. I remember the last one being bad.
A little bit of bad luck here. We want to get that poisonous stick. There it is.
Good roll. Hey, there
All
we
right, there it
go.
All right, so
Where
what
do, where,
just happened?
where do we begin with this?
How did that happen? So there's a few interesting mechanics that we have to explain.
Hacks, what the
first
fuck?
is what's
Ready?
called lucky sevens. So at any point during this game, if
Nice.
one of your characters or any of the enemies have a health value of 7777, then they will enter what is called lucky sevens mode, where all of their attacks will do 7,777 damage. The important thing here is that poison is actually considered self-inflicted damage. So if you are poisoned and you take poison damage while you are in 7,777 health when you're in Lucky Sevens mode, that poison tick will do 7,777 damage. And since he had 7,777 health, he will kill himself with the poison tick. So what we did was we cast Bio, and we were looking for a very specific damage value to be done to that boss. We were looking for Cloud to do 99 damage with the poison and for that poison to stick. You saw that when eventually we got that poison to stick, he actually
Maybe his
did
Aqualung on the right,
97
I guess.
damage. And that's why we had Tifa in mini status, so we can do the 2 additional damage.
I'm not
that we
used to get
need.
Aqualung back here.
Before we got that poison to stick, we just had to throw a potion to heal Materia Keeper back up to full health, because the way it works is that that 99 damage that we get plus 2 ticks of the poison health of 262 will bring Materia Keeper's health down to 7777, and then that final poison tick just
Self-destructs, yeah.
Yep. So it's a very interesting piece of tech. Shout out to Brutal for discovering that strat many moons ago.
That's brutal.
But that's been in place for a long time, and is a very interesting way to kill one of the tougher bosses in the game.
Yep. And no Trine.
No Trine. The one thing that Materia Keeper can do is open the battle with Trine, which is a powerful electric attack that you can learn as an enemy skill, but it's really not useful, especially since we already have Aqualung. So you really just
Shout
kind
out
of
to
want to avoid
Cartoon.
that, so he doesn't do too much damage to your party. Also, coming out of Mount Nibble, Ben got an unfortunate pincer attack on the world map there. Lost a little bit of time, but recovered it quite nicely. And then
Pincers on the world map are very dangerous. There's a few areas of the world where you can get pincers. Unfortunately, that was one of them.
yeah, and at this point, we're going to have to cut off the donation incentive for Sid's name. Entering Rocket Town, Ben did a little bit of shopping there. He bought a bunch of items.
Potions, high potions, some tranquilizers, some hypers, and some tents.
Any materia?
He's sold materia. Sold some items. Yeah, no materia bought here yet.
John, please.
And we're gonna go up to the rocket because we went to Sid's house and saw that there was a plane called the Tiny Bronco, and we kind of want to use that to be able to help us find Sephiroth easier. And what's Sid's wife's name? Sorry, I forgot.
Shira.
Yeah, she said, "Hey, Sid's in the rocket. Go talk to him, see if he'll give you the Tiny Bronco." So we're gonna go see what's up with
We're
Sid.
going to need that name.
All right, so winning with $3,310.77. Sid's name will be 7 Sins, and I in Sins is a 1.
Shout out to 7 Sins and the Sinners for getting their money in for this.
Yep.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if the last S was capital or not. And I didn't want to make a mistake at all.
So Sid pretty much explains here that it's his dream to go into space.
Yeah, he's been a pilot for the Shinra for a very long time and never has had the opportunity to go to space. And he just kind of hangs out in this rocket all day dreaming of what could have been. And we'll get a little bit of a flashback to his past while we listen to more awesome music.
Oh yeah.
Chris
Sid is
7.
great.
I should change your name on Twitch. Chris.
So Sid also informs us that he's hoping to be able to talk to the president, which means that the president is on his way here. So let's go see where he is, and maybe we'll...
Hey, I mean, you like Resident Evil, so I'm sure you're fine with that.
Nice little area there where you can get to the loading transition faster by running into the rocket. And now that we're back in Sid's house, his wife is going to give us a little history lesson as to why Sid may be as bitter as he is today.
Sid also really likes tea,
Yeah, apparently.
and he's also very insistent that other people drink their tea.
I mean, hey, he wants his guests to be accommodated
Yeah.
for, you know?
What better way to accommodate your guests than to force tea down their throats?
Yeah, you know?
I do that for all of my guests.
You dim for me at the room?
sorry,
I
sorry,
mean,
buddy.
yeah.
You got to come to my house. I got tea waiting. Tea on deck.
All right, sweet, thanks.
So here we get a little bit of a glimpse into the past. Sid's kind of giving Shira a hard time for being overly protective and, you know, checking out the rocket a little bit too
Drink
much.
your
He's
goddamn tea.
overconfident. We're ready to go. He's a little bit of a haughty character. and,
Is she overprotective or is she...
well, I think she's the better half. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Behind every great man, right? But here's Sid, you know, triumphantly entering the cockpit, captain's chair. He's ready to go, finally achieving his dream. But there's something wrong. There's a mechanical failure.
Yeah, there's somebody within the ship still in an area that they're not supposed to be. They will be burnt up when the rocket launches. And I don't think he wants to kill his wife.
Yeah, he's probably not too interested in killing her, although she seems very much willing to sacrifice her
she's
life
like,
for
hey,
his dream. Like I
hey,
said.
it's fine. Let me just fix this oxygen tank, you know?
Yeah.
You know, I don't care.
Rest low wind.
And here he's given a kind of a Sophie's choice.
Cheryl.
You know,
Shirai's
does he
waifu
fulfill
indeed.
his dream and go to space, or does he abort the mission to save his
And
wife?
she's like,
Yeah,
to
I
not
guess-
die
I
somehow.
guess we'll see what he does.
I mean, any married man will tell you there's really no choice.
Go to space.
You go to space.
Yeah, oh
Of
yeah,
course.
easy.
Yeah, so he hits the abort button here.
It's
and,
waiting for the weekend.
and that's why the rocket finds itself to be so crooked in Rocket Town.
Yep. It goes up and back down. Wah.
I find it really funny that
It just
they
stops.
it does, but they decide to build a town around it. Like it's right now it's in the middle of nowhere, and they're like, oh yeah, there's this abandoned rocket precariously, you know, sitting above this launch pad area. That's a good place for a town.
Goes
the
up
buildings
and
might
down.
crush, but who cares?
Nah, I mean, it stood there for long enough. It's clearly
Interesting
not gonna fall down
rocket.
anytime soon.
Why don't they fix it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, too much money. They're way more interested in spending their money. on the
Oh yeah, I guess so.
And the kitties
Yeah,
are
they're
doing
sitting
good, May. They are doing pretty good. It was nice
and he's still upset.
seeing
about
the
it.
cats again.
It's way more important than getting any
the
history
dog.
lesson or learning about
My parents.
the importance of
I was saying my parents last.
Oh hey, it's Palmer.
Oh, that guy.
What a dick.
For some reason, doesn't seem to recognize us at all.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not freaking out
No, he just completely ignores our presence.
because he wants tea.
He wants his tea.
That's all he cares
What
about.
does he like in his tea, Dave?
Lots of sugar and honey.
And lard.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
insistent about the lard.
Oh.
Don't forget the lard. So we find out that actually the president wants to
Yeah,
fly
I
behind
assume my
Bongo. So
dad
he's
the
on
first
as much
day
of a
because he
planes,
came
trains,
at
and
the
automobile
airport to get me.
quest as we are, you know, taking the cargo
But
ship
I
to a
didn't see my
helicopter.
mom until the
You know,
day
we're in a
after.
buggy
I
and
saw
now
her
we're going
yesterday
after a
night.
plane, and
I think we're gonna take it first though. We're gonna take it first.
we're gonna
So
see
yeah,
what we
I
do.
see my
Palmer's
pets
kind of in the way though, so
call my mom.
we gotta take care of him.
one
He
more
shouldn't be in
day.
Too much trouble, right? I mean, what is he? Just a fat guy with a gun.
Yeah, fat guy with a gun that apparently shoots magic.
Oh well, that magic gun can actually.
Yeah, I know that
spears, so
name.
Yeah.
Hey,
we're taking
Wengana.
a similar approach to a lot of our other battles.
I
in
know
which
that
we're,
name.
Gonna go ahead and try to poison.
Thank
Palmer
you.
here, with Bio, and we're gonna throw some Molotovs at him to do more damage. Getting that first
Yeah,
try
first
poison, that's
try.
great RNG.
There
It's
we
like-
go.
Basically, with every
Interesting.
single attack here, Palmer's going to do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, it's still
basically,
going.
the only way that he wouldn't
Bugs.
be doing damage would be if he uses a fire attack on Tifa.
Dice
because she has the
incoming
fire rate.
indeed.
But everyone else is going to be taking probably around 400 to 500 hit points of damage from that Mako gun. And we're going to try to heal those up pretty quickly.
And actually, Doesn't really matter if Kate Sith dies after we get
It
this dice
doesn't,
off.
because
so.
we're not going to be using him much throughout the game, actually. Here we're using him because he has this great dice limit break. Okay, so anytime you
Mike
get doubles
died.
with the dice roll, wow. I wish we had splits because that would be a gold split. Getting that
Dude,
double dice
everybody
roll
woke
is, it doubles any damage, and since he got double sixes, that's 1,200 damage, which is doubled to 24. That is insanely good RNG.
And the truck.
How are you, J2's brother?
Yeah,
Did you like the
that
run?
is one of the
Your
fastest
brother was
fall- that
actually
is
in
the
the chat
fastest
earlier
fall
on.
I've ever
I'm
seen.
Yeah,
not
that-
sure if
yeah,
he's
definitely.
telling you.
That's your marathon luck right there.
Oh my god.
Holy cow. Like, we get a round of applause for that RNG. That's insane.
And yeah, it was first try by also.
Ben's over here still in disbelief of that one. He's like, where was that during my last run?
Yeah. Hey, last run got the practice run in the room got 2 right arms and an M tentacles.
Yeah. Even with all of those items, you still wouldn't have that fast of a Palmer fight.
Yeah.
So that was ridiculously lucky. So here we hop aboard the tiny Bronco and try to make our escape. Somehow, no one's piloting this this plane yet. Somehow it swoops perfectly.
Yeah,
above
we're
the
gonna pick
ground.
up Sid. Yeah.
Yeah, Sid wants to come along for a ride. He's like, I'm done with this.
Yeah,
this Shinra
I'm sure that the
nonsense.
He can run as
truck
fast as
did
the plane.
I'm
remember
going
that
along
Oh,
some
we're
with
hit.
these
people.
guys, and unfortunately we take a hit to the tail here, and that basically turns this
Yeah,
airplane
you
into
missed
not
him.
more
It
than
was
paddle boat.
like
I mean,
probably
Sid doesn't
30
seem to
minutes,
care
1
that
hour
he's,
ago.
on electricity.
I'm sure he'll come back later.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of a shock, you could
Yeah.
say. Meanwhile,
Oh, look at Cloud.
Cloud is swirling around up there. We've got a little bit of a cutscene here. We can get in a couple more donations, JT.
All right, absolutely. I have $50 from Stan Stin. Greetings from Ireland. It is a pleasure to watch you guys run these games for such a great cause. All of you should be very proud. Donation toward the Breath of the Wild. $30 to Aura108. A shout out to the Twitch chat. Summer Means Done Quick is one of the best weeks of the year every year, so take my money.
She doesn't really Twitch. She's on Discord,
I have
though.
$150 from Otaku Taylor. Missed a lot of SGDQ this year due to visiting family, but while talking about all the good you guys do over dinner tonight, they chipped in to make my intended $50 into $150. Looking forward to watching the runs I missed online later. $10 from Zumi. Shout out to my girlfriend Lacey for getting me into SGDQ. She's working during the run of her favorite game, but she'll be home just in time for the end. Good luck with the run. $200 from James H136. Hi SGDQ. This is my first time donating to this great
Yeah,
cause.
we
as I'm
got-
currently going through some bad
We
medical
got to allow
issues
your
and recovering from a
donation,
recent
Metsky. I'm
surgery.
sorry.
You guys have really helped me fight off the depression and negative feelings. From
Thank
the
you
runners
so much
to the
for the
couch,
donation
the
during the
crowd,
run.
the announcers, and
What's
the
up?
techs, you guys are purely amazing. You have no idea how much you have helped me, and I can never thank you enough. Put this towards Reader's Choice. $100 from Shadow Arrows. All I want to see is Breath of the Wild run in SGDQ 2017. I hope we meet this incentive. Yeah, we're definitely making some good headway on that as well, and looks like we're getting really close on the Dark
Thanks for
Souls
GG.
incentive. So
Thank
keep on
you.
donating, and we'll probably get both of those runs in.
All right, so coming back to Corel, we're gonna head over.
Yeah,
into
the loading
Saucer.
emotes are pretty
We're gonna
good.
progress
I'm
the game
starting
into
to actually
finding an
like
item called
them.
The Keystone. Usually you have to go around and do a little bit of side
I find it
questing
funny.
and,
Well,
And-
searching.
yeah, a little bit of searching to figure out where this is. It also gives you an opportunity to explore the map a little bit more. Now that you have the Tiny Bronco, pretty much the entire map is opened up to you, and that's, again, this game slowly opening up more and more to get you to explore more and kind of really work your way up to exploring the whole world. But we know that the keystone that we've been looking for has actually been here at Gold Saucer all along, and it is none other than
Yeah, the
Io
only
who is
way to
holding
know
these prized
is
possessions. So,
if you have a
we
Twitch
pay our
chat like I
3,000
do.
gil, we go inside and we head straight to the battle arena so that we can claim our prize.
And we're gonna see if he's gonna let us get it.
Yeah, you know, he's put a little challenge together for us, and he's hoping that we'll be able to live up to his expectations. You know, he's heard that we're pretty good fighters. We've taken down some bosses now. We're getting some pretty good levels under our belt, and he wants to see what we got.
Yeah, let's put on a show for him.
Yeah, show me what you got.
All right, Ben, put on your best effort for this, okay? You ready?
You're going to put on a good show for Dio?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what Cloud's got here in the Battle Arena. So the Battle Arena is a one-on-one fighting mechanic in the game. It's a mini game that you can earn battle points later in the game to exchange for various items. But here we're just kind of doing this scripted battle. And
we're just going to do the Running Man.
Ben, what are you doing? You're not going to put on a show for us? No, that would be slow. So you just run away. And Dio's a nice guy, so he's just going to give us the keystone anyway.
He was impressed. He was impressed.
Yeah, I mean, no one can do a Running Man like Cloud.
Yeah.
He manages to not move anywhere while running at full speed.
Yeah,
it's very impressive. Very impressive. So now that we have our keystone, we're going to make our way out of Gold Saucer and on our way to the Temple of the Ancients. That's our next stop in the speed run. And,
Zappa.
we're hoping to advance.
Yeah, I think the Better TV and Francophase emote are fine. Same for the sub emote.
What are you doing?
The tram's broken.
Oh, what a troll. Look at
Hey
this.
Skulls, what's up?
We have to pay the troll toll to get by this guy. Unfortunately, someone seems to have bribed him. I wonder who that could be. There's no one conspicuous in our party that we might really blame that on. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, hey, at least Kate Sith got us in a nice hotel.
He's putting us up in this really nice hotel. There's
I am
it's a
not
little haunted,
mute.
but,
Got some ghosts playing chess.
never heard
and
anybody. Haunted hotels.
The
Never.
scariest flower I've ever seen in the background.
None of that's ever. There's no movies about really scary hotels or anything.
No.
It's not a trope at all.
So pretty much at this point in the game, the team's kind of regrouping, re-explaining, like, hey, this is our mission. This is why we're doing this.
Right, we get a little bit of a recap here. You know, we're on our way to the Temple of the Ancients. We hear that Sephiroth is on his way there in search of something called the Black Materia. The Black Materia is rumored to be this ultimate destructive magic that is capable of wiping out entire planets. And if Sephiroth can get his hands on that, who knows what he'll do with it. So we want to make sure that we get to it first so that he can't take a hold of it.
Yep.
So that leads us to the Temple of the Ancients.
It's
where
a new
it is rumored
thing.
that Black Materia is
Today.
held. And hopefully Eris can learn a little bit more about her ancestry and possibly communicate with the Ancients a little better. We learned earlier in the story during the flashback with Elmira that Eris actually gets some voices in her head sometimes, but she can never really make out what they're saying. It's really noisy in Midgar, and it's hard to tell what they're trying to tell her. But hopefully when she gets to the temple, she'll have a clearer communication.
And hey, the world's in danger, but let's go on a date.
Let's go on a date. You know, we're here. We're stuck here for the night. We might as well enjoy ourselves.
Let's kick back.
And here we can enjoy ourselves on a date with Tifa. There are a couple dialogue options that you can select to get this date with Tifa. The standard date is a date with Eris, as promised. When we choose to be her bodyguard in the beginning, the exchange of being her bodyguard is to get a date with her. But in this case, we're going to go on the date with Tifa. It's also technically possible to get a date with Barrett, and while the date itself is faster because you skip this event mini game at the, or rather this.
And you can do it, Chris. I believe in you.
It is
Someday.
way slower to actually get to do
You'll
everything
get
you
about
need to do to
1,000.
get that date with Barrett. So we don't do that in the speed run. There really isn't that much of a difference between getting the date with Tifa and the date with Eris. And then there is a fourth date option where you can get a date with Yuffie. Which is obviously much slower because we don't get her at all in the speedrun.
Yep. And honestly, this right here is my favorite play. I definitely.
It's a
have to
great
say.
play. Belongs on Broadway.
I guess so,
Honestly,
mate.
There's the biggest plot twist ever. You won't be expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, who would expect the knight and the wizard to help you defeat the evil dragon king? What kind of trope is that?
Yep.
Oh wait.
Oh, defeat
Wait,
the king.
Defeat the king.
What?
Man, what are you doing? Oh man, why would you want to do that? You're trying to put on a play here. You're trying to put on a show for people.
All right, so
No, you got to make this up for it. Wait, man,
come on.
the king?
dude, the king's not our enemy.
He's the nice guy.
Oh.
Tifa's now all mad at you, dude. You don't want to. She's your girlfriend, man. You got to treat her right.
Dive kick.
So yeah, the fastest way to get through that play is to actually kind of spoil it and choose the options that kind of mess up the play, so to speak, and it causes the play to end sooner. So that's why he chose to fight the king. And then we go into this gondola ride, and this is a pretty slow
Rip
kind
to
of
play.
cutscene area, so we can definitely get more donations during this time. And shouts out to our new donation reader.
Well, hello.
Hey.
Hi there. Let's give a quick thanks to our previous host, JT. What's up, guys? I'm Kung Fu Fruit Cup. Yeah,
JT guy.
he did great. All right, we've got a $500 donation. From $500 from Arc Tenchi. He says, I didn't even know Breath of the Wild was an option. Final Fantasy VII remake hype.
Hype.
We have a $150 donation from Patrick85. Props to all the runners this year. Keep it up and let's enjoy the rest of the show. There's a $100 donation from Rick223. Final Fantasy is one of my favorite series of all time, and Cloud is my favorite character, so I had to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run. Keep up the good work, everyone. Cheers from Bonn, Germany. Also, quick word, Tifa is my girl, so.
Tifa's Bay.
Yeah, Tifa is bae.
So actually, during that scene, you kind of don't want to look out the window.
We didn't
because
share
if
a
you
bed
look out the window
together.
there, you get some
We shared
extra
a room
cutscenes, and,
together.
we don't want that.
Yeah, this one is mandatory.
But yeah, maybe we were cool during the
Just
night.
one other cutscene that you
Kappa.
don't want to see. It's some chocobos racing around a track. It's pretty cool, but waste time. So we
Yeah.
make sure the Cloud is not looking.
No, I almost remember everything from
coming
it.
back from this,
Not every
nice little
comment
chocobo
or every
ride, we're gonna
donation.
head off to bed because it's getting pretty late.
But yeah, I remember everything from the run, kinda. I mean, it's
Uninterrupted.
very
of course,
recent.
right?
Yeah, no, just gonna head straight to bed, get a good night's sleep, and head to the Temple of the Ancients in the morning, keystone in hand.
Yep. All refreshed, recharged, ready to
Oh.
go. Oh,
Oh,
God.
what is this guy again? What is his deal? What is this music?
this guy.
Why is
Just
he-
because he got a double
what-
six, he
wait,
thinks
what's
he
he
can
got
do
there?
whatever he
Does
wants.
he have something in his hand?
Dude, why does he have the keystone?
Dude, who gave him?
All right, he's going to the battle square. Let's go to the Chocobo Square.
Wait,
We shared the floor.
He went
We
to the battle
don't-
square.
didn't share floor.
Okay.
All right. So actually, during the sequence, you're supposed to chase Kate Sith around the whole gold saucer and go from place to place and down through one pipe and down through another pipe, and then eventually you wind up here in the Chocobo Square. But he's actually been there the whole
No,
time. He's a much
Tiffany
better
slot.
rider than
I
Cloud.
think it's even
So you just
longer.
find him there in the
run
in
is
the
probably
little chocobo
safer,
betting area and,
so I would
chase him
probably
around, and
not
that,
really need
shortens
safe
this,
strats.
This little chase.
I don't think people would be interested in
At
that.
this point, you've learned that Kate
GDQ
Sith has been
marathon.
Shinra spy the entire time.
Traitor.
It's actually controlled by a guy named Reeve in the Shinra headquarters, and not only that, he actually has Marlene.
Thank you, Gunsword.
Guy.
Yeah, you know.
I didn't
like,
get my rest.
believe that.
I
I mean,
didn't get
it's
a good
typical Shinra,
rest
you
since
know,
the end of this run, to be honest.
Of course, you know.
Hey, Potato,
They
what's
do,
up?
They're kidnappers, and there's Marlene on the headset, and you know, here we are. We realize that this guy has not only betrayed us the entire time, and he's just nonchalantly walking off. Oh, well, I'll see you at the
Hey,
temple
yeah,
tomorrow.
let's go in the
We'll
morning.
see ya. Like this guy, that's totally unbelievable.
Aww.
So we're just gonna head back to the hotel and try to get a good night's sleep after that.
No, I don't think I like some failures on 8-hour runs,
Shouts out. Kefka.
because failing would be a
We're
huge
gonna form our
time
party.
lost.
So
in games
now
like
that we're going
this.
to the Temple of the Ancients, Eris kind of says, "Hey, I want to go. I want to be part of the run." So, which is kind of unfortunate because she actually has really low HP.
Yeah, she's pretty weak, low level, and not very useful. But we have to take her for this part of the speed run, so we're gonna make do. Thankfully, we can
eh?
finally get out of the gold saucer, and the tram has been repaired mysteriously.
Skype when?
and,
Yesterday.
we can proceed on our way to the gold saucer. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be
It's
the
too
first
late
to get
now,
there.
mate.
You know, we're gonna be a little bit behind the.
I have the
Shinra and
Kotetsu
Turks that
interview
have already
after
made their way
this
there now that they have
restream,
the
so
keystone. But we'll get there
Well-
nonetheless, and we'll do what we can and learn a little bit about the ancients while we're there.
Yep.
So on our way to the temple, we're going to be doing a couple things in the meantime, but we have a little bit of world map traveling to do, so we can squeeze in just maybe 2 more donations.
Sounds good to
about
me.
the FF7
we
run.
have a $250 donation
J2 and Dave got
from
one
Radio
also.
Chew, who says, donating to MSF during
I
Final
did
Fantasy VII
remind you
kind of feels like donating
when you
straight to the
were
live stream.
talking.
Y'all are doing great work. Keep it up. We also have a $50 donation from Matt. Final Fantasy VII is my girlfriend's favorite game of all time. So we are loving staying up all night for this run.
Yeah, that's
Here's to a great cause.
really
and
amazing.
saving
So
those
I'm
animals.
guessing there will be an article in Kodatsu with the interviews.
All right, so not the worst encounter there on the screen.
I
As you
could
run,
forget about
to and from
anyone.
Coral, as he did prior to this, and coming on his way back. There's a potential for an encounter there that can one-hit KO any of your party
Pretty
members.
scary.
It's a rare encounter and it's not a rare encounter, but a rare
Occurrence.
attack. Yeah, from the enemy there that they can throw a Joker card at you, which just kills your party
And
member.
the thing is, we need Cloud to have his limit break for the next boss fight. We need that cross slash. We absolutely need it.
So if Cloud does get killed by that Joker card, we would have to farm the limit break. Here you see Ben farming an encounter on the world map here, so he doesn't get a very nasty pincer encounter in this forest that he's about to enter. We're on our way to Gingaga here very quickly to pick up the most important materia in the game. That is the Death Blow materia.
Oh yeah.
We'll get into its usage in a little bit, but basically what it does is it's a command materia where when you use it, you have a chance to critical hit the enemy. Basically, it will either miss or it will do a critical hit, and that's it. So obviously we're going to want to use that and land those critical hits as much as possible. But for right now, our chance of landing critical hits is pretty low. So we're going to do a little bit of manipulation to make sure that we can increase those chances.
Yep.
So on our way to the Temple of the Ancients here, just outside the forest here, Ben's going to farm another encounter to make sure he doesn't get a bad encounter
There's
in this forest as well.
Incredibly bad pincer in this forest.
Yeah.
So pretty much there's these little.
I
red
like how
balls,
JT
and
would be
they
afraid of
attack this
my
move called
crit here.
Berserk Needle, and that makes it so your party will only do attacks. Like
Yeah.
you can't do any other action, so you're stuck in this pincer with low-level characters just attacking, and you can also have poison inflicted. So pretty much your run just like self-destructs.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Blood.
it could be a
You're the
really
one
bad-
seeing
really
me.
bad fight,
I have to
or
remind you.
possibly, maybe just a bad time loss, but that encounter that Ben got was not the best encounter.
had to
get.
tell
saw
you
attack
that
he
you
did on
lost your
Cloud. If
ball.
he happened to get another one off and it was on Cloud, that could have been really bad, but luckily he was able to escape. So here we are.
Thank you so much for the resub, Blood.
More great music, and here I feel like the atmosphere is very mysterious and kind of opening up the mystery of the ancients and who they are and how they've contained the black material within this strange structure. It's a very cool place, really cool atmosphere, and oh no, that's a poor
He
saying.
doesn't look too good.
He looks ill.
Yeah.
He looks like he had
Friendly
Got a little
reminder.
incised.
It could have.
I will try next
It could've
time,
been
but I
really
can't
just-
make any
Yeah, I think he got cut.
Yeah.
promise,
But
whatever.
luckily, well, maybe not luckily, Sephiroth didn't leave his sword behind this time.
Yeah.
Dude, I just want to go to
But
bed.
Sang is nice enough
That
to pass off
sucks.
the keystone at this point, so we can enter after Sephiroth and chase him down here. But Darius is a bit distraught at seeing Sang in
The
such a
snowboard part
beat-up
is
state,
in
he's our enemy, the Turks, but he
50
still feels bad
minutes.
for him,
Even though he's the enemy, she's known him her entire life.
Yeah.
So
we do have that cutscene of her as a little girl.
To be honest,
being,
Mark,
uh,
I have no
Sang
idea if
tries
I'd be
to
able to do
recruit her
anything in the next days.
to learn about the ancients more, and
If I can stream, yes, I would
big
do
part of her life, and She
FF7.
hates to see him go out like that.
Yep. So look at all of these winding paths.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the first time I saw this, I was like, oh,
It's
my
incredibly daunting.
goodness.
But
Ran around for
yeah,
hours trying to figure out
my
where to
sleep's
go.
getting right.
Luckily, in the
I
speedrun,
can't
we know,
sleep
just
much.
the exact right path to go, and it's pretty quick once you get once you know.
Yeah, I do FF7, I do something to about Rondo, I will learn Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Not too many steps there.
That's kind of what the schedule
we're
will
just
be.
basically gonna follow that little wizard guy.
Yeah.
Through this,
Depending or I
through
be
this
when I
area
wake up
here.
tomorrow, I do nothing,
Pick up,
or I do
we're gonna get
FF7.
many items along the way. Yeah, we'll get a turbo either.
And this trident.
Thank
So
you,
also,
oldie
if you've
baby.
noticed, throughout some of the towns and areas we've been in, there've been these like cloaked, like black cloaked creatures, I guess you could say.
It's
Or-
not
Like,
clear what
even
they
with
are.
just a
And
restream,
what it
I'm
is,
really
those are
tired.
people that have been experimented on and injected with Genova cells, and Genova is actually calling these people for something called the reunion. If you talk to
So
any of
I
these,
can't even think
people,
what
you
would
know, they
happen if
talk
I
about
was
something called the
doing
reunion, and I think that's
a
Genova trying to piece
stream while
herself
I'm
back
actually
together.
playing.
And
Yeah, we'll learn a little bit
I
more
guess Thing to
about,
Past would be easier
you
to
know,
do,
those,
but that would
people
be
who have
short
been infused with
streams.
the Genova cells as we get to the
Probably.
latter portions of disc 1 and the middle of disc 2. So here, just another little mini game. It's kind of like Frogger. Kind of gotta crouch under these spots in the boulders. There is a way to get a faster cycle here, but I believe
I
this is
kind of
smart,
want to sleep
isn't it?
10 plus
Yeah.
hours
Yeah,
someday.
you know, sometimes I've had it troll and I've had to backtrack a little bit, but
Yeah.
that's pretty rare.
It's not a huge time loss there, so.
And so Eris is about to start hearing those voices we were talking about earlier. She's,
All the
being
stream that
called
I'm
to this
getting is
giant
like
pool over
5
here that is going
hours.
to reveal
When
some
I
of
was
the things
getting
that
like
happened in
known
the
at the
past
end
not
of
too long ago.
SGDQ.
Yeah, and she's very insistent that we follow her.
But yeah, it will go back to normal at some point. Just gotta wait.
We can probably get into donation this time.
Sure thing. We've got an anonymous donation of $50. It says Final Fantasy VII was my first RPG, but Dark Souls made me the man I am today. Here's to getting that bonus game.
I would try to.
Don't forget, guys,
I would
there
try
is
to.
Dark Souls as a bonus game. It is
I will
getting
restream
close
this in
to the
2
goal.
days
We're
because
about
I fall asleep
a
at
little
some
over
point.
37,000 out of the 50K
Wow.
total. So let's get some donations in so we can see it. We also have a $150 donation from
I'm never
Philbo248.
sleeping
It had to
for
donate during the game
12
that
hours.
started my love of all things Final Fantasy. Thank you.
Nice, Electro.
We got a $15 donation from King Charizard. Need me some Breath of the Wild. We've also got a $100 donation from, I'm going to mess this up.
What do you guys
C-Funk.
think if I'm actually doing this
Final
restream in
Fantasy
2
VII is my
days?
favorite game
Because
from
I'm
my
really not
childhood.
feeling the best.
Love seeing you guys break it. Shout out to everyone
Like stopping
in
at the end of
Wolfwood.
disc 1 or
Donation to Runner's
something.
Choice.
All right, so here we can see Sang has entered this hieroglyphic room and is trying to decipher what's on the wall, and Sephiroth appears and starts explaining to him what is being depicted here, and that is the danger
Hey
of the
Renee,
bacteria,
yes, people are here.
which
It's
is
not a
where
webcast,
Sang
even
suffers
if it's a
his,
restream.
mortal wound, and we learned that that's where we need to go. We need to find that room with the hieroglyphs on the wall.
I want to know how he was able to crawl his way out.
Maybe you had one of those grabby robots.
Yeah,
Pick
yeah.
him up and take him over there.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Dio hooked it up for him.
So we're going to be doing some menuing here for the next boss fight, which is Red Dragon
Thank
coming
you,
up.
Renee.
Which will be our first instance of
How
using
are
cross
you?
slash in the run, and you guys will see just how important it actually is.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time ahead of that here. Just one more mini game two more mini games to make our way through the temple
Yeah.
here. The first one is this.
Yeah, I think when it will be
Let's go to
done
6 o'clock.
Yeah, so there's an
with
interesting difference between
restream on the
you
on
have the
Twitch,
North
I
American
will
version and
highlight
the
it.
Japanese version. Here we have the option
I
to kind of
took the
manually
video
move the
from
clock,
YouTube also
where
on
we
my
just tick it ahead a
channel.
couple minutes
Kinda asked
to
them
get
if I
it to,
could, and
whatever time it was.
I mean, it was no
at
issue
any
for me
point.
to restream everything
I
and
think it was
take the
10:30,
video.
to put you in that into this
Hey,
room.
Button.
Whereas in the Japanese version, you can only randomly spin the clock, so you have to just kind of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh.
You can only you just have to get lucky, and that's a big RNG time loss there. So here's the next mini game where we're chasing this little guy around here. Thankfully, we know
Easy.
the pattern by which we can find him pretty quickly, and he opens the door to what is the hieroglyph room.
Yeah, it's the replay
You
from
can
the
see up here as
SGDQ
we're
run.
approaching the first of the 2 boss battles within the Temple of the Ancients. As Dave mentioned, that is the Red Dragon. So I'm going to go in this door and then back in that one, and we're up at the top.
It felt
hieroglyph
really
room.
stressful. at first.
Also very important in this room to be
Then,
on
as
step
more as
count.
we
There's
were
some
getting
pretty
into the
nasty
run,
encounters
as
in this
more as
room,
the
really nasty
RNG was
answers,
nice, I was
that we're
feeling
trying
good.
to avoid. So thankfully, we're still on step count, and we can make sure that we're not going to get those encounters.
And right here on the walls,
I'm pretty sure it
you
did,
can kind
Mark.
of get a glimpse of what the black materia is all about.
Right, you can see the temple being built on the left, and then in the middle, you can see that they're kind of gathering materials, and it looks like that's possibly the black materia in the center there on the wall of that hieroglyph. And then as we move down further on the wall,
And what's that?
we see this big, nasty...
Is that the sun?
It could be the sun.
Hopefully it's the sun.
I-
But why
I
does it look
don't-
like it's got
It
momentum?
seems to be crashing into
Yeah.
something. I don't think it's the sun, Dave. I think it's...
Maybe it's setting. It's a
a
nice
sunset. I
sunset.
don't remember
Look at that
it,
nice
right?
sunset.
Yeah.
They just couldn't really
Oh,
paint it well.
daunting black materia.
Oh, but
really
there's
obscures
people
him.
on
Yeah.
fire there,
Oh,
so
no. Yeah, so he's talking about a meteor here, which is the black materia will summon meteor, which is the ultimate destructive magic capable of destroying an entire planet. And basically, Sephiroth is revealing to us his great
yeah, I
plan,
remember
which
someone
is
talking
to
about
get the
that.
black materia for himself.
Oh, yeah.
Summon meteor, have it crash into the
It's
planet
fine, I
Gaia,
don't really want to see
and
that.
what
Also,
will
it
do is
could have
injure the
been
planet. So he kind of illustrates
a
that by stabbing his sword into the
misinterpretation.
ground. He says,
Maybe it was
okay, so
not
if I make this little
sniffing
injury
it.
to the planet, it will gather the spirit energy that Bugenhagen was talking about to repair the planet back to its whole, right?
I remember
But
someone
what
talking
happens if
about
the
that in
wound
our
is
room.
much, much bigger. You know, maybe
like
meteor
yeah,
size.
the size of a whole meteor.
Yeah, like maybe a giant crater. The spirit energy that would be gathered to repair that wound would be
Yeah, I've never
orders of
seen it.
magnitude larger. And Sephiroth is hoping that he can harness that spirit energy and use it for his own personal power.
And here, Cloud starts to lose his mind.
Yeah,
You
that's what
start to
the
really,
people were
like,
saying. It was
get
like
the
a
feeling
meme,
that
like he was
Cloud
sniffing
can't
the chair,
really
but
control himself.
Yeah,
they
he
were
doesn't
saying
have
that
entire, full
actually it was
control over
maybe
his
just
body
him
or his
picking up
mind or,
something,
his
and
thinking, his
I've
actions or
no
anything, really.
idea.
And it becomes really troublesome because Cloud's been our main
'Cause I've
character
never
the
seen
entire
it.
time. We've been controlling Cloud, and it's almost like we don't have control of ourselves. It's a really strange thing in an RPG where the main character isn't as solid of a rock as you might think that they are. And
Cloud isn't very solid at all.
yeah, no, he kind of plays it off as no big deal. He's like, oh,
Yo.
yeah, so this is Meteor, huh? Yeah, no big deal.
Thank you
don't
so
worry
much
about
for
it."
the host.
And,
Bye.
in
Thank
the
you so
meantime, we're going
much.
to be approached by the first.
Welcome everyone on the restream of FF7.
So, Dave, you want to talk to us a little bit about the strategy?
Yeah,
for Red Dragon?
alrighty. So what's going to happen here is you're
Enjoy
gonna see
my
he's gonna
sleepy
open up with,
commentaries over it.
Big Guard, and then he's going to cast Death Sentence on
Thank
Tifa.
you so much.
And
Bye.
that is because Tifa has the Power Soul weapon equipped, and that makes it so certain certain conditions will multiply Tifa's damage. Death Sentence being a ×4, and then critical HP. As you can see, Cloud is in critical HP. We don't want him in critical HP, but if we can get Tifa in critical HP, that will be an additional ×2. So we can get a ×8 damage along with the Death Blow crit. And additionally, like we said earlier, you need Cross Slash. And what that does is it will stop the enemy. And if an
I
enemy
like how
has the
everything
stop
went
effect
so
on
well
them,
into that
Death
run.
Blow has
It
a
was kind of
100%
insane.
chance of hitting.
Can't wait to
And
rewatch
as
that
a
Demon's
result, we're
Gate because
able
I
to do,
kind of
what's
forgot
called,
how it went.
HB weight tricking
I know it went
and,
well, but I don't
minimize
remember
the amount
that
of
much
time
about the
that
fight.
the stop animation goes, and we can maximize our amount of turns and pretty much decimate Red Dragon while he's paralyzed.
Yeah, so you can see that 8x multiplier combined with the Death Blow giving us a 16x total damage, and that just absolutely obliterates Red Dragon. Tifa doing 1800 damage per Death Blow.
Yeah, and that was really close because Red Dragon had it out for Cloud in the beginning there.
Yeah.
Luckily, we kept that cross slash.
Yes, if Cloud had died there, we would have lost the cross slash, which would have kind of reset that entire fight. We would have had to farm the limit break. We would have lost a bunch
Oh
of
my
time
god.
there.
Yeah, that's so bad.
But Ben pulled it out, so nice work.
So at this point, we learn just a little bit more about the Black Materia. We learn the fact that the Black Materia isn't like, it's not like a thing. Well,
Yeah.
it is, but it's actually the entire temple. And what you have to do is you have to solve puzzles within the temple that shrink the temple down to the size of something that can fit within the palm of your hand. But if you do that, it kind of crushes the person inside the temple, and the party doesn't really know what to do at this point. You know, like no one really wants to sacrifice themselves. They kind of want to try to figure out a way that they can do it without sacrificing. But they're going to be getting a phone call here soon saying Kate Sith's just like, oh hey, I can do it.
Yeah, finally coming through for us instead of
finally
constantly betraying us.
Yeah. Maybe he's starting to get a good conscience, get a feel that, hey, maybe
How can a toy have a conscience?
It's a...
The person controlling the toy? Yeah, I don't give you that.
But no. I mean, he might be like lightening up to our cause. You know, he might want to support us a little bit.
Let's hope throughout the run that we can turn him around and realize the evil of Shinra and how we need to fight Sephiroth together.
He's still getting a paycheck from them though, so he's kind of got to play. He's got to play both sides.
That's true.
So a quick rest and a quick safety save before arguably, well not arguably, the most difficult fight in the game, I'd say.
I would say so as well. This is the Demon's Gate fight. So we're going to prepare ourselves for this fight by saving here and by making sure that
in
everybody
DLC you
has
play
the
as
sadness
Vincent.
effect. So
I've
when
never played the
you rest
game,
at that
but
guy
I don't
there,
think you can
removes
play
the
anyone
sadness
else in the
effects,
game.
including sadness, so we just have to reapply that to our team members.
And we're going to be doing the same thing. We're going to be having Tifa in Death Sentence to do
Alright, let's see
damage.
this.
And during some parts of the fight, we are going to be having her in critical HP, but only certain
I
parts.
remember the end of the
after you reach a
fight,
certain
not ready to
damage
start.
threshold on this enemy, it will enter a mode called Demon Rush, where it won't attack for a little bit, but then it will barrage your entire team. Thus, you're able to kind of accommodate for the critical HP. Let's see how Ben handles this.
Right. So Demon's Gate can be really nasty. He can open up with a move called Rock Drop, and he can do 2 of those back-to-back, which will basically instantly kill a party member.
Especially if they crit.
There's also a chance for the Rock Drop
Final
to
Fantasy
crit,
game where
which
Kate
means
sits.
if both of those crit, he can instantly kill 2 party members, and that's basically the end of your run.
Honestly, Eris's HP is so low that if she just took a Rock Drop without having Big Guard, she's gone.
Right. So pretty much at all times, we're going to be managing.
I played
everyone's
very
HP.
safe on this fight also.
Tifa
It was
is going to
not
be attacking throughout this fight because trying to do death blows here.
the
we can't
normal
stop,
way I was doing
Demon's
it all
Gate
the
same way we
time.
did Red Dragon.
It went pretty
so
well,
death blows
so
would be
it
too
was
risky
good.
as they would miss all the time. So instead, with her in death sentence mode, we're just going to take that 450 damage as it is.
Like here I'm
Demon's
using a
Gate has
grenade with
10,000
Cloud, so
HP.
I'm
So the
not
first thing we're gonna do is
getting
try to
on
get
the Demon's
2500
Rush,
damage on him with a
and
combination of
like Demon's Gate will get that
items
extra
that we're
attack.
throwing,
I
as
got
well
very
as
lucky,
attacks
it was
from
a hit
Tifa,
on
to get it to
Tifa.
2500, which will
Like
queue
the
up
early
first
yellow
Demon's
was
Rush.
very nice. Would have put on yellow right away anyway. I had to.
And additionally, what you notice he just did there, he actually queued his actions while the Molotov
The right on
damage
Tifa
values
was
were
very
on
kind.
screen. That is actually called advanced ATB weight manipulation, because when those damage numbers are on the screen, the time itself is actually frozen in place. You don't even have to have the ATB held. Thus,
Oh,
you can use
fairly
that
nice.
very small period of time to queue a bunch of quick actions and not have any ATB leak through it, and you can maximize your turn potential.
Yeah, it's basically a free hold. So what you'll see oftentimes is that while we're doing the weight trick,
So
we're
the only
holding the
thing I
ATB
was afraid
with one
after getting my
character.
limit with Tifa is that
So that's pretty good. We have Tifa in yellow.
it won't
say
be
yellow
enough
for critical
damages.
HP. So now she's going to be doing double damage, but that free
the
hold of
Demon's
the
Rush.
ATB is really useful. It's kind of like having an extra character.
It was enough.
So again, we're just going to keep throwing Molotovs.
Because yeah, of course the dead blow
Ben
missed.
going for the death blow there because he got the limit break, which gives him an extra attack here.
My couch was insane.
Limit breaks
I really
ignore the
can't
bonuses of the power
tank him
soul
enough.
weapon, so you won't see the double or quadruple or 8 times damage.
Without them, my run would
because
have
of
been
the limit-
boring.
Because the limit break ignores that power soul advantage.
Oh, there we go,
That was-
dude.
So
an
yeah,
amazing
thank you
Demon's
so much
Gate.
to them. Once
Fantastic.
again.
So the goal is always to defeat Demon's Gate before that
Yeah,
actual
Chris.
Demon's Rush, and he just pulled it off like a champ.
And also, another good thing, another instance of us setting up for the next fight. Cloud needs a limit break again, and we have one.
And
So,
he has it, so he's good to go.
hey.
At the end, you
So
can
here
see that
comes
I'm
Kate
going on the
Sith,
eye
ready
position
to,
because I was
save
thinking
the
about
day,
healing
solve the
Tifa.
puzzles, and shrink down that
I wasn't
temple into
counting
the
damages,
magnitude
not
of
sure
this is going
how
on.
close to
We gotta
that
put
it
more
was.
donations in.
But hey, it was good.
Alrighty. We've got $10 from Shawnee, Loved the Kingdom Hearts 2 run last night, and now I'm loving the Final Fantasy 7 run. You guys are epic.
Oh, the
JRPG runs
RPGs.
are the best, so I'm hoping to see more at AGDQ 2017. Much love from the UK.
Yeah.
$25 from, looks like, Walton. W4110, so I'm guessing Walton. Had to donate during this game. Had barely any sleep to get up and watch this run. UK time for you. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game and just had to watch. There's an anonymous $10 donation that says, fun fact. The pumpkin's laugh in the haunted hotel is Kefka's laugh from Final Fantasy VI just sped up. We've got a $77 donation from Renzo. Awesome run and commentating by the couch. There's a $250 donation from Magicos. Hey guys, loving the event so far. Keep up the great work and good luck to the runners. My full donation goes to Chris Wilson for the Diablo 2 character name. Path of Exile community represent. There's a $150 donation from Professor Gast7. I just woke up to my favorite game, so I had to donate. It's amazing to see so much raised by this awesome community. Good luck with the rest of the run.
So as you can see here, Kate's at this solving the
Yo,
puzzles.
Renee,
and,
thank you so
temple's
much
about
for
to
the
shrink
sub.
Down to the size of the black materia.
Welcome
So
back
that'll be,
to the bananas.
Yeah, rip.
Thank you so
Wait,
much for the
number
sub.
one?
That's right.
Number.
We're stuck with him.
I thought he was gone.
Heck, Nico.
Me
Dude.
too.
Thanks for the follow.
We don't have to name
Thank
him.
you so much on the good work.
Yeah, we're gonna get another one.
Thank
So there
you.
it is. There's the black materia down at the bottom of that
Bananas.
that pit, and we're just gonna head and jump down there and
Now,
claim it.
now we can get it and keep it safe from Sephiroth, right?
Yes, that is the plan. Keep it away from Sephiroth.
Keep it away.
All the good feedback we got on this run was kind of
Don't give it
amazing.
up, Ben.
I mean, we
don't-
kind of had no
Whatever,
idea
do
how
not give the
well
black
it
materia to
went.
Sephiroth.
That is like absolutely the.
Oh no! Oh no! This is
All
not
the
good.
feedback we
This music
received
cannot be
after it was insane. Just
good. How does it
insane.
fly like that? I thought Sephiroth was a person.
Yeah, maybe Sephiroth. Maybe that's not Sephiroth.
I don't know.
No,
I don't even
we
know
had
who
no
it is.
idea.
So we've got Cloud, who's kind of freaking out. We've got Baby Cloud.
Baby Cloud.
Shouts out to Baby Cloud Sokoi. Just running around on the screen. Meanwhile, your Cloud, grown-up Cloud, is running very, 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 very slowly towards Sephiroth, and he gave the pen. What are you
Dude, that was the
doing, man?
one thing.
We had one rule. One rule. Don't give the black materia to Sephiroth. All right. Well, you don't really have choice there, and
We
clearly
Cloud to
Sephiroth's
kawaii.
manipulating Cloud and making him do things that he doesn't want to do, and this is bad for Cloud if he's unable to control his actions.
Shout out to
what is he
Dresden.
capable of? And he's slowly becoming a danger to himself, a danger to his fellow party members. He's a danger to the planet, really. Oh, here's Kate Sith number 2 showing up at the most opportunistic time. Oh,
You
dude.
can go back.
Dude, bad timing, man. Bad timing. We really don't need you here right now. This is not a good moment for us as a crew. You know, we don't really need your judgment. So yeah, after that strange scene, Eris decides that she needs to run off and kind of do things on her own.
Yeah, so she pretty much tells you that, hey, I'm going to the City of the Ancients to do what I gotta do.
Yeah, take care of business, so to speak. And where is the City of the Ancients?
Goes through the Sleeping Forest, but
Where's
yeah.
that? I've never heard of it. I know Midgar, Mount Nibble, Cosmo Canyon, but never
We
heard of
haven't been there yet,
the Sleeping
so
Forest. So yeah, when I was a kid, I got to this part in the game, and
J2
pretty much
kid.
hit a wall for about 6 months, completely unable to get anywhere not realizing that I had to go, you'll see where we go to find Eris.
And probably a lot of kids.
Eventually, my parents were kind
Me,
enough to buy
me.
for me the Final Fantasy VII strategy guide, so I was able to figure out where I was supposed to go to find Eris, and that was the only greater Christmas morning that I had than the day that I got my PlayStation and Final Fantasy VII was the day that I got my Final Fantasy VII strategy guide.
Oh, yeah.
So it took an entire year just to complete Disc 1. Granted, I was 6, but
And
that's
granted, I
really
think
no
I
excuse.
think
At
up to
least
this
you
point, it
could
took you a
read.
little bit more than
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah, oh,
Maybe a
it
little
was
bit.
probably like instead of 4 hours 30 minutes, like 430 hours,
Yeah.
give or take.
Yeah.
It got to a certain point where I just gave up and just played the demo disc over and over again
Oh.
because that was as far as I could get.
I unfortunately don't
But
remember
yeah, here we
much
find,
from my
Eris
first
as
playthrough
well.
of this
We don't know
game.
where she is.
We don't even really know where we are just yet.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's sad.
We were supposed to visit this town at some point, but we kind of skipped over it. This is Gungaga, where we got that death blow materia, but we never really went inside. Here the party is kind of resting up, and Cloud is
Insane.
he's really unsure of himself. I mean, wouldn't you be if you didn't have control over your body anymore? And I don't blame him for kind of doubting himself at this point.
Well, in my
but,
first
Yeah, he
playthrough,
feels
I
like
knew
he
about
can't trust
that
himself
because
anymore.
right, and he's scared of what he might do. So
I had my brother was
Barrett and
playing
Tifa are
before
good enough
me,
friends to convince him,
so I
"Hey,
kind of knew everything
get
about
up,
the
dust
game
yourself
before
off, we
playing
gotta
for the first
continue."
time.
Sephiroth has the
Well,
black
probably
materia.
not
There's still work
knowing
to be
everything,
done.
but knowing a lot.
So,
And we grabbed that X potion. That's pretty important.
Yeah.
I'd say.
pretty useful item. X Potion will heal single party members' HP entirely. So we're just going to go ahead and continue on down towards the Tiny Bronco, and we'll head up to the City of the Ancients from there.
Oh, hey, look, another burned town from a reactor.
Yeah, impossible. Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if back in
that's
the
not
day I
too
was already grinding
In the
game a
meantime, we can get
lot.
few
Like,
donations on our way.
I'm playing a game, I like to
Sounds good
do
to me.
everything I can
We
in
got a
the game.
$150 donation from Eshwin. Every GDQ reminds me how awesome gaming and the communities that surround it really are. I always donate during Final Fantasy, and I'm loving the run and the commentary tonight. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $250 donation comes from Cyclops Boy. Happy to see Final Fantasy VII get the full 8-hour treatment this year.
Oh yeah.
Shouts out.
Yep.
We need to get that Breath of the Wild run in. Greetings to Germany. Quick reminder that Breath of the Wild is a bonus game coming up. It's a $100,000 total to get the run in, and we are currently around 14,000. So guys, get your donations in so we can see Breath of the Wild. I want to see it.
Yeah, the summon are way too
We've also got a
slow.
$150
Unfortunately,
donation
they look
from
pretty good, but
Dragon
way too slow.
Lacy 169. Hi all.
Hey,
Always
Gamer.
said to myself that once I had a
I'm
job,
doing
I would
okay.
donate.
What about you?
Well, had to donate during the run for one of my favorite games ever. A big thanks to everyone at the event this week as I took off time to watch and have enjoyed every second. You have all done amazing work for charity. Let's see. $20 from, I want to say, Irene, maybe? Loving the runs, loving all the runs so far. Big shout outs to all the runners, commentators, and most of all, the announcers. Donation goes towards announcer's choice.
All right, so right here we need to get an item called the Lunar Harp, which allows us to get through the Sleeping Forest.
Favorite summon?
Luckily, Ben knows exactly where it is.
There are some summon I don't
This is actually a pretty,
remember to
forgiving
look in
hitbox
FF7.
here. If you're kind of anywhere within this area and you dig for the Lunar Harp, you're gonna get it.
Is it
But
cliché
basically,
to
the
say
Lunar
that I
Harp is
like
required
Knights
to
of the
get through
Round?
Sleeping Forest, and we just pick it up and we're on our way. If you don't
Have
have the
until
Lunar
it
Harp and
takes
you try
1
to enter
minute.
the Sleeping Forest, it'll just kind of loop forever
Infinitely.
and ever. It's a lot like the stairs in the top of Super Mario 64.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in the Shinra building.
Well, that almost goes on forever. No backwards long jumping here, though.
Oh, imagine.
Yeah, that would
Imagine.
be Lunar Harp skip.
Oh, it's stair.
man.
It's Shinra's
Blue's
stair
newborn,
cheese.
nice.
Oh man, shouts out to Cheese.
Hey, didn't even mean for that.
All right, so on our way here, we're gonna pick up this
Like
item called the
Bahamut,
water ring.
or
This-
Very
Also,
important.
yeah, it's a really important item.
one
because,
where
the next Genova that we're
flying
gonna
the sky,
encounter,
you're getting
uses
a
all water
small part
attacks,
of
and,
heart,
any
heart.
character that has that
But
equipped
yeah,
will be entirely immune
it's not
to
the
those
heart,
water attacks.
it's
So
the
it
heart.
basically makes the fight so that we can't die, but
And you're just
bad
destroying
things
it
can
with the
still happen
enemy
in
on
the
it.
fight, and hopefully they won't, but we'll address it when we get there.
They're not gonna.
I don't think they're gonna.
Yeah, no way.
Not so, approaching the City of the Ancients here, another great song.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have to go through the world map first, though, and then into the city.
But you know, I mean, we've been searching for Eris. You know, it's been about like what, like 10 minutes since we left the temple. I think it's time for a nap.
Yeah, I mean, we just, we had an app, but we could use another one.
And there's actually a potential here for a skip coming here. It's called
Loading,
Shell Hut Skip.
yep.
You see there's a box right here under.
really like that loading
you can actually
mode.
grab that box while
Very nice thing.
the party is about to sleep. Hey, so now he's allowed to open up the menu and retain movement of Cloud through this cutscene.
Hey myself, hey number, what's
There
up?
actually is potential to soft lock here.
You just have to be quick with your menus,
Be quick with your menus, and then
your movement thereafter.
you'll see right here that the two characters spawned in right there. If you fail to grab the ladder before those characters spawn, the ladder hitbox doesn't work anymore, and you can't grab it, and you're pretty much stuck there. But Ben's good.
So yeah, that was the Shell Hut skip. It saves a little bit of time. It just skips there's a few dialogues there, right?
Yeah.
And
They're
then-
like, oh, I hear something. Yeah.
So then we're coming here towards the center of the City of the Ancients, and I always find it very strange how in this area
It
the-
wasn't
the
Spike.
normal fade out, fade in screen transitions aren't present here. It just kind of, well, it is here, but in the prior two screens it's not, and it kind of keeps with that eerie mood.
And just everything's like discolored and darker, and this music wasn't present before. Little side note here, you can kind of grab the comment material from under the stairs there.
Yeah, another little skip there. You don't have to go all the way
Nope.
back up.
I know the
grab
voice
around
was
that
pretty
spiral
much
to
alive, but
grab
it
the
wasn't.
Just grab it through the ceiling.
That's
Coming all
the
way
only
down this,
time in the
little
run where
staircase,
I looked
which
behind
is
me, I
really
think.
cool.
The best part of the game.
And yeah, I say, oh, it's not Spike?
And then coming over here.
I was surprised.
These pillars that you have to jump on are
But you
notoriously
advance.
annoying. But speedrunner friend, shouts out to Skate for a Living, let me know that you can just mash the left button.
Yes,
You
yeah,
can't
I did know
hold it.
that.
You can't hold the button. I always, tried to hold it and then like move up and then down and then left and right.
I don't
You
even
just have to
think I
mash the left
ever
button and you're
used
good to go just to
Kujata
make it across those.
this
Start
summon.
jumping backwards if you're not doing it
Ugh,
right. It's
tell me
so
about it.
annoying.
Yeah. So here we find Eris. She's mid-prayer.
Hey, Becom.
and,
Thank
what's
you.
happening to Cloud? He doesn't quite feel like himself. Where did-
That's a sword.
Yeah, where did that come from? His deep pockets? Oh, Ben, what are you doing?
Ben.
Stop, please.
All right.
How could you do that to poor Cool Ranch Doritos?
Let's
They're
go.
delicious.
Why?
Wait, what's happening here? This doesn't sound good.
Hey, he's not wearing gloves.
Rip.
And now he has gloves.
It does really sound like him. Damn.
Rip the girl.
Yeah,
Because if you die in a cutscene, you die for real. No Phoenix down.
that's true.
Sorry. And they should probably grab that. I mean, there seems to be a very focus on that.
Yeah, wasn't there some marbles?
Collect the marbles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. We'll worry about it later.
Yeah, it can't be too important. I mean, she said that the material that she has is useless.
Yeah, she
doesn't
says it
know
does
how to
nothing,
use it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll just let it go in the
It's
water.
fine. She'll be down there soon enough anyway.
I mean,
What?
Was a good sentence by James.
Like Vegeta's very upset.
His mouth is dry. His eyes are burning.
His tummy is rumbling. Oh wait, that's me.
All right, guys. So this is a Genova Life.
Yeah, Spy
She
could
has the
have totally
chance of
done the
opening up
same.
with a move called
The only
Aqualung,
thing is,
which
he
will
was probably
kinda kill the
sleeping at
party
that
except for the
time.
person with the watering. So
Yeah.
that's not going to happen, though.
It's about a 1/3 chance.
It's not going to happen.
You don't want it. If it happens, it's a pretty big time loss.
All right.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
No Aqualung today.
I mean, there is a backup if you do get Aqualung, but sometimes it can just
You don't
derail
Spike,
and
it's Spike
not go
Vegeta.
right anyways, and
It's Cloud.
alternatively, what you have to do is just wait until Genova Life keeps casting moves and casting moves until she runs out of MP, and then you can just kill her. But
Yeah, so what Ben's doing here is he's again setting up the cross slash, which will stop Genova. We've got a Molotov queued up to bring Tifa into critical damage, and then she's just going to death blow for the win. As you can see, she's doing a ton more damage, and that's thanks to the Gigas armlet. That was a drop in the Temple of the Ancients. We have that equipped now, which really boosts her strength, and she just does a ton more damage now, and definitely helps for the ladder fights here.
there we go.
So it was another.
That was a great
another
disc
great
one.
fight. Really a good disc one.
That was a great
Somehow
disc
that
one.
disc one was a bit worse than my practice run that I've done the
Really
day
sad
before.
cutscene, but during
It's
cutscenes, we
like
the
1 minute
donations to make
difference,
us feel
so
better.
it's still pretty
Get
good.
a couple of those in.
And in
Sounds
the
good
end,
to
my
me.
run was 4 minutes
Or
better
Cool
than my
Ranch.
practice.
Rip
So
Cool
hey,
Rip Cool Ranch.
Aw.
We've got $20 from Cybermonk. Major props to the entire couch. Always feels great when the commentators turn a potentially unapproachable run into an informative, fascinating, and fun experience.
nice, Chris.
One of the best
Enjoy
runs
the
yet is
banana.
SGDQ.
Thank you.
Yo, I agree. Good job, guys.
Hey, thanks.
$15 from Anonymous. It says, "Hi there. Best couch of SGDQ 2017. I'll donate
mate.
another $15 if they answer a question for me.
Sure.
What's up?
Why don't you grab Deathblow on the way to Cosmo Canyon?"
Because you get a boss fight. You actually have to fight the Turks if you go there first.
Right.
So, yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, basically it just takes extra time to do that fight, so we wait till as late as possible to grab the death blow. We don't really need to use death blow for the two boss fights between
The-
there, which are Materia Keeper and Palmer.
There was a little bit of experimentation done for like a hot minute of cross/deathblow Palmer, but it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it doesn't save
Yeah.
enough time versus doing that boss fight with the
Witchcraft.
Turks. So that's why we don't do it that way.
Makes sense. Easy answer. There we go. It also says donation goes to Breath of the Wild, of course.
There we go.
Yo, let's go. Do one more. We've got $10 from Muno. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite Chrono Trigger game. It
What?
has been. I know.
It's better than Chrono Cross.
It has been a great week.
Shots fired.
I love what you all do to make speedrunning accessible to a larger audience.
Disc 2 hype with no rips, which is always good.
We've got another $10 from Jester11. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII. Never seen a speed run of it before. Really great to see all those top strats. Fantastic commentary too. This goes towards bonus Dark Souls.
Disc swap hype.
Yes, this is the end of Disc 1. Just
Sub 444.
But
And Final Fantasy VII takes place across
Discs 2.
3 discs, which is really impressive. You know, this is the beginning of the CD era of video games, and you know each of these discs holds about 700 megabytes.
Accidentally,
So altogether,
no,
this
I
game is
didn't.
rather large,
Renee,
and that's mostly due to the.
it wasn't an accident.
Prominently featured in this game, and really helped this stand out as one of the first games that was marketed and approached to the audience, or presented to the audience as very cinematic and very much like a movie rather than just a video game experience. So that was why there was a significant usage of the CD-ROM technology to bring new technologies like the great soundtrack, having high-quality music, high-quality audio, high-quality video, and full CG.
Everything top-notch.
Yeah, really. This was the largest development team ever in a video game was put towards this. It had
I
the
didn't know
largest,
that.
largest
My
marketing budget
thumb
ever
is
for a video
fine.
game.
So yeah, for the
Really
ones I
impressive
didn't know
technology,
yesterday, I went down my
but
stair and
because
I
of the
fell off.
CD-ROM, necessity,
And I hurt my thumb and my
Squaresoft
arm.
decided
That
to
was
move
pretty
the Final
stupid of
Fantasy
me,
series
but
away
I was
from
pretty
Nintendo
tired and I
and
just
onto PlayStation.
slipped.
Yeah, yep. And so right out the gate, it started disc
my
one. You
thumb
just switch the
is
ATB to active
fine.
so you can get faster escapes on the way out.
I can move it,
Heal the
so it's
party.
good.
If Genova Life happens to Aqualung, you do reapply your tranquilizers and stuff, but luckily she was nice.
Yep, so that's all intact, and we're ready to proceed to the next part of the game. So, Disc 2 is, it's a bit of a roller
Yeah,
coaster.
I know the
It starts
feeling,
off really,
Mike.
really strong, and
I
then
was
there's,
pretty sad also.
some pretty long lulls in the middle of it with some long cutscenes.
I
and
think you're an
flashbacks and
A.
stuff like that.
Some of
But,
the best cutscenes, though,
some of the best cutscenes are definitely on Disc 2. Here, the action kind of starts right away.
But yeah, that
so
was
the first part here where we're going through the
pretty
snow
bad slip
area of the
and
map
pretty
is,
stupid of
pretty
me.
pretty high intensity, pretty serious part of the run. We're picking up a couple items.
It was
here.
hopefully
Grabbed
not
the
a big
bolt arm, went
fall.
through the floor right there.
Yeah, more instances of picking up items from the ceiling. We get the bolt armlet and the mega elixir there. And the bolt armlet will be useful because it is an armor that, when equipped, will nullify any bolt elemental attacks on that party member.
And we're just gonna head our way out of this cave and make our way
Smoothest
over towards
disc
Ice
change ever.
Yep. So enjoy the world map music here while we got it, because this is the last taste that we'll get of the awesome main theme of Final Fantasy VII.
Until live stream.
Until the live stream, we do get it again briefly, unless you're watching Ben's stream, in which case we replace it with something else. But yeah, here's after this point, we won't be hearing the world map theme for a while, and then by the time we get back to the world map, it'll be a different song.
A little more somber.
A little more somber. The mood's a little different. So here on the world map, there is a risk of a pincer attack. We're really kind of hoping that we don't get it. Not the deadliest around, but certainly a time waster, so let's hope we don't get it here. Okay, single wolf is no problem.
So yeah, like two fights on this world map isn't bad.
2 fights is great.
Yeah.
Not going to complain about that ever.
There we go.
So in Icicle Inn, we're going to run over to this house over here and pick up a couple items. We're going to get a hero drink and a vaccine. The hero drink will boost your party members' stats through the remainder of that fight in which you use the hero drink. And the vaccine will actually prevent that party member from receiving any status ailments during that fight.
The vaccine.
Very useful for later in the run, as we'll point out.
Yeah,
He also
some
takes
Kratos
the,
try stuff.
Glacier area map, which is required for progressing here in this story. In order to advance to the next part of the screen, he needs a map and a snowboard. And in order to get the snowboard, you have to do this little mini game with Elena here, where she tries to punch you in the face. What is it with people getting punched in the face in this game?
Hey, we're gonna dodge though. We're gonna dodge.
We're going to do our best.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard.
Yeah, so this is another instance where you mash left or right to win. Basically, Elena does kind of a swing and a miss here and just goes tumbling down the snow slope.
And she goes rolling.
Yeah, those poor soldiers have to
You can
go
do a
straight down
small
with her, but
Wow, what kind of
Paralyzed
force was in that
dodge
punch to
here.
cause that?
yeah, she put her.
But I was mashing and I just forgot about it. I mean, it saved like 2-3 seconds. It's not a big time save, but
So if you do happen to
I
get
just-
knocked out there, it's not the worst thing. You kind of
just
just
forgot about
wake
it
up in the
somehow.
house next door and
I got the
Thank you for
cat.
talking to the cat.
you proceed
It's
on
fine.
your way. But here now you're able to pick up the snowboard from the boy, and you get a nice warning from the gentleman warning you to be careful and wear a helmet while you snowboard.
Oh, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, no, we're in Minnesota.
We
after
gotta-
all. People don't wear helmets here.
All right, Time for Ben's expert snowboarding skills.
Yeah, so Ben is from Belgium, and apparently in Belgium, everyone's really good at snowboarding. Basically, this is another one of the mini games that you can replay numerous times in Gold Saucer. And basically, there are a couple different branching paths within this.
That rolling emote is the best
we're gonna
emote
choose our
ever.
path very specifically because it sets us up in the next area to get through the area the fastest. It doesn't set us up for the fastest way to progress through the subsequent snowfield area, but what it does allow us is to get us access to a particular item that we want to pick up along the way. So we'll be making sure
And
to be
since
very
there's
deliberate about
a
our
Twitch
path through the
chat, you can
snowboard
still
while
see what it
simultaneously,
is. It's
dodging
fine.
snowmen and other obstacles.
The tree part is definitely my favorite.
Tree part's the worst.
Oh no, 'cause Ben's good at it.
Yeah, no, he is. I always found it kind of funny how like your friend, integral party member is recently killed, and you kind of blow off some steam by going snowboarding at high speed down the slopes here.
What else would you do?
You can see Cloud is snowboarding at like over 100 kilometers per hour, and I don't know. I'm from America, but that sounds pretty fast.
Yeah.
Ben can attest. I don't think anybody snowboards at like, I don't know, what is that, 70 miles an hour?
So you're going to see right here, Ben's going to hug the left side, because luckily if you can stay close to these trees, one's not going to spawn in front of you. You just got to be very conscious of when you're going to pop out.
Right, so right there, it's pretty easy to crash into that wall, but like we said...
Yeah, the sub emotes,
the
Battle
past
TV, and
randomizer
Franco Fazy are
Grand
working.
champion.
Grand champion.
Grand
He knows how to
champion.
minimize those bombs.
It's already a lot of emotes, that's nice.
And menu time.
Welcome back, May.
Every idle second is against you, so...
Yeah. So first time we go right here at the intersection, and then we get the snowball area here.
Yeah, it is pretty fast. I have no idea how much mice
The
was.
hitboxes on these things are
Yeah,
so
it was
funny.
probably
Like, I don't get it.
75.
Like, they work in Ben's favor, but never in mine.
Never in mine.
Yeah.
Mice per hour.
Some disco icicles.
Nice, May.
And that's about it for the snowboard.
Yeah, just like Shaun White.
Yeah, 225, 226, that's a pretty good time.
I'm two, folks.
No bonks.
I am two.
Yeah, literally no bonks. Good job.
It's a bootless seed. So here we're in the snowfield. This
88
area
is
kind of designed to
144.
be a bit of a maze. A lot
Shaun
of the
White level.
screens look the same. You're supposed to get lost, and eventually, if you run around for too long, you'll pass out and wind up at this caretaker's house to bring you to the next area. But it's really important that we don't do that, and we move very deliberately. One, because we're on step count, and we need to make sure that we're maintaining step count throughout the whole area here. And two, because we need to get a very important item on the way, which is the added cut materia.
Oh, yeah.
So basically, the added cut is a support materia. It's one of the blue colored materias, and support materia work well because they're paired with other materia. A casual player might be very familiar with the all materia. When paired with magic, it'll allow you to use that magic on all enemies or all party members, like a cure all or a fire or bolt all. But in this case, the added cut materia, when paired with a command material, will add an extra attack on top of whatever command it's paired with. So if you pair it with the steel materia, that party member will use steel and then and then do an attack to follow it up. But in our case, we don't really care about that. We pair it with death blow to do more damage.
And you kind of touched on the map earlier. Like, honestly, I've tried to refer to that. I never understood it.
Oh, the map is awful.
Yeah.
The only reason that you get it is because you
Story
absolutely
progression,
need it.
yeah.
It doesn't let you progress throughout the story
It's
without
like
it.
I tried to use it to find my way around. It's not very helpful.
Yeah, no. If you pull up that map, you're as good as lost anyway. You might as well just run around in circles
you're
until you
gonna
pass
have a bad
out.
time.
So there's the added cut materia, which is basically invisible on this map. It's a light blue color on light blue snow, so good luck. Other people might recall in this area, you can kind of touch one of these hot springs and then go down this other side quest to talk to this enemy that may or may not be a boss and do an encounter with her to get another bonus materia. But
May
that's a
or
extensive
may
side
not
quest
be
that
a
we can do
boss.
for this speedrun.
Yeah, we don't really need Alexander, so...
That's not a part of the run. We just kind of proceed here to the plane, And out here, it's very disorienting. The camera's going to swing around, and you're supposed to place these poles on the ground. But what Ben taught me recently is that you don't have to use any of that. You can just use the textures on the ground to kind of find your
Yeah,
way
and
across
all bosses on
across the map
PS2
here.
it's
So
not a
you see that
boss. On
rotation rotates
PC
the
I think
textures
it's a
on the ground,
boss.
and
On
just
all bosses
kind of follow the
glitchless I think
grain
it's a
of the snow.
boss.
You can always know which way you're going.
And unfortunately, this is one of the areas where the encounters are truly random. This is much like the world map.
And just
So
because
this part isn't tied to step count.
Yes,
so.
this area
well,
is
for
treated
PS2
as
it's not a
world
boss
map, so
because
there
it's
is
an
no step
enemy
count
you can have
manipulation in
multiple
that,
times.
overall snowfield area. It's possible to get
Easily.
no encounter there, but
Getting one isn't bad.
yeah, one
But
is
yeah,
good,
the old
especially
bosses
quick escape.
category is
So you
complicated.
see he popped out to one side of the snowfield, and now he's just going to run straight up to get out the other side, which will take us to the next area that we're trying to go here.
That sucks actually.
That's the hut of the caretaker. I believe his name is Mr. Holzoff. He's a very nice guy who warms you up in blankets and probably gives you some tea to Sid's delight.
Yeah, if you happen to pass on the snowfields, that's where you end up.
Right. And same thing.
Caleb did show up before the run, and he told me way before that he would most likely not make it, so I knew about it.
Climb our way up this mountain. As a reminder,
Because
we're
of
back on
delays
hostile
and
field map
everything.
territory here, so step count is important, especially when moving across these little cliffs to grab these. To grab the walls here to climb up, you have to know exactly where you have to move to grab and climb up the next area. Those flags are kind of helpful for knowing where to grab, but they're not exactly perfectly located. You can see that one's a little off from where you have to grab. So having precise movement here is really important, as well as optimizing the time that you spend warming up your body versus just continuing to climb.
Yeah, so luckily you can actually make this first entire set of climbs without doing any warm-up if your movement is good.
My movement is not. I have to warm up.
Oh. I mean, it's okay. You know, better safe than sorry. You don't want to rip this.
Certainly.
Because if you pass out, you know, step count's gone.
all
Your run's over.
So a little more menuing here. We're going to bring the added cut materia into effect, doing some other preventative measures with the elemental materia, as we mentioned earlier. That elemental materia is a similar support materia, so you pair it with.
Let's try to skip that fight.
Or
Was
summon materia. You can use that in your weapon or
Pressing
armor.
triangle a bit too late.
So this is an encounter that's routed into the step count.
Actually, have the chance to learn a enemy skill off of it. We're pretty much looking for a first turn magic breath. If it doesn't happen the first time, we get it in the second encounter. And you also saw there Ben's picking up the ribbon, which is a very, very important item. It's an accessory that makes you immune to all status effects.
Yeah, it's the second best accessory in the game. Can really come in handy in some of the later fights where you get some nasty status effects inflicted on your party. Never quite understood how a ribbon protects you from like
Yeah, I don't know either.
blindness or
I don't know.
silence, but hey, it works.
Yeah.
They're pretty.
Yeah.
That must be it. Here, these bats are kind of
Must be
annoying
the
because
reason.
their supersonic attack, what you just saw there, is pretty slow and takes a lot of time. So you kind of want to avoid getting encounters with them. But naturally, on the step count, there's nothing we can do about that, and we're just hoping for the good luck to escape quickly from those.
So you're going to be getting in our second fight with the, it's called the Stilva?
It is called a Stilva.
Yeah,
And this guy, he packs a punch. The magic breath, which we're going to see here, is really going to do some nasty damage to our party. Thankfully, magic
I'm not
breath
sure
is an elemental
why
attack, so
Cloud
you can
didn't
see
do
that
enough
it does no
damage,
to,
because
Cloud
I
and
probably got
actually
one
heals
extra
me from over
level
there.
from
And we just kinda
usually,
knock
and
him
I
out
was
with a
like
combat
100
and,
short.
a hit from Tifa. And,
1-2
and
punch.
that's enough to knock him out, and we get that magic breath.
Very
enemy
powerful
skill.
magic spell.
Like normally you do
Very
a bit
powerful.
over
You're gonna be using it a
2000.
lot throughout the run.
Yep. So as we proceed to the next area here in the cliffs here, we can take a couple more donations.
Sure thing. We got a $1,000 donation.
Hey.
I agree. From Ominous Cow, it says Breath of the Wild is good, so have some monies for a good cause. Keep it up. $15 from
Hey, it's
Enery.
not easy to put a 8-hour
$15
run
for all
into
the
a
Final Fantasy
schedule.
speedrunning communities
I
out
was
there.
just really happy that the run was in.
A $100 donation comes from Icy Cookie. Missed donating during Kingdom Hearts 2, so I'll finish my donations for the week during Final Fantasy VII. Can't wait to go back and watch this week of runs on YouTube. Love you all and what you do, and I can't wait to make it out live to a future GDQ. $20 from Astray Lamia. Can't believe you guys are doing an 8-hour run. First time donating, but I've been watching for years. Thanks for the fantastic commentary on Final Fantasy VII.
Well, yeah, I hope
Alright, so
that
this
will
next area
make
here,
GDQ
our
think a
progression
bit
is
more about the
by this
longer
little
runs.
pool,
Like, they can be really
that we're
good.
unable to jump across, so we have
They
to,
can get a lot
go
of
upstairs here, and
donations
what we're gonna do is
for
we're gonna be dropping some
the
large
charity,
icicles
so
down
it's
into
a really
this
good thing.
lower area, to bridge that
And it
gap.
can be interesting.
So really just coming around.
So
this
sure,
area
why
here,
not?
In a casual playthrough, coming out through this this pass here, there are some really nasty encounters that you
Oh,
can
the
get.
mob roll. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is a huge reason why step count is important. We completely avoid that fight. No bad breath. No nothing.
But it will
Yeah,
probably
that can
take
be,
some
that can be a
time
run
before
killer right
FF7
there,
being
so,
there again. Well, at least
when I do
for
my run, since I
the
do
long
step
part of the
count in my
run.
I make sure to farm an encounter there beforehand, so I'm unlikely to get an encounter there with that Marlboro. A little bit of menuing here. We're again equipping Tifa with the Gigas Armlet to get that strength boost.
I don't know.
Some of our elemental
I guess I'd like to
using
go to
fire
RPG
armlets
limit
and the
break.
materia, and that's setting us up for
But it's even
boss fight of
farther
this
than
area. But here we've got
SGDQ. That was a
the
really
icicle
long
fights,
trip
and
for
This is
me.
a really interesting Easter egg in the game.
So it's
the
probably
icicles
even more
are
expensive,
hanging
that
from the
means.
ceiling. And how do you bring something down from the ceiling, Dave?
A laser beam. Right?
Well, sure. But basically, the
sorry for the
laser
mic.
attack is gravity-based damage, and gravity-based damage in Final Fantasy is like a percentage-based attack. But they thought it was kind of funny to use gravity to bring the icicles down from the ceiling. So that's why we use laser. and it's a
FF7 being the
one-shot kill
finale.
on
That'd
the
be
icicles.
amazing.
Easy.
Easy every time.
These fights can be kind of frustrating depending on who gets the ultrasound and depending on who you have the ribbon on.
Right.
I mean, granted, Ben has 3 enemy skills, so he's got a bunch of people with lasers, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's less of a concern here because it's got the protection of the ribbon and the multiple enemy skills. But we're just going ahead and attacking that icicle.
Wow,
We don't have to worry
Chris,
about the
wow.
bats.
Got an ultrasound, so you are mute.
And as you can see, when we return back to the previous screen, there are 4 of these icicles hanging from the ceiling. We're only going to fight 3.
Yeah,
of them
the
because that's all we
sadness
need to
is
bridge the gap,
really
in that
useful
pool in the room
for the
below.
run.
The 4th icicle is
Without
used to
that,
access
a big
an
yard,
extra
I
item,
think the run
as
would be
well as to reach
impossible.
the item on the left
Or
here,
maybe not
which is a
impossible,
Mega Elixir, but we don't
but you
need
will
that,
need a lot
so,
of grind.
we're not going to be doing that today.
This
You're
icicle
pretty much at the mercy of your
look
starting
great.
ATB here. If you get really bad time there, they can get in like 4 turns.
Yeah, and these bats are pretty relentless. They're very fast, and those attack animations are so long and annoying. And they have that
And the
horrible
first time I
juicy
played the game, it was
sound.
probably
yeah.
as long.
It's
You
the
never
worst.
want to hear that. So getting onto the icicle attack as soon as possible is always desired.
And so after 3 icicles, we're gonna hop down.
Yeah, Cloud likes jumping from high distances.
And no,
doesn't
there is
phase
no
him.
category with no sadness.
Like, what is that?
1,000 feet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, so now those icicles are in place here, and we can make our way across. And then we'll be looping.
Yeah, I do
back
really
around
like a
the
game where,
cliff
well,
with some
especially
of the
a
screen
RPG
where
when
you can see the
where
map
there is no
where the
grind at
goes to the
all. It
right.
is
And now we're on the
really impressive.
picking up the enhanced sword. That we'll sell that for money later.
Gonna be doing a pretty large shop later in the game, so we're
Yeah,
gonna be rallying up a
hopefully
bunch of,
runs that are like
Yeah,
3
at this
hours
point, the
long
items
than
that we
have
get are actually
grind.
pretty good, and they sell for a,
I know that
pretty
I
high
do really like
cost, which gives
Terranigma.
us, the wealth of
But
money
I'm
that we're
sad
gonna
that
need to buy
there's
a bunch of
like 2 or 3
materia in,
parts where you have to
I
grind.
don't know, 45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So here progressing towards the end of this, I believe this is called the Gaia Cliff section of the game.
Yes,
Just
Chief.
one more quick
I
climb here, and
asked
then we're on to the final
before if
boss.
I
So
could.
get in 2 quick donations here.
If not, I would
We
not
got
do it.
$25 from
I didn't
John.
want any issue.
Says getting married in 6 hours. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, dude.
So I will have to watch the ending of Final Fantasy VII on VOD. Enjoyed SGDQ as always this year. Good luck to the rest of the runners. Let's get to 1.5 million. Oh, let's go. I agree. $100 from Denyo. GDQ all around the world. Keep up the good work and greetings from Switzerland.
All right, so into the final section of the Gaia Cliff here.
Yeah, Yosi, it's a
Saving
possible
here
challenge,
in
but I think it's a really long
preparation
one.
for, this boss fight. We're going to be fighting Schizo, which is a 2-headed dragon.
To get
another classic RPG trope with a 2-headed dragon that has,
1,780,
each
I think.
element in one head. Yep, more Link to the Past references. Except that one's a 3-headed dragon, but we don't really concern ourselves with the 3rd neck. This fight has some interesting timing and manipulation of how you inflict damage to it. So Dave, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, okay, so multiple things going on here. The 2 heads, one shoots fire, one shoots ice. You want to kill the ice head first, which is Schizo's left head, or the one that we see on the right here. And there's actually a mechanic with Schizo where each head will counterattack with like a quake move after a certain number of turns. So the head, or Schizo's left head, or the one on our right, will counterattack after 5? Yeah, it's 5,
Yeah.
and then the left head is 6.
The
So, we're
Notifa
gonna use that
runs
to our
don't really have
advantage.
any grind.
We picked up the hero drink in Icicle Inn.
All
That's gonna
bosses
increase Tifa's stats immensely.
Doesn't really have any
um,
grind.
We're gonna get her in death sentence.
I
and
mean,
we're gonna death
you
blow
just
the
kind of
heads.
kill every
We
boss
also
and you
have
have
the
enough
Attica
XP.
materia.
I guess you can say
This is
that,
where
yeah, I
Attica
guess the
comes in, doing
speed
that
source
extra damage. Here,
is
we're
some
just really
grind.
hoping and praying for death
But
blow
just
hits,
because
and
the Emerald
this is one
fight
of the
is very
more
stupid.
RNG-heavy fights where we need those death blows.
And yeah, you
hit.
need
Really
grind
no
for
two
all
ways
the
around
others.
it. We just need those death blows to hit.
And it's all because of those counterattacks.
Yeah, some
you know, if you can,
really big
if you
restrictions.
can get those critical hits in, and you know,
Hey, Skash,
not
what's up?
get that counterattack, you'll be saving
So
time.
far, so good, Tifa.
Yeah, good
0
job.
for 2.
On 7,
Hey,
8,
sweet
9.
Turn this around.
I don't remember the exact number, unfortunately.
And that's, you can see the value of the added cut. So we're not entirely losing this turn.
I missed
here,
it finally.
As well as the added cut works like a regular attack. So it does get all the benefits of the power soul being, with the death sentence. There we go. There's one.
But yeah, so if we kill the ice head first, that just
No,
leaves
I
the fire
think
head,
you would
which will
probably
actually
use
heal
the
2 of
in
our party
a lot
members.
more.
Or, one of them's immune, and then the other one will get healed.
Right.
And
It
probably
does
get
no
a
damage
revive
to Tifa,
materia.
which is really useful if we want to keep her in critical health.
There's that counterattack, by the way.
Yeah, there's that quake after the 5th turn. We don't have to worry about Tifa taking damage and possibly dying in that critical health when it's only the right head.
But yeah, any restriction
So,
would
hopefully we can
add a
keep
lot
this
of
head
time. A lot.
Hey.
All
there we
right,
go.
so now that the first head is dead, Schizo is going to use his big nasty attack here, which is the reason that we prepared all that elemental stuff.
Puts her in critical health
and now
right
we're
away.
in critical health, so that's kind of where we want to be. So hopefully she'll land her death blows here. There's one.
Hey.
You can see that benefit of her being in critical health, doubling the damage right away from 3,000 to 6,000 with the death blows.
And if she hits 2, that should remove the counterattack. So if she hits
Just need
here,
one more here. There we
hey,
go.
there we go. No
All right.
counterattack. I mean, this is a natural counterattack.
Right.
And also, it's
This is
very
a really
okay
nice
that Tifa
fight.
dies here. We actually want her to die so that we can Phoenix down her later in critical health.
Right. There are certain points in the run where we actually want Tifa to die. That way we can just bring her back. A Phoenix down when you revive a party member with a Phoenix down, we'll bring them back with 25% HP, and 25% is the exact threshold.
And Chris
for,
waving a banana.
critical health. So that's really useful.
Yeah, it's
to have
weird.
that
That run was so weird.
reviving a dead party member
The RNG was
directly
good.
into that critical HP status. So here we're climbing up over the cliff here and entering what is called the Northern Crater, possibly the most mysterious part of the entire world of Gaia.
Yeah, do you want to talk about how that crater was formed?
Yeah, so it is well, there is mythology that states that the great calamity Genova crashed from space. Genova is an alien, and that impact is what caused this crater to be created on the planet here. And as you can see, the life stream here is bubbling up, and there's a lot of spirit energy being gathered here in this crater location to slowly over time repair this ancient wound to the planet. With all this spirit energy and everything being gathered here, is it possible that this is the promised land that they were referring to?
I guess we'll see if we see Shinra.
Yeah, if we see Shinra, we know it's the promised land, right?
Yeah.
That's what they've been after the whole time. So being on step count actually helps us skip a very nasty encounter on that screen that, well, earlier on this screen, you can get a really nasty encounter with an enemy called a Gigas. And the Gigas is a big, nasty Cyclops dude who can cast Quake 3
No, you
on your
can't,
party,
mate.
and that's basically rip the run. So being on step count again, coming in handy, dodging a really nasty encounter and saving us from instant death. As we proceed deeper into the crater, we're going to see more of those cloaked people who are gathering here at the northern crater into the promised land. This is supposed to be the place where reunion is going to occur, and reunion is the phenomenon by which all of the separated parts of Genova are gathering together to coalesce back into the original full form of Genova. And it is rumored that if Genova can reconstitute itself entirely, then it'll regain its original power and be able to wreak some more destruction on the planet. And with all of the Cetra and the Ancients now gone, with Eris being the final member, who's going to be around to stop Genova?
Yeah.
That's all that we had last time. So.
And could the reunion possibly be a reason why Cloud wants to find Genova?
I don't really see why that would make any sense. You'd have to have some Genova cells inside of him for that to be.
Oh yeah, okay, okay.
We'll brush that off for now. More continuity errors.
Yeah, it is weird, but hey, it's
moving through
fine.
that whirlwind can be a little tricky. You kind of have to hesitate for a half second before you run through. Otherwise,
So,
you
all I remember
if you
step
are,
count
brushed
is
back by that wind.
when you're
You can also
doing the
see right there,
same
Ben was actually able
movements,
to be
you will
moving
get
Cloud, even
the
though
fight
you couldn't
around the
see him on
same
the screen.
parts,
You're
like
still able to have movement
on the
of
same
Cloud there.
position. So all you need to
more
know
enemies
is
being
where
built
you're
into the
supposed to
soul.
get fights, and if you're a bit behind or ahead, then you kind of know how much step you have to do. So the thing
This
that you have
next
to be
whirlwind
focused on
in
is
particular
where
is,
do I get the
pretty
fight,
tricky. All you got to do is wait for like
and you just have to do the right amount of
not
steps.
even half a second and then go forward. If you're just holding forward, you're gonna get hit. But if you wait just a little fraction of a second, you're able to.
Oh yeah, the black
walk right
clerks
through.
are the
Yeah, and the
dudes you
encounter
can
that
see
you
in
get
Wild
from being
Dudes.
knocked back
The
by
person you
whirlwind
can,
is actually
I don't know
really
what to call
nasty.
it. The
It's,
things
it looks
you
like
can
this,
see in
totally
the
normal
flashback.
flying dude who you see throughout the game, and you don't think that it could do that much damage, and then
Until
it
it
casts
casts
Arrow
Arrow
3
3.
on you, which is totally out of nowhere. We didn't even know that there was an arrow materia in the game, because guess what? There isn't.
Yeah.
But somehow there's no Arrow 2, but there is an Arrow 3, and that enemy's got it. So see, Ben just has.
Hey, Isagad,
just a few
what's up?
frames there, and then runs through to the next screen. Here we have yet another encounter with
Yeah,
Sephiroth. Ben
it's also a lot
the
of
menu
practice to
before
getting
that
used to
resurrect Tifa.
Oh yeah, that was
having
so fast, I didn't
actually
even
good
see it.
movements.
That
And knowing
again,
where
brings
you
her
need to
back into
fight.
critical HP, so that she's prepared for this upcoming fight. It's our next Genova fight. Very much like the last Genova fight, this one is elemental
did
based. The
change
previous
a
one was
little,
water. This one is fire.
but it's around the end
We
of the
are set
game,
up,
like
just
this
like we were
2
for
and 3.
6-0, where we had neutralized fire damage on Tifa. So we don't really have to worry about taking too much damage in this fight. It's about execution. And again, we're going to do the same thing with Cloud, cross-slashing the enemy to inflict the stop status
yeah, that's
on it,
probably an
and then going
item
ham with
where you
death
can
blows
use
to
arrow. I don't remember
And
it.
not every enemy can be stopped.
I know there are
but
some very good
coincidentally,
items in
Genova
there.
can
Yeah, actually,
easily.
most bosses cannot be stopped.
And yeah, the boss
Funny enough,
in
but the
Wutai is
Genovas
doing
can.
arrow.
And a few
reps.
others that are in the run. Palmer is one, but we don't do it on him.
Red Dragon.
Red Dragon, we do use that strat.
But yeah, so this fight you actually like can't die in because of the firing and the fire armlet.
Yeah,
so
it's impossible to game over here, but you can lose a bunch of time.
if wrong person gets silent, or I mean,
It's
you
the
got enough
best
enemy skills to
RNG.
where silence doesn't really play a huge
Yeah.
factor, but
So you may be thinking, well, if you can't die,
Yeah, you
then
get
why are
Swift
casting
Bolt
Big
and
Guard
stuff
if you're
like
not worried
that. I
about
don't
damage?
remember
Well,
the
Big
other
Guard,
names.
As a reminder, also inflicts haste on your party, which is essential for getting all of these attacks in during this stop portion. So between having that haste, properly weight tricking, you can see Ben trying to get an early death blow in there before the cross slash. So the combination of being in haste, proper weight tricking, and using that stop, we're able to quickly dispose of Genova Death here. Getting that great Genova music once again.
oh yeah. And luckily Tifa is faster than Cloud. That can be the worst when you're doing this weight tricking, when Tifa is actually slower than the
Fire
other
reveal.
party members, and you go to insta-Q a death blow and you accidentally just like attack with a party member or recast Big Guard because that's what's on memory. It can get pretty messy.
Yeah, and as you can see here, it isn't a guarantee that that you're able to get all of your death blows in time for the stop. That's why he did that early death blow to get the added cut in, so that in case he has to do an extra one and he misses the death blow, that extra added cut will do the damage necessary to kill off Genova Death.
Yep, easy.
Easy every time.
Easy.
Oh hey, it's a black materia again. Let's not give it to
where'd that
Sephiroth.
come from?
Let's not give it to Sephiroth.
We're gonna take it, we're
In
gonna
all bosses, you are getting
grab the
Yuffie
black materia, put it in your pocket.
because of
Pick it up, You
Conformer.
put it in your pocket. He's got so many things in that pocket.
so
You'll
easy
just
to
get
get
one
it,
in there
it's
and
pretty
we'll never have to
good.
worry about it again, right?
How much material
Or
have we
the,
gotten so far?
Oh, so many materials. There are so many materials.
What's the
You know
name?
what? Hey, I'm not feeling good about
For
Cloud
the
having
speed
the
sources.
material. Let's give it to
I'm
Red.
still.
Yeah, Red. He's like Doggo.
I don't remember the name of the materia for it.
Doggo. He's been pretty good for us the whole
Wow.
run. So I think we can trust him,
Yep. Gonna pick
What'd
up the
you say?
MP Turbo there.
which is mysteriously colored yellow, even though it is not a command materia. It should be blue.
Yeah, that's not correct.
It's possible that they chose to make it yellow to make it a little bit easier to see, but then you wonder why they didn't do that for added effect, or I'm sorry, added cut.
Yeah. And the-
You get
we've got the
Vincent
most,
for all bosses,
difficult world
also
one
because
coming
of the
up here.
Vincent mug glitch.
got three aspects from it. Not only
It
does
saves
it
a
have the
ton
wind,
of
not
time
only does it
because
have
you don't
that
see
wave
the
that goes through it, but now there's thunder.
Night of the
So
Round
why do they have to
animation
add
with it.
More? At this point, this is almost getting
So
tedious
Yuffie and
to run through
Vincent,
these things.
you get them in all bosses.
But Ben is setting himself up here.
Yeah, Ben adjusting for his step count. He's actually pretty ahead.
Yeah, so
Ooh, I haven't seen that setup like that.
that was pretty nice.
Wow.
Informer.
So we say he's ahead of his step count, which means that he's moving too well through his field maps, and we want to make sure that you don't get too far ahead of the step count and get an encounter that that is undesirable. So sometimes you have to take a couple
was
extra steps to make sure that you're
Technically
staying on
not
the step
ahead
route.
of my
The
step
route isn't
count.
a perfect movement through the game, because that would be extremely
I was just
unforgiving and
using
really brutal
a-
to any kind of runner to have to maintain a perfect step route throughout.
A different one.
So sometimes you'll find yourself a little bit ahead, sometimes you'll find yourself a little bit behind, but Ben taking a couple extra steps there to make sure that he's on the right step route. And here we see,
Who's that?
I don't know,
Is that
Because
Cloud?
I'm skipping
nice hair.
a weapon.
Why does he have dark
maybe
hair?
maybe
And the
he,
guy I
lost
cliff.
the squats mini game, and that's the other wig that you get.
Yeah.
But it's
that
not
must-
a big deal
I mean,
because
he's
later
got
I'll
the
be back
Buster
on the
Sword,
same
so
step
yeah,
count.
Yeah, it's got to be Cloud, right? Who
Yep.
else could carry the Buster Sword besides
Oh,
Cloud?
Nibelheim's led again.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what? This guy?
Wait, I thought Cloud did that.
Kablabla.
Now I'm really confused.
Um,
So this is the
Informer
part of the
by
game where
Snow.
things really start to
no
spiral
idea
out
what
of
that
control
is.
For Cloud, Sephiroth starts to show us these flashbacks, which, at first glance you would say, are lies. They don't make any sense, especially given the story that Cloud gave us back in Calm. But the team is slowly coming to the realization that there are a lot of plot holes. I mean, aside from all the continuity errors that we're pointing out in this game, there are a lot of plot holes in Cloud's story. How did that showdown with Sephiroth end? Why is Cloud
Actually,
still
in
alive?
No
What
Tifa No Slot, I
Sephiroth
did try
appears
to
here
use
kind of rubbing in
Yuffie
Cloud's face that he really doesn't know
or
what's
the
going
end game,
yep.
on. And really, in the end,
but
he
in the
says,
end,
"You're just a
Sid
puppet
was
in all this,
fine.
and You have no power, and you don't really.
It's not as good as
understand
Yuffie, but
what's
Yuffie
going
takes
on."
a bit too much time to get.
And coincidentally, even though we got the picture skip, I think Sephiroth's going to be showing us a photo.
Yeah, I mean, we skipped the photo, so there really shouldn't be any evidence of this.
Just another continuity error.
Yeah, I don't know how they keep pulling these out.
Why didn't they adjust the game for speedrunners?
Well, it must be that Cloud's flashback was wrong. Yeah, I guess it's possible. So while we're doing all of this soul searching, we can probably get in a couple more donations.
Zach Love.
Alrighty. $150 from Lent.
It's break time.
Always donate for Final Fantasy VII. Such a great game and a great cause. Thanks for keeping me company all week. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $200 from Anonymous. Greetings from Germany. Awesome event. Thank you guys for the great job you do. Hope this Zelda bonus run is happening.
What are you doing?
Got
I would probably
$15
actually
from
take a
Anonymous.
small break soon.
Thanks for answering my question. 15 more for Breath of the Wild.
I can, yeah.
No problem.
$100 from Ender's Shadow 1.
I don't have too much.
So crazy to see a game that literally took me a year to
Damn
get
it,
through
Chris.
get smashed in less than third of a day. Mass impressed. Donation to Breath of the Wild.
And there's that picture. I mean, I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Cloud.
Yeah.
A little bit. Could be the clothes. Do you think he stole the clothes? Who would do that? I don't know, Cloud's weird. So now we have this really weird disconnect between what Cloud remembers, what Sephiroth is showing him, and what Tifa remembers. And
He has no idea.
he has no idea, but this is the part where Tifa starts to realize that what Cloud said is actually wrong, and Sephiroth's story has some truth to it. It kind of makes more sense in given her memories. She actually doesn't remember Cloud showing up to Nibelheim 5 years ago, and that's really strange, because Cloud said he did, and he had all those memories, and he described it, pretty well. How could he possibly know of all that? Maybe it'll all get cleared up later. For now, here we are, down in the center of the crater.
Are those some faces?
I don't know
What's
it's
that?
it looks like materia. All this crystal here looks very similar to those crystallized materia we saw in Mount Nibble earlier, and Hojo is just licking his chops at all of this stuff going on.
Is that an eyeball?
Did you see something?
No.
I don't know.
Whatever.
Well, it's continuity errors. So Hojo's really excited about this prospect that I totally saw an eyeball. About the prospect of this being the promised land that was spoken about and
Greetings from Midgar.
What's going on
what's
here?
happened to Leg Dog? Poor guy.
He's
Poor dog.
lost.
There's nothing worse than a lost dog. So
Oh, hey, there's Tifa. Well, why did Tifa run all the way back?
I don't know, beefaroni. Leg Dog's never been happier to see some beef.
So why? I mean, we can't even blame Ben for handing off the black materia this time.
Yeah, no.
No.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. There it is.
Sephiroth, you sly.
I mean, Kate's at
Hey,
stay
GG,
there.
what's
Stay
up?
there. Barrett can come with us.
Yeah, we'll leave him behind.
Yeah.
So what happened there is that, Sephiroth takes the form of Tifa, or whatever Sephiroth is, takes the form of Tifa and convinces Red 13 to run ahead and bring the black materia up into the next area, while simultaneously confusing the other members of the party. So here, Cloud is once again losing control of himself, and don't worry, Red 13's here with the black materia, just to
give it to Cloud.
just as Tifa wanted, right?
I
She
don't
said,
know if
"No,
I'm
we'll bring the
famous,
black
but
materia."
yeah,
Cloud's
I
like,
was
"I'll
running
take
a
it."
episode
Yeah,
during
and Red just gives it to him,
SGDQ.
even though Cloud
Oops.
had his
He
hands.
I'm eating my
specifically
mic every time,
told him,
which is
"Don't
bad.
give anyone the black material." And here he is.
I'm
He's
killing
just,
my mic.
He's just not listening.
So, I really like this part of the game because if you really look at what's going on, I feel like this plot point kind of goes over people's heads. So we're gonna see Sephiroth crystallized up top here, And so he's actually been there the entire game. Sephiroth has not been present anywhere else. Throughout the entire
That's
game, that has
all I
actually been
have.
Genova taking the form of Sephiroth. And yeah.
That's right, and that's why we saw in the Shinra building, Genova had actually escaped from that holding cell. Rather than being released by Sephiroth, it actually broke out on its own, took the form of Sephiroth, and has been traveling across the continent, wreaking havoc, flying around, which is something Sephiroth can't do. Sephiroth is a human after all.
Yep.
He has different powers and strengths that are infused in him because of the Mako infusions and the Genova cells in his body. But the reality is that he has been dead for a very long time, and he's.
I
been
did cast a
encapsulated
spell on
in
my
this,
team so
crystallized
they could
materia
stay
here
awake.
in the northern
And it
caves.
worked.
It's like his conscience is.
So I'm pretty happy about
existing,
that.
But he's like.
Alright,
His
Renee.
body is in fact
Hey,
dead
Pizza
here,
Monga. What's
and,
up?
or at least in some kind of hibernation state.
Yeah.
It's also worth noting
Too many
that
fan girls.
in this image of Sephiroth,
I don't
you'll
even
see
know
that
about it.
he's
Interesting.
cut off at the waist, and you can actually see that because you'll see his hair hanging below his torso. So look carefully in this cutscene here, and you'll be able to see
I actually don't.
I have
think
all
I'm
the
looking at
fine
that. So we
guy.
got the hair. Oh.
that. Yeah, you'll see it better in
Kappa
the next
Pride.
cutscene. Right there.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
see his hair hanging below his torso.
Yeah,
there.
it's
So, he
interesting
seems
to
be
watch me play.
severed in some variety.
Sephiroth.
I would totally not do it with every run.
And the problem is,
something.
Cloud approaching Sephiroth with the black materia. This is causing the planet to freak out.
Yeah, the planet is not liking this one bit.
it's sensing something is going horribly, horribly wrong here, and it doesn't really know what to do. And we'll see exactly how the planet reacts to this next turn of events here. And again,
Come on, Spike Vegeta, what are you doing?
we see Spike flying all over the place. How did he get the power to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. Come
Spike,
on, dude.
Why? Why did you betray us like this? There you can
Oh,
see
yeah,
the
no
hair
legs.
very clearly.
No
he gives the black
legs.
materia to the body of Sephiroth, and that sets off this chain reaction of not only the black materia becoming activated by Sephiroth, but also the planet reacting to that activation of the black materia by collapsing the North Crater here and releasing the weapons.
Yeah,
onto,
my warm-up before the run was kind of
Pretty
doing
much
toonies
Guardians
of
of the
video
Planet.
games.
Yeah, so the weapons, as
And
you'll see here,
making
you see
it to
Sapphire weapon.
finals, maybe of
Who
them.
doesn't have an official
Maybe
name, but
winning
we just
2 of
call him
those.
Sapphire because of the others that are named Diamond here, and we'll get a quick look at Ruby, Emerald, and Ultima as well. And the weapons were originally formed by the
That's how you
planet as a
practice for
preventative and
SGDQ
protective
run. You
measure.
enter
There's Ultima weapon.
toonies. And you have fun.
They were formed as a way for the planet
In
to
some of
protect
those.
itself in case of a great calamity. Possibly
banana.
after the original calamity, Genova crashed onto the planet. It's unclear as to when exactly they were formed, but we know they're here now and they've been released, as well as Sephiroth having a black materia. So there you see the 4 other weapons fly off. People may know Ruby and Emerald weapon as being the super bosses in the North
With a show
American
off.
game.
Me? No. Come on,
I
man.
believe in the European version as well, they're present as super
Yeah.
bosses. In the Japanese version, they are not.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there are no Ruby and Emerald super bosses in the Japanese version of the game.
Okay.
It's an exclusive North American, European release. So a little bit of extra content there.
Thanks.
And here we realize that Cloud is now lost in the middle of nowhere. A reminder, he
Show
was
off
in the
more.
middle of all of that havoc that
Can
was
show
just
more
wreaked
than
in,
what you saw, man.
the northern crater, and he's kind of lost and tumbling around in the light
Kappa.
now.
Yeah, everybody else made it out on the high wind, and Cloud was left behind.
So we can take a couple donations in this cutscene.
Sounds good. We've got $150 from Anonymous. Thank you for a great event. Really enjoying this Final Fantasy VII run and commentary. I have many fond memories of playing this game in my dorm room. Cheers. $50 from The Error. Had to donate during the Final Fantasy
can a
VII
monotone be
run, my
quiet?
favorite game ever. A great job goes out to everyone involved. Keep up the good work. You know, I'm gonna take a guess. I have a feeling this is a lot of people's favorite game. I don't know. I'm just getting
It might be mine.
At least all
don't
the people
know.
that are donating.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Happy to show this off for you guys. So here we can see how Cloud wound up meeting back up with Tifa, and you can see that he wasn't in the best of states when she found him here. He was kind of slumped over on the ground. Maybe he had too much of that Kool-Aid too.
Yeah, maybe he just gotten a few encounters on the way.
Yeah, that's possible. But here he is, and he's, you know, she says, Cloud, Cloud, and he's, you know, realizing, I'm Cloud, that's me, Cloud, yeah, here, you're Tifa, sure.
He's pretty much in the process of putting his mind back together at that point, and
Yeah.
he forms this identity.
Yeah, so it's not strictly shown in this game, but very immediately prior to those events of Tifa finding Cloud there, he goes through some pretty traumatic events. If you haven't played the game Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core on the PlayStation Portable, be sure to check that out, as it contains a lot more of the backstory of how Cloud wound up there and all of the things that happened prior to Final Fantasy VII.
There's actually some really, really cool hidden cutscenes that you can find within this game that kind of show some of the journeys that happened before Midgar,
Yeah.
or at the beginning of the game, I should say.
Yeah, they give a little more insight as to the events that happened.
Right.
At the end
I think I
of
may
Crisis Core, but if you want a
be
more
able
detailed
to.
look at it, be sure to check out that game.
Oh,
or
yeah.
at least check out a speedrun or a VOD of it. So you
I
can,
didn't take a toilet
watch
break
the-
since that run. I
cinematics.
should get one.
I just wanted to throw this out there. If you're interested in running the Final Fantasy VII run, there are resources out there. There's tutorial videos. There's public notes available. There's Discord servers. You can contact any of us, and we can give you a hand. You know.
Absolutely, there are a lot of great, very supportive runners out there who would be happy to help you out. You know, they're all really great people and love to help out new runners. This may seem like a very daunting game because it is to run at the high level that we're seeing here showcased, particularly with the step count and some of the advanced.
You don't gotta learn step count at first.
You absolutely don't. You can do a run. You can do many runs and get a very good time without the step count. So don't let that stop you from getting a time on the board. If you really love this game as much as we do, and as much as everybody who seems to be donating does,
I don't
give it
know.
a shot. It's a really rewarding speed run, even though it does take a full day to actually do.
I can help
It's
you,
a whole
but
day.
I mean, there's the kappa at the end, so I
And
guess
so
you
here
don't
we're
really
gonna
want
see,
to help.
the result of the Black Materia and the new overworld.
When are you leaving,
for the
yeah,
world map.
GG?
Doesn't look too good.
No, it kind of looks like that picture in the
In the
in
temple,
of the
yeah.
Ancients.
And
Yeah,
for
it's
long.
pretty much exactly what I pictured coming out of that hieroglyphic. And here we can see Rufus and the Shinra leaders are informing the Avalanche Party that they have been captured and they are due
21st.
to be executed.
So one
now
more
for
week.
their crimes against humanity. Of course, anything they can do to blame Avalanche for all the
Yeah,
stuff that has gone
I imagine
wrong
it
here,
174 verified.
I guess they're kind of right. You know, it is our fault that Sephiroth got his hands on the Black Materia.
Getting myself
but I'm
on
sure
every
if,
stream I'm doing on my
Avalanche
stream.
crew wasn't there,
I am
Shinra
bad.
would have found their own way to.
I am
to
rude.
give the Black Materia.
I'm a
to
dick.
Sephiroth.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really trust Reno and Rude with something
guess.
so precious, now would you?
Oh
Yeah,
no
me neither.
way. So pretty much at this point, we learned that the party has been placed under arrest, and there is actually going to be a televised execution of the party. Apparently.
Yep. And they're gonna start with Tifa. because they wanna
Updated
make her
version.
watch, which is
Yeah.
Pretty brutal.
Yeah, a little bit. But hopefully we can figure out some way to stop that and get out of it. We might need a little bit of RNG.
We might need a little cutscene skip also.
Yeah.
Maybe we might be talking about one in like a couple minutes.
Yep. So this is the gas chamber where they're gonna put Tifa and strap
But
her
yeah,
in.
I guess I already BRB right now. I just wanted to talk about the video just because of what the dude said. I really need to BRB.
Smack.
That won't be the last smack.
And of course, for some reason, leaving the key behind.
Yeah, maybe the guard has a crush on Tifa.
Yeah, he did that on purpose.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
Oh, it's the weapon. Okay, you mean the cannon? Like the
Yeah, the cannon,
the
yeah.
the giant weapon that's attached to Junin?
Yeah, it's about to fire,
Who's
right?
that reporter guy? Like, why is he all... Oh,
Oh,
nice. Okay, sleeping guy?
Oh, hey, doing something right for once.
Yeah, Kate said
Uh-oh.
coming through in the clutch.
Okay, so we gotta do this fight first.
Yeah, we got this fight.
Let's
We're
get
in a locked room. We're
let's-
gonna... Wait.
let's get rid of these guards, or we can just run away and they're gone.
And where did they go?
Yeah, okay.
All right.
All right, sweet.
On to the next one. So now we have Kate, Sith, and Barrett are teamed up, and hopefully they can figure out a way to break Tifa out of there.
Yo,
Barrett's gonna come over
Gunzo,
here and
what's
try to
up?
pry the door open.
Thank you so much for the sub
unfortunately,
yesterday. Thank you so much. I can already say now,
Meanwhile,
welcome
rest
to the
of Super
bananas.
crew
Thank you
is kinda
so much for the
panicking
sub.
because there's something going on here at Junin. We're not exactly sure what it is yet, but we know it has something to do with a weapon.
Yeah, it's a weapon.
And it's not the cannon, so it must be those giant monsters that we just saw.
Oh, they're charging up the cannons.
So it looks like they're gonna fight this this giant weapon head on. Good for them. For,
the entire city going into lockdown mode here.
yeah, pretty cool.
I mean, it.
You really,
God forbid
really
you
want
were
me to
outside
explain
right
how
now
you can
on that street.
not do that?
Good luck getting back inside.
Planning
You
to
see how this,
submit
cannon is designed
FF8?
to move
No.
around on that like
No.
mechanical pivot and all these pistons and stuff. It's very cool and well
No.
designed, kind of a little bit of a steampunky vibe here.
Yeah, really enjoy it.
It really gives.
I think any other game, any other Final Fantasy that is long that could make it would probably be Final Fantasy 12. Because it's like 6 hours something. 8 is probably a bit too long.
Guess we'll see if it did.
I guess kind of the same for 9.
I'm gonna say
9 is a
Yeah.
considering they
bigger
take water.
fan base, I feel, so maybe it could have more chances.
Yeah, I mean,
Even though
What do
it's
you
the
think?
longer of the
Yeah.
two.
And the music stops, and you're like, oh, it must be it.
So
It's
what
really
you're-
tough.
What you're actually going to see here, on the next screen of the control room, Ben is actually going to be moving an invisible cloud that starts in the top right corner of the room, here.
But I
This
hope I'm
screen right here,
wrong
he's in
in
the top right
that
corner. He's moving down,
any
and he's
Final
actually about to
Fantasy
hit the
could get a
loading zone at the
chance to
bottom.
get
He just
in.
hit the loading zone. There's Barrett.
I feel it'd
So
be
that's
really
a
tough.
skip. He skips a cutscene there, and it saves a few seconds. But what it does is it saves 2 minutes. All right, it saves 2 minutes.
But
and,
hey, we were already
what it does
surprised
there
about
is
Final
that on
Fantasy
every,
7 any
cutscene,
person knows
for
about
some
getting
reason,
it,
they
so who
programmed it
knows?
So that cloud is always on the screen. So literally
Seen
always
this
cloud is on the
before?
screen.
There's no
And
way.
For some reason, sometimes they didn't lock cloud's position into place. And that is another way by which we can actually do some skips. in the game. So
I
before
didn't
we
see
were talking about
anything after
browser
my
style
run.
skips that use,
I went for
text
breakfast
boxes.
and I
This
went
is
to rest a
totally
bit.
different kind of skip
Just a
that
bit.
uses the invisible cloud mechanic. So that's the first one that we're going to see.
We'll see one more that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a couple hours. But this one saves a cool cutscene where you would see the weapon attacking Junin. Thankfully, we're still going to be able to see the climactic end
Yeah,
attack
I
on
did
Junin.
correct him
Yeah.
right away when he said a few
So pretty much
things.
after you initiate that cutscene skip, you gotta just
To be
return back
fair,
to the room, and
when we did
you'll
the
notice that
practice
Barrett just
run,
teleported
like,
over to
I've done
like where
this
the gas
too
chamber
on the
was,
next
because
day.
that's where he was supposed to be after the cutscene.
And he was still sleeping.
And we're gonna
I
make our
blame
way
JT
out
for
and
sleeping.
maybe take a vehicle. Maybe
Well, that's the
Yeah,
thing,
I
right?
took some
We're
notes
heading
from
to the airport, I
Dave
think
Wren.
Casey said. So,
that's the plane.
hopefully we'll find a plane or a train or maybe a buggy.
Automobile.
Yeah,
It was even more than live
on
stream
our
skip.
way.
It was
Or
a
that thing.
huge
That thing was pretty
skip.
cool.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
let's
was live
take that
stream,
thing.
Carry Armor, Rude, Forgotten Capital, Diamond, Ojo. It was a huge skip.
And here, Kate's just like, "Oh yeah, we made it," and Barrett's like, "Wait, what are we doing here?"
We need Tifa.
We need Tifa. We need someone who can actually fly this thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
the cutscene is like
So
2
that
minutes
kinda doesn't
long.
really help anything.
You're probably
So here we are,
losing
Tifa in the gas chamber.
15-20
We have to
seconds
do
for
a
the
certain set of
movements.
inputs here, so we move the legs twice.
Saves
and we sit
around
back up in
1
the
minute
chair.
30.
She's gonna take the key in her feet and bring it up to her mouth.
It did
and
save
then
2
use
hours.
that, to unlock her hands.
Thanks so
one
much for the
after
cheers,
another, and
Gonzo.
then,
Thank
finally
you.
Unlock herself out of the chair entirely. And then you just come around here and turn off the gas, and that gets her out of the gas chamber. But unfortunately, the door is still locked. So
I
she's
did
kinda
not
stuck in there
watch
for
a
now.
lot
We're
of
just gonna have to-
live run at
Luckily,
SGDQ.
good guy Sapphire Weapon is gonna carve us
SGDQ,
an
I
opening.
mean,
Yeah, we'll see.
both
what he
of
can do
those
for us.
actually.
Here's the sapphire weapon.
Because I
again.
was having way
Here
too
he
much
is,
fun with
ugly,
my
ugly
room.
head.
I had a
think he
stream
looks
going on in the room all the
No, I think he
time,
needs a
but
haircut.
we were playing
Dude,
a lot of
haircuts
games.
are bad.
I think
he's
I've seen
using
I've
his,
seen
nasty
Super Panga
beam attack
World.
there, and
I've
carves a
seen
big
the
hole
Super
opening
Mario
on top of
Race.
the, Junin Tower there, and of course the Shinra
I've seen
retaliate
half
with
of
a
Earthbound.
boom headshot.
I've seen a little bit of Kingdom
And
Hearts.
the ooze. And I love how you see the light of the tail just fade as it's coming down.
Yep.
Just lifeless.
Yep. Very cool.
97 Fahrenheit. Sounds pretty odd.
And now we can climb out.
Yeah, Tifa's gonna climb up out of here and run to the end of the cannon and have a little bit of a. We're gonna have a little cutscene here, so during this we can probably squeeze in maybe 2 donations.
I didn't see any run from the stream room. The beginning of the monies. Oh, the Mario 64 run was like 5-6 hours
The incompetent
after my
Shinra
run.
soldiers
No,
chasing after her,
I've seen
just
it.
kinda fought.
Well,
Tifa luckily.
I've seen the
when she falls,
start,
she,
then we went for
survives all
food,
damage.
and we came back to the end.
I mean, Cloud and Tifa are both jumping from incredible heights without any real consequence.
But yeah, we've seen some of
Here
the
we're getting another
Sim64 run.
continuity error. We promised we wouldn't
I
point it
mean,
out, but
after
this is
my
one of
run,
my
I've
favorites.
slept like
Here
3
you can
hours.
see on the cannon,
That was great.
The name Sister Ray is engraved there on the cannon, but that name is not given to the cannon until later in the game when the cannon is actually moved. Scarlet,
Oh, I didn't know
Scarlet gives it
that.
that name at that time. So that's just a strange continuity error.
And now it's time to duel.
Yeah, here's the showdown of the century. And unfortunately, it's actually faster just to lose this slap fight here.
But I think we're
And
gonna
then
win.
the day after, yeah,
'Cause why
I
not?
didn't sleep much.
Well, Ben's
It was
pretty
the
good at
last
matching, so we
day.
can probably get through it pretty quick. Oh, you can hold.
Wait, really?
Apparently, you can hold.
So it's just
And
RNG.
then I got my 10+
Hey,
hours playing
victorious.
Tifa wins. Good job, Beefaroni.
in a night.
It doesn't really matter. The
That's
result
why
of the
I'm
fight
so
is
tired
totally
since
irrelevant.
then.
I think it saves or loses time one way or the other.
Tutorial
doesn't really
videos?
matter.
I don't
And,
think so.
Someone's
I was
telling her to
thinking
run to
about
the
it
end
at
of the
some point,
cannon.
but
that doesn't seem like a good.
struts are evolving a lot.
Look at that.
Barrett to save
doing
the
a full
day.
tutorial, a really good tutorial with videos would
Oh,
take
Tifa
an
got some dance
insane
moves on that
amount
cannon,
of
though.
time that
And
I
we get
can't
the awesome
find.
Highwind music.
That we'll get to hear a lot.
But if you have any question
It's
about the run,
brilliantly
you can just
blended with,
ask on Discord
Sid's
or on the
theme,
stream. I would
This
be
is-
happy
it's
to
just
help.
another great song in this really fantastic soundtrack.
The breakfast was so good at the hotel.
So now we finally have a flying vehicle that we can use to pretty much go to any point of the world map now.
Yep. And that really opens up the entirety of the world map for us to explore. This is the last stage of the opening exploration of the map. At this point in the game, while Cloud is still missing, you really have the option to go basically anywhere.
Like
and do
my
any kind of
notes
side quest,
are
chocobo
an okay
breeding,
basis to
racing.
learn the game,
You
but
can do
there's not
multi-side
enough
quests
details
with
into
Yuffie,
it.
you can
But
do
that I don't really
Nibelheim
want to
side
put
quests
too
with,
much details
Vincent.
into it. I don't want it to be a
but
guide. I
We don't
want
need
it
to
to
do
be
any of that
notes.
because that doesn't really fit into the speed run. So we're just going to come over here and meet up with the party.
Yeah, I said this game sucks after the run, before the run, when I was doing the run.
And there's nothing really too eventful here, so we
Because the
can get
game
more
was
donations in.
giving me good RNG.
All right. We've got $50 from Verwolf. Hello, SGDQ. Thanks
I
for
had
many great
nothing
runs
for
this week.
breakfast.
My donation goes towards the Breath of the Wild any % run, which I've been waiting eagerly for. Just as a reminder, we are almost at 17K for the Breath of the Wild run. We need to hit 100K by this evening.
Come on, guys, let's do it.
Let's get it going. Let's get it going.
I think we'll get there.
I think we all want to see it, so I think we will too.
Yeah, Orca's got a really
I
good run with
would
that, so,
recommend
you guys better
learning
get
the
those in.
step count right
Absolutely.
away.
We got
But
$10 from Phenomenon.
you would need way more time to do
328.
that. It
Thanks for
takes a lot
providing
more
the whole
practice if
Final
you want to
Fantasy VII
learn the
experience
step
in
count at the
just
same
8
time.
hours. It usually takes like 50 hours when I replay it. Great run. Greeting from, wait for it, Germany.
Of course.
Of course. $100 from Clara.
But
What
if
more
you
could I
don't want
ask
to
for
learn the
while
step
sick?
count,
Reliving my
it is
childhood
possible to do
with
it without
wonderful
step
commentary.
count, but then you would
Every
need to
GDQ I get
focus
impressed by
on
runs even more.
probably the boss
Thank you
fight.
for all that you do, everyone. Best wishes from Australia. P.S.
Oh,
Holding
Mom,
my
please.
breath because SGDQ is so wild.
Yeah, doing mid-year is a good start
Link
to
me
learn the
up with
step
that
count
bonus
and
game?
some basic stuff on the game, like just
Aw,
tiny bit
come,
of
I did.
ATB
Oh,
trick.
That was pretty good.
I didn't even get it until the very end. There we go. Aw.
It's okay.
All right, so now that we have control of the high wind, we're moving down here to Medial. We're going to do a little bit of a shopping sequence first here, and then we'll run into a trigger with the dog there that's kind of laying around on the ground, and that'll progress the story.
But before the shop, we're actually going to get probably one of the most important items of the game for the end game.
Yes. Certainly the most important accessory, that is the curse ring. So the way that you get the curse ring is that you go over there and you knock on that door and realize that it's locked. And you come over here to this random spot on the ground and find the beat up old useless key.
It
Quote.
has no
Yeah, if you
use
can
at
keep
all,
the step
not one.
count in
Yeah, it can't
mid-year,
be
you
good for
can
anything
most
except,
likely
when
keep
you
it
put it in this
everywhere.
lock over here, it turns out that the key snaps. Oh no! And this guy turns around and is like, "Hey, what are you doing back there?
God
You're messing
damn it.
around." And
It's another good instance to tell the truth.
yes, this is exactly what we were talking about earlier, where you have to tell the truth to get the reward, and you also have to pick the second option, otherwise it's rip run.
Yep, yeah.
But doing that gives you what this guy, he calls the curse ring, the cursed ring, but it's in the menu it's known as the curse ring.
The
And,
hardest
that is
part,
pretty much the most overpowered accessory in the game. Not only
it's
does it
probably being
automatically put
focused
the
for 8
character in Death
hours.
Sentence, which we know is very useful for combining with Tifa's Power Soul and Death Blow and all of that.
I guess,
But it also
yeah, I
has
guess keeping the step
insane
count.
stat boosts and makes your character super strong. So here we're going to be selling a bunch of items, and we're looking to end this shopping sequence with a very specific amount of gil. So we're going to buy some materia, including the destruct materia and a bunch of HP pluses. And you can see Ben had 4,261 gil left over. You want to make sure that you have between 4,000 and 4,399 gil. That'll come into play later, but having that shopping sequence all mapped out gives you that right gil amount.
Well, yeah,
As a
you're
reminder, we don't
focused
fight any
for
extra battles,
9
we don't kill any
hours,
extra enemies.
but
we know exactly how much gil we're going
you're
to have
taking
at this
8
point in the
hours
run.
of breaks.
And that's really important to know for these shopping sequences late in the game.
So you pretty much find out here that there's been a spiky blonde-haired dude that has washed ashore, and
They brought him
Yeah,
into
the
clinic
music was
here.
pretty
the
good
team
in
thinks it
the
might be Cloud.
in the
Yeah, I mean,
headset.
who else could it be unless that other dude dyed his hair blonde?
Yeah. Who's that other dude?
Yeah, I see
Yeah,
what you
maybe
mean.
Jeff or something.
It's fine
Jeff. Yeah.
with FFX.
So this guy.
But yeah, being
I like
focused,
that doctor's mustache.
doing
Yeah.
alright
I wonder if
execution,
he has
keeping
any
the step
orders.
count.
Ooh.
Probably.
On the long run, that's probably the hardest
and we
thing.
found Cloud here.
Obviously, Demon's
he's
Gate is
in
not
the
an easy
best- not in the
fight.
best estate. He can't
Materia
really,
Keeper can be
say
tricky.
anything or do anything. He's kind of confined to
Diamond
the wheelchair,
Weapon
and we
also,
find out
I
that
guess,
he
but
has
it's
a
not the
very,
hardest
very
fight.
bad case of Mako poisoning. So, as we mentioned earlier, like very early in the run, Eris notices that Cloud has what's called Mako eyes, that are a sign that someone has been infused with some
Nice
some amount
catch.
of Mako, and it changes the color of their eyes. Someone who is exposed to Mako for a long period of time
Let's
can actually
go.
get
Oh, well,
very
let's
severe
see.
case
I'm
of
not sure about
poisoning.
that.
And that appears to be what Cloud has gotten here after falling into the live stream and then being bubbled up onto the shore here. He spent too much time surrounded by Mako energy and thus has become very sick.
Was never able to discern what this noise was.
I always imagined it was like a
Apparatus sort
like
of?
an air pump.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't able to
Potato.
breathe on his own. I forget what
A
what are those things
recessive?
called?
No, no, I don't know.
I'm not a doctor. I have plenty of borders, so don't ask me. So here, progressing with the story, we realize that though we found Cloud, he's not exactly in the state that we were hoping that he's was going to be in.
May, we didn't
So what do we
really
do?
shout
We're
out
just gonna have to go ahead
anyone.
and move on without him for now. Tifa's gonna stay behind and take care of him. So it's up to the
I
rest
know,
of the
you
group
can
to
do whatever splits
press
you
on
want.
and carry on with the mission.
I'm not sure there's a lot of
making
people
sure that
living the
Shinra doesn't do
same
crazy stuff.
kinda split, so it's up to you.
Poor Cloud.
Rip.
Hey, he's not dead yet. Just feel bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, not yet.
Yet.
We just feel bad for him.
So right now the party kind of just goes back to the high wind, and they need to regroup and think about what's going on. What can they do at this point in time?
Yeah, and it's at this point that Kate sits
Oh,
overhears the
May.
conversation. At this point, he's he's been converted basically.
Yeah,
and
he's on both sides.
He's really kind of playing both sides, and he's sharing some information. And he finds out that Heidegger and Scarlet are up to something, and that something is that the Shinra company is now.
No, I didn't finish Resident Evil 4. I will probably finish it Saturday or Sunday.
Their plan is to use that huge materia to destroy.
I wanted to finish it before leaving for SGDQ, but I got the link to pass from the
stored through in various reactors throughout the world.
finally.
You're just gonna go around and scoop up the huge materia. There's one in Fort
So yeah,
Condor. There's one.
I couldn't
in,
finish it before.
Coral?
There's one in Coral. There's one in an underwater reactor that we don't know about yet. And they said that they were already able to harvest the one from
Gongaga.
from Gongaga and
yeah.
Mount Nibble. So they have some of the huge material on hand, but now our new objective is to make sure that they're not.
But yeah, I should
able
finish
to,
Resident Evil 4
get
this
all of the
weekend
huge
and
materia.
start Legend of
Given
Dragoon
that
next
our motley
week.
crew is down to 4 at this point. We need to elect
Casual?
a leader.
And Sleepy Sid is now the leader.
Yeah.
7 Sins, by the way.
Captain Seven Sins.
Yes, correct.
Is the new leader of the party. So,
Guy
we're
dancing
gonna
on
be
the
playing
chair on
as
the
Sid for
left.
a little while. He'll be taking on Cloud's pocket duties, storing all the items and keeping the party members in his pocket there.
It's pretty cool. I liked how they changed it up and changed which controller.
Nice,
or character
Gonzo.
you controlled at this point.
Yeah, it's.
Is it
pretty
your
uncommon
first
in,
playthrough of the game?
RPGs. Well, I guess it does happen in a few where you lose control
Captain
of the main character
Cruz?
for a little while, and you have to come up with a new leader. So it is a certain change of pace. Sid runs kind of funky,
Yeah.
which can be really fun for doing your step counting, I'm sure. But I always just got a kick out of the way that he kind of like
Yeah.
high steps his run.
And he's like leaning back, sorta.
Oh,
It
I
all
finished
kind of feeds
Legend
into
of
the character,
Dragoon
the
once.
swagger of Sid. I really like that. So now we're going to set up our party kind of how it was before, loading Sid up with some summon materia there to raise his magic stats. Basically, summon materia and magic materia raise your magic by 1 each. And that increased magic will just allow us to do more damage with some of our enemy skills like Magic Breath and Aqua Lung.
And we're pretty much just setting up our party to be able to go after these huge materials. There's a couple locations we're going to have to visit.
Hey,
First one we're going to go
Ella.
to is Fort Condor.
Thank you so
Right,
much.
so we
Thank
actually
you.
haven't visited Fort Condor yet because in the early parts of the game it is optional, but this visit to Fort Condor is mandatory. And if you had visited this place earlier, you may have played a little bit of like a strategy.
Alright, I guess I should
kind of
actually
thing,
not talk during this
where,
part.
You know, the Shinra army attacks, and you place these soldiers on the map, and
Keep the
you,
suspense,
go
right?
about and you can fight them in that in that little strategy RPG. It's like a tactical mini game, which
Actually, I had a lot of fun playing it, honestly.
I very much enjoyed it. Unfortunately, you don't really get much for it.
Temporary.
There aren't
Yeah.
any like
Yeah.
secret hidden items that you get from doing the Fort Condor mini game outside of this mandatory time in which you do the Fort Condor mini game. But what we're going to see here is that Ben is actually going to speed through this mini game as fast as possible. And the way that you do that is, as we mentioned before, he wants to have a very specific gil number. Again, it was between 4,000 and 4,400 gil. And that'll allow you to initiate the battle and place a few enemies on the map. Or, I'm sorry, a few turrets on the map. It's kind of like a little bit of a tower defense thing. And an interesting mechanic here is that you can place human soldiers or you can place catapults on the screen, and the catapults, since they're non-human, you can actually create and destroy them right away. So what he's doing here is placing 4 of these Tri-Stoners and deleting them right away. That basically spends through all his money, so he can't place any more units, and immediately initiates the boss fight here. So we just have this guy to defeat.
It's
and
a
then-
relatively simple fight. All he has to do is magic breath. Wait, Ben?
Ben, you.
Did you just magic breath yourself?
Did you save?
Dude.
Dude, did you save? Did you save, Ben? Did you save? What? How? Estimate or? Oh, wait.
No, we're fine.
We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
JK.
Yeah. So you actually want to kill yourself in that fight because it's faster. So yeah, it's almost like a death warp.
Hey, there are death warps in RPG.
So that's the
you
extent of the
save?
Fort Condor event in this game. We don't get to do any.
I was hiding my face to
saving
not
the
show I
Phoenix
was
or getting any of that
mine.
materia. We just kind of lose. And we are forever banished from Fort Condor.
Yeah.
But we don't care because we're not going back there.
We're going to Coral.
We're on our way to Coral. So there's that other reactor in the middle of Coral that you guys might remember across that roller coaster train track thing.
Did you
so
save?
We're gonna head into to North Coral here, and then head
Yes,
back
I
towards
did.
the mountain
There's
across
that
the bomb
schizo.
bridge and all the way back into. into the
I
reactor.
can't
We can
have a
take
fucking
couple donations
face.
while we're making our way back there.
Alrighty, $25 from Nick129 says, I'm so sad that GDQ is almost over, but so happy that so much money has been raised and so many great runs have taken place. Loving Final Fantasy VII so far. You're all doing a great job, and this is absolutely worth staying up for. Here's to a great final day. Let's hit the Breath of the Wild incentive, and hey, maybe even 2 million. I agree. Let's go for it, you guys. Let's go for it. $20 from Valmer. Final Fantasy VII is one of those games that means a lot to me. I'm so happy
No,
being
it's all
played
good,
right now.
Crash.
Hope all viewers, runners, and staff
good
have
night.
enjoyed the week so far.
Thank you, thank
$20
you.
from Tomorrow1111. So many amazing
Almost
prizes
happy.
in the Final Fantasy VII block. Good luck on the run. $10 from Rob Gonzalez. I played Final Fantasy VII many, many times. Played it the first time when I was 10. Now I'm 30 and it's still my favorite game. The music and the story. I love it. Much love from Sweden. $10 from Ravaz. Greetings from Sweden. Oh, that's cool. Great Final Fantasy run with
Greetings
amazing
from Sweden.
commentary.
Oh, that's cool.
Let this donation go towards the Dark Souls bonus run because we all need to praise the sun.
I'm really glad that, we do have a good time slot for this run. Contrary to it being really late.
I already
here in the
fucked
United
up
States,
on,
it's a pretty good time slot for Europe.
Oh,
on
yeah.
the s-
And it's really great that we're able to
Not the
showcase
second
this run, because
fight.
I know it is close
On the
close to
third
hearts of many
fight.
Europeans, because this was actually the first Final
Not sure
Fantasy game
why.
that was released in Europe.
Okay,
So
I
they-
didn't know that.
So they never got exposure to Final Fantasy 2, 3, or
Oh yeah,
4 and
because
6
I
as
was
they're known,
thinking I would do
in
the
Japan.
Aqualung
So,
sprite
it's
with
really
like
cool that
laser
they're
laser
able to,
Aqualung. But then I was like,
get a good showing of what
I
is
don't
going
have
to many
Aqualung on
people
one
their
on
first
the
Final
Enemy Skin on
Fantasy
Sid.
experience.
Oh, yeah. And just as a
I
side
was
note,
like,
in the
oh,
fight before this fight that just
and then
happened,
it
Ben
did Big
walked
God,
like a step
which
and
was
a half
very
or 2
annoying.
steps, and what that did was that set up a the next fight to be a preemptive
So
encounter.
it
So we
kind
got
of
that first
changed
turn
everything
magic
I had
breath
to
on
do,
there.
and I was
Then,
like, I have
nothing
no
to
idea
worry
what to
about
do
with that fight.
anymore. That just committed something.
So here we have what we call the train sequence here. That train that just left the reactor there is carrying the huge materia. So we're going to hop inside the reactor and see if we can find another train to kind of chase them down with. And that initiates this fun little mini game here where we're going to have to
I'd
use
say
our
it
train
was
catch up
hard to
the other train,
concentrate
and,
because I was really
it's really
sleepy.
just a case of mash as fast as you
Not because
go
of
fast.
everything
Yeah.
around. It just, yeah,
the
I was
inputs
super
for,
sleepy.
Using this train are really
Around that
strange.
part of
You
the
have to hit
run, I was away
up
for
and
24 hours,
triangle.
I think.
Do you have to alternate
So yeah, I
them?
was
Is that how it
starting
works?
to feel it
It's supposed to be,
way
but I
and
think
way
you can
more.
kind of
Mash.
Yeah, it's like it tells you to alternate, but that's not like really the best way. You kind of got to get like a rhythm with it.
Yeah. And basically, we just speed up to the other train over there and then make this ridiculous leap across, and there we are. So across these train cars, there's going to be an encounter on each train car here, and each one will have its own set of strategies to dispose of the enemies here. So Dave, you want to walk us through what we're going to do for each of these?
Yeah, so this one right here,
Yep.
he's just going to cast the Comet Materia, and because of the Curse Ring and all of the summons and stuff, it's going to be a nice, easy damage there. You know, clean up a little bit of the side HP with Kate set there. You saw that was a low 62 roll.
Yeah. He's also got the Comet paired with the MP Turbo material,
Oh, yeah.
which costs a little bit of extra MP to cast the magic, but it will do extra damage. Well worth it, in my opinion.
Yep, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to Magic Breath, and then if you guys remember on the Schizo fight, we actually got a Dragon Fang drop, and we are going to use that now on this fight.
Yeah, I was waiting
Hopefully
to
Kate set stays
see if
alive.
Kitsis would die with the hits. He didn't,
A
so
little
that was
unlucky
good.
there, but he hung on. So again, coming in the clutch late in the game here.
Okay. Yeah, so that Dragon Fang is a drop off of Schizo.
And you can see it actually does the same attack that Schizo uses as his final attack.
Yep.
At least the same animation.
Yep. And then this next one, you're going to see is going to do 2 lasers and a Magic Breath, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I believe this guy's called, this is an Iron Giant, is it not?
Big red guy.
A big, oh, it's a Red Giant, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And this guy just has a bunch of HP. And a really convenient and quick way to bring down a guy's HP is to use the
Yeah,
laser.
that
As
fight
we
went
mentioned
totally
earlier, it is
wrong.
gravity
I'm trying
damage.
to remember
And
why.
you can see that just took away a portion of his HP.
Is that a miss?
5,000 first, and this one will again take...
Yes,
Oh,
that's
what?
why.
Oh, that's unlucky.
I've never had laser miss in this fight. I didn't even know that was possible.
That's marathon luck.
Yeah.
Until I tried to
So
do
here's
the
gonna do
Aqualung
2,500,
because
and
it's
now he's down to
stronger,
exactly 2,500 health.
but
Big guard, of course.
did Big God.
So that's going to be a little bit unfortunate.
So I'm going to do one more laser and then finish it off with an Aqualung.
Or Magic Breath in this case.
Yeah.
The bud knew.
Oh.
So you can
Aqualung.
see with each incremental laser, it's doing, you know, a portion of his health as damage.
Yeah, he had like nothing
You know,
left. I was
let's
like,
just blow him up with the Comet. You know,
Comet.
like, this dude's trolling.
Yeah,
He-
nothing wrong with a comet in the face here. that'll
Yeah,
do it.
that's an
1,000
overkill.
damage, no problem. The Red Giant has high defense and high HP, so that's a bit of an annoying fight.
And then this last one, we're just going to do 3 lasers and then a death blow with Sid. Can't Aqualung this guy, because for some reason, water heals this...
this mechanical flying
yeah,
bird thing.
Who knows why?
Yeah, I believe this is called the Eagle Gunner.
Oh, you actually only have to do 2 lasers with Magic Breath. Okay, that's crafty.
Yeah, and that's another case of having all that magic boosting materia on Sid. This Magic Breath is going to do much more damage than it would if Magic Breath were equipped on one of the other party members.
the
Sees
buzz
6,000 damage there. Part
reacting
of
to
that is
any
due to,
words
the
was
elemental effect of Magic Breath. The Magic Breath actually
Gibot.
contains 3 elements within it, but one of those elements is lightning, and the Eagle Gunner, I believe his name is weak to lightning damage, so that's why it does so much damage there. And then this final guy is
the hardest fight of the trains.
yeah, he's all that's standing between us and the
huge materia.
goal of holding on to the huge materia here.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough day at work.
Yeah.
He was just driving a train.
Got hit by a meteor.
Yeah.
So now we got to stop this train.
And again, very strange inputs here. You have to use both up and triangle and then down and X, and it's totally unclear as to what you're supposed to do here. So
I feel like it just auto does its own thing.
yeah, as a kid, I always just mashed and it seemed to work. I kind of still do
Yeah,
that.
I still mash. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it
You
works.
You got
so.
5 minutes to stop that train.
Yeah.
So.
And the reason, well, there's a few reasons that you want to stop the train. One, because it's obviously way faster to stop the train. Two,
It's very nice I got
a nice
just
little reward
skip and
for
color
doing it,
scope.
called the Ultima Materia, which unfortunately we don't use in this run, but it
I
is
guess
pretty
it's
nice.
fishy.
So there's a skip
Just a
coming up
skip.
here, another one of those paralyzed dodges where he's going to try to talk to this woman above him after he does this menu. And he's also going to walk into a cutscene trigger, and if he gets it successfully, he's going to be able to just walk off the screen instead of resting at the end and then being able to leave.
So you
Oh,
can-
he got it.
You got the skip, and you can see Sid running off to the bottom left of the screen. Even though the arrow kind of drags with the panning of the screen, you can see that he still had control of Sid and ran off the bottom left of the screen. If he had run anywhere else, he could have soft locked there. But
Yeah,
no-
that was really
no
good.
problem for Ben to get that nice coral skip.
As a result, though, you do not get the HP and MP refresh as that the rest gives you, so Ben is going to have to accommodate for that, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, you can just throw a tent.
Easy.
No problem here.
And he's going to outfit his party because he's got to survive the next fight.
I did
here
add
with,
some extra saves.
Ultimate weapon.
Like, I've never done this
Yeah,
one.
he actually doesn't need to heal.
But
at all. As
in
long
my
as he's at
practice
max
run,
HP, you don't really
I
need to
did
do any
change
damage in this
again
fight. You just kinda
instead
need to
of
survive.
defend.
So we're gonna
So
enter
Sid
heal,
died
and,
again.
Ultimate Weapon's
But
gonna decide that,
I didn't rip.
he
I
wants to cause
I used
some
the Phoenix
problems
down and
start attacking,
explosion
so,
right away on
that's gonna
Sid,
result
and it was
in a
fine.
whole earthquake situation.
But
and
I'm
things
so
kinda go
used to
haywire,
doing
but of course we're
change
gonna
now
have
that I
to
need to be
fight,
careful about
Ultimate
it.
Weapon, and really, it just comes down to a test for survival here. So this fight can be tricky. Critical hit from Ultimate Weapon can be deadly, but if you play it safe, it's pretty easy to accommodate for that.
Yeah, so the goal here is just to survive 3 turns.
And then Ultimate Weapon will fly away.
Yep.
Nice answer.
Ultimate Weapon in this game is an optional boss. By defeating it, you get Cloud's ultimate weapon. So you have to kill Ultimate Weapon to get Cloud's ultimate weapon, Ultima Weapon.
Yeah.
I think I got that right. I probably
Ultimate.
did. Sure.
Yeah.
It also gets you access to the Ancient Forest later in the game.
Channel has
Without a
been
gold chip, though. That's
blessed.
the other way that you can get in there. But we don't need to do any of that in the
By
speedrun. We just
RG.
need to face him this once and survive.
Shouts out to Kate says HP.
He's clearly
Oh,
an
and
elite
his MP.
character. Clearly an elite character. We've been, giving him a bad rap the entire time, but
He's a decent guy.
yeah.
Elite and
So
69.
that Cure 2 on Sid
Yeah.
will basically make it so that he's going to survive this attack here.
That was something.
He also defended with Sid. And that's it. Ultimate Weapon will fly away now, and that's the end of the fight.
No experience though, unfortunately, because we didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you hear the noise, but there's no experience.
Right. So in that battle, if you happen to miss the curse ring prior to earlier when we were doing the whole thing with the key in the door, it is possible to steal the curse ring
Lead.
from Ultimate Weapon there, but it is extremely difficult. I think it's like a 1 in 256 chance. So it's basically never going to happen. So really just don't mess up the beat up old useless key mini quest there, and just get the curse ring that way. It makes everything a lot easier.
So now, pretty much what's happening here is a giant sinkhole is about to form. The live stream is about to gush out and kind of like engulf the city or the town.
Yeah. It's possibly reacting to the presence of Ultima Weapon in the area. It's kind of unclear, but there's an earthquake a-coming, and these guys have to get out of there. Thanks to the clinic crew for really helping us out here. Also, shouts out to these strangely different polygons.
Yeah, and
It's like no other cutscene in the game.
I
Hey,
like
Kenneth,
Cloud's
what's
blank
up?
face just like right here.
Yeah, that's pretty great. Tifa's like, oh, and Cloud's just like,
no. Goodbye.
and they both fall into the live stream.
Time to go swimming.
And so begins the longest.
The best segment.
No,
This
it
is a
seems
pretty
he
long
discovered it
roll
after
in this video. We have to go through
SGDQ.
Cloud's past, and
So I had
a little
no
bit
idea
more
by
about,
then.
the story, who Cloud really is, and how he discovers who he really is, who Zack really is, and all of the history of him and Sephiroth and what really happens.
Yeah, which casually, I mean, this part of the game is awesome because you learn
yeah.
a lot. The
It-
whole story gets flipped on its head, and
It
it's
kind of all comes together here in the live stream, and it makes sense and kind of sets you up for the rest of the game. But in the speedrun,
Oh, it's only
know
for
all this
PS4?
already, and we kind of just want to get through it
What a
as fast as
shame.
possible. There unfortunately aren't any skips. There's really nothing that we can do to save time here except mash fast. So we'll take a few donations in the beginning part of this, and then later we'll go into some of the detail of the storyline.
Sounds good. I'm here whenever you need me. We've got $200 from Jarhead X 2006. Final Fantasy VII was the first RPG I sold hours of my life to as a kid. An awesome week of amazing runs, all for a beautiful cause. You guys are great. Keep up the spectacular work. Donation goes to Runner's Choice. $10 from Anonymous. It says important information that was missed. Japan later got the re-released international version that had everything from the US release, including Ruby and Emerald.
That is true. The original version was missing them, but they did get included later thanks to that international release.
$10 from, I want to say, Braddock? I'm more of a Final Fantasy IX fan myself, but the couch commentary during the Final Fantasy VII run has made it extremely enjoyable regardless. Put this toward the Dark Souls run. $25 from Anonymous. Final Fantasy VII was one of the first games I played. I put over 500 hours into it as a kid, and now here I am watching it get destroyed in sub 8 hours. Thank you for the couch commentary. You are doing a great job. Good luck on the rest of the run. $50 from Fallen Angel. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII, as that is such a great game. One of my favorite games of all time, and started my love of gaming. Big shout out to the runner and commentators who are all doing a great job. Lots of love from the UK. $25 from Railmon. I hope that SGDQ is on
take
a
a break
trajectory
here.
to meet and exceed
I
the
get
goal for
something
the
to
funds
eat,
being
I guess.
raised for Doctors Without Borders in 2017. Thanks again to organizers,
I'll let you with the
participants,
law
staff,
explanation
and
during
volunteers
the
for
live
continuing
stream.
with the Games Done Quick traditions.
Yeah, it was midnight for me also when I've done it.
$100 donation from Just Salt. Games Done Quick must never end.
I agree. I don't want to go home.
Seems like we're all enjoying the week. $10 from Robot. This event needs more Zelda. Thank you to all the runners and staff and make this event possible.
So here you can see Cloud assuming his identity of thinking that he's the soldier first class that shows up in Nibelheim, but Tifa reveals to him that she in fact knows that he never did show up to Nibelheim 5 years ago. It wasn't him. It was this guy with the spiky black hair, not the spiky blonde hair. And that's the first part of the realization here. This really happens in 3 phases. First is Cloud did, well, I guess it's 4 phases, but Cloud did not come back to Nibelheim. So who is Cloud? So the next step is to go all the way back to the childhood and realize that, well, Cloud is real. He's a young boy who lived in Nibelheim and grew up with Tifa because they have this shared memory together that, they know happened. They remember that night at the well, so they're going to recap that here for us. We can get some more donations while this part happens.
All right. We've got $50 donation from Lithrak. I'm so glad to see Final Fantasy VII being run again, since it was that game that brought me to speedrunning. Poexel's run at AGDQ 2015 was amazing, and so is this one. Final Fantasy hype. $50 donation from Anonymous. Great run, many memories. I played the PC version years ago and remember downloading custom sound fonts to load on my sound card to get the MIDI to sound like the PlayStation version. Great event and looking forward to all other runs.
Yeah, that's another important version distinction. The PC re-release had notoriously bad sound quality. Luckily, you're able to just replace those files in your file folder, but it sounded really, really awful.
And then luckily the Steam version fixed that as well.
The Steam version did fix that. The original PC version also ran at a lower resolution, which just made everything look bad. So I feel bad for anyone who played it that way, but at least I got to experience this awesome game back around when it was originally released. So they recapped their memory at the well, but they realized that that's not enough. They have to have another childhood memory that certainly stands out for both of them. That's unrelated to Sephiroth, because at that night at the well, they were just talking about Sephiroth. So is there an experience that only Cloud could possibly know about that happened in Tifa's past? And that's what we're going to find out about here.
We got $20 from Disparia. Loved Final Fantasy VII so much that I named my daughter Eris. She wants to see Breath of the Wild, so I'm putting our donation towards that run.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that's awesome. Really pretty name. $150 from Terius. Hi. Love the GDQ events. Have been watching for many years. Keep up the good work, and please put this donation towards Runner's Choice. $20 from Matias. Final Fantasy VII defines my childhood. So whenever it's up on the GDQ schedule, I get even more hyped. Everyone there is doing an amazing deed for the world. Events like this is what makes me proud to call myself a gamer. Keep up the good work, and I share all my love with you all. P.S. Since the animals got killed, shame on you, so fluffy and cute, I put the money towards Breath of the Wild.
Yes,
$50
I was on
from
Discord.
Scooter. Thanks for running this awesome event every year. Always happy to donate for it.
I said
Also,
hi,
can we
nerds.
get more Zelda, please? Greetings from Switzerland.
Yeah, I think the second answer was Kung
$70
Fu
from Jacko.
Fruit Cup.
I want to see Dark Souls and Breath of the Wild, so we all have to donate for it. Come on, guys, we can do it.
First one was JT no
at this point
Rimaki.
in their past, Tifa's going through a traumatic event. I believe it's the death of her mother.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, because her father dies later at the hands of Sephiroth. But she runs away from home and decides that she wants to go and see what's on the other side of the mountain.
And soon you learn that this bridge is just terrible.
Yeah. It's not the first time, not the last time. A beautiful song here it is called On the Other Side of the Mountain. And Cloud goes chasing after Tifa here after all the other boys kind of chicken out and run back.
They're too afraid of the mountain.
No, it's
There's this
okay,
big
it's fine.
nasty
I can
monsters
get
there
that you
were
would
gonna wipe
listen
out
to
the
her
level
voice all
one
day.
Cloud, so,
Tifa's
It's
just
okay.
trolling.
well, I mean, we've seen what she can do with those fists. She's,
Yeah, and the
she's
death blow.
Yeah. Yeah, she can do some damage, but here's brave little Cloud who's going to go on his way and try to make sure that Tifa makes it safely through the mountain. We'll find out very quickly that that's not exactly how it goes. But this is an
I was talking with my controller.
they have together that has nothing to do with Sephiroth. It has nothing to do with Soldier. It just has to do with Cloud and Tifa as kids, and there's no way that it could have been made up. There's no way it could have been implanted into Cloud's memory. And this is the link that it's kind of how they establish their baseline of having a shared memory.
And the bridge kind of collapsed again.
Yeah, no surprise there that strong bridge lady fell through once again. And this guy shames Cloud for bringing her into this horrible place, even though
Wasn't even
Chris,
his fault.
no.
it wasn't his fault. He was just trying to be good guy Cloud, but you know.
Fuck the hormones.
Maybe that's why Cloud is so bitter.
Yeah, Tifa winds up in a coma for 7 days there, actually, and it's not the first time she'll be in a coma, actually. She is also in a coma after her near-fatal wound from Sephiroth.
And the
And again, after
the North
those-
Crater, yeah.
She's been in a bunch of comas, I guess.
Maybe she's just tired. She's napping.
Yeah, she's sipping the Kool-Aid. So they gather back up here, and you know, Cloud is starting to piece himself together here, quite literally. And they decide to go back to Nibelheim because this memory of 5 years ago is really where it's all going to come together. So how did Cloud actually get this memory of coming to Nibelheim and doing that whole thing with Sephiroth and the reactor and the village burning down, and where did all those memories come from if Cloud wasn't there, if it was actually Zack, the black-haired guy, who was the person who was there? So they decide to head on up to the reactor, and hopefully they can get an idea of what really went down there. So here we see the scene where Tifa suffers.
I'm for the danger
her wound
zone.
here. Sephiroth standing at the top of the stairs, ready to go in to see his mother, sword in hand. And here comes Zack, not Cloud. So still not quite the resolution we're looking for.
So how does he still have a memory of these things happening?
Yeah.
So if Zack ended up going in there, what
The
exactly?
danger zone. I would not put it because I kind of don't want
I mean, that
his
doesn't look too good.
Oh, well, looks
get
like
mute.
Zack suffered a similar fate to Tifa here.
Ooh, he
Who's
saw
this guy?
He saw everything? Did he?
Spike Vegeta. What a boss.
Yeah, he was there.
Just picks up that Buster Sword. And here's where our original flashback cut off. No seizure warning this time. Spike Vegeta runs straight up and stabs Sephiroth.
Stab. That was for Beefaroni.
And the townspeople. And Zangan. Don't forget about Zangan.
Danger zone.
You only see him once, I forgot.
And this is the part where it is revealed that Cloud was in fact there the whole time. He just wasn't the soldier first class that he always assumed to be. He was just a lowly foot soldier for the Shinra army.
And he
And
was
if
he
you-
was too embarrassed to.
Yeah, and he was there the whole time. If you actually look back through even the flashback cutscene, this blue soldier guy was there the whole time. So if you replace Cloud sprite with Zack and then that blue suit guy with Cloud, then you realize that he was there the whole time. And the story does make sense if you realize that that he was playing that role rather than the role of Zack.
Yeah, he was the.
He's sick in the truck.
Yep.
He probably didn't fight the dragon, though. I don't know.
No. That was all Sephiroth, anyways.
Yeah. Lowly level 1 Zack didn't do much to help him out there. Zack likes squats, too, though.
Oh yeah.
Shout outs to Zack doing squats.
His squats are amazing.
Yeah, he's got great form. Good arm swings.
Yeah. It's
And
all it's
you
on the
can
arms.
see, yeah, Cloud here, he had his helmet off because he was feeling sick, and then he sees Tifa and realizes that he didn't live up to his dream of being that soldier first class, and he didn't want to disappoint Tifa as he promised in that flashback. You know, he made a promise to her, when you're famous and you're this big time soldier, don't forget about me, and come back and see me in Nibelheim. And he felt like he let her down, so that's why he kind of tried to cover it up.
And even that blue soldier is there, laying down in the previous flashback.
Yep, he's
so-
there the whole time. That's one thing that they didn't mess up in terms of continuity errors. They did make sure that the blue soldier guy is always there.
And also, for those of you wondering why Ben isn't mashing through the text. This is actually like an auto scroller right now.
Yeah, so this is generally a portion where you could take a bathroom break or play some fun music or really just have a good time with this portion of the run. Here you can see Sephiroth has cut off the head of Genova, and he's taking it with him because that's what we do to our mothers, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you can't take the whole thing, just take
Just
the
take
head.
the head, right? This guy's messed up. Cloud's not going to let him get away with this, you know.
And even Zack instructs him to kill Sephiroth, so
that's what he's going to try to do. You know, lowly Shinra foot soldier. I don't know how he could stand much of a fight against the greatest warrior in the history of the Shinra army.
And Sephiroth is kind of just gonna stab Cloud right in the gut.
Yep.
And for some reason, I'm not quite sure why, but Cloud's gonna like, I mean, first Sephiroth is gonna raise him up, but then Cloud is gonna regain his strength and kind of just jiggle the sword in his gut. Like, he's gonna tear his insides out for a little bit.
But it's enough to overpower Sephiroth, and he winds up tossing him triumphantly into the base of the reactor.
And that's how he ended up at the North Crater when we were there. You know, he flowed through the live stream and ended up there.
Yep, and that is the true fate of Sephiroth as the human that we know. He died there.
Yep.
And Cloud, obviously terribly wounded, went on to recover for a long period of time with Zack. They both spent a good amount of time recovering in a Mako bath.
GG.
And that kind of helps. Well, it doesn't really help. It kind of messes up his memory and explains a little bit of the. They say that it kind of it confuses their memories while they're both in the Mako bath. I don't really buy any of that. I think he was just kind of ashamed or whatever.
Well, I mean, like, so Shinra comes in and rallies up any survivors and then starts like experimenting on them.
Right.
And actually, another plot point that people may not understand: Shinra actually does rebuild the entire town to kind of cover up this whole incident.
Yeah, clearly it's a bad look because at that point Sephiroth was kind of like world famous. He wasn't just your average soldier. He was very much a face of the Shinra soldier army. Little kids grew up wanting to be like Sephiroth, and to find that their prized, it's like their all-star player went crazy and burned down a city. That's definitely not a good look for the Shinra Corporation. So they covered everything up and made sure that Cloud and Zack were able to
Sephiroth is
recover.
dead.
They probably took care of Tifa as well, and that's why she survived. But that kind of explains how they all got there, and that's really the history of Cloud's past there.
All in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that wasn't too long, right?
Yeah, not bad.
We can squeeze in maybe 1 or 2 donations before we get to the next mission here.
Legit
All
though,
right,
with
here we go.
all the
$15
law and
from
the
Jay
story
Shelby.
and stuff.
Here's the final.
That was
fantasy
actually pretty
theme book
fast
for
of
the
a live
couch.
stream.
Knock knock.
Who's
Who's
there?
Tara.
Lol.
Who?
Terrible.
Terrible pun. Donation choice goes to whoever just groaned the loudest.
That's J2. That's J2.
That's all me. Breath of the Wild for me.
We've also got $10 from Corin Catnip.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Much love to Ben, you fantastic guy. Top-notch commentary, guys.
I don't
Donation
know.
goes to
You're
Runner's
probably the one
Choice,
that
and
knows
shout out to the
the
Final
most
Fantasy
about it,
speedrun community.
Brazil.
Shouts out to the awesome community.
AC Jet. Thank you.
We got $15 from Taskin56. Thanks for running my favorite game. Missed the first half, but I'll catch the VOD. Final Fantasy VII was my first Final Fantasy, but we couldn't afford a PS1. So my mom got me Final Fantasy III and the SNES.
Yeah,
Hands
we get a
down, the
pizza
two
at
greatest games
GDQ
of my
like
childhood.
the first day we
Donation
were
goes
at
to
the
Runner's
hotel.
Choice. Thank you all.
All right, here now Cloud has rejoined the party, and we get one of the most memorable lines in the game. There ain't no getting off of this train we on. And
Yep.
being 6.5 hours into the run, there certainly ain't no getting off of this train we on.
We just got an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half.
Can you please explain to me, or did you
Coming down
find
towards the end
that
of the run here,
strat
there's really
brutal
only
then,
a
please?
couple more bosses to
Thank
face
you.
that can really do any damage. But the next one incoming is a really, really scary one. It is one of the only bosses that can straight up kill your party right away without you being able to do anything about it, and that is the notorious carry armor. Before we get to carry armor, we're going to have to make our way through a bit of a lengthy descent into the underwater reactor at Junin. So we're going to head over there now and prepare our party as we head into Junin, and we'll go into the base here and then take the elevator up and then back through the whole city of Junin and down to
To be honest, I don't know who did what on this game. I just know that some people did a lot of work on it.
Donations until we get down in the elevator underwater.
Sure thing.
And some people reviewed stuff and some
we got
aren't.
777 from the Wizard. In honor of my best friends, this is her favorite game of all time, and I'd like to make this small donation in her honor. $50 from C. What? Cannot overstate what a great run this is, and how fun, interesting, and informative the couch convo is. My favorite.
I didn't
run
eat
of the
any
week. Keep up
chipotle.
the awesome work, guys. $150.
Nah, I didn't really find
Imagination
anything.
Act. Greetings from
think.
Japan.
I have no idea.
Love the event
Maybe.
and the cause.
Yeah, that menu was
Also
the
got
worst one.
$30 from Jushak. Greetings from
I was
Finland.
confused.
I've been watching every GDQ marathon for a few years now and finally have the spare money to donate. And what better time to do it than one of my favorite games of all time?
Like,
Final
yeah,
Fantasy VII.
I guess I get the grab
I
for
also
command,
challenge
but
any of the
can't really say
people
it's a
that
strat,
recognize
it's
my
just
alias
a
to
damn
make a donation.
thing.
We have $150 from Ubuntu, 711.
And probably some other stuff.
Great
I'm not
run
paying
for 20th
attention
anniversary
to...
from a great runner. Cloud Potato Hype. Donation goes to Runner's Choice.
give names to stuff I get. I don't really care. I just want to play
He's
games.
still a potato.
In our hearts.
Yes. And in his brain.
All right, so coming across here in Junin, we noticed that the cannon is mysteriously gone.
I'm just a nerd.
Oh, where to go? Well, let's not worry about it.
Yeah. Also, continuity error. If you flew by Midgar on our way here, you would see that the cannon is not there, which means it's somewhere in transit. But we're going to go ahead and head over here, have a showdown with an entire squadron of Shinra soldiers
Yeah,
here.
so we got to get ready for this fight here. There's going to be a
Cloud
lot
is
of
ready.
enemies.
He's got his sword at the ready,
Wow.
and they charged the wrong way.
Yeah, goodbye.
They're not very well trained. They should have done the
The send-off minigame a little bit better.
send-off. They would have known, X, triangle, square. They would have
Yeah.
been totally prepared for that battle. Here we get our first forced encounter here with two Shinra soldiers in the elevator. An interesting piece of dialogue, another little bit of humor, is that the girl operating the elevator there makes a comment about there goes two perfectly good men when you kill these soldiers.
Aww.
I find that funny.
So we're just going to be fighting a series of soldiers here. I'm just going to be cleaning them up with the aqua lung. Pretty simple.
Throw in a quick donation.
Sure.
We have $50 from Vanfree30. Shout out to all the spiky vegetables out there who make our lives better.
Hey.
We also have another $1,000 donation from Anonymous. Thanks so much to everyone who makes SGDQ possible. Keep up the good work. We also have $20 from Ari. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game of all time. Didn't even think speedrunning this game was possible. You guys do great work. Keep on doing. I will donate an additional $5 per last name the couch can recognize from the Final Fantasy VII playable characters.
Gainsborough, Valentine, Lockhart, Strife, Wallace,
Sith.
Sith, Highwind. What's Yuffie's last name?
Kisaragi.
Yeah, that's everyone,
I
right?
think so. I'm trying to think of any of the other
That's-
characters.
that's
You
8.
have Rufus, Shinra. Are we doing only playable characters? Red 13, Nanaki is his name.
Twisty?
Is that 9?
Wait, what?
Yes, yeah.
Does anybody else have last names?
I mean, you have the Rufus Shinra.
Shinra. There we go. There's one.
I'm trying to think. Professor Hojo? Is Hojo his first name?
Professor Ocho.
Don't know.
A
Unclear.
Reeve. Yeah, Reeve didn't count.
I think we did pretty good though.
Yeah, we're trying to raise money here.
Yeah.
No, we said Sid, like Kate.
And,
Alrighty. $10 from
AJ2 that said
Wordcount.
it, he said Sid.
I've already donated more than my wallet likes, but I just had to donate again for that Palmer RNG.
Oh, it was insane.
that RNG
Yeah.
Insane.
was
Yeah.
unreal. I've never seen anything like
Guessing
that.
random last names.
So those
There was some
Jade
pretty good
stats are
guess.
fairly new. They haven't been in the
Kid
run
shit.
forever. So to get a payout like that was certainly entirely unexpected.
Alright,
We got
I'm sorry.
$150 from Amboss. Hey y'all, keep up the good work.
I didn't know it was Reeve
$5 from
Twisty, to be
Anonymous.
honest.
This one is for the run. Keep it up, guys, and great showing. $33.33 from Easy the Giraffe.
I didn't talk
Was
because,
exhausted
yeah,
after
I was
after
really
the
stressed
Metroid
before the
so I went
run,
upstairs to my room
and
to sleep.
I asked
on the
them if
stream,
it was
got
possible
hooked
for
on
me to
watching
not
this one.
talk.
3 hours
and
in, and I'm more awake
I
now
think they
than I've
also
been
did
all
a
day.
great job,
I'm
so
enjoying the run and have no intentions of
me
sleeping tonight.
talking would have probably
Good
not
thing they
had
make coffee.
anything to it. They did really a
Alright, so,
great job.
Just getting into safety save here ahead of this boss.
The most necessary safety save.
Absolutely. This is, like I said earlier, the only boss that can really just obliterate your party with no chance
And
of
yeah,
survival.
not
he has a very
talking
notorious
could let
attack,
me
which was
focus
mentioned,
on
thankfully,
the
in
run a
some,
bit more,
donation
so
incentives, donation comments. It's called Lapis Laser, and Carry Arm can. He always gets an.
I did
opening
feel a
attack
lot
in,
of
and that
pressure
attack
on
can
me
be
on that
Lapis
run.
Laser, and usually he will also get 1 or 2 more.
Pretty sure I
additional
wasn't
attacks
wrong.
following that opening attack. One of which, or possibly both of them, can be Lapis Laser as well. Lapis Laser does about 1,200 damage to your entire party. So, considering we're at about 1,500 HP, y'all can understand about how that will quickly obliterate your party. There are also other really bad attack combinations. Carry Armor has another attack called Arm Grab, which will grab one of the party members and take possession of them. Carry Armor will just pick them up and pull them out of your party, and the only way to get them back into your party is by doing damage to Carry Armor, which then passes off that damage to your character and killing your character. So that's really a big time loss, and a double Lapis is a huge time loss because that is it's a reset. There's no two ways
Oh
about
yeah.
it.
It was really nice that in that last soldier fight that Ben was able to get a first turn. That encounter in particular is really annoying because each soldier does 3 shots. So if both of the enemies get a turn off, you have to wait through 6 turns before you get that magic breath off.
Yeah, Ben did a quick materia manipulation there by equipping and then de-equipping the common materia that manipulates Tifa's HP. Hopefully we'll be able to
yeah, those
use
Spino
that
awesome.
decrease in
HM
HP,
bells, thank you so much.
to get her into critical
Thank
health.
you,
for
thank
this
you.
fight.
Yep. Now, ideally, 1 Lapis Laser is actually really good because it'll instantly put Tifa into critical health. But
But
yeah.
it opens you up to the potential second Lapis Laser.
Oh yeah.
Which would
Oh
be,
yeah.
insta-death. So
I guess let's see what happens.
let's hope here for no Lapis. It's a low % chance of the double Lapis, but it does happen too
Hey,
often.
Sakura, what's up?
So pray to RNGesus, cross your fingers, whatever you do to prepare for something like this.
And you'll see that they just loaded the huge materia onto that submarine, so that's what we're going for right now.
Yep, that red submarine is our target, but we have one big nasty boss standing in our way. It's that mechanical arm guy over there to the side.
Scary armor. Look at him waddle.
Let's go for the worst fight of the run. That does absolutely nothing.
All right, good luck.
Or not.
Or he does nothing. Okay.
Yep, so no opening lapis laser there.
So now, if you don't get a lapis laser, what you can actually do is you can have Tifa throw an S-mine on herself, which will instantly put her into critical HP.
We're also going to attack with Aqua Lung here, which as soon as you do damage to the arms, that eliminates the possibility of getting an arm grab, or it doesn't eliminate it entirely, but reduces it to a very, very low chance. So we can see we're going to do this attack here to make sure that we're not going to get arm grabbed.
Hey Saku, thank you so much for the
It's up
resub.
to Tifa hitting her death blows. From here on out
Resub
in the fight, really.
hype? It was awesome meeting you.
Nice. You only need like a couple hits to hit. So
And pretty nice that you were able to watch the run.
yes.
Come on.
But yeah, it was awesome meeting
One
you.
more. One more. All right. Good. No lapis. So
This is pretty good attack pattern so far.
You had some pretty good
Just need to step forward to
cookies.
There it
hey,
is.
that's it. That's it. Oh,
What a
wow.
carry armor.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. That was awesome.
That's it, bud.
Home stretch.
So really, that is the last
Oh, yeah,
major
the
hurdle in the
cookies.
speed run, as we mentioned earlier. Obviously, he didn't look too scary there, but he can really end your run.
It's normally when you're on PB pace.
Yeah.
Normally when you're on PB pace, he'll just double lapis and ruin your dreams.
Thankfully, he was merciful to the marathon and
Thank you.
and wanted to give us a good run here. So thank you, Carry Armor. Thank you, Orange Jesus. Running over here, we're going to hop in this submarine
mate.
to chase after the red submarine, which has taken off. But first, we're going to pick up this weapon here.
I mean, I
This
didn't
is
want
the
to get
scimitar.
double
It's a weapon
lapis,
for
but it's
Sid.
like,
It's a spear. And
when I'm on
it
PvP,
offers
the game is
triple
killing me.
Yep, triple, and it raises his magic up by a lot.
Yeah, so it's a really powerful weapon for Sid, and will also give us the benefit of tripling any AP that is accumulated to MP equipped on that weapon.
Just gonna have a series of soldier fights here. We're either gonna be using magic breath, or if there's a single soldier on a side, we're just gonna be attacking that enemy with Tifa.
Yep, and then after we eliminate the soldiers on the submarine here, we'll get a quick mini game, the submarine mini game, chasing after the red submarine.
Oh, yay.
So up until
The
then,
bad
we
thing
can
here
probably
is
just read through
that
some donations.
Yep.
I had no limit after Carry Armor on Cloud, and
We've
I
got
really wanted one.
$150 from Tugboat
And
One.
somehow, Cloud was
Wanted to
not
donate
covering
during Final Fantasy
much.
VII, as it is a
So,
favorite of mine. Thanks to
I
everyone
was a
for
bit
setting these great
afraid.
events up and making them happen.
I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's a bit annoying.
$20 from PR Payella. I waited to donate during Final Fantasy VII to let SGDQ know how much we appreciate these long runs. Also, put this money toward the bonus Breath of the Wild run. We've got $100 from Dying Breed. We also have $125 from Trombone Master. Hey guys, save my donation for the Final Fantasy VII run. Not by any means the greatest game ever made, but still my all-time favorite nonetheless. I am very seriously considering this for my next speed game. Loving the commentary, loving the run, happy to donate to the world's greatest charity during my favorite game. Gotta go fast. Runner's choice. $200 from The Architect. Longtime lurker, first-time donator.
So right there, you're given the option to like fight those guys, or you can kind of just like take them prisoner, and they kind of just like go off to the side there.
Yeah, it's definitely faster to just take them prisoner. But if you do fight them, it's kind of
it's hilarious.
because the music that you get during the fight is the Rufus welcoming ceremony music. Because that's the little squad from the parade that you go through those mini games with. So kind of a little nod to the earlier portion of the game where you were buddy with them.
And here we go. We got submarines, guys. Got combat.
Yeah, this mini game is pretty easy. You just kind of tail right behind the submarine here and mash square to
Lost 1
fire your
second.
torpedoes and take it
Not
down.
sure why I
It's
didn't
easy in the
start
speedrun, but like if
shooting
you go back to
early.
the golden saucer and you play the submarine
I
mini
guess
game, there's a
I went
lot
too
more
fast
you can
at
do with
start.
it.
Yeah, there are quite a number of different scenarios that they've created in the Gold Saucer for the submarine minigame. It's a pretty fun minigame to delve into, pun intended, in the Gold Saucer.
Very easy within the main story, though. Incredibly
yeah,
easy.
definitely. Yeah, you just kind of you hit the right inputs and you'll be right there behind the target submarine.
The end getting tired?
So
No,
while
the
we're
full
in the
body was
submarine
tired.
here, well, we're
Not just the
kind of
end.
on autopilot here for a second. We'll go and dock very quickly here, but then we're going to hop right back in because we need to do a little bit of side questing and pick up a necessary item for a little bit later.
Just a little setup for our fights in Rocket Town, but we're going to be on our way to the Key to the Ancients, which we actually don't know right now that we need it, but we're just going to grab it right now.
Yeah, this is the most opportune time to get it because we're right there next to the submarine. You can only grab it with the submarine, so we're just going to pick it up now, and then we'll head back to the High Wind. The Key to the Ancients is useful. Later in the speedrun, we'll show there's a little bit of a flashback cinematic that's shown when we return to the City of the Ancients with Bugenhagen, so we'll call that out
So,
when we're using
wait,
it.
I've
But
no
in this
soul,
time that we're
right?
in the submarine here, we
That's
can
what you
use more
mean,
donations.
Hippo?
Sounds good. We have $25 from Martha, my dear. Final Fantasy VII is so weird. Woke up super early here in the U.S. to watch. Thanks, and keep up the great work. We got $200 from Anonymous. Now I want to watch Advent Children. 100 goes to Zelda and Dark Souls each. $10 from another Anonymous. I had to donate during Final Fantasy VII, my favorite Final Fantasy. Learning all about the glitches in video games from GDQ marathons partly inspires me to get into computer programming. Inspired me, past tense, because of my current career. Put this toward runner's choice because 8 hours, seriously.
It's all good.
Were you looking for Emerald Weapon there earlier? You were taking a little swim down there earlier. Normally I go up right away just because I don't want to run into him. But were you searching for him?
Yeah, it's a little bit scary when you're floating around in the submarine down there. You might bump into Emerald Weapon, but a little known fact is that if you actually dive down to neutral depth by just pressing the submerge button, you actually can't bump into Emerald Weapon. You have to further dive once you've gone underwater to be at the depth at which you would bump into him. It's still very scary and very close if you are at that depth and he happens to swim near you. So
Well,
we just stay above
I
the water
stayed
for as
down
long as
there
possible.
because
We're back in Rocket
on
Town
the
and
first
the
part
music has
you
changed.
can't
can
encounter
tell there's,
it,
probably something
so
wrong.
being
Lots of
up or
Shinra
down
soldiers,
doesn't
the
change
rocket's
anything.
ready to go. So Shinra's planning on loading
Like,
the rockets
it's
full of
impossible
huge
for the
material, and they're
weapon
gonna
to be
send it off
there
into the meteor.
on this early
Yeah,
part.
that's their master plan: is put all the huge material on the rocket and smash it onto the meteor and hope that that does something.
Yep.
I don't think it's the best plan.
Yeah,
I have
I
a
don't
feeling it
know.
won't work out too well, but they're gonna try it.
I mean, we kind of don't let them get to fully commit to the plan since
Right.
we do take the huge materia. So who knows? But
Yeah, we've hijacked the huge materia from Coral and the underwater reactor as well. So they're not fully loaded with all of the huge materia here, but they do have one, the one that they took from the reactor in Nibelheim, loaded onto this rocket. So just a couple quick battles here. We'll clean it up.
No,
with magic
it's
breath really
not
fast, and then
fast,
we're gonna have a
though.
boss fight with Rude upcoming here.
Turbo is very slow.
so since there's 3 enemies here, he's just gonna attack the solo enemy with Tifa and then finish them off with magic breath.
Throwing another donation.
All right.
Got $150 from Optimus
Hey,
Tom.
Pablo.
Don't mind me, just
How
doubling
are
down on
you?
my yearly DWB help. Good luck and Godspeed to the runners. $20 of Betic. This Final Fantasy VII run has been absolutely phenomenal. Fantastic running and really solid commentary. Funny, informative, and laid back. Best run of a great event so far.
All right, so coming into the boss battle here, we're just healing up Tifa with a couple potions. Again, a reminder that the 25% health limit is really where we want to be under to keep her in critical HP, so that's why we heal with potions rather than a cure or a high potion or something like that. We're just being really mindful of that threshold that we don't want to cross it because we want to keep her in critical HP to do that extra damage from the Power Soul.
So this
I don't
fight
think
should go
anyone
really smooth.
did,
Normally it
dude.
just takes one death blow to kill Rude.
We just got to hit the death blow, and that'll be that. You can see Cloud covering.
Hey.
That's it.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, at this point, Cloud's cover materias are so high level that he will cover at an extremely high rate, if not already 100%.
There is a small percentage chance there that one of the soldiers can put Tifa to sleep, and that causes a lot of problems because Tifa can't like naturally wake up, sorta. Or, I mean, she
I
can, but
did.
like she just doesn't. So like it's actually faster just to kill her and then revive her
Cool.
with the Phoenix down because she'll already be in critical HP.
Right. She can only be revived by, or I'm sorry, awakened from being asleep by being attacked again, which is pretty unlikely, especially with the cover materia on. So now that we've beaten Rude, this is the last man standing. What a valiant effort defending
Goodbye. Sorry,
the
dude.
rocket.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
And he just kind of drink some Kool-Aid.
The weapons are not that bad if you really know what you're
Join us for
doing,
the rocket ride if
which
you want.
is
Yeah, I mean, he's. I don't think it really has a choice.
obviously not
kinda knocked
easy the
out. He's
first
kinda along for the
time.
ride, like it or
You
not.
have to play the game.
So we find out here that the rocket has been set on this trajectory straight into the meteor, but unfortunately it's kind of set on autopilot, and there's really not much they can do about that. So really, Sid's just gonna kind of take over here and make sure that everything is up to snuff, because at the end of the day, he just wants to take this opportunity to live out his dream of going to space. Also, he loves science.
Yes. And also, one thing that we didn't mention was during the carry armor fight, one thing you want to do with that is actually leave that fight with Sid and Cloud having their limit breaks, because that's going to be necessary for Diamond Weapon coming up. We actually didn't see a single Lapis laser, so do you know how we're doing on limits right now? Oh, you're good? All right, that's what we like. You know, if you only have one limit, you can do a backup strat where you do a summon, and it works fine. You know, it wastes time, but hey, you get to show your run with a summon. You know, not every day.
Yeah,
you get to
live
see
stream is a
something.
pretty
we
tough
need
part to
summons,
get
it's very
through.
slow.
But to
Well,
be
no, I'm just saying
honest,
it's
with
backup. You know.
Yeah, but
all
that
the
was just
story they were
another-
talking about,
yet another
I
place in which
feel
we are looking ahead from the battle that we're currently in,
it was
making sure that
fairly
we're
easy to
prepared.
stay away because it was
As
really
you may have
interesting.
figured out by now, it's typically having to do with limit breaks.
I was really
but
amazed
also often
how
the
fast
HP
live
levels
stream
of,
went.
particularly Tifa. So here the rockets blasting off successfully this time because you know, no one's gonna die in the boiler.
Yeah,
room
it
down
is a
there,
second
so,
disc.
we're safe to
We're
go to
close to
space.
getting to the end of
It's
it,
Final
and the
Fantasy
last disc is really slow,
I mean, it's
really
any
slow,
Final
really
Fantasy,
fast in
so,
a run.
Gotta go to space.
Yeah.
But yes, this is Final Fantasy VIII.
Is Squall dead?
Cloud is dead.
Okay.
So here you have the option of going up this ladder to the right and retrieving the huge materia. In a casual playthrough, you might want to do that because the huge materia actually unlocks different
Yeah,
missiles
in
the
an
game.
actual
There are
run,
4 huge
well,
materia,
in
and
my
the items
visual
you can
run,
collect
I'm just
are, from
mashing
the
and
huge
being
materia.
like,
If you have both the
okay, I'm
Bahamut-
talking with the
Bahamut and
chat,
Bahamut
and
materia,
sometimes the
you
chat
get
is
the
kind of
Bahamut
the
Zero materia by
time
approaching the
when
blue
it's
huge materia. And then
it's
there's
break
also
time.
a
Well,
yellow,
everyone,
green, and
I'm
red
kinda left
huge
alone.
materia, and each of those correspond
I'm
to
like,
command
me
magic
too,
and
I'm going
summon
AFK.
materia, and from each of those you can earn a master
It's
version
really
of
annoying when you have
materia,
to
which
add parts
basically
very often.
contains all of the materia into one. So you don't have to load up your slots with every materia. You can have every summon in one, or every command in one, every magic in one. Unfortunately, the only way to actually get those master materia is by having a mastered version, which means they've maxed out the AP level for every single materia in that set. So you have to have a mastered version of every magic materia, of every command materia, of every summon materia in order to claim those master materia, and that is extremely slow.
So we can do that in speedrun, right?
We cannot do that in speedrun. It takes forever. A faster way to get a set of master materia would be to defeat Emerald Weapon, which gives you the item called the Earth Harp, I believe it's called.
Yep.
And that Earth Harp can be exchanged to the Traveler in Calm, and he will give you a set of master materia. So you're actually able to get 2 sets of master materia, one much quicker than the other, but that's it for master materia. You can't master the master materia to get yet another master materia. It doesn't work like that.
It would be nice if you could dupe it.
It would. Yeah, there may be. Is there a materia duping glitch? I don't think so.
Hey, Makeouts,
my
thank you
knowledge,
There are
so,
lots
so
of duping
much.
glitches in this
Thank
game.
you,
We
thank
don't do
you.
any of those in the speedrun, but those just have to do with items.
And a funny thing with the story there, so the back when we were in Rocket Town,
Thank
they
you
were
for
originally
watching
explaining
it.
the story that happened with the first rocket launch.
And thanks for the
Turns
follow.
out that oxygen tank that she was checking actually was malfunctioning.
Yeah, it almost cost Sid his life there, but thankfully we had Shira, who was
174.
free
Nice.
him from that pinned refrigerator-looking thing.
Yep.
We can take a few more donations as we float back down to Earth, or Gaia.
Sounds good. Happy floating. $10 from Co Mikey. Final Fantasy VII is still my best childhood memory. I still remember having a huge binder for the game walkthrough while watching my brother play the game. Love what you guys are doing here. $50 from Ari. Here are the promised $5 per last name. I hope I didn't miscount your answers. Even though Rufus is not a playable character, I round that up to $50.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and greetings from Germany. $77.77 from Flick. Amazing Final Fantasy VII run. Wishing good RNG for all the runners. $50 from Viva La Moo Chicken. It's a beautiful name. I've been watching GDQ since 2011, and
Oh,
I'm
you
amazed
should
at how
totally
big it's
play
become over the
Final
years.
Fantasy VII.
Keep up the amazing work, everyone.
It's
and
such a
let's get that
great game.
1.5 million.
I mean, even the
Donation
one
goes to
before,
Runner's Choice.
like, I really liked 6
$100 from
and
JJ
4,
Tato.
or 2 and 3,
Awesome
depending
event,
on
as
where you
always.
are.
Wish I could have watched more. Thanks to all involved. Please never stop doing these.
Final Fantasy games are
Got
great.
$200 from Mage
Almost of them.
56. Final Fantasy VII is the game that turned me into a gamer. So happy to see it run at a GDQ. Props to the runners, the commentators, the announcers, and all the behind-the-scenes folks. This entire community is amazing and helps a great cause. Keep up the good work.
So as you guys can see here, the rocket didn't really go as intended.
Yeah, it didn't really do too much.
It actually looks a lot worse.
Yeah, it looks like the meteor's just
Uh,
angry now.
Run like this? I
Even though
don't
we kind
think
of hit
so.
from the other side, but
Dave and
we're not gonna talk about
myself,
that.
Yeah, it's just a fiery meatball in the sky.
we are speedrunning Final Fantasy VII, but when we're doing our run, we're not
music is,
going in depth like that about
We're
the
gonna hear a
game.
lot of that.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tone for the game.
We're
here.
just
It's
kind of like
helpless.
normal
so we're gonna
chatting
have to
with,
find another
well,
way
with
to-
the chat
to defeat Meteor,
and
but,
talking
a
about
few
a
other
bit about
things
the
are gonna
run,
have to
but
happen. We're
it's
gonna,
not like we're talking.
talk to
Okay,
Bugenhagen, maybe,
this
in
is
his
story of the
wise
game. It
old
happens
age,
like
can give us,
that.
a
I'm doing
few
test
tips,
run for this boss
what we
because,
might be
well,
able to do to stop
that's how
this.
it works. It's mostly like we're getting convo with the chat while playing.
We can get some more donations.
Just want to note real quick that we are over the $40,000 mark for Dark Souls. Keep in mind, it's only 50,000. So we're just 10,000 away, you guys. If you want to see the Dark Souls run, go ahead and get those donations in soon.
We can do that by the end of the run, can't we?
Absolutely.
I think we
Easy.
can.
I
Come on,
think so.
guys, let's do it.
All right, we've got $10 from Augies. Love GDQ, love Final Fantasy VII. This was my childhood game. Would love to see The Legend of Dragoon, too. And here's a joke from Norway. Why did the Chocobo cross the road?
Why?
He was going for a work.
Oh man.
so worth seeing your reaction. We got $50 from Zero Star Ice. I love Final Fantasy and I love SGDQ,
dude.
so donating now only makes sense. $25 to Dark Souls and $25 to Breath of the Wild because I want to see more games being done quick. $5 from Kaoli. This is my 9th GDQ event, and there was no better way to celebrate my birthday than with this in the background. May the RNG forever be in your favor. Happy birthday! $20 from Tisha. Had to donate towards that Breath of the Wild run, and definitely had to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run. Good luck!
So the RNG was in our favor right there.
Not bad.
You can get an encounter on the way to Cosmo Canyon there, and there are a couple of really unfortunate ones you can get there.
So
some nasty
ugly.
pincers.
Ugly.
Yeah, so getting no encounter there is pretty good luck. So we're going to pick up Bugenhagen here, and we're going to take him to the City of the Ancients, and that's going to give us a little more story progression and reveal to us our path to victory of how we're going to be able to defeat Meteor and ultimately Sephiroth.
We're also going to store the one huge materia that we have here. If you collect more huge materia, this is where they all end up, and this is where you end up with the Bahamut Zero and some of the master materias.
So this is where they should have put the black materia for safekeeping, right? Why did they come up with this idea so late? Yeah.
Wish I could tell you.
Yeah. It's really funny in this scene when you have some of the optional characters. There's 2 more characters that you can get in this game, Yuffie and Vincent. And when they're all in here in this room, it's
It's so crowded.
It's super crowded. It looks really funny. But this looks a little better.
Still crowded.
Yeah. And like earlier in the game, he makes it so explicit. He's like, only 2 people can fit in my machine.
Let's fit 9.
Yeah.
Well, 10 including him when you have a full party.
So back into the planetarium for a second. We're going to place the huge...
The
material.
coach team knows that it was super well received on YouTube, Reddit, probably other platform.
And this just takes us right back to the high wind. Thankfully, we don't have to go through any walking through Cosmo Canyon or on the world map, so no encounter there. And we can proceed directly to the City of the Ancients.
It was pretty amazing.
The high wind can only land on grassy areas, which is why you see that Ben landed all the way over here instead of just landing right next to Cosmo Canyon. There is one notable exception of that, and that is
Well,
up here
there's
ahead,
the
in the City of the
statue.
Ancients. There's this valley that you can kind of land in that has this rock base here. It's not grass, but you can land the high wind there. Just a little bit of a time save going there instead of going all the way back through the Bone Village Eastern.
Yeah, it's
Sleeping
really
Forest.
convenient.
Yeah.
So now we're back at the City of the Ancients, and we're going to use the Key of the Ancients, and we're going to figure out what that does real soon.
So this is part of the City of the Ancients that we didn't explore before. We went right, and then we went to the center, and this is on the left side here. There's this the key. The key to the City of the Ancients is really kind of like this. It almost works like a music box where it has
Exactly,
all these pins that
folks.
hit these levers and create this music chime thing. I always thought that was a pretty cool design for a key, so to speak.
No, for that event,
So
the
now that
one
we're
that's
here,
using
in a
Patreon,
casual playthrough, you might show up here and
was
Bugenhagen would
mostly
be like,
donations
I need this key,
and
and then you
bits.
have to go all the way back out and find the key, and then come all the way back here. But since we know that we needed it, we just grabbed the key ahead of time, and we don't have to have any backtracking or revisit here. Here we're learning that it's possible that the one way that you can combat the black materia summoning Meteor would be to use the white materia to summon Holy. And we've said that the white materia was actually in possession of Aerith at the time of her dying, which is really unfortunate because, as we pointed out,
that
that white
sucks,
materia went
Chris.
plummeting to the bottom of the water there.
Luckily, though, it
I can
was
feel you about
glowing,
the
which means
overtired
Prayer
part.
was heard.
Right. And that's what
The
we
first
learned
spot.
Eris was doing there in the first place, is that she
The weight
kind of
was
had
pretty
the
okay.
premonition and understood that, you know, Sephiroth's goal was to use the black materia to summon Meteor, and in turn she would use the white materia to summon Holy. So here's that music box thing I was talking about, where you put the key in and each, it kind of like plays on these.
Yeah, the
little pins
donation
here.
for 47 is done. It was finished Sunday.
And we get some waterfalls.
This is just a restream of the run I've done there.
So yeah, this whole sequence is really just to explain the fact that Eris had the white materia, she summoned Holy with it, and that's going to be our saving hope in order to defeat Sephiroth and Meteor. However, there's something that's impeding Holy's ability to actually have any effect, and we find out that that is in fact Sephiroth, who is blocking the Holy materia from doing what it does. So then our goal becomes, okay, so we have to defeat Sephiroth to release Holy so that it can combat Meteor. And that's what we're going to see here. So we can take some donations during this cutscene as well.
Okie dokie. We got $15 from Bookie G. Final Fantasy VII is the reason I bought a PlayStation half a lifetime ago. Still adore the game, still have the console, and loving this run. Love from New Zealand. $20 from Sebastian29. Hi there. I live in France and discovered GDQ last year. I like to donate since then. I even told my parents about it, and they said, wait, a gaming marathon raising millions for charity? Why haven't we heard about it on the news? I didn't know what to answer, but my mother wanted to participate. So here's some money on her behalf for MSF. Thanks, Mom. You're awesome. Merci beaucoup. $200 from Sorith Avra. Longtime watcher. I love GDQ. Looking forward to many more events in the future. Great cause, guys. I put all of
Hey,
this
9
donation
spaces.
towards Dark
Thank you,
Souls.
thank you. Thank you
Let's
so much.
see it. $25 from Minotaur. Had to donate during the run of my favorite game of all time, with the money going to my favorite game of the year, Breath of the Wild.
So on the way out, we're going to see here just where that cannon on Junon ended up, where the Sister Ray ended.
Yeah, they put it at Midgar.
Yeah.
No real surprise here. They didn't really have much of another place to put it. But instead of being powered by artillery shells, it is now powered by the Mako reactors of the city, which presumably would make it much stronger. And it's been rebranded the Sister Ray at this point, which is that continuity error that I pointed out earlier. So here is just a small cutscene showing that new cannon placement and how they've rigged it up to draw the lifeblood from the city. Literally, it's got those
Wow,
giant
I wasn't reading
arteries,
details.
attached to it. And
Ugh.
in the middle of this cutscene here, we're going to get an interruption. So basically, they placed the cannon at Midgar, and they pointed it directly at the North Crater because Sephiroth has kind of barricaded himself inside the North Crater, and he's got a protective barrier around it so that no one can access him. So the plan is that they're going to use the cannon to destroy that barrier and enable them to get inside the North Crater. Obviously, Shinra doesn't really care about Sephiroth. They just want access to the Promised Land. But for us, that's going to set us up to have our final showdown with Sephiroth. But before that, there's a couple more boss battles that we need to take care of. The first of which is going to be triggered right about now.
Yeah, just as we're about to get into the high wind, things are about to go down.
More earthquakes means more weapons.
Yep, and more
Thankfully, this is the last one.
more things coming out of the water.
Yeah.
Better hurry up,
Knocking
Benny. He
facts.
goes pretty fast.
Yeah, this guy's
Wow.
he's lightning fast.
Could be alright, Chris.
It's awesome weapons done quick here. I'm sorry, summer weapons done quick.
He's still pretty awesome.
Yeah, so he's basically going to make his way toward Midgar now that they've, constructed that giant cannon there. You could see that, the other weapon, Sapphire, was targeting the cannon when it was up at Junin, but now that they have the cannon in Midgar, they're sending another weapon after it. This one, Diamond, toward Midgar. And it's going to take a while for Diamond Weapon to get over there. And in this version of the speedrun, there's really not much that we have to do in the meantime. In some other routes, like the All Bosses route or some longer categories, there's a bunch of stuff that you would do during the time that it takes Diamond Weapon to walk over through the ocean and get to Midgar. You do some of the Wu Tai side quests and wrap up some other loose ends. But here we're just going to kind of hang out and prepare ourselves for the battle and wait on the beach. So we can get in a few donations, but we'll need a little bit of time ahead of the fight to
King
give a little bit of
fights.
explanation for what we're going to do.
Sure thing. Got $150 from Alex. Let's get that Breath of the Wild speed ran. We got $40 from Disco Cat. Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy game I played. So many memories now. A donation for a good cause. Happy SGDQ, everyone. $50 from Anonymous. Love to see my favorite childhood game being run. Big shout out to the runner, Couch, and to the announcer for powering through losing her voice. It happens, man. You get yourself some rest after your segment is finished. Thanks, Betty.
Are you trying to break the high wind? Seven Sins is yelling at you, dude.
Seven Sins is not happy about that. You can keep going.
Alrighty. $20 from LT Humphrey. This run of Final Fantasy VII has blown my mind. How about it, Ben? Sudoku speedrun next year? Obs, money to Dark Souls run. $100 from
speedrun.
Tertiary Lanes
I wish.
162. Woke up this morning and
Someday.
saw Breath of the Wild on the menu. I'll take one of those, please. $10 from Sneakage. Hi, SGDQ. Had to donate during Final Fantasy VII as I just found out it was the first Final Fantasy released in Europe. Thanks, Couch. I played this game a lot during my childhood and it always gives me the nostalgic feels whenever I see it run. Keep it up. Have a great event, guys.
Okay, so coming into the battle here, Diamond Weapon is a bit of a tricky boss. The way we do the ATB weight trick manipulation is a little bit different from your traditional fights where we just kind of hold it and then queue up a death blow and then hold it again. So it's actually the only fight in which we lower the battle speed because Diamond Weapon is super fast and we want to make sure that we get enough turns in. Dave, you want to go into a little more about the mechanics here?
Yeah, so what's going to happen is he's going to queue up Big Guard with Tifa, and then Sid and Cloud both have their limit breaks. He's going to use both of those, and that's going to initiate the countdown phase. And what's going to happen is he's going to start at 5, and when he counts down to 0, that's pretty much rip run. And we need Tifa to hit 2 death blows within that period of time, and we're going to be doing a specific ATB manipulation there. You see Tifa kind of got ripped there. There is a backup strat that you can do here where you cast Big Guard with Cloud, and then Ben's going to throw a Tranquilizer with Tifa on himself to re-put her into Sadness, so she takes 30% less damage. And then using the Tranquilizer animation, he can cue the limit breaks, and since limit breaks always take priority, they will come after the Tranquilizer. And so after this boost jump and Braver, we're going to go into the countdown phase where Ben is going to cue a Death Blow, and then, actually, hold on, I'll let it just happen as it is. So Diamond Weapon's going to attack here, and it's on Tifa, of course. But Tifa's going to get her Death Blow in, and he's holding the ATB right now, and what he's going to do is he's going to, let's see if she stays in, okay, so he's going to readjust her for critical HP. Oh, nice, Ben. And he gets that second death blow off before Diamond Weapon gets another turn and the countdown ticks another phase down. And so he uses Diamond Weapon's attack animation to refill his own ATB so he can get that death blow off and then hold the ATB while Diamond is empty. And he's going to insta-Q that death blow, and he's going to get 2 more in before another countdown phase. And just
I got
because Tifa was hitting all the death blows, Diamond
3
Weapon is
hits on
already done.
Tifa with the
Nice and
first
easy,
down.
dude.
That was a
GG,
nice
man.
focus.
Awesome fight. That is an extremely, extremely difficult ATB manipulation there. You have to be very, very
Hey, the
quick.
kids, man.
And
Thank you,
given all
thank
of the extra
you.
turns that he had to get in there to revive Tifa, put her back in
Thank you so
sadness,
much.
do the grenade to bring her back into critical HP after curing her. It's really amazing to see that he's able to do all
Just
of that.
all on the fly thinking.
Yeah,
You know,
that is-
I've never seen that happen where you cure her and she's above
Yeah.
the HP.
Lucky you had that leftover grenade.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty clutch move right there. That fight can go south pretty quickly because the way it works is when he starts out, when Diamond Weapon starts out and he's closed up, the only way to open it up is with a limit break or with a summon. And we have the 2 limit breaks, and we use those because they're faster. If Diamond Weapon were to use Diamond Flash and close back up, the only way to get him to reopen would be to use a limit break again and use a summon. To get him to open back up, and that just takes a bunch of times. So you're honestly better off resetting if you get that bad RNG. Thankfully, Ben's RNG was really good. He got those death blows to hit and was able to work with the bad luck of getting Tifa constantly attacked there.
Yeah, like death right out the gate.
Yep.
Well, you played that really well. You had a
Yeah,
lot of
yes.
stuff go down in that fight, so good job, man.
That was definitely a very impressive fight.
And you'll see here, they are literally using all of the energy of the city here to charge up the Sister Ray, and they're going to shoot it at the North Crater to remove the barrier that Sephiroth has placed, as it drains the power of the entire city. I got a nice little hair flip there. Gotta do it.
Always so stylish, Rufus.
Yeah. And Diamond Weapon doesn't really like that, so Diamond Weapon's gonna retaliate with some fire beams. And they're all going towards Midgar. But Diamond Weapon just happens to be in the way of this this beam.
Yeah, the Sister Ray, which is firing directly at the crater, just so happens to be perfectly in line with the Diamond Weapon here, and he takes the brunt of it.
Yeah. Got a nice double kill.
So that's 2 weapons down thanks to the cannon. One via headshot, one via...
No, I was gonna say Sister Ray was a good investment.
Yeah, gotta say.
2 for 2. Or I guess 3 for 2 if you count the crater shield.
Yep. And the beam's going to go ahead and continue on into the northern crater, and it actually does its job and destroys the barrier that Sephiroth has placed there.
Yeah, I think the cats were happy to see
All
me.
those,
And I was happy to see my
beams
cat
of energy
also.
that, light Diamond Weapon
Really happy.
fired towards Midgar are on their way, and they're about to wreak havoc on the city here, including directly into the president's office, in the Shinra Tower here.
And honestly, I always thought that Rufus died here, but apparently Advent Children says otherwise, so...
He's a zombie in that movie.
Yeah.
And where's Meme?
actually
Meme is
a
not in my
robot.
room like always. He's downstairs.
Yeah. So here we're going to take control of the Highwind, and we're going to go see what happened in the northern cave. And during this time, we're going to do yet another one of those invisible cloud skips.
Probably the biggest sequence break that we have in the run.
Yeah, absolutely. So here, during this portion of the game, you're supposed to go back to Midgar and go through the tunnels there and go through this whole, these fights with the Turks and then eventually with Crowdclot, and then you work your way up to Hojo,
That's too much time.
who's manning the mainframe of the Sister Ray.
No,
but
for
we get
me
a
it
little
was
cutscene
fine.
here
There,
where
there
we
was
see
a lot
Hojo
of
manning
photo
that mainframe of the
cats
Sister Ray, and by just
staying,
holding,
and I mean, my
just
parents
right,
also.
Yeah, it's really just hold right and
Oh,
run.
I just,
And Cloud
wow,
is going to
my
run
thumb is
into
hurting
the,
somehow.
battle
Shouldn't
trigger,
touch it too
with,
much.
Hojo here, and this is a
Wow.
huge skip in the run. It takes about 15, 20 minutes to go through that whole return to Midgar section, and we just don't have to do any of that. We skip right to the end of it.
Which, by the way, guys, this skip does actually destroy the music, which thank you guys for meeting the incentive to bring the music back, and we will be doing that at the start of this 3, but this is the skip that causes the music to get destroyed.
Right, and there can be a really nasty result of this audio
I
glitch
I
here.
didn't
see what
fell
happens.
on
So
my
we'll see what kind
thumb.
of hype audio glitch
When I
we
was
get here. And that was
falling,
the skip right there.
it
It's really simple to
like,
execute.
I
but you
hit
see
a
Cloud is still
wall
invisible
with my thumb.
because he was invisible Cloud when he ran into that trigger, and the party members just come.
I
out of
fell
his
on
pocket.
my arm.
And now we're going to set up the fight with Hojo here. And we
And
just
if
hit
I
15
fell on
minutes,
it, my
so,
thumb would be
yeah,
we'll
dead.
clap for that.
Honestly, the easiest skip in the game, but the
Yeah.
most significant.
Yep. The Japanese version of the speedrun actually doesn't allow that skip because it does this audio glitch, but we don't really care about that. We just want to play the game as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's considered like a major glitch because it breaks the sound.
Right.
So normally we get the Genova theme here. Hey, no annoying noise though.
Yeah, nothing.
And just nice and quiet. I hope you guys enjoy silence for at least a
You're
little
gonna
bit.
have to listen to our voices for this fight. So the fight
Hey,
with
Zero.
Hojo takes place in 3 phases.
What's up?
And, none of the 3 phases are really any dangerous. There's only one attack that we really have to look out for, and that's on the 2nd phase of Hojo, where he can inflict confusion on your party
Thank
members.
you. Thank you so
Notably,
much.
If Tifa gets confused, as we know, she's kind of been a one-woman wrecking crew throughout this entire run, and
Just like that.
yeah, having that turned loose on your
The
party. to
commentary
confuse
was
really dangerous. So we're actually gonna
intense
use that
and
vaccine
so
that we
good.
picked up way earlier back in Icicle Inn, and that vaccine is going to prevent her from getting confused. So we're going to use it right here, and now we.
It was amazing. Oh, voice
Come on,
acting.
Tifa.
Hit those death blows, and we'll
Hey,
make
I'm
it
not
through
used to
this
speak anymore, I guess.
fight. Come on. So again, we've got Cloud covering the damage there to keep Tifa protected in that low HP.
Oh, I thought that was gonna be it.
Yeah, I didn't talking
Alright,
that
this
much
attack
about
is it, though.
the story.
Yeah, so that's phase
Yeah.
2 down.
Was really a
We've
good
still got
idea.
Phase 3.
Really good.
And phase 3. if you don't
Usually you
a,
have people talking
a
about
ribbon on
speedruns
Cloud,
and
could
what
be
you
a
can do
very,
and what you
very
should
bad
do
time
and
because
what should
this
happen
combo
and
attack
what
that
happened, and
Hojo does.
you only have
inflicts a
technical
bunch of
stuff about the
different sad
speedrun that
ailments, and luckily we do have
90% of the people
the
are
ribbon
not
on Cloud, though.
understanding.
Yep.
Instead of talking about actually the story of the
I guess
game
we got
that
all
you're
our death
playing
blow
for
on,
a long
primary
time.
weapon, but frankly, that's where we really need it. So if we're
Yeah.
missing out on it here, it's really not a big deal. It's just a bit of a time loss.
So yeah, good job on commentaries. Good job. Once
And
again.
One more should do it. This might even do it. Oh, one more. Just one more combo before we go.
Yeah, Cloud covering
Yeah.
it again there.
And just in advance, I hope you guys like the victory music. Do you guys like the victory music?
I like the victory music.
All right, because we're going to hear a bit of it.
Yeah, it's not going to stop.
Yeah, it's kind of really just
Thank
not gonna
you.
stop.
Yeah, I didn't choke in parts I was afraid of, so I was
So,
pretty happy
yeah,
about
this
that,
is-
and I've got some really
this
nice
means we're
RNG on the side, so
Yeah, this is another
It's
side
really
effect
helped.
of the Midgar glitch or Midgar skip, where since like the whole triggers for music of like starting and stopping songs weren't like completed properly, when we trigger the victory music, it kind of just keeps going.
hey there, any person no slot, no Tifa?
And it's definitely not the worst, but the disc 3 music
It
in
ran
this
it.
game is absolutely phenomenal.
Best in the entire soundtrack.
So
should
thank
talk about
you
the
again for
bacon.
meeting that donation incentive. We're all super excited to be able to showcase that bit of the soundtrack for you, and we'll definitely be really excited for this last 30 minutes of the run here.
Yeah, because if you just start disc 3, there's no sound, like not at all. So, or until you face Genova.
Yeah, until you make it down to the end and start facing the final bosses.
And then you hear the battle music throughout the entire game again.
Yep. We have a little bit of a cutscene here so we can get some more donations in before the final stretch.
Alrighty. We got $100 from Good Guy Jim. Always love watching GDQs. Thanks to all who helped make it a great event for great causes. I told my wife we were donating, and she said, quote, "Don't say anything stupid." $50 from Sokar. Animals were killed. Save the robots. $150 from Anonymous. Final Fantasy VII. One of the few RPGs I beat as a kid. Quite probably the best RPG ever made. Thanks to the runners, hosts, and event coordinators. We got $50 from Gungnir. Awesome run of Final Fantasy VII and great commentary. Keep it up. Big fan of the series, with 9 being my favorite. Donating for my boy Bubbles to run Dark Souls. Let's keep raising money with jolly cooperation. Looks like we're less than 8K away from getting that Dark Souls run in, guys. So we're getting close. Getting close, everyone. We got $50 from Blue Phoenix 01. First time seeing SGDQ. Really impressive commentary and playthrough of Final Fantasy VII. Keep up the great work for a great cause. $25 from Chibi Maria. My brother and I were so excited to play Final Fantasy VII when it came out, and it did not disappoint. Neither did this run. Thanks for bringing back fond memories and sticking through this very long run. Donation to Runner's Choice. $22.22 from Almighty Peanut.
Hey, what's up, Peanut?
Over 7 hours in and no bathroom, drink, or food breaks.
Hey.
Talk about dedication to the cause. You are an inspiration to gamers and couch potatoes everywhere. Of course, I'll donate again. Put it towards Zelda. $150 from Voitrek. Praise the sun. We got $150 as well from, sounds like Pimp F, which is cool. Final Fantasy is one of the greatest series of all time, with my personal favorite being Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy I saw and played. Great game and very nice run. Keep it up.
Thanks.
We got $20 from Glorious. Look forward to these events every time they come around. Thanks for all that you do, and let's make this bonus Dark Souls run happen. I need more bubbles in my life. $100 from Lloyd107. Have fun, everyone. Also, just a quick heads up, we are almost at the 23K mark for Breath of the Wild. Remember, it's 100,000 total, so we are about a quarter of the way there, guys. We've got the rest of today to get that going, so let's get some of those donations in so we can see Breath of the Wild. We also have some donation incentives for the Earthbound run happening at the end of the marathon. So make sure you get those donations in for character names. We've also got the Out of Bounds incentive, the Shattered Man glitch, and the photo collection. So feel free to put some donations toward that as well. $50 from Kai66. All the love and hype for the runners, couch commentators, donation readers, and the setup crews. You are the best, and I've enjoyed watching these marathons every time they roll around.
So right here, the party is pretty much doing one last regroup before they go to the North Crater. You know, that they say, you know, everybody go their separate ways for a minute. You know, let's take a break. You know, figure out what we're doing, and then they decide to, I guess, give the High Wind an upgrade, and then go to the North Crater.
Yep, and this is the end of disc 2 here, so we're going to prepare for our final disc swap.
We made it.
Yes. Disc 3 is the best disc.
Yes.
Not only because it has the best music, but because it's only about 20 minutes long. Pretty gnarly sound effects there.
Oh yeah. You don't like hear them anywhere else in the game, so.
Yeah, so we'll do a save here before the swap, and then on to disc 3. But first, we're going to reset the console to make sure that we can get that music loaded up for you guys.
And thank you guys again for meeting that incentive. You know, like we said before, these are the best songs in the game by far.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference going into the final descent with that track going down through the crater.
You got Judgment Day, Birth of a God, One Winged Angel,
Genova Absolute.
Yes, oh my.
It's really a killer lineup of songs right here at the very end, so definitely worth every penny to get that donation incentive met. So we're going to load this save back up here, and it's going to place us right at the entrance to the northern cave coming out of the High Wind here. And then it's just about traversing your way down through the northern cave. Thankfully, we still have our step count intact, so it's not much of a concern about getting any bad encounters or pincers or anything like that. It's all routed in. Even though there are some really nasty enemies at the end of the game here, we managed to avoid most of them at this point.
And so right out the gate here, we're going to switch our ATB back to active so we can run away from fights quicker. And we're also going to throw tranquilizers on Sid and Cloud. But not Tifa, though.
At this point, we don't care. We actually want Tifa to die because, as we mentioned earlier, when a character dies, it's easy to revive them into their critical HP. So that's kind of what we're looking to do with Tifa here. We'll actually take the opportunity within a couple of these battles to have Tifa attack herself, and that will bring her down, hopefully kill herself, but definitely bring her down into lower HP.
And so it begins. Thank you guys for the music.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference.
Now we're going to pick up the save crystal. That's going to be integral for one last glitch that we're doing in the run.
Yep, just one more skip that'll happen near the end of the descent here. We'll point it out when we get to it. But for now, we're just kind of running away for some encounters. So let's get a few last donations in here.
All right. We've got $10 from Peach Tea. Final Fantasy VII was nothing short of a life-changing event for the 8-year-old me. Thanks for the awesome run. I'm getting emotional. $150 from Anonymous. Great job, everyone. Let's make that Zelda Breath of the Wild run happen. Guys, we got another $1,000 donation. From Raybram 214. Always a sublime event. Thanks to all the runners and staff to always propose a captivating show. Thanks also to the French Restream for all the explanations on what happens during the run. We also have a $500 donation. Coming from Brildiz. Greetings from Cyprus. I had to donate again because the couch is doing a great job of explaining this game with a simple plot. Oh, also Breath of the Wild. We've got $20 from D Lids.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
There you go. Woke up in time to catch my pal Dave on the couch for the sick Final Fantasy VII run. Donation goes to his choice.
Breath of the Wild.
So right here, these are the final steps in our step count, and that concludes the step count for this game. We'll just be running to the finish now. So great job to Ben for keeping the step count throughout the entire game. It's really hard to understand exactly how difficult that is until you play this game.
Especially in a marathon setting.
Yeah.
So right here, what you're going to see is he's going to try to grab this last stalactite and open his menu on the same frame. I mean, actually, it's a little bit more than a frame window, but so what he's going to do is he's going to queue up the save crystal and try to climb down at the same time. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow him to cancel the save crystal and then retain movement of Cloud during this like meetup right here, where the party decides to split off into two separate ends. And that's very useful because once you complete this cutscene, normally each character kind of walks their respective ways, and you gotta wait for them to like all go off screen and stuff. But once we decide which way people are going, we can kind of just run off the screen. And do you want to talk about how it's important where we send each person?
Yeah, so that glitch works pretty much exactly like the others in terms of getting two text boxes at the same time. And we want to send most of the characters to the right path there. Because particularly Tifa will pick up an item called the Mithril, or the Mistile, as it's misspelled in the armor selection. And that piece of armor is really overpowered in that it raises your evasion statistic to a really high number. So Tifa will be dodging many of the attacks that she'll get. But also the evasion statistic is tied directly to the death blow accuracy percentage. So now that evasion stat has been raised super high, Tifa won't be missing any death blows for the rest of the run. So there's no more RNG as to whether or not she's going to hit her death blow and how much damage she's going to do. We know exactly what's going to happen in that regard.
And speaking of RNG, there's actually one last set of RNG manipulation within the run, which Ben is actually doing right now by waiting, like, I think he's going to wait like somewhere around 15 to 20 seconds-ish. And doing so, it's actually going to make it so during the final descent, he's only going to get like 2 encounters. It is? 1 maybe?
So either 1 or 2, and that is a fairly new strat that has been implemented in this run. It was normally assumed that there was no way to manipulate the final descent encounters, but thanks to some amazing speedrunners and glitch finders in the Final Fantasy VII community, we've been able to, with a bit of consistency, predict the number of encounters that we're going to get in this next section here, which we call the final descent, where Cloud jumps from rock to rock. And
Yeah, we did talk about Speedrun now and Glitch Finder.
You can get up to 12 encounters if you have like the worst luck in the world.
Just didn't say
You can
names.
get 0
Bad
if
about
you
it.
have amazing luck. But usually the average is about 3 or 4. If that manipulation worked properly, then we'll get 1 or 2 in this descent.
And it's cool because if you do a hard reset of the console, the RNG is kind of like...
Yeah, I was thinking that Mistile
after
was the real
you reset
name.
the console like
Mistile
that, so we
is the name you
know
see
that
when
we
Tifa
can
is giving
do
it
a
to you.
manipulation there.
Right. There are other ways
Alright,
to track
done
the
eating.
RNG seed and figure
for
out
the end.
what you're on, what seed you're on, so that you know how to implement that bit of RNG manipulation. But it's very difficult.
That
very
requires
technical.
a lot of Excel spreadsheets and a lot of values you're inputting and a lot of cumbersome.
It's super complicated, and it's generally not part of the speedrun, but it's getting implemented into runs now, which is fairly exciting because it's a new development in a game that really hasn't had that many.
Mistile?
And so begins the final
Sty.
descent, guys. Here we go, the last stretch.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been 8 hours, guys. And look at that, no encounters through the
I
first
don't know if I
screen.
feel good enough.
So it
Do
looks like we're gonna
items
get the
tomorrow
single
and
encounter final
Friday.
descent here.
Maybe next week, Monday.
All right, that's really good.
So again, we can see that Beefaroni is left dead. That's again to set up for the next battle here, which will be with Genova Synthesis.
So
which
we
revive
need to
virtually
get used to
directly
the
into
actual
HP and
route,
then,
not
Death Blow
the
for the win.
safety route I was using for a long
little bit of
time,
menuing
the
here.
last month.
getting out of that ATB active mode. We want to make sure that we're on weight to do our manipulation, equipping that new mithril or mistyle armor, getting all of our materia set up here. We have a little bit of a defense by adding the elemental and lightning there.
Yeah, don't be like me and forget to menu there on PB Pace, because you kind of rip the run.
Yeah, that'll be really bad if you don't have the
Eat
mistyle,
nothing.
the curse ring.
Oh yeah.
She had chicken and potatoes.
And so begins the last boss battles.
Yeah, so we
Oh,
have, basically
me.
a gauntlet of
Oh,
4
wow,
bosses
it was
in a
bread
row.
and
Really
salami.
free.
Come
This
on,
last one
Chris.
doesn't really
Do I
count.
have to insert
This
this?
one first is against Genova Absolute, or Genova Synthesis. The soundtrack is Genova Absolute. And in a casual playthrough, the way with which you fight this boss battle will actually determine how your battle with the next boss, Bizarro Sephiroth, will be set up. So if you do poorly in this fight and you get basically this boss has a countdown similar to Diamond Weapon, and if
No,
she goes through that countdown and casts ult
I
on
got
you,
some fast
you can have a
food
2
midday.
party or a
Then
3
yeah,
party,
just bread.
encounter versus Bizarro Sephiroth.
Sorry, 9 spaces.
Since we're set up to do a ton of damage here, we're going to kill Genova Synthesis long before that happens, and that'll set us up for the 1-party fight with Bizarro Sephiroth.
Hey,
So,
nice.
very clean fight there. Sadly, we don't get to hear that whole track because it really is amazing.
Belgian stuff. Freaking deal.
We
I have no
very
idea
short
to say it
cutscene
in
here. We get
English.
Just a couple more final donations in.
Alrighty.
Alright,
got-
nice.
$160 donation. $1 from Anonymous. $1 per year for the 20th anniversary. Per hour of the run. Sounds about right. Epic run. All y'all are the best. $15 from Tadek. Very much enjoying this Final Fantasy VII run. Greetings from Sweden.
All right, so now we've made it to down in the deep bottom of the crater here. It's just kind of like the center of the planet, but not really. We can see that Holy is trapped behind this some nastiness.
Stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what else to call it, but Sephiroth is clearly behind this, and this is really the showdown for the final battle.
So just gonna do one last menu here to heal up the party. Not Tifa though.
Just a single potion on her, again using that single potion to manage keeping her within the 25% range to be in critical health.
Greetings to
And then
Belgium.
we'll go ahead and get started with the fight on Bizarro Sephiroth.
From
Yeah,
Germany.
you definitely want to be above 600 health because of the chance that Bizarro Sephiroth can attack Tifa.
So Bizarro Sephiroth is actually made up of 5 different body parts that you can attack, but we're just going to kind of take him straight on here. We're going to wait half a second before triggering up any attacks here because his first move is to, well, after he attacks us once, he's going to heal himself. And, oh, nice dodge there. You can see the effects of the mistile having that high evasion. But this Bizarro energy is what we're trying to avoid. There's really no reason to attack him before he heals himself for 6,000 health. Queuing up our big guard gives us the haste and the barrier that we need to protect ourselves, and Tifa's ready to go with her death blows.
Best song in the game, one of them.
No worries there with the Bolt 3 on Cloud. We'll have to deal with another heal, but Tifa's doing so much damage that mitigates that pretty quickly.
Easy.
And that'll do it for Bizarro Sephiroth.
And one last real fight in the game, guys.
This is it. The iconic showdown with Safer Sephiroth to the tune of One Winged Angel. So there is one thing to worry about in this fight. Safer Sephiroth has an attack called
Wow,
Shadow
info.
Flare, which can one-shot any of our characters. We just want to make sure that he doesn't use that on Tifa. If he does, we'll have to, heal up and reset ourselves a little bit. But let's just hope that that doesn't hit.
So Safer Sephiroth is going to start off here by casting Wall. So what we're going to do is we're going to Death Blow with Tifa, we're going to Q our Big Guard, and then we also have a D-Barrier spell that we're going to take care of his Wall immediately.
Yeah, so we're going to hope to sneak in this Death Blow before he gets a turn.
Hey!
And look at that.
Doesn't happen always.
Yeah, we get that full damage Death Blow right away before he can put up his wall here.
It doesn't make me anything.
And we're immediately going to eliminate his wall. Oh no, we got one more Death Blow here. You can see that the damage is halved because he has that barrier in place.
I try to be careful.
So there goes his wall, and now he's fully vulnerable to these Death Blows again. They'll be doing
They do
max
one
damage
mistake
with
in
that,
this
about,
round,
56
well, in this
to
fight.
All right,
I did
this
more
is
than one
Shadow
mistake
Player.
in the
Looks like
round.
it's going to be on... Who's it on? Oh, okay, it's on
It's
Tifa.
on Tifa.
All right,
Now,
come on,
can
miss.
she dodge
Miss.
it?
Miss. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Ben knows how to deal with this. And we got that early Death Blow, so we're in really good shape.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a time loss. We're going to recast Big Guard here for the effects of haste only. We're not worried about the protection, but we need her to be fast.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that makes some runners freak out is when Tifa dies there and they don't know how to deal with the situation, really.
Yep, but
I know.
Ben's fully
I
prepared
didn't do a
for that,
mistake.
and, as
I guess
Sephiroth
it was in
rises
practice then that I
preparation of his
missed
supernova attack. He'll
one
never
Death Blow
get to use
timing.
it
This
as,
fine was
this final
fine.
Death Blow is gonna
Actually.
end the fight.
And that is it,
That
guys.
is it.
Good job, Ben. You killed it.
You did the thing.
You won the ones.
Pretty good time. So we do have one more fight incoming, but thankfully you can't lose that fight. So this is the true final boss of the
GG.
game.
And you guys did meet the incentive for Omni Slash, so we will get the grand finale, guys.
Yes, absolutely the way the
SGDQ,
game
what a
should be
card.
finished off.
That is right.
We've got about a minute before we get to that last battle, so we can squeeze in a couple more donations.
Sounds good to me. $100 from Safon. Did someone say Dark Souls speedrun? Let's get it done. $15 from Link's dad.
Thanks for the GGs.
Couldn't stay awake for
Thank you.
Final Fantasy VII, but it's one of my favorite games of all time, so I woke up early to see it end. $15 for that sweet, sweet Breath of the Wild run, so my other favorite series gets even more representation.
I don't know,
$5
Gonzo.
from Rosa. Never
Because it's a
imagined
good
myself
speedrun
sitting through an
in-game?
entire 8-hour-long speedrun, especially of a game I've played before. But here I am, 7.5 hours in and fully attentive. Thank you to the couch and runner for being so informative and entertaining all night.
All right, so we've defeated Sephiroth, but there's still one lingering thing in Cloud's mind here. He doesn't, fully have control of himself quite yet, so he's got to go in and sever that final tie with Sephiroth within his mind. It's really unclear where this battle is taking place.
Yeah,
but,
it is totally
that's
awesome.
generally the
And the run is
understanding
really
of
good
what this
also.
battle is.
Yeah, it's probably in his mind.
Even if it's not always
Could
the
be
kindest.
the live stream, though. Some people say that as...
Yeah, it makes sense, given the visual that you got here, but it's entirely unclear. There are two ways to win this battle. One is by simply waiting for Sephiroth to attack you. Cloud will automatically counterattack, and that will end the fight. Alternatively, since your limit bar fills up and you've been granted your ultimate limit break of Omni Slash, we're going to go for that more triumphant way to finish off the run. Omni Slashing does waste about 15 seconds, but battles are only 15 FPS, so that's only about 225 frames that we're throwing away here, and I think it's worth every single one of those frames.
Definitely worth it.
To finish off Sephiroth the way he's meant to be finished off.
Here we go. Spike Vegeta with the Omni Slash.
And time will be on the final hit of the Omni Slash.
And time. 7:48:04,
What an
dude.
awesome run. Unbelievable.
Oh my god. That was amazing. Incredible.
Hats off to this guy.
Incredible, dude.
Putting that speed run together with all of the safeties and backups necessary to make this marathon safe
That's
is
right,
no
GGs.
easy feat. A lot of practice and rerouting went into making this happen. So
Thank
hats
you.
off to Ben and the
Thank
entire
you.
FF7 speedrun community for making this happen. Hats off to the GDQ staff for letting us do this for 8 hours. I know it's really hard to squeeze that kind of run into the schedule.
Yeah,
but
thank you so much for putting those slots in this
absolutely.
marathon.
We're really grateful for having the opportunity to showcase this awesome speed run, and thanks to all the donators for showing their support for it, and hopefully we can get more runs like this in GDQ.
Thanks for the GGs.
That's it.
And that is it. Thank you so much for watching the the restream of it, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the resub, the sub, the cheers, and thank you so much for all the follows. Too bad we don't have an ending for it. Too bad. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for watching or rewatching it. No, you can't, man. I'm sorry.